Before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, his intervention would undoubtedly stir monumental waves throughout the world of Naruto. He bore witness to the birth of legends and personally participated in their unfolding, ultimately ensuring that his own tale would resonate across the entire Naruto realm. Becoming Hokage is not my ambition is to conquer the world. Chapter 1. The Nature of Character. Upon the hillside, the verdant grass swayed gently in the breeze. Yangxing gazed at his mobile device, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, betraying the delight that resided within him. On the wide screen of his phone, a line of dark gray text emerged, imbued with a peculiar significance. Welcome, conflict players, to join Level 1 system automatically acquired. Please review the instructions. Beneath a series of introductions lay the functionalities of this system, accompanied by an exceptionally eye-catching display of personal attributes. Character: Yangxing. Age: 11. Current world status: physical condition: low. Agility: low. Chakra: low. Endurance: low. Having spent over a year in this world, Yangxing finally glimpsed a ray of hope. He had not anticipated that 1 year later, his phone would awaken. Could this be what they referred to as good fortune? Yet the duration of this fortune had been painfully protracted. Although the displayed status was predominantly low, it did not dampen Yangxing's spirits. Instead, as he gazed at the sun rising on the horizon, his eyes sparkled with determination. It is time for me to reveal my true self. Hey, Yangxing, what do you mean by reveal? A boy, adorned with a forehead protector and clad in breezy attire, which was evidently not modern clothing, had appeared behind Yangxing without him realizing. The boy's dazed expression, accentuated by 2 streams of snot beneath his nose, projected an air of innocence. Cough. I was merely talking to myself. When did you arrive? Yangxing coughed lightly, turning to face this persistent companion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he realized he had almost divulged the content on his phone. This was no trivial matter. He would have to be more cautious in the future. Unfazed by Yangxing's words, the boy sniffed and pointed toward the distance. Look, the others want us to join them for a game of hide and seek. Foolishness. Utter foolishness. How will playing games make us stronger? How will it help me become a top-tier ninja? How will it bridge the gap between us and the current Hokage? Yangxing shook his head, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked toward the horizon, his voice charged with fervor. Those prodigious ninjas of legend began to shine during our age. His clenched fists and expression were decidedly incongruent with his mere 11 years. The boy, still in a daze, gazed up at the suddenly animated Yangxing, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. Even though what you said sounds impressive, I still don't understand. Should we go join them or not? Such nonsense, Yangxing replied, turning to descend the hillside. As he walked away, he waved back at the bewildered boy. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. They might have already started. The boy remained silent at the foot of the hill. Nestled within a clearing surrounded by trees, a group of children aged 11 and 12 stood out prominently. A cluster of youngsters had gathered, with one leading the group, confidently perched on a large rock, striking a pose that imitated an adult. This boy was evidently the leader among them, and also among the more capable in their class. With a serious expression, he raised one hand and addressed the raucous group. This time, we are staging a game where Konoha village battles various nations of thieves. Who wants to be a thief? And who will be the ninjas of Konoha? I want to be Hokage. No way, I want to be Hokage. What? I said it first. You could just be a thief. The children clamored noisily, each vying for the title of Konoha's mightiest Hokage. The leading boy, visibly exasperated by the commotion, implored. Everyone, quiet down. Please quiet down. Amidst the ruckus, one child stood out as distinctly out of place. Yangxing could not relate to the childish antics, as he had long surpassed that phase of youthful folly. What a bunch of kids, he muttered, unable to suppress a sigh, his voice inadvertently audible. Hey, did you just say something? The leader, adept in chakra manipulation, caught the comment immediately. His gaze sharpened upon recognizing Yangxing in the distance, his brow furrowing. I remember you. You were the one who always underperforms in class, right? What was your name again? Yang Peach. At that moment, a collective silence fell over the group as they turned their eyes toward Yangxing. Who's that? Don't you know? What's his name again? Yangxing, suppressing a cough, adopted a serious demeanor. It's Yangxing, the sun that obscures the starlight. Yang for the sun, Xing for the star. So that name carries such meaning. However, for someone like you, It seems rather extravagant. Haha, I recall now he's the one whose chakra level is weaker than a rabbit. Wait, there really is a person like that. The children erupted into laughter, yet Yang Xing's expression remained unchanged. As an adult, he could hardly take the taunts of children seriously, such was the grace of maturity. Yes, patience is K-E-Y-U-M. You're Yang Xing, right? The leader, noticing Yang Xing's calm demeanor, momentarily displayed a flicker of curiosity before adopting a mocking tone. You're not suggesting you wish to be Hokage, are you? With your inability to even utilize chakra properly, you could never play that role. Ha. Foolishness. Hokage is merely a minor character. What? Have you lost your mind? The Hokage is incredibly formidable. The leader's discontent was palpable, his eyes filled with disdain. Yet, Yang Xing chose to disregard it, merely smiling as he continued. In comparison to my true ambition, Hokage is but a speck of dust. Ambition? Yes, my goal is to conquer the world. In light of that aspiration, Hokage is insignificant. He crossed his arms, nodding to himself, completely oblivious to the peculiar looks from those around him that a chorus of young boys and girls stared at him in disbelief. Has he truly lost his mind? Hey everyone, it's not fun to be around someone like him. Let's go play elsewhere, the leader declared, clearly annoyed by Yang Xing's attitude, leading the group away. Chapter 2. The Young Leader. The youthful boys and girls hastily turned away, casting sidelong glances filled with whispers just audible enough for Yang Xing to hear. Conquer the world? This guy must be insane. I'm sure he is. I remember his parents perished during the Second Great Ninja War, that a child without parents is bound to be troubled. Clearly, he's lost his marbles. Huh. A guy who might not even graduate successfully claims Hokage. Is trivial, he must be out of his mind. The cacophony gradually faded, leaving only two figures behind. The dazed boy, still sniffling, gazed at Yang Xing, who appeared as he always did, lost in contemplation, staring into the distance. Yuxing, after sniffing, he finally inquired, do you truly intend to conquer the world? Indeed. Can I join you? Yuxing glanced sideways, slightly furrowing his brow, before shifting his gaze away. Let's discuss it once you've grown up. Grown up? Why? You chatter too much, little brat. You're only 4 years old and wish to conquer the world? You should hurry back. If you linger, your mother will come looking for you. All right. My mom told me today she made my favorite dish and wants me home early. So goodbye. Watching the 4-year-old skip away, Yuxing let out a faint sigh. In this past year, while honing his chakra, he had unwittingly stumbled into a rather perplexing situation, being so persistently followed by this little rascal. Though this child's future achievements might be substantial, his current demeanor was rather bothersome. Regardless, it was more pressing to unravel the complexities of his phone's conflict system for the sake of his grand ambitions. Without a backward glance, Yuxing departed from the hillside. Summer, an unknown year, on an unspecified day. This marked the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, a prolonged period filled with battles of varying scales among nations, perpetually threatening the safety of the Hidden Leaf Village. The school's curriculum had become exceptionally demanding. Even 4-year-olds were required to learn self-defense, not to mention the 11 and 12-year-olds who were compelled to undertake significant missions amid such tumultuous times. In summary, today was the second day Yuxing had noticed something amiss with his phone. In the morning, the teacher entered the classroom, a special instructor of the Hidden Leaf Village, dedicated to imparting knowledge to the promising young ninjas. However, upon entering, the teacher immediately sensed something unusual within the class. An unusually quiet atmosphere enveloped the room, with only one student seated in the central empty space. He vaguely recalled this child's name as Yuxing, a peculiar situation, and one that had become a source of considerable frustration for him. Is something wrong? The teacher managed to force a smile, his gaze calm as it settled on Yuxing. Glancing around, noticing the other students were at a considerable distance, Yuxing simply shrugged and replied, I don't know. Well then, let us proceed with the lesson. After surveying the whispering students, the teacher sighed deeply. Raising his head with a serious expression, he addressed the few present. I trust you are all aware of the regulations at our academy. Starting tomorrow, you will be assigned to different groups, distinct teams. Training will be conducted under the responsibility of these teams, including new instructors who will guide you. Grouping? Really? This news ignited a stir within the classroom. I heard the assigned teachers will certainly be of Jonin rank, many potentially being special Jonin. Fantastic! Finally, we can learn some powerful ninjutsu. A chorus of excited students erupted into cheers that not celebrate too soon. The teacher adjusted his glasses, adopting a stern demeanor as he focused on the particularly exuberant children. While each assigned teacher is an elite, their training will not be a joke. Do not assume that simply graduating from the Hidden Leaf Village will grant you the most formidable ninjutsu. Failure to meet the teacher's expectations may result in being sent back to the village. Yes, we understand. The students chorused, their earlier cheers morphing into hushed conversations, each clearly enthusiastic about the grouping, save for one individual. Upon hearing about the grouping, Yuxing's brow furrowed. Grouping? The current circumstances were far from ideal. It was evident he would undoubtedly be separated. Well, in comparison, how could someone with a mindset of over 20 years blend with a bunch of little children? Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Moreover, considering his level, whether he could graduate was already questionable. Yuxing's contemplation did not go unnoticed by the teacher. Originally, given Yuxing's low level, graduation from the Hidden Leaf Academy seemed impossible, but during this critical period, extraordinary measures were necessary. Yet, having this fellow team up with others, the bespectacled teacher murmured to himself, unable to suppress a bitter smile, his gaze fixed on Yuxing as he approached him amidst the chatter of the others. When Yuxing emerged from his reverie, he found the well-meaning teacher before him. With a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, the teacher attempted to engage him in a calm manner. Yuxing, is there anyone in particular you would prefer to team up with? Yuxing frowned, uncrossing his arms and stating, for me, teaming up with children playing house holds little significance. It would only hinder my progress. The bespectacled teacher. Since entering here a year ago, this had indeed been Yuxing's demeanor. Hypothetically, if you could choose, which team would you want to join? Or what teacher would you prefer? Regardless of the circumstances, the future of the Hidden Leaf Village rested in the hands of these children, and not a single one could be overlooked, the teacher silently vowed. In his heart. Yet, faced with such favorable conditions, Yuxing seemed momentarily taken aback. I get to choose? How special? Is this an exception? Or is it a hidden rule? Or are you plotting something? Plotting? Spare me. By the way, where did you learn such terms, hidden rules? Spare me. The bespectacled teacher's clenched fist nearly reached for Yuxing's head, for this was the aspect of the child that caused him the most concern before the onset of the third grade war. His presence would undoubtedly stir monumental waves throughout the world of Naruto. He bore witness to the birth of legends and actively contributed to their unfolding, ultimately leading to his own tale becoming a fable cherished across the realm. Becoming Hokage is not my ambition is to conquer the entire world. Chapter 1. The Nature of Character. Upon a verdant hillside, the grass swayed gently in the breeze. Yuxing glanced at his phone, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, betraying the delight harbored within. On the expansive screen, a line of dark gray text materialized, imbued with an unusual significance. Welcome, Conflict Gamers, to join. Level 1 system automatically acquired. Please review the instructions. Beneath a series of introductions lay the functionalities of this system, alongside a remarkably conspicuous display of personal attributes. Name, Yuxing. Age, 11. Current world status. Physical condition, below average. Agility, below average. Chakra, below average. Endurance, below average. Having spent over a year in this world, Yuxing finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope today as his phone unexpectedly awakened. Could this be what they refer to as luck? Yet, the duration of this fortunate moment seemed excessively prolonged. Although the displayed status was dishearteningly low, Yuxing felt no trace of disappointment. Instead, his gaze fixated on the sunlit horizon, eyes gleaming with determination. It is time to showcase my true self. Hey, Yuxing, what do you mean by showcase? A boy, adorned with a forehead protector and dressed in protective gear that was far from contemporary, had silently appeared behind him. The boy's vacant expression, paired with the trail of mucus beneath his nose, evoked an amusingly foolish demeanor. Ahem. I was merely talking to myself. When did you arrive? Yuxing coughed awkwardly, turning to confront this persistent shadow, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he realized he had almost revealed the contents of his phone. This was no trivial matter. He must exercise greater caution in the future. Unfazed by Yuxing's words, the small boy sniffed and pointed to a nearby area. Look, the others want us to join them for a game of hide and seek. Foolishness. Utter foolishness. How can playing games make us stronger? How can it elevate me to become a top-tier ninja? How can it bridge the gap between us and the current Hokage? Yuxing shook his head, his gaze deep and contemplative as he spoke passionately, Those genius ninjas were already emerging during our very age. His clenched fists and fervent expression belied his tender age of merely 11. Oh, the boy, still in a daze from Yang Xing's sudden fervor, gazed up with a hint of admiration. Although what you said sounds impressive, I still don't understand. Should we go play or not? Such nonsense. Yang Xing shook his head, turning to descend the hillside, all the while waving to the bewildered boy left behind. Why are you standing there? Hurry up, they might have already begun. The boy could only respond with silence. At the base of the hill, nestled within a grove of trees, a small clearing bustled with the presence of a group of 11 and 12-year-olds. Amidst this gathering, a clear leader, Emergita, child perched on a large rock, striking a pose in an attempt to appear mature. This boy was evidently the most capable among them. With a serious expression, the leader raised a hand to address the raucous crowd of children. Today, we shall play a game where the Hidden Leaf Village battles against various nations of bandits. Who wishes to be the bandits? And who will be the ninjas of the leaf? I want to be Hokage. No. I shall be the Hokage. What? I called it first. You should just settle for being a bandit. The cacophony of voices escalated as the children bickered over who would assume the role of the mightiest Hokage. The leader, visibly exasperated, attempted to restore order. Quiet down, everyone. Settle down. Among the boisterous crowd, one child stood out, feeling distinctly out of place. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, Yang Xing found himself unable to blend in, as his true age had long surpassed that of these youthful children. What a bunch of kids, he muttered, unable to suppress a sigh that escaped his lips, his voice inadvertently loud. Hey you, I heard what you said. The leader, adept in chakra manipulation, could not have missed Yang Xing's words. Fixing his gaze on him, he furrowed his brow. I remember you were that kid with poor grades. What was your name? Yang Tao? In an instant, the playful banter of the children ceased, and a myriad of curious eyes turned toward Yang Xing. Who's that? Don't you know? Wait, what was his name again? Clearing his throat, Yang Xing maintained a serious demeanor. It's Yang Xing representing the sun that obscures the starlight, with Yang meaning sun and Xing meaning star. Oh, so your name carries such significance. However, it seems rather extravagant for someone like you. Huh, I remember now. He tested lower in chakra levels than a rabbit. Wow, I didn't know someone like that existed. Laughter erupted among the children, yet Yang Xing's expression remained unchanged, unperturbed by their mockery. As an adult, he could hardly take the words of children to heart, such was the dignity of maturity. Patience that you am, Yang Xing, right? The leader, seemingly noticing Yang Xing's composed demeanor, flashed a hint of curiosity, quickly shifting to a teasing tone. You're not actually saying you want to be Hokage, are you? With your poor chakra control, it would be impossible for you to play that role. Ha. How foolish. Hokage is merely a minor character. What? Have you lost your mind? The Hokage is incredibly powerful. The leader's indignation was palpable, his gaze laced with disdain. Regrettably, Yang Xing chose to ignore the provocation, continuing with a gentle smile. Compared to my ambitions, Hokage is but a trivial pursuit. Ambitions? Yes, to conquer the world is my true ambition. In comparison, Hokage is but a speck of dust. With arms crossed, Yang Xing nodded to himself, completely dismissing the strange looks cast upon him by those around. A chorus of bewildered young voices echoed. Is he out of his mind? Hey, everyone, it wouldn't be fun to be around someone like him. Let's go play elsewhere. The leader, clearly displeased by Yang Xing's attitude, led the group away. Chapter 2. The Young Leader. The young boys and girls turned away, casting sideways glances, their whispers drifting just within earshot of Yang Xing. Conquer the world? That kid must be insane that I think he is. I remember his parents left during the Second Ninja World War. A child without parents is bound to struggle. His mind must be completely unhinged. Ha. Someone like him, who might not even graduate successfully, dares to claim Hokage is insignificant? Truly deluded. The cacophony of chatter faded into the distance, leaving only two figures behind. The dazed boy, still with mucus trailing from his nose, gazed at Yang Xing, who remained as composed as ever, staring into the distance with an air of quiet contemplation. Yang Xing, after a sniffle, he asked, do you really want to conquer the world? Indeed. Can I join you? Yang Xing glanced sideways, slightly furrowing his brow, before shifting his gaze away. Talk to me when you've matured. Matured? Why? You prattle too much, little brat. You're only 4 years old, and you wish to conquer the world? You'd better hurry back home. If you linger any longer, your mother will come looking for you. All right, My mom told me she made my favorite dish today and wants me to return early. So goodbye. Watching the 4-year-old bounce away, Yang Xing let out a soft sigh. Over the past year, in his pursuit of refining his chakra, he had encountered such ludicrous fortune, becoming entangled with this little rascal. Despite the boy's potential for greatness in the future, his current demeanor was quite bothersome. But never mind that the matters related to his mobile conflict system were of utmost importance. He needed to unravel its mysteries swiftly to strive towards his grand ambitions. Without a backward glance, Yang Xing turned away from the small hill. Summer, an unspecified day in an unknown year. This marked the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, a time fraught with numerous battles that threatened the safety of the Hidden Leaf Village. The urgency of school curricula had intensified, compelling even 4-year-olds to learn self-defense, while the 11 and 12-year-old boys and girls were tasked with significant duties amidst the chaos of war. Today marked the second day that Yang Xing had noticed something unusual with his phoned eye in the morning. As the teacher entered the classroom, he, a special instructor for the Hidden Leaf Village, endeavored to impart knowledge with great zeal. However, upon entering, he immediately sensed something was amiss within the class. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, and at the long desks in the classroom, only one student occupied the central empty space. He recalled the child's name, Yang Xing. The peculiar situation was further compounded by the fact that this particular student was the source of his greatest headaches. Is something the matter? The teacher forced a smile, his calm gaze settling on Yang Xing, casting a glance around. Noticing the significant distance between him and the other students, Yang Xing shrugged and replied, "I don't know." "Well, in any case, let's begin class," the instructor sighed, eyeing the whispering students before adopting a serious expression that he addressed the few present. "As you all should be aware, starting tomorrow, you will be divided into different teams. From then on, training will be conducted in these groups, each overseen by a new instructor." Divided into teams? Really? This news sent a ripple of excitement through the classroom. "I heard the assigned teachers are likely to be Jinin, many possibly being special Jinin." "Fantastic! Finally, we can learn formidable ninjutsu." A chorus of enthusiastic students erupted in cheers. "You're getting ahead of yourselves." The teacher adjusted his glasses, adopting a stern demeanor as he scrutinized the overly exuberant children. "While each assigned instructor is an elite, their training is no joke. Not assume you can graduate from the Hidden Leaf Village simply by participating. If you fail to meet the expectations of your teacher, you may very well be sent back." "Yes, we understand," the students chorused, their earlier cheers turning into hushed conversations. It was clear that everyone was excited about the team division, with one exception. Yang Xing's brow furrowed at the mention of teams. Team division? Given the current circumstances, that was indeed troubling. It was evident that he would be separated from the others. Well, considering his mindset matured beyond his years, how could he possibly blend in with a group of little children? Perhaps this separation was a blessing in disguise. Moreover, whether he could graduate at all was a question in itself. The teacher observed Yang Xing's contemplative expression. According to Yang Xing's low level of proficiency, graduating from the Hidden Leaf Academy seemed impossible. Yet, during these extraordinary times, the academy had to adapt its policies. However, having this child team up with others, the bespectacled instructor muttered to himself with a bittersweet smile, his gaze fixated on Yang Xing as he approached him amidst the chatter of the other students. When Yang Xing finally emerged from his thoughts, he found himself face to face with the well-meaning teacher. With a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, the teacher earnestly asked, "Yang Xing, is there anyone you would prefer to team up with?" Yang Xing frowned, his previously crossed arms unfolding as he replied, "For me, teaming up with children playing house holds no appeal. It would only hinder my progress." The teacher. Indeed, since entering this place a year ago, Yang Xing had always exhibited such a disposition that hypothetically, if you could choose, what team or instructor would you wish for? The teacher pressed on, knowing that the future of the Hidden Leaf Village rested in the hands of these children. None could be overlooked. Yet, faced with such a generous proposition, Yang Xing paused. "I can choose? Is this special treatment, or perhaps an unspoken rule? Or are you harboring some ulterior motive?" "Ulterior motive? How dare you? Where did you learn such terms, you little rascal?" The teacher clenched his fist, nearly losing his composure. This child's sharp tongue was indeed his greatest source of frustration. Chapter 3. The lack of strength and skills. Well, for me, being alone is quite satisfactory. I have mentioned that those fellows would only hinder my progress. Yang Xing curled his lips, displaying an air of indifference. With the acquisition of that mobile device, he truly felt no need for other instructors. Although some functions remained elusive, he believed that with a bit of exploration, he would surely make progress. At that point, his growth would undoubtedly be exponential. For the sake of discretion, being solitary was indeed preferable. Unfortunately, this was merely Yang Xing's own musings. The expression on Glass's teacher's face clearly shifted. He raised a hand, unable to resist pressing it against Yang Xing's head, laughing. Haha. Although I've always thought you had quite the audacity, such matters should not be taken lightly. Observing the teacher's face transition from laughter to solemnity, Yang Xing could only sigh and spread his hands. All right, if there is a more suitable combination for me, I would certainly be willing. Yoshi. Now, that's the spirit of a good kid from Konoha. Glass's teacher removed his hand, his face radiant with a beaming smile. He couldn't help but support his chin with one hand, scrutinizing Yang Xing with a gaze that was almost conspiratorial. Let me think. You little rascal, have quite the ego, yet your skills are lacking. It wouldn't be fitting for you to join just any squad. Moreover, the students here. He glanced around, and it was evident that a group of students was casting peculiar glances at Yang Xing. The unusual expressions elicited a wry smile from Glass's teacher. Well, in any case, I will provide you with an appropriate environment. Oh right, I just remembered. With a clap of his hands, Glass's teacher's eyes sparkled like stars. Why do I suddenly feel an inexplicable discomfort? Must be a figment of my imagination. Faced with the teacher's cheerful demeanor, Yang Xing couldn't help but swallow nervously, waiting for him to speak. That individual, he will undoubtedly be able to teach you well. Glass's teacher muttered to himself, affirming his decision, nodding at Yang Xing as if this had become a foregone conclusion. Yang Xing suppressed his curiosity and cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, if that is settled, I have nothing more to say. But may I ask one question first? What is it? Glass's teacher's demeanor brightened at Yang Xing's words, and he eagerly patted Yang Xing on the shoulder. Well, you can voice any request. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Yang Xing adopted a serious expression, unprecedented in its gravity. I must clarify, this is no jest. It is a matter of utmost importance. Glass's teacher, are there any cute girls in the team? Glass's teacher, I am quite serious about this. Confronted with Yang Xing's earnest expression, Glass's teacher found himself at a loss for words. Well, regarding such matters, how should I put it? You wouldn't say there are none, would you? Oh dear, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my chest. I might be terminally ill. Teacher, do you not possess even a shred of compassion for a terminally ill patient? Stop making such serious jokes. Glass's teacher's forehead glistened with sweat as he observed Yang Xing clutching his chest. With a resigned expression, he explained, All right. Each team will indeed have one girl assigned. This is to encourage mutual growth, so do not misunderstand. Hey, kid, let me finish my sentence. You always have to interrupt before I can complete my thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, having learned that there would be girls in the team, Yang Xing had already turned and slipped out of the classroom, ignoring the teacher's shouts that echoed in vain. In the afternoon, the school schedule was rather brief, primarily focused on assigning teachers. Essentially, upon graduation, the subjects to learn were nearly exhausted. One could say that all the necessary instruction had been imparted. Whether one could comprehend it was a matter of individual talent. In a relatively open space near the back of the academy, a dull thud resounded as a shuriken embedded itself into a large tree. Among the various abilities of a ninja, this type of concealed weapon was one of the few that Yang Xing could proficiently wield. Over the past year, aside from his proficiency with shuriken, he had struggled in other areas. Am I truly meant to be here? Having skillfully thrown several shuriken, Yang Xing couldn't help but mutter. Whose body is this, anyway? He certainly remembered how to utilize chakra, yet executing it perfectly had always been a source of frustration. For instance, a transformation technique that succeeded only once out of 10 attempts was a reason why he had nearly faded from the memories of his entire class. It appeared that ordinary training would no longer suffice. Yang Xing took out his mobile phone, staring at the interface with a grave expression. Let us give this a try. Would you like to activate? The moment he pressed yes, the interface began to shift, displaying lines of flashing text. Identifying fingerprint, chromosomes, genes, confirmed as host. Conflict game initiated, system level 1, upgradable. Among the array of screens were brief descriptions and content of several functions. Special aura, none. Achievement system, no achievements. Items possessed, none. Random tasks available, 5. Trigger conditions, not visible, will refresh based on years and attempts. While the number of tasks available was 5, the button to accept them was grayed out, causing Yangxing considerable distress. Given the description stating that the trigger conditions were not visible, did it imply that one must fulfill certain criteria to accept tasks? This phone truly tested one's luck. Despite being unable to accept tasks, the peculiar transformations occurring within the phone had piqued Yangxing's interest. For example, it did not require charging, and if lost, it seemed to return to him automatically. He had tested this the previous night, and somehow, the phone had returned to his pocket without him knowing how. This alleviated some of Yangxing's troubles. After glancing at the simple functions, none of which appeared to be activated, Yangxing refocused his attention on the phone and returned it to his pocket. However, a faint sound nearby caused him to tense up. "Who's there? Show yourself." Instinctively, he grasped a shuriken tightly. From a short distance away, a small child approached. His face smeared with snot, gazing at Yangxing with a dazed expression, still maintaining that foolish demeanor. "Yangxing, what are you doing here?" Yangxing cast a glance at the little follower nearby and sighed helplessly. He vaguely remembered that today was also the time for the younger class to have lessons. At this critical juncture, these children were learning various ninjutsu techniques, and perhaps they would graduate even before him. But oh heavens! Yu Huang, Guanxian Bodhisattva, all-powerful Jesus. I did not wish for a snot-nosed little follower. I wanted a cute little girl. Chapter 4. The Sole Individual Little Brat. Without responding to the snot-faced child, Yangxing busily gathered a few training shuriken and kunai, casually remarking, "How long have we known each other since my training with concealed weapons? Let me count. 1, 2, 3. The little one diligently moved his fingers, counting with surprising seriousness. As Yangxing stored the kunai and shuriken in his waist bag, he sighed. Addressing the little boy, "It's been a year, hasn't he it?" "No, it's been 13 months, a little over a year." The child turned his head, wearing a serious expression. "You're quite good at math for a little brat." "Hee hee." The boy giggled. Yangxing began to understand the sentiments of his rather lenient teacher. Deeply sighing within, yet unable to restrain himself from speaking, "You know, by following me, there's not much I can teach you. You should be aware that my skills are the weakest in our age group." The little boy tilted his head, pondering for a moment before shaking it earnestly. "No, Yangxing brother, the shuriken and kunai you taught me are really impressive. My current level is the best in the class. That's only because your potential exceeds mine." "Is that so?" "Indeed." Yangxing found the situation amusing and couldn't help but chuckle at himself. "Your physique surpasses mine by several folds." Just as he finished speaking, before the little ghost could utter a word, a loud notification echoed from within his body. "Your physique is weaker than that of the little ghost, the most inferior human. Achievement unlocked. Achievement level 1. System grants an additional 10 to all attributes. The next achievement goal is 4 away." System, are you out of your mind? What kind of ridiculous achievement is this? The most inferior human? Are you mocking me? Well, considering the 10 bonus, I shall forgive you. But honestly, what good is just 10? If the system were male, Yangxing might have considered strangling that insufferable entity. What if it were female? If she were pretty, I might consider it. If not, I'd rather not. "Yangxing, you're graduating soon, right? I heard from the teacher today." The little ghost's words interrupted Yangxing's train of thought. "That's amazing. You'll receive high-level ninja guidance." "Ah, yes, you two will be there soon," Yangxing replied. Lacking the mood to engage further, he sought solace for his wounded spirit, clearly aware that the little ghost was not of much help in that regard. The snotty little ghost looked dejected. "For me, that's still 10 years away. 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. I feel like I blink every night while sleeping. Why hasn't that time passed yet? That's why you're still a little ghost. Don't ask me why. You foolish little ghost." Yangxing could no longer tolerate the conversation. Realizing that continuing would only lower his IQ, he abruptly stood up and waved dismissively. "I have a headache. I'm going home." "Oh, but it's not even noon yet. You're so annoying." As he walked several meters away, Yangxing noticed an unusual silence behind him. Turning around, he saw the little ghost looking forlorn, and he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "It seems I have a bond with this fellow." A year ago, realizing his poor chakra control, Yangxing decisively switched to physical techniques. Unfortunately, as a reclusive individual throughout the last century, his physique was exceptionally poor, and coupled with his laziness, he abandoned physical training halfway. To grow stronger, he had to learn. So he opted for the most basic of hidden weapons. Although these weapons were merely supplementary, They were the only thing Yang Xing could train with. To his surprise, training with hidden weapons led him to befriend a little ghost, who, at not even 3 years old, idolized him. Thus began this rather troublesome journey. Stopping in his tracks, Yang Xing turned back, his expression serious, and declared passionately, "Itachi, the training with shuriken focuses on practical combat. Merely aiming at stationary targets will yield no growth. Seek out fast-moving animals. The faster, the better. Even humans will do." With that, he left with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a dumbfounded little ghost who nodded vacantly. The sky was clear, with a few white clouds leisurely drifting by. Ah, how wonderful it would be to become a cloud, floating around without a care. Free from waking up at 6 in the morning. 6 o'clock. Children can't grow if they don't sleep well. Yang Xing yawned, glancing at the glasses-wearing teacher walking quietly ahead, and lazily remarked, "Do you understand, teacher?" The glasses teacher replied, "Although I told Yang Xing yesterday that waking him early was not ideal, I just want him to grow quickly. This guy can't even escape from enemies." Unfortunately, his good intentions were entirely lost on Yang Xing. "Are you sure that girl is adorable?" Yang Xing, still lazily cradling his head, gazed at the sky and said, honestly, "It's not that I don't trust you, teacher. I'm just highly skeptical of your eyesight. And I'm not referring to your vision, but rather your aesthetic judgment. Do you understand aesthetics?" He felt his head was about to explode. Who could possibly rein in this guy? "Enough. Can I have a few minutes of peace?" The glasses teacher finally exploded, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yang Xing. "Yang Xing, I call you my student. I ask you to be quiet for a moment. You cannot become that guy's disciple acting like this. I never said I wanted to be anyone's disciple. You'll understand when you get there." Watching Yang Xing pout, the glasses teacher fell into another round of helpless frustration, his demeanor becoming increasingly listless. Perhaps only that person can tame this little ghost, he mused. A small hillside rose flatly, dividing the woods and creating a vast training ground. An ideal environment for practice. The breeze was gentle, and with the surrounding forest, it was a remarkably secluded spot. "Here we are. Remember, when you see that person, you must feed him. Wait for me to finish speaking, you little ghost. You weren't just looking all indifferent." As Yang Xing leaped forward, the glasses teacher was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shouted. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. After a few strides, Yang Xing stepped onto the verdant grass and realized the environment was indeed spacious and beautiful. He had no idea there was such a place near Konoha village. He had missed out significantly. Now, he had a place to practice with hidden weapons. Chapter 5. This is the encounter. Pleased with the location, Yang Xing failed to notice the stir beside him. The wind ceased, and a faint voice startled him. "Hey, little ghost." At the sound, Yang Xing instinctively reached for a kunai, a reflexive action, and in a split second, he hurled the kunai. It sliced through the air, shocking everyone around. "Ah, Lord Fourth." The glasses teacher's shout made Yang Xing see not far ahead, the blonde-haired Minato Namikaze, elegantly leaping back, effortlessly dodging the kunai. Haha, this fellow is quite interesting. The first person in Konoha to be targeted by the 4th Hokage's shuriken. Clearly, others were present, and judging by the youthful voices, they were likely of similar age. Isn't that right, Kakashi? Hey, Kakashi, stop frowning. Although I'm not thrilled about being on the same team as you. It's what the teacher arranged. Did you just say something? Sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't hear you. Could you repeat that? You idiot. Are you looking for a fight? Fine, let us finish what we didn't at school. Who was afraid of you? Kakashi, Obito, we're teammates. Don't argue. The 4th Hokage is here too. The 3 noisy individuals created quite a commotion. All right, now everyone is gathered. Minato landed and smiled at everyone. Though our group has 4 members, it's still good. 2 against 2 is quite even. Though his words were bold, 2 of the individuals had already engaged in combat. Completely disregarding Minato's remarks. Kakashi, I've had enough. I want to challenge you to a duel. You can't defeat me. That attitude of yours annoys me. I'm going to flatten your face today. Everyone's teammates, don't fight, don't fight. A flustered little girl and 2 boys were caught in a tussle. One was clearly chasing while the other toyed with him, and the indifferent Kakashi ignored Obito entirely. Yamanaka Rin waved her hands in vain, unable to stop the two. Yang Xing watched with great interest, not intending to intervene. There was someone more suitable for that task. Hey, you two. A figure suddenly appeared between the fighters. Minato Namikaze grasped their collars and pulled them down. Fighting is not good. His words rang out smoothly, and the entire action was completed in the blink of an eye. Yuri's heart skipped a beat, the astonished words left unspoken. How swift! The expressions of Noara Rin, Kakashi, and Obito conveyed their awe at the prowess of Minato Namikaze. Even Kakashi, who had previously worn a morose countenance, could not conceal the unusual expression on half of his face. Well, if a fight is to ensue, it must not be against my comrades. Minato set the two down, clapped his hands, and with a beaming smile, said, "Now, you should obediently allow me to finish my words. By the way, should you choose not to listen, I will resort to that earlier technique and toss you onto the treetops not far away. Understand?" Indeed. The fourth Hokage wore a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. The velocity with which he could hurl someone was likely akin to that of a rocket. This was no jest. Fully aware of Minato's strength, Obito and Kakashi were exceptionally compliant, nodding vigorously. "Now, let me address you. Ah, you must be Yuri, a lovely name. Come here for a moment," Minato called out to Yuri after settling Kakashi and Obito. At this juncture, Yuri had no choice but to step forward. His former teacher had already departed, and it seemed that from today onward, this man would be his instructor. No wonder the bespectacled otaku had mentioned his discomfort. He had not anticipated being taught by the fourth Hokage. Reflecting on it, who in the current Konoha could inspire such trust in a special instructor? Though somewhat reluctant, Yuri approached to join the trio. Together, they formed a unique and peculiar quartet. Among them was a pair of sworn enemies, creating an oddly tranquil atmosphere, devoid of even the simplest greetings. Let us begin with introductions. Regardless of your reluctance, from this day forth, you must endure more than a year of training. Starting from the left. Hi. Despite his unwillingness, Obito managed to stabilize his demeanor. "I am Uchiha Obito." "Well, my name speaks for itself." An Uchiha clan member, Minato acknowledged. "Next, Kakashi Hitaki," said the morose-faced Kakashi, his demeanor unchanged, for repeating words was a luxury. I am Noara Rin," she stammered, her anxious face slightly flushed. Chapter 6. I am truly impressive. With introductions completed, it was time to address serious matters. Minato's expression turned grave as he regarded the four youthful individuals before him. Speaking in a solemn tone, "You are aware that the land of fire is currently unsettled. In the days to come, I shall devote all my energy to instructing you." Lord Fourth, has war truly erupted in other nations? The land of fire seemed overly tranquil, devoid of the palpable tension of the shinobi world war. Both Obito and Yuri harbored doubts, questioning whether this was merely hearsay. To elaborate, various nations were engaged in conflicts, with larger countries invading smaller ones, the latter uniting to resist, and all vying for resources and manpower. The peace in the land of fire largely attributed to the efforts of its ninja on the front lines. Minato's gaze darkened, and his slight frown indicated that the situation was indeed bleak. Is that so? Minato's expression caused Obito's countenance to darken. Yet, a casual remark from Kakashi lightened the mood. "Fool, with Lord Fourth here, how could our Konoha face any issues?" "You're the fool, Kakashi. You big idiot," Obito retorted, his face flushed with anger. Cough, cough. "Enough of this quarrel. Indeed, as long as I am here, Konoha will not face any significant problems," Minato said, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he pacified the two, still smiling. "You should be more concerned about yourselves. Don't end up lacking even the ability to protect yourselves. That will never happen." Obito clenched his fist, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I will become Hokage." "Oh." Minato's interest peaked at Obito's ambition. "I aim to be Hokage just like you, Lord Fourth," Obito exclaimed eagerly, tapping his head in excitement. "TCH." Kakashi and Yuri exchanged glances, both smirking. "You heard wrong. This kid has a penchant for falsely accusing good people. You too." Obito's face reddened as he glared at them, irate. Observing the antics of these youths, even the fourth Hokage found himself at a loss. As sunlight gradually illuminated the plains, casting a radiant glow, it was time for a strength assessment. While he possessed the records from their school, he needed to see for himself what level they had attained. Time was of the essence, and certain critical matters required resolution. Minato was not in a hurry regarding their relationships. At this moment, it was crucial for him to gauge one individual's strength, to ascertain whether it aligned with what had been conveyed by the school instructor. "My stomach suddenly aches, Lord Fourth. I think Yuri. I have heard from your teacher that you always employ this technique. Even if your chakra manipulation is lacking, you must demonstrate it today, at least to give me an understanding of your strength." Minato's gaze was intense as he focused on Yuri, determined to discern the extent of the boy's weakness. Really? Indeed. The gaze of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin shifted toward Yuri, all curious. Compared to Yuri, they were familiar with one another, yet this new companion remained an enigma, raising questions about why he warranted the fourth's tutelage. All right. Resigned to the necessity of the situation, Yuri shrugged his shoulders. Let us start with the basics. Any jutsu will do: fire release, wind release, anything. I don't know any. Is that so? You don't know any offensive jutsu? His voice trailed off, almost a whisper, as if murmuring to himself. Upon Minato's glance, he added seriously, then just show me any jutsu you can perform. How about the clone jutsu? Yuri replied. Upon uttering those words, he began to form hand seals in a symbolic manner. He had practiced this countless times over the past year, mastering the simple hand seals of basic ninjutsu without error. Unseen, the movement was executed with remarkable fluidity, a puff of smoke erupting. A figure identical to Yuri emerged, strikingly lifelike. Although it was merely a basic clone jutsu, far simpler than the shadow clone technique, its practicality was commendable. Not bad with the clone jutsu, Minato mused, privately contemplating the boy's impressive precision, which was indeed remarkable. However, just as he was about to express this thought, a sudden sound interrupted him. Puff! Before he could complete his sentence, the clone dissipated in a cloud of smoke, leaving Yuri looking utterly exhausted. I'm so tired, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he looked at the astonished fourth Hokage. Lord Fourth, how long was that? Less than 10 seconds. Impressive. Previously, it was under 7 seconds, and now you've managed to reach 10 seconds. Clearly, I've made significant progress, he exclaimed, beaming with joy. The others looked on in disbelief, and Minato could only cover his face in despair. It turns out there truly exists someone who can only maintain the clone jutsu for less than 10 seconds. This was no joke. Even Obito wore a shocked expression. Could it be that Kakashi nodded and remarked, It seems you're no longer the weakest in this team? Kakashi, what do you mean? Though filled with indignation at the underlying implications of Kakashi's words, Obito refrained from engaging in an argument. His curiosity piqued by the 11-year-old Waisei, whose mastery of the shadow clone technique was rather lacking. Well, one must take things slowly, even as a form of consolation. Minato felt the words were somewhat forced, yet fortunately, Waisei seemed unfazed. In fact, the little rascal appeared genuinely pleased at the prospect of improving by 3 seconds. Faced with such an intriguing child, Minato found himself rather intrigued as well. No matter how one approached it, this individual could never match my prowess. Why on earth did we have to contend with such a weakling? Obito shook his head, adopting a mature demeanor, and turned to the fourth Hokage with a raised hand. Lord Fourth, it's my turn now. Nodding in acknowledgement, the fourth Hokage glanced sideways. Watch me. Fire style, fireball technique. Suddenly, a plume of thick smoke erupted from Obito's mouth, and at the moment of its emergence, the flame transformed into a majestic fireball, scorching the grass for over 10 meters into charred earth before exploding. Boom! A massive cloud of smoke ascended into the sky. One cannot deny, the might of this fireball technique was quite commendable. The fourth Hokage nodded but did not say much, his gaze momentarily resting on Kakashi. Well, Kakashi, he began. As Kakashi withdrew his hands from his pockets, initially intending to unleash a jutsu. However, the fourth Hokage merely whispered and averted his gaze. There's no need for you, Kakashi. Chapter 7. A month's bet, huh? Why not? Obito was the first to voice his dissatisfaction. In response to Obito's outcry, the fourth Hokage simply smiled and remarked, An 11-year-old who has just been promoted to Nin is indeed a treasure of our village, so he cannot be too lacking. I comprehended Kakashi's strength from the previous battle, thus there is no need for repetition. Favoritism. Indeed, geniuses are often favored. Obito's gaze towards Kakashi was tinged with jealousy. Upon overhearing their conversation, Waisei realized that Kakashi had indeed advanced to Nin, making him the weakest among them. Next, the fourth Hokage turned to the last individual, the only girl in the group. I specialize in medical ninjutsu. With her hands outstretched, Rin Nohara's fair fingers emitted a soft, shimmering light. Oh, Minato acknowledged Rin's skills. Seeing them as a perfect backup, she was quite remarkable. The fourth Hokage's recognition brought joy to the young girl, coloring her cheeks with a rosy hue. After the group had showcased their abilities, Minato did not linger. Glancing at the midday sun, he continued, We shall discuss future arrangements tomorrow. By the way, when you come back tomorrow, be sure to arrive before the sun has risen. Remember, This is very important. The seriousness of his expression left no room for refusal. With noon approaching, Minato, as the fourth Hokage, had no time to train his disciples all day. Given the current circumstances in Konoha, he was soon called away by a member of the Umbu. This left the four of them in an awkward silence, as they were still unfamiliar with one another. Obito, visibly displeased, declared, "I'm heading back." He prepared to leave, and Kakashi intended to follow suit. However, before they could take their leave, Waisei called out, "Hey, wait." His serious expression made them halt. "What do you want?" Obito questioned, still harboring strong opinions about their seemingly weak new teammate. Waisei remained unfazed by the designation. "Of course, I have something to discuss. This is quite important." "Huh?" Waisei continued, "From now on, we are a team, right? As a team, we need a leader." This proclamation stirred discontent, as it implied that the strongest among them, which Kakashi clearly was, would automatically take on the role of captain. Kakashi regarded Waisei with a serious look. He was well aware of the fourth Hokage's teachings, and, as a newly minted Seichnin, he felt the position of team leader was rightfully his. However, Waisei's statement seemed to challenge that notion, despite his evident lack of ability. Recalling Waisei's skill level and observing his earnest demeanor, Kakashi found himself intrigued by the boy. That is a different matter. The team leader is an appointed position. I am referring to the core of our group. Waisei crossed his arms, his words further perplexing the Navii Obito. Scratching his head, Obito still did not quite grasp the distinction. What is the difference? Of course, there is a difference. The title of team leader is superficial, while the core is what truly matters. Furthermore, whoever is the core must be referred to as such by the others. Waisei spoke each word with a smile that held a deeper meaning. This notion piqued Obito's interest. Even Kakashi's gaze flickered, intrigued by the prospect. The two exchanged glances, prompting Waisei to smirk slightly. After a brief pause, he continued, "How about we establish a rule, or perhaps a bet? This bet must remain undisclosed to the fourth Hokage. Only the four of us shall know our rules." Interesting, incredibly interesting. I accept your challenge, but the outcome must rely on our strength. Obito eagerly clenched his fist in agreement. Waisei's gaze shifted to Kakashi, who was still deep in thought. "And you, Kakashi?" Kakashi raised his head, his expression serious. "First, tell me what the bet entails, then I will consider." "Agreed." "And you, little sister?" Waisei addressed Rin, who seemed slightly put off by the term. Nevertheless, she nodded. "As long as it doesn't involve fighting, then it's settled." With a clap of his hands, Waisei adjusted his tone and quickly declared, "The bet is simple. Within 1 month, the three of us will compete based on our abilities and experiences. Whoever performs the best and garners the most respect will become the leader of our team. In other words, one must showcase their strength to earn the admiration of the others." Obito nodded vigorously, becoming increasingly interested in the proposition. "This bet sounds excellent. I agree. Such an enticing wager. I too consent." Kakashi nodded, contemplating the implications. The allure of this challenge was significant, even if appointed leader. He understood that others might not acknowledge him. Yet this bet could earn him their genuine respect, and he found himself somewhat admiring Waisei for proposing it. Even if he doubted the boy could ultimately prevail. "Then it's settled." Waisei raised his hand, placing it among the three of them. Without hesitation, they all placed their hands atop his. 1 month as the deadline, with the stipulation that no one else must be informed, regardless of who they were. The wager? To determine who possesses the most admirable strength, and thus, who is the leader. Precisely. Agreed. Yes. Chapter 8. A sudden mission upon returning to his modest rental unit arranged for him. An orphan in Konoha, Waisei felt that a month was ample time. This was because he had discovered that he could accept missions, having inadvertently met the activation conditions. As he gazed at the button on the system indicating that missions were available for him to claim, Waisei felt his heart race with excitement. With a rare sense of exhilaration, he pressed the pulsating button. Mission accepted. Sudden level task. What on earth? A sudden level? It sounds rather complex. Which suggests the rewards must be substantial. Unable to restrain himself, Waisei leaned forward to examine the screen on his device. "Let me see. Please, host, within 2 days. Defeat the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and compel him to surrender." The task rewards, aside from the fixed ones, include a unique achievement in Deep Black. The Deep Black achievement, if I recall correctly, is distinct from the white achievements previously acquired, which are quite ordinary, merely enhancing overall attributes by 10%. The white achievement is classified as level 1 and collecting a certain quantity can grant higher tiers, being the most basic. Above that is the Level 2 Green Unique Achievement, which surely surpasses the white one in prowess. The Deep Black Unique Achievement, however, is a Level 3 reward, astonishingly allowing one to leap directly to this level. Not to mention the fixed rewards it entails, this is undoubtedly a high reward. What a bountiful reward. What a thrilling task. What a preposterous assignment. Defeating the 4th Hokage in just 2 days? Initially ecstatic, Yangqing nearly smashed his phone in frustration. How could anyone expect to defeat a man whom even the likes of Uchiha Obito fear? Could this be any more absurd? After a bout of excitement, Yangqing refrained from destroying his phone. It was futile as it would not break, and now he needed to contemplate his predicament. Clearly, upon accepting a task, one can engage in only one at a time. If the stipulated time elapses without completion, the task vanishes, allowing for the next to be taken. This is indeed a rather vexing situation. Furthermore, he had guaranteed that within a month, he would have Kakashi and Obito acknowledge him as their leader. This was a non-negotiable matter. It was vital for him to establish his strength in the eyes of Lin, not to pursue romantic interests. Regardless, every day within those 30 days was crucial for Yangqing. Presently, this infuriating sudden task had completely disrupted his plans. Alas, 2 days without the option to accept other tasks? Forget it. He should focus on how to complete this mission. Resting his chin on his hand, Yangqing sank into a gloomy reverie. As the sun rose and set, the day passed unusually swiftly in its tranquility. Today marked the 2nd day since Yangqing joined the 4th Hokage's team, and also the 2nd day of training. Early in the morning, as per the 4th Hokage's instructions, Yangqing arrived at the meadow where they had met the previous day. Though the scenery was breathtaking in the early dawn, with lush green grass glistening with dew, exuding the essence of nature, he found himself frustrated. It had already been an hour, and not even a trace of the 4th Hokage had appeared. Indeed, Kakashi, Obito, Lin, and Yangqing waited together for nearly 3 hours, watching the sun climb higher in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Yet, the figure of Minato Namikaze remained elusive. Unfamiliar with the 4th's character, none of them dared to leave. After all, he was the Hokage. Growing increasingly bored, Yangqing squatted on the ground, his face reflecting disappointment. I say, that guy isn't messing with us, is he? Surely the 4th Hokage has some important matter to attend to and would never jest with us, Obito retorted, clearly displeased with any disparagement toward their leader or the Hokage title. Yangqing merely shrugged, pretending not to hear. After all, this dense fellow would never understand. Not bothering to glance at Obito, he noted Kakashi's usual impassive demeanor, which further diminished his patience. However, Lin's youthful charm was quite captivating. Dressed in a light black outfit, with skin fair and smooth, her youthful allure was undeniable. Upon closer inspection, her physique seemed well-maintained, and her long legs promised to remain shapely as she matured. With a radiant complexion and youthful exuberance, she easily warranted a score of 90, if not 95. Yangqing, what are you staring at? Legs. Ahem, 4th Hokage. How did you arrive? I wasn't looking at anything indecent. As he turned, Yangqing found Minato squatting behind him, his expression playful enough to nearly cause Yangqing to choke. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed formidable, rendering one utterly defenseless. Is that so? Minato's smile turned slightly mischievous as he surveyed Lin's puzzled expression before shifting his gaze back to Yangqing, now tinged with a hint of challenge. This 4th Hokage was quite the trickster. All right, everyone has been waiting for quite some time. I see you are all exhausted, Minato said, standing up with an unusual grin. My stomach is growling, Obito complained, rubbing his belly. I didn't even have breakfast. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Haha, my apologies for the delay. Allow me to treat you all to lunch. The ambience here is quite pleasant for a meal. I happen to have brought several bento boxes prepared by Kushina. He reached for his backpack, a smile brightening his face. Bento made by Lady Kushina? Lin perked up at the mention of her name. The others looked on eagerly as Minato turned to retrieve the bento boxes. But wait, how strange. One of the bento boxes is missing. His hand froze midway, yet his smile remained intact. So let us play a game. What? Yangqing yawned, observing Minato's self-directed performance. As Minato's expression shifted, Yangqing finally snapped to attention. I was merely joking earlier, Minato said, his smile abruptly fading into a rare cold expression. However, the jest ends here. I possess 3 bento boxes, and clearly, one of you will not get to eat, meaning the last person to lose today shall go without. What are the rules, fourth Hokage? Ah, Yangxing understands. The rules are simple. I have a bell here, Minato announced, holding up the object with a broad smile. Whoever manages to touch this bell will earn a bento. Touch it. Indeed. Although I wish for you to succeed, it will be challenging for you at your current level. Therefore, I've modified the rules. Whoever can merely touch it wins. Keep in mind, there are only 3 bento boxes. I see. Also, there will be a penalty for the loser. I might send you back to school, so heed my words. We shall commence after I count to 10. Starting now, Minato declared, his expression darkening as he began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. With that, Minato vanished from sight, astonishing everyone as a barrage of shuriken flew from his position, seemingly premeditated. Clearly, only Kakashi demonstrated the calmness to react. Remaining composed, Kakashi swiftly assessed the trajectory of the shuriken before leaping in pursuit of one direction. After a moment's hesitation, Obito followed closely behind him. Truth be told, Yangxing was baffled by Minato's movements, yet he knew Kakashi would discern the 4th Hokage's whereabouts. Following Kakashi was undoubtedly the only viable option. Beside him stood a person with an expression of hesitation, completely motionless, which prompted Yangxing to halt his actions as well. Hey, if we don't chase after them, we'll have to return to school, he thought. However, he reassured himself that he could catch up. He knew where that guy was. Although he didn't quite understand why this individual made such a remark, upon catching a glimpse of Yangxing's earnest expression as he dashed forward, Naira Rin decided to trust him just this once. After all, she certainly did not wish to be the last one. With a few agile leaps, given Yangxing's speed, it was impossible to catch up with Kakashi and the 4th Hokage. In truth, he had no intention of pursuing them from the very start. Continuing down this path would only exhaust him. As for locating the 4th Hokage, it was not necessary to match his speed. This competition was not a mere chase. Moreover, the 4th Hokage would never employ his true abilities in such a contest. Therefore, Yangxing maintained a steady pace. After a few ups and downs, the 4 of them entered the forest. Towering trees reached for the sky, and a lush jungle surrounded them. Perched upon a branch, with keen observational skills, Namikaze Minato watched the 4 individuals making their way through the woods, a smile gracing his lips. The next event would determine their relationships. He adjusted the position of a bell he carried, murmuring with a grin, the most troublesome one ought to be that little rascal Kakashi. Although he is oblivious, I cannot ignore him. And then there's Yangxing, who is likely more difficult to handle than the other 3. It's a pity they remain unaware. I genuinely wonder how these 4 will evolve as they grow. Their combination will undoubtedly become formidable. Kakashi was on his way, needing to warm up a bit. A little challenge would be good for him. Hearing a rustle in the grass, Minato leaped forward, and from the thicket, 2 shuriken shot forth like lightning. Thud! As they landed, they embedded themselves into a tree trunk. Observing Kakashi rushing towards him, Minato smiled. Kakashi, you must know that while bravery is commendable, it can easily lead one into the traps set by others. In response, Kakashi threw his own shuriken and rapidly formed hand seals. Water release ninjutsu? Minato mused. It certainly had its merits here. Yet, with Kakashi's current abilities, he stood no chance of reaching or matching Minato's speed. Water release, water wave. A surge of water erupted, unexpectedly directed at the tree trunk, causing Minato's forward momentum to falter. Without a second thought, he shot a shuriken ahead, muttering, "Flying Thunder God technique." Crack! The flash of lightning zipped by as the water wave struck the tree, causing the reflected water to envelop the space several meters ahead of Minato's sprint. An ordinary J-nin would have certainly been caught off guard. However, Minato's speed far surpassed that of a typical J-nin. As the water cascaded down, only a faint remark lingered in the air along with his retreating figure. That technique's reflection was decent, but still a bit too immature. Now, I must find the others. Let's see if you can keep up. Watching Minato vanish in mere seconds, Kakashi gritted his teeth and followed without hesitation. For ninjas who valued strength, the relentless pursuit of mastery and growth was the essence of their world. Why are we hiding? Rin questioned, observing Yangxing crouched in the grass, keeping a considerable distance from Obito. Aren't we supposed to find Lord Fourth? Isn't that Obito ahead? Lord Fourth isn't even here. This is an ambush, shill. Don't let that fool up ahead see us. Although Obito might have been a bit foolish, it was unwise to label him so. Yangxing's words left Rin a tad disgruntled, her confusion intensifying regarding his actions. And why shouldn't he discover us? Because he is coming. Ahead, A figure moved swiftly, displaying fluidity in motion, his speed making it difficult for anyone to detect that he was being pursued. The fourth Hokage, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow and muttered softly, "Strange. Yangqing and Rin aren't following Obito. Where could those two be?" At this moment, even the fourth Hokage was unaware that two individuals were watching him from barely 10 meters behind. "Lord Fourth," Yangqing exclaimed, "found you." A wild fourth Hokage. Without hesitation, he launched a shuriken that whirled through the air, emitting a piercing sound. Unfortunately, the slight noise alerted the fourth Hokage, who reacted with remarkable speed. With a leap, he evaded the shuriken, executing an aerial somersault, landing directly at the spot where Yangqing and Rin were hiding. "Trouble, run." Without a moment's hesitation, Yangqing grasped Rin's hand tightly and spun around to flee. Sensing Yangqing's urgency and recalling recent events, Rin began to reassess her opinion of him. Perhaps he was indeed quite capable. Yet, Yangqing's words still caused her to waver. "Don't chase after me. I was wrong. It was unintentional. Yar yar." Maybe so. Chapter 10. The method of victory. Panting heavily, Yangqing found himself unable to run any further and collapsed onto the ground. Clearly, Minato was playfully trailing behind him, reveling in the game. Just observing that grin on his face was enough to convey his intentions. Watching the two exhausted youngsters, the fourth Hokage crossed his arms, not rushing to take action. "I fail to understand how you knew I was here." "Just a coincidence," Yangqing replied nonchalantly, waving a hand. Minato, however, was not convinced. His sharp gaze remained fixed on Yangqing as he calmly responded, "Well, let us assume that that's the case. However, one thing puzzles me. While your method wasn't incorrect, the rules I mentioned state that you must touch the bell. Had you not thrown a projectile but rather approached quietly from behind, you might have touched the bell. Why choose to use a weapon first?" Yangqing couldn't reveal the details of the system task he had received, the one about defeating the fourth Hokage. He would never divulge that. "Kid, it feels like you're hiding something." "Ah, Kakashi, now's your chance. Hurry and use a jutsu." Yangqing's shout caused Minato to instinctively turn, knowing Kakashi's strength was formidable. If he were to be defeated, it would be quite the embarrassment. Yet, as he turned, he immediately sensed something was amiss. There was no fluctuation of chakra beside him. Where was Kakashi? Not even a rabbit was present. With a whoosh, a swift rustling in the grass ensued, and by the time Minato turned back, the two kids had vanished from his sight. This elicited a bitter smile from him. These little rascals are indeed tricky. After dragging Rin for several hundred meters, Yangqing finally paused. "Phew, we're safe now. Can you let go of my hand?" Feeling Yangqing's grip tighten, Rin expressed her displeasure. Just as she intended to pull away, she realized Yangqing had no intention of releasing her. "Absolutely not." Yangqing turned his head, his expression serious. "You didn't see earlier. That fourth Hokage is not the same as before. Our situation is perilous." Blinking her beautiful eyes, Rin stared at Yangqing, still in a daze. "I nearly overlooked it. In truth, the fourth Hokage was merely an imposter. Did you notice how he struggled to keep pace with us while pursuing? And that frightful expression directed at me. Doesn't it strike you as peculiar?" Yangqing tightened his delicate, smooth jade hand, striving to maintain an air of seriousness on his face. The somewhat naive Noera Rin, observing Yangqing's earnest demeanor, felt a twinge of apprehension within her heart. Could it really be? The fourth Hokage is so formidable, it seems impossible. Yet, just a moment ago, he indeed appeared altered. Unlike the one we encountered in Konoha, her murmurs revealed that she believed half of Yangqing's fanciful words. Such tales, in the past, would have earned a stern reprimand from Yangqing's teacher. The protagonist, however, remained indifferent, for the thrill of deceiving a young girl was too delightful to resist. Fortunately, there were no authorities around to disrupt their playful ruse. Ultimately, Yangqing's remarks about impersonation piqued Noera Rin's interest, so much so that she failed to notice their bodies were closely aligned. Meanwhile, although the girl emitted a faint fragrance, Yangqing had no time to ponder such matters. He suddenly conceived that perhaps there existed a method to fulfill his mission, a possibility that filled him with excitement, causing him to forget the charming presence beside him. To defeat someone, in essence, means to compel Namake's Minato to concede. The system did not explicitly state that one must utilize genuine strength to subdue him. A spark ignited in Yangqing's eyes as he could not help but exclaim in his mind, "I am truly a genius." Once he steadied his emotions and gazed at the trusting little girl before him, Yangqing declared earnestly, "Very well, I am merely speculating. Next, we shall unveil the true identity of the fourth Hokage. Noera Rin nodded earnestly, yes. Yet, after her affirmation, a flicker of anxiety crossed her small face. But that person is so powerful. How can the two of us? Yangxing interjected, I have an exceptional plan. One that may allow us to uncover the truth about the fourth Hokage's identity and secure victory in this game. He extended a finger, speaking with utmost seriousness. Noera Rin's eyes held a hint of skepticism. Really? Trust me. Perhaps it was Yangxing's earnest gaze, or perhaps his unwavering spirit, but at that moment, Noera Rin found herself with no grounds for refusal. She was genuinely curious about Yangxing's winning strategy, which captivated her more than any other matter. Thus, Yangxing, rather than deceiving, guided Noera Rin back towards Namake's Minato's location. The branches swayed gently in the breeze. Where had those two gone? Observing his surroundings, Minato furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to let them stray too far, fearing they might lose their way. Just as he contemplated using ninjutsu to locate the two little ones, he sensed someone approaching. Kakashi, I did not expect you to keep up, but it seems you have forgotten something. Gazing at the closely following Kakashi, Minato's smile took on a peculiar quality as he glanced towards the spot from which Yangxing had departed, silently amused. Well, you do not yet comprehend the situation, and I have no time to entertain you. Wind release, wind cutter. Kakashi, disregarding everything else, had already raised a hand, his palms swirling with fierce wind chakra, a formidable force that sliced through the air towards Namake's Minato. Regrettably, Minato deftly leapt aside, skillfully evading Kakashi's single-handed strike, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. And before Kakashi could react, he propelled himself forward with a swift push from his toes against a branch. He departed without looking back, moving with remarkable speed. This left Kakashi feeling somewhat indignant. As the strongest member of the team, he believed he should pique Minato's interest. Why did Minato seem entirely uninterested in him? As if he were pursuing someone else? Who could provoke even the usually composed fourth Hokage to ignite a spark of competition? Minato's speed was unmatched. And soon Kakashi detected the chakra signature of another individual, the location of which puzzled him. Found it. But why is this little brat's chakra so potent? This fellow is no longer concealing his chakra. What trickery is he up to? Perhaps it would be wise to remain cautious. Yangxing is undoubtedly the most troublesome opponent thus far. If he is this cunning at such a young age, one can only imagine how he will be in the future. The memory of being deceived by Yangxing made Minato chuckle softly. Now aware of Yangxing's presence, he hesitated not a moment longer and dashed towards his location with several agile leaps. Chapter 11. Remarkable upon seeing Namake's Minato approaching from the large branches, Yangxing calmly raised both hands. Fourth Hokage, I wish to speak with you. Speak. Minato halted a few meters in front of Yangxing, his eyes still wary, scanning a nearby thicket with a narrowed gaze, a smile playing on his lips as he muttered softly. I never anticipated this little rascal would seek assistance from a companion. Yangxing, seemingly oblivious to Minato's awareness of the ambush, maintained his tranquil demeanor and smiled. I would like to propose a request. What request? It is quite simple. If I do not merely touch your bell, but manage to seize it instead, Yangxing's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with earnest intensity. I wish for you to acknowledge your defeat. Oh, how intriguing. Minato's eyes flickered with interest, and at this moment, Yangxing ignited an inexplicable excitement within him. You boast boldly, claiming you can snatch my bell? Do you genuinely possess such confidence? Among the 5 great nations, few ninjas could match his speed. Even the Lightning Country's lightning-fast ninjas struggled to land a hit when he was serious. A mere child with minimal chakra, who had yet to learn how to harness it, claimed he could take his bell. This intrigued Minato, causing his blood to surge with anticipation. Let us set aside those considerations. I simply need you to agree. If you succeed, you must concede defeat. Yangxing spoke each word with utmost seriousness. Minato found no grounds for refusal. He was equally curious about the little rascal's tricks and how he would keep pace with his speed. I accept your challenge. Should you truly manage to seize it? Minato touched the bell at his waist. Equally serious, I shall concede defeat. After all, I do not believe there exists anyone capable of snatching my bell. Little rascal, show me what you've got. Then let us begin. A fleeting smile crossed Yangxing's lips as he formed hand seals, calling out in a seemingly ordinary manner, shadow clone technique. The execution was fluid. However, the simplicity of the technique caused Minato's expression to grow increasingly curious as he watched Yangxing produce a shadow clone. which nonchalantly retrieved a shuriken and aimed it at him. Launching it with precision, Minato swiftly moved forward without a second thought, dismissing the notion that such a distance could yield a hit. "You are too naive, little rascal." He chuckled inwardly, glancing at the nearby trees, a smile gracing his features as he fixed his gaze on Yangshing. "Even with Rin's assistance, you cannot possibly reach me. Surrender." Yangshing. The projectile was evaded, yet Yangshing stood motionless, prompting a flicker of caution in Minato's eyes as his movement slowed. "Attack!" Yangshing shouted, causing Minato to hesitate momentarily, instinctively preparing to evade. However, another shuriken? This trickery again. It was inconceivable that it could strike me. But wait. The trajectory is wrong. This little rascal. Indeed. The projectile was not aimed at Minato Namikaze, but rather at the position of Waisei, which startled Minato and prompted him to spring into action immediately. Waisei was a valuable gem, one who could potentially become a remarkable ninja in the village of Konoha, and Minato could not afford to overlook him. He dashed forward, deftly catching the kunai that had been thrown at him, exposing his entire side to Waisei. In that fleeting moment of grasping the kunai, Minato's heart sank. This little rascal was troublesome. Clink. Fourth Hokage. No. Minato-sensei. I've won Haven Ti? Waisei exclaimed, grinning as he held the bell aloft with one hand. You little brat. Minato felt a mix of anger and frustration, quickly attempting to reclaim the bell. However, Waisei had already tossed it in a parabolic arc to a figure emerging from the woods. Hey, Rin, catch it. Oh, the somewhat dazed Rin Noera caught the bell, her expression one of complexity as she gazed at Waisei. Realizing he could no longer retrieve the bell, Minato seized Waisei firmly by the arm. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you even realize what you just did? Haha, Minato-sensei, I believe you understand what I just said. Now, I have indeed won. Haven't I? Waisei replied, his face alight with joy. Minato, taken aback by the boy's exuberance, found himself at a loss for words. He could only gaze earnestly into Waisei's eyes and assert, such actions must not be repeated. No, fourth Hokage, or rather, Minato-sensei, you don't understand. Waisei's expression turned serious, his smile fading as he continued. This time, I truly did win. How can such tactics be considered a victory? Minato replied with a hint of irritation. Waisei's demeanor remained unchanged, his tone calm. But this contest was meant to witness our friendship, was it not? Minato observed Waisei, realizing that this child was not merely a child, but someone who contemplated matters more profoundly than himself. Just as Minato had thought, Waisei's words quelled his earlier frustration. Minato-sensei, if I can make Rin, a medical ninja, throw a weapon at me without hesitation, doesn't that signify a deep trust? And isn't the essence of this contest to deepen our friendship? So did I not win? Indeed, friendship is the crux of this endeavor. Minato's expression softened, and he stole a glance at Rin, whose face had regained its composure. He released Waisei and stood straighter. Little brat. No, Waisei, you are correct. Understanding Waisei's point, Minato's face broke into a smile. I hadn't considered that aspect. Haha, I didn't expect you to grasp my intentions. I must admit, I lost, quite thoroughly in fact. With a grin, Minato shook his head, conceding his defeat wholeheartedly. A subtle sound nearby also lifted Waisei's spirits. Mission accomplished with flying colors. 5-star evaluation. A 5-star rating surely promises a generous reward. My efforts were not in vain. I am indeed a versatile genius. Haha. Chapter 12. A resounding victory. With Minato acknowledging his defeat in the bell-grabbing contest, the competition came to an end. This meat is deliciously tender and succulent. The taste is exquisite. Truly, it is a bento crafted by Minato-sensei's wife. Waisei exclaimed, holding a bento box and dramatically savoring a piece of meat. Obito, Kakashi, cough cough. Minato shot a glance at Waisei, then turned his serious demeanor towards the dejected Obito and Kakashi. Kakashi, Obito, you both failed in this contest. Do you understand? The most unfortunate was undoubtedly Obito, who had spent all day running around but had yet to even catch a glimpse of the fourth Hokage before the contest concluded. His inner turmoil was evident on his face. Kakashi, too, was puzzled as to why Waisei, who seemed the least promising, had emerged victorious. It simply defied logic. What trick did that boy employ to seize the bell? Kakashi felt a sense of injustice. Thus, Waisei found himself under the scrutinizing gazes of the two, though it did not faze him in the slightest. Meanwhile, Rin appeared a bit uncomfortable, clearly having not touched her own bento box at all. Fourth Hokage. We were merely, Rin began, glancing at Kakashi and Obito, but she too succumbed to disappointment. However, this incident was indeed a result of your misjudgments, Minato asserted firmly, scrutinizing the two with furrowed brows. Kakashi, your reckless behavior completely disregarded your teammate, and Obito, you followed his lead without assessing your own capabilities or the situation. Compared to you two, Waisei performed admirably, and thus, I believe he deserves the victory. I refuse to accept that. Obito protested, clearly dissatisfied. Minato-sensei, that kid merely pulled a few tricks to win. He is not the true victor. Unfortunately for him, Minato's voice rang out with authority. Uchiha Obito, this is no longer a child's game. The ninja world is not a playground. On the battlefield, if someone outsmarts you with a trick, you won't have the luxury of asking for an explanation. Obito fell silent, moodily accepting Minato's reprimand. Fourth Hokage, do not call me that. From this day forth, I am your teacher. It is imperative that I instruct you on how to fight. Minato's expression turned somber. From now on, this will not be as easy as it was in school. Faced with Minato's admonishment, Obito and Kakashi could only lower their heads. Well, some lessons you will come to understand in time. Observing their repentant expressions, Minato refrained from further chastisement, gently placing his hands on their shoulders. Kakashi, Obito, remember that you are a team. Waisei and Rin are indispensable members of your group. Only together can you form a formidable team, and with that team, you are invincible. Got it? Regardless of their inner thoughts, the two nodded in agreement. That's the spirit. Remember, you are the pride of Konoha. Minato smiled, and as he turned to leave, he added, I still have some matters to attend to. And Waisei, regarding the bento, feel free to eat it all. It's perfectly fine. With a blink, he vanished from the clearing in mere seconds. Waisei mused, to reach Konoha from here, given their pace. It would take them half an hour, and considering their current fatigue, it will take even longer. In other words, these two will be hungry for at least an hour. Minato surely knows this. The fourth Hokage is quite mischievous. Grr. As Waisei pondered, a strange sound emanated from the bellies of the two. Actually, I'm not that hungry, Rin offered kindly, extending her unopened bento box. Unfortunately, Kakashi merely glanced at it and shook his head, his gaze shifting to Waisei. No thanks. This time we lost. Waisei, although I don't entirely agree with your methods, you did indeed seize the bell. Minato was right, you won. Obito, still somewhat disgruntled, added, well, even though I don't want to admit it, let's just say you won this time. Observing the two individuals, who appeared to be in earnest rather than jest, Yang Xing, who was in the midst of enjoying his bento, paused his chopsticks. Well, who am I to withhold the slightest shred of compassion? I am simply too soft-hearted. Muttering softly to himself, Yang Xing picked up a nearby lunchbox and tossed it over. Here, take it. There are 2 pairs of chopsticks. Teacher Mizukichi has prepared them in advance. What does that mean? Let me tell you, receiving a lunchbox is not something Obito appreciates, as he dislikes such charity. Unfortunately, Yang Xing didn't even spare him a glance. If you don't want to starve here, you better eat up. After running for so long, there's no way I believe you two can still perform ninjutsu on the way back. You could easily end up like a snack for a wild beast on this narrow path. Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, each assessing the other, but ultimately, they opened the lunchbox. Perhaps Yang Xing was right, or perhaps their genuine hunger was overwhelming. They devoured the food with an appetite that could rival Yang Xing's. It was surprising to see Kakashi, when famished, consume his meal with such lack of decorum. Truly, this fellow was putting on quite the act. The lunch was finished in a matter of moments, leaving not a grain of rice behind. After the meal, Obito wiped his mouth with a hand and adopted a smug demeanor. Yang Xing, I reluctantly concede that you have won this time. But this cannot be counted as a victory in our agreement. I'm telling you about that wager. Haha. Don't laugh, Kakashi, you chuckled just now, didn't you? You rascal. You can't deny it, you clearly laughed out loud. Obito's face flushed, especially in the presence of Lin's smile, turning as red as a monkey's backside. In the small room that belonged solely to Yang Xing, rewards awaited him. Oh, how delightful these rewards are. Sitting on his bed, Yang Xing eagerly retrieved his phone. It was evident that a button to claim his reward had appeared on the screen, along with a prominently displayed urgent level task and a 5-star complete evaluation. This sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Yang Xing's heart. In the land of fire, or rather, in this world, one's strength determines their fate. Cleverness, in the end, is merely cleverness, as can be discerned from Lin's gaze towards Kakashi. In the ninja world, where strength reigns supreme, one cannot attain everything merely through cunning. The affection of a maiden, the admiration of comrades, the dream of establishing a grand harem must all be founded upon strength. Today, perhaps he could capture Lin's attention with a stroke of cleverness. But he was well aware that he paled in comparison to Kakashi. The only way to bridge this gap was through one means. Chapter 13. Task Rewards Resolute. Yang Xing pressed the button to claim his reward, his sole recourse. Let me see what rewards await. Claim successful. Evolution Fruit X2. Unique Random Halo X2. Unique achievement for defeating the legendary 4th Hokage. This sounded quite extraordinary. To his astonishment, the 5-star rating had doubled the rewards. Upon reading the descriptions, Yang Xing understood that without the 5-star rating, he would have received merely one fruit, and the halos would not have been unique, nor would he have received two. It is important to note that the evolution fruit possesses significant utility. Evolution fruit can be consumed directly to enhance one's physical constitution. It can also upgrade halos or enhance other abilities derived from unique achievements. Note, humans consuming the fruit will experience strong side effects. Only one evolution fruit can be consumed within a year. Gazing at the small fruit, Yang Xing felt a surge of excitement. Although one could only consume one per year, he had discovered a method to enhance his physical constitution, which was indeed a splendid development. Without consuming it immediately, Yang Xing decided to examine the other two rewards first. He had initially thought that the evolution fruit was already impressive, but the halos made his heart race anew. Goddess Plunder. Unique halo acquire the halo attributes of opponents upon defeating them. Halos cannot be repeated or stacked. Immortal Body. Unique halo grants immunity to one instance of fatal damage, followed by a 10-second state of weakness during which one cannot move. Usable once per day. Halos are categorized as common, unique, or rare. Unlike achievements, even a common halo confers significant attribute enhancements, various capability boosts, and unforeseen functionalities. As for the nature of these functionalities, Yang Xing could only speculate, understanding that in this world, everyone possesses halo enhancements. One of which the system exemplified was the title of Hokage. Unique halo 500 ninjutsu power, 200 endurance, 100 chakra. The allure of this particular attribute was immense. Upon reading this description, Yang Xing nearly entertained the thought of toppling the Hokage to plunder that title, though it remained merely a fleeting fancy. After glancing at the halos, Yang Xing ultimately returned his focus to the evolution fruit, recognizing that enhancing his physical attributes was imperative. Observing the palm-sized fruit, he took a deep breath and placed it directly into his mouth. The taste was reminiscent of fruit, a blend of banana and apple flavors. It was quite delectable. Why am I so sleepy? So very tired, and I haven't even looked at the achievements yet. Oh well, I'll deal with it tomorrow. As the fruit settled in his stomach, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and unable to resist, Yang Xing pulled the blanket over himself, drifting slowly into slumber. Morning came with blinding sunlight. Upon awakening, Yang Xing discovered that his abilities had undergone a transformation. His chakra capacity had evidently risen to a mid-low level, while others had reached a low-high level. According to the system's classification standards, a typical Chunin should possess at least a mid-level capability, while Jounin would be above a high-low level. In this world, the highest state of physical constitution is classified as top tier. Of course, there are other levels beyond that, but they are not included in the current system's scope. Judging by this, it seems that Madara must be close to achieving top-tier physical status. Sitting cross-legged, Yang Xing pondered his attributes. In truth, he had not previously given much thought to physical constitution. External factors can heavily influence the disparity in strength, and a level or two may not significantly affect one's power. Naturally, this does not apply to those below the Jounin level, as having a low physical constitution can be fatal. The capacity for chakra, for instance, determines how many ninjutsu one can continuously perform, a critical factor. Thus, achieving near Chunin level ability left Yang Xing somewhat exhilarated. Considering chakra, the original protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, should logically be of the highest caliber in chakra according to the standards of the Uzumaki clan. With a smirk, Yang Xing didn't dwell on it further, recognizing that physical constitution merely dictates the casting and potency of ninjutsu. To truly attain perfection, one must rely on oneself. Setting aside those thoughts, Yang Xing turned to examine the achievements he had neglected the previous day. Defeater of the legendary 4th Hokage. Ninjutsu not selected, please choose. To his surprise, this allowed him to add a ninjutsu to his repertoire. According to the instructions, he could randomly select 1, 2, or 4 levels of ninjutsu, disregarding his own attributes, directly comprehending the chosen ninjutsu while also enhancing its power. It was a remarkable, unique achievement. Level ninjutsu. Even bloodline limit techniques can be learned. Should I just go ahead and learn the Sharingan? Yang Xing located the single Tomo Sharingan, and, initially intending to confirm his selection, hesitated. No, I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. If I learn it now, I want to be able to use it often without being discovered. And explaining it would be troublesome. This power is strong but impractical. I should choose something else. Yang Xing understood that if he learned the Sharingan and was discovered, the Uchiha clan would certainly come after him. The Uchiha clan had not been extinguished yet, and their influence in Konoha remains profound. A high-level ninjutsu would be of little significance to someone with limited chakra, so he needed to consider a lower-level option. In the realm of ninjutsu, both the Yang Xing and the esteemed class of jutsu hesitated, their gazes wavering. Ultimately, with a deep breath, they steadied their minds and murmured to themselves, considering the quantity. The class is commendable. Currently, I possess no foundational ninjutsu skills. I shall select class for now and decide on others later upon attaining a unique accomplishment. Class Ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. Water Clone Technique. Class Ninjutsu. Water Replacement Technique. Class Ninjutsu. No, that is indeed from the Uchiha clan, the infamous Uchiha clan. However, if Obito claims to have comprehended it from him, it should suffice. Therefore, I choose the Great Fireball Technique. Class Ninjutsu. Water Chaos Wave. Shall I confirm the aforementioned ninjutsu? Once confirmed, alterations shall not be permitted. Chapter 14. The 4th Hokage goes out after hastily departing from home. Yang Xing summoned his determination and hurried toward the assembly point. During his leaps, he truly felt the growth of his physical capabilities. It was not merely a twofold difference compared to before. Although the journey was somewhat lengthy, the combination of his progress and the excitement in his heart rendered the distance trivial. In no time, he arrived once more at the small, sunken plain. At that moment, although Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had already arrived, a crucial figure was still absent. For reasons unknown, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, was late once again. Where is Teacher Minato? Pausing to survey his surroundings, Yang Xing, noticing the absence of any figures, wore a puzzled expression. He's not here, Obito grumbled, clearly displeased. Could he be toying with us again? That seems unlikely. I overheard something about an incident at the border of the Land of Fire yesterday. Lord Forth went to investigate. Kakashi spoke in a low tone, indicating that he had likely received some intelligence earlier. This revelation left the three of them bewildered. What do you mean? Kakashi looked up and explained earnestly. When I delivered a mission report yesterday, I heard from the Umbu that some investigating ninjas at the border of the Land of Fire failed to relay crucial information on time, resulting in unforeseen complications. Originally, this matter was meant to be reported to the 3rd Hokage, but with him absent, it was conveyed to the 4th. I believe the 4th Hokage would not let this go unattended. Did something happen to the border ninjas? Obito's expression darkened slightly. Rin's delicate face reflected concern. I hope Lord Forth is all right. Well, I'm not entirely sure about the situation, but given Lord Forth's abilities, he should not be in grave danger. Let's focus on our matters instead, Kakashi calmly concluded. Obito took the initiative to step outside. Since Lord Forth is absent, there's no point in us staying here. We might as well head home. Before he could take a step, a figure emerged ahead. The concealed presence surged forward suddenly, making it difficult to notice. An Umbu ninja wearing a cat-faced mask stood before the startled Obito, who had fallen to the ground, surveying Yang Xing and the others. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are the members of Lord Forth's team, correct? What has happened to Lord Forth? Upon seeing the Umbu, Obito quickly got up, a hint of tension on his face, and inquired. The masked ninja, his expression obscured, replied, As for Lord Forth, he has matters to attend to and has departed. He has some messages to convey to you. Messages? Indeed. Lord Forth stated that in his absence, Kakashi shall lead the team, but all decisions rest with the vice-captain, Yang Xing. What does that mean? Obito, glancing at Kakashi and Yang Xing, displayed dissatisfaction and surprise at this arrangement. It is straightforward. I will assign tasks, and Yang Xing will determine their feasibility, Kakashi shrugged. Appearing resigned. It seemed the 4th held a high regard for Yang Xing. Had it not been for Yang Xing's current lack of strength, he might have been the team leader. Indeed, that is what Lord Fourth indicated. The cat-masked ninja continued, indifferent to the children's sentiments, and promptly turned to leave. That is all I have to say. As the figure prepared to depart, Yang Xing couldn't help but step forward. When will teacher Minato return? In about 3 days, I presume. With a leap, the visitor hastily departed, unwilling to linger. The Umbu ninja left swiftly, leaving behind a cloud of confusion that enveloped the four. After a moment of silence, Kakashi was the first to speak. In any case, let us discuss our arrangements for the next few days. Why are you making the decisions? While you are the captain, why does he get to be vice-captain? Obito's discontent was evident as he pointed at Yang Xing, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Kakashi coolly retorted, if you have opinions about Lord Fourth's arrangements, you may express them to him. Upon meeting Kakashi's icy gaze, Obito suppressed his frustration. All right, having outlined my plans, though I am not Lord Fourth and cannot train you, we can train together, Kakashi spoke calmly, addressing the trio. It is simple. Over the next few days, we will undertake various ranked missions. His gaze fell upon Yang Xing. Since Lord Fourth had entrusted Yang Xing with decision-making, they would adhere to his directive, even though Kakashi internally disagreed. Very well, but I have never undertaken any missions, Yang Xing replied, scratching his head with a hint of a smile. Leave the details of the tasks to me. I will guide you on what to do. Thus, it is settled. Agreed. The three nodded, with no one dissenting. With the fourth Hokage absent, training must not cease, especially upon hearing of incidents at the border of the Land of Fire. Rin and Obito clearly appeared burdened by concern. As for Yang Xing, his heart raced with excitement at the opportunity to try out his newly acquired ninjutsu. He was determined to seize this chance. In the Konoha village, at the Mission Distribution Center, Kakashi-san back again? Upon seeing the newcomer, particularly the child leading the group, the Jonin at the Mission Distribution Center greeted warmly. Wait, aren't you supposed to be training with Lord Fourth? It's still not even afternoon. Why are you here so early? Lord Fourth is absent. Only we few are here to train. It was evident that Kakashi was a familiar face at the Mission Distribution Center. After a slight nod of greeting, he smoothly stated, we require a rank mission. Sure thing. Lowering his head to check for suitable missions, the Jonin casually remarked, Kakashi, make sure to give it your all. Lord Fourth has high hopes for you. Is that so? For some reason, Kakashi's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yang Xing, who seemed oblivious to the conversation happening around him. The Mission Distribution Ninja clearly had not noticed. Indeed, Lord Fourth often speaks highly of you. You are his most cherished disciple. He even mentioned you might be the fastest to attain Jonin status in Konoha. Quite remarkable. Only 12 years old and already rivaling me. Who knows? You might even become the 5th Hokage in the future. That cannot be. Before Kakashi could respond, Obito's face flushed with anger as he stepped forward, declaring, I have said it before, the Hokage will be me. No, in a few years, I will surely surpass this guy. He pointed at Kakashi, brimming with bravado. The Jonin looked at Obito's flushed face, unable to suppress a laugh. Oh, a little brat from the Uchiha clan. Huh? Haha, quite the ambitious one. But you'll need to work hard. Kakashi has already completed numerous A-rank missions, and if I recall correctly, you failed your last solo A-rank mission. Chapter 15. The tasks of 4 individuals. It was merely a coincidence, a mere coincidence. The air surrounding Obito was evidently lacking in confidence, prompting the Jonin ahead to burst into laughter. Haha, if you fail next time, be careful not to receive any assignments in the future. He continued, well, this task is acceptable, albeit slightly perilous. However, with Kakashi accompanying you, you should be fine. All of you, do your best. The mission was classified as an urgent task, an investigation and sampling around the village of Konoha. As Kakashi scanned the map, his brow furrowed. The location seemed a bit distant. It appears we may need to travel overnight. We should prepare accordingly, he remarked. It was evident that this mission required a journey several kilometers away from Konoha, suggesting a minimum of half a day to complete both the outbound and return trips, impossible to finish within a single day. Thus, they needed to pack their belongings for the trip. The three nodded in agreement, ready to depart. Just as Lin was about to leave, she suddenly turned around and rushed back to inquire. Kakashi-kun, should we prepare some military rations? Kakashi paused thoughtfully before responding lightly. Yes, Lin's military rations are indeed commendable. Preparing a bit more would be prudent. Lin's cheeks flushed with excitement as she cheerfully departed. Observing this interaction, Yangxing merely scoffed before silently turning away. Once back at what could be considered his home, Yangxing tidied up his clothes and packed some provisions. Glancing at a few spices nearby, he hesitated but ultimately decided to toss them into his backpack. After completing his preparations, he set out once more. The packing process took no more than half an hour, and upon arriving at the designated gathering spot Kakashi had mentioned, the others were already present. "Hurry up! Why are you always so slow?" Obito exclaimed, clearly the most eager among them. Yangxing quickened his pace and caught up with the group. The four conducted a brief check of their supplies, exchanged no further words, and set off. The task was straightforward: investigating water sources, examining trees, tracking chakra traces, and surveying the terrain, none of which were particularly dangerous. The only potential hazards might involve encounters with wild beasts or various bandits, which justified the mission's classification. Kakashi and Yangxing were both acutely aware of this reality. Neither let their guard down in anticipation of the journey ahead. Yangxing, with a mischievous grin, contemplated the prospect of a raucous encounter with formidable bandits. Eager to test his enhanced ninjutsu, after presenting their mission acceptance forms, the group departed Konoha smoothly, following a narrow path leading into the forest. The landscape was characterized by rolling hills, with towering trees surrounding them, reminiscent of the Warring States period. According to the map, their progress was slow. Although the mission was not deemed urgent, and there was no specified time frame, the first task was particularly prone to mishaps like getting lost. They traveled for several hours until the sun began to set, and their stomachs protested from hunger. Kakashi finally halted, stating, "All right, let us find a place to rest and continue our journey in the morning." He surveyed the dimming surroundings before leading them into the woods. Obito, taken aback by Kakashi's sudden stop, followed closely and queried, "If we keep going, won't we end up waiting until noon tomorrow to complete the task? This could take several days." "The task is simple and shouldn't take long. It's just the travel that consumes time," Kakashi explained. The four reached a relatively open area, though it was overgrown with weeds. However, it was suitable for sleeping. To ward off wild animals, they needed a fire, which Obito promptly ignited using a fire jutsu. Yangxing took charge of setting up the tents while Kakashi scanned the vicinity for any threats. Ensuring all tasks were duly attended to, gathered together, the four began to quietly eat their dinner. Although they had all prepared provisions, one member's peculiar selection left Kakashi, Obito, and Lin staring in disbelief. Salt, soy sauce, MSG, chili powder, everything was accounted for, along with a small knife. Yangxing, beaming with delight as he pulled out each item, caught Lin off guard. "What are these for?" she asked, unable to contain her curiosity. With a regretful shake of his head, Yangxing replied, "Why eat military rations in the wild? You all lack flair. We should have a feast." "We're on a mission," Kakashi interjected bluntly, yet Yangxing's enthusiasm remained unshaken. "So what? I noticed some animal tracks over there. We might catch something. Anyone interested in trying some game can join me." Armed with a small knife, Yangxing turned towards the nearby woods. "Hey, don't wander too far. While this area is relatively safe, I can't guarantee that further out will be," Kakashi warned, frowning slightly as he followed Yangxing. "You two are too cunning. Wait for me," Obito called out, reluctantly dropping his food and hurrying after them. Lin, unable to stay behind, followed suit. In reality, their destination was quite close. Yangxing and Kakashi were moving swiftly, and by the time Obito and Lin arrived, the two had already crouched in the grass. "Why are you two just sitting there? Did you spot a rabbit?" Obito panted as he approached them, having noticed a gray rabbit not far ahead. "Wild hare. It's food," Yangxing exclaimed, brandishing his knife. Realizing there was no stopping him, Kakashi sighed. "Hurry up. But don't linger here too long." "What? You want me to go? You all should help too," Obito protested, but Yangxing shot a glance at the rabbit, which was starting to bolt. He clapped a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, saying, "You handle the capture. I'll take care of the butchering." Hesitating briefly, Kakashi rose to his feet, casting a wry smile at Yangxing. "I can't believe I'm doing this. Obito, you go right. I'll go left. Be careful. This rabbit might not be ordinary. It's bold and likely very agile." "Is there such a thing as an extraordinary rabbit?" Obito retorted, but Yangxing urged, "Just do as I say." Chapter 16. A smooth journey. Although reluctant, Obito rolled up his sleeves and moved to the left, while Kakashi took the right. With a leap, they attempted to catch the rabbit, which proved incredibly nimble and alert, darting away from their grasp with ease, casting them a disdainful glance as it escaped their sight. "Hey, you two just got disdained by a rabbit. Obito exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. This rabbit is insufferably arrogant. Kakashi added, feeling irked. Determined, they made another attempt, this time exerting their full strength. As a seemingly frail rabbit, how could it withstand the prowess of two capable ninjas? It offered no resistance and was swiftly captured. Kakashi and Obito exchanged delighted glances, but their joy was short-lived. Congratulations, you finally caught a rabbit. Well done. A voice chimed in, further igniting their irritation. Before their tents, amidst the flickering flames, the night continued to unfold. With salt and an array of ingredients, barbecuing became a delightful endeavor, especially as one watched the rabbit meat transform into a golden crust, the tender flesh glistening with savory juices, evoking salivation among the onlookers. However, a dilemma soon arose among the group, one that was grave, challenging, and serious. A single rabbit had but 2 legs. Given the nature of Nagahara Rin, it was certain she would not resort to theft. Unfortunately, Yangshing, Kakashi, and Obito would not share the same restraint. Without further ado, the competition commenced. Rock, paper, scissors. What luck! I've won. Yes, it's mine, the prize of the victor. Yet, in a twist of fate, Obito emerged victorious first, exuberantly rushing towards the rabbit meat as if he were a fool. Yangshing wore a displeased expression, while Kakashi's countenance, though obscured, betrayed his discontent. I truly believe this approach is misguided. Coincidentally, I share that sentiment. Suddenly, as Obito lunged for the rabbit's leg, he stumbled and fell forward, face first into the earth, nearly burying his face in the soil, mouthfuls of dirt caught between his teeth. Ah! He exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, spitting out the dirt, his frustration palpable. Hey! What are you two doing? Wait, you two rascals. That was mine. I won, and that rabbit leg should rightfully belong to me. Give it back. Don't bite me. You jerk. Why are you two doing this? He pointed at his companions, rage etched on his face, but was met only with 2 dispassionate replies. I am the captain. I am the vice captain. A night passed, marked by this trivial episode. The stars filled the sky, their beauty illuminating the tranquil night, creating a serene ambience. At this moment, while lying in his sleeping bag, Yangshing was restless, pondering a significant question about his life. Should he embark on a night reconnaissance? No. It was merely to assess the enemy's formation. He certainly had no impure thoughts. With determination, Yangshing resolved to scout the enemy. Nagahara Rin was sleeping alone in a nearby tent, which posed a considerable risk. As the sole female member of their team, her safety was paramount. Yangshing intended to rise, but before he could, he heard a faint voice. Can't sleep? Damn it. I curse your entire family, Kakashi. Reluctantly, Yangshing replied, yes. Kakashi sat up slightly, speaking in a subdued tone, I can't sleep either, and I have a few matters to discuss with you. His gaze was profound, causing Yangshing to feel exasperated. Why does it concern me? Just sleep already. Children who don't sleep want to grow up. Despite his annoyance, Yangshing followed Kakashi outside, circumventing the peacefully slumbering Obito, and emerged into the night. The allure of pristine nature, complemented by the soft moonlight and the brilliance of countless stars, was captivating. Regrettably, Kakashi's stern demeanor did little to enhance the scene, as he was not one to exhibit charm. Perhaps young Rin would have brightened the atmosphere. Yangshing, I suddenly understand why the 4th Hokage feels this way about you. Kakashi's casual remark snapped Yangshing back to reality. Could we avoid discussing such matters? Yangshing cleared his throat and calmly suggested, let us talk about something more lighthearted. Lighthearted topics? Like emotions, women, and such? Discussing strength is rather dull. Yangshing chuckled and casually inquired, so, what do you think of Nagahara Rin? Rin? Kakashi paused, contemplating before answering plainly, just a childhood playmate. What is it to you? Is that all there is? Nothing more, it depends on Rin's thoughts. Why are you asking me? Kakashi frowned, visibly irritated. Alright, I understand completely. This guy is even denser than Obito. Kakashi, perplexed by Yangshing's words, queried, what do you mean? Nothing, I merely clarified a few things. Yangshing stretched and smiled, adding, also, Kakashi, you should understand that we aren't on the same wavelength. Huh, it's simple. You will never keep pace with me, not ever. He pointed a finger, beaming with confidence. Kakashi laughed heartily, but soon turned to head back toward the nearby tent. It's getting late. We need to set off early tomorrow. I'll return now. You're such a difficult person. One day you'll understand. Yangshing followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, a pair of keen, Lively eyes observed their retreating figures. Once they were gone, the figures slipped from behind the trees and, casting a glance at Kakashi's back, lowered their head and returned to a solitary tent. Morning arrived, with dew still clinging to the leaves. Yangxing, Kakashi, and the others had awakened, packed their belongings, and set off once more. To expedite their mission, they traversed through the branches, as their destination was not too far. This method of travel would allow them to arrive in merely 3 hours. The journey was eerily silent, and it became apparent that Nagahara Rin was lagging behind. Yangxing noticed her pallor, but, though curious, he paid it little mind, as they soon reached their destination. Chapter 17. Trouble arises as the trees receded and they crested a hill. The destination drew near. Kakashi halted a kilometer away, signaling for the others to stop. He retrieved a map from his backpack and stated, "We are close. Ahead lies a stronghold. My task begins here, involving reconnaissance within a kilometer radius." "What exactly does that entail?" Yangxing inquired. "The task is straightforward. Environmental assessment and water source identification, but most importantly, we must sense the chakra presence." Kakashi produced several small scrolls, explaining, "These scrolls can detect chakra fluctuations when placed on the ground. If chakra is released within a 300-meter radius over the course of 24 hours, the scroll will react. Be cautious and clear the area. This small vial is for collecting water. Leave the water collection to me while you focus on sensing chakra." "Understood." Yangxing and the others nodded, each taking a scroll. "Furthermore, to facilitate our movements," Kakashi continued earnestly, "we will temporarily split into 4 groups. Yangxing will head east, Obito west, Rin south, and I will scout the northern area. We will regroup in half an hour at the largest tree ahead." "Yes, the bare one." The group nodded in agreement, without hesitation, and promptly dispersed, transforming into 4 streaks of light as they ventured into their designated scouting territories. As Yangxing navigated through the forest, he unrolled the scroll, diligently searching while remaining alert. Time passed slowly, and the surrounding silence became somewhat tedious. He had yet to encounter a single figure, not even a bandit, making the experience rather dull. It was no wonder this was merely a C-rank mission. It felt almost too simple. Despite his lack of enthusiasm, Yangxing conducted his investigation with great seriousness. The task was straightforward, and with no abnormalities present, half an hour swiftly passed. There was not a hint of anomaly. It was time to return. Casting a glance around, the stillness of the surroundings felt somewhat eerie to Yangxing. Without further contemplation, he made his way to the assembly point. His pace was not particularly swift, making it evident that he was the last to arrive. However, something felt amiss. It seemed they were 1 person short. Upon landing, Yangxing noticed only Kakashi and Obito were present. As Yangxing touched down, Kakashi furrowed his brow and approached with urgency, asking, "Have you seen Rin?" "No, what happened?" "Rin hasn't returned?" "Yes, there seems to be a situation. I can't sense her chakra at all." "Is that so?" Yangxing frowned slightly, glancing toward the southern direction. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward without a second thought. "Wait, Yangxing. Don't act so impulsively. We need to consider our strategy first. Hey, you two. Wait for me." Within a dense patch of grass, a group of individuals stood or leaned, their gaze fixated on a small girl bound like a dumpling not far off. "What should we do about this little brat?" "I think we should eliminate her." A man clad in a trench coat raised his hand, his fist clenched, emanating an aura of menace. Just as he was about to act, a figure leaning against a nearby tree halted him. "Hold on. I noticed that the girl is accompanied by others. Let's capture those 3 first before we deal with her." "Agreed. This operation is confidential. We cannot let anyone from Konoha discover us." The trench-coated man retracted his hand, his brow furrowing slightly, irritation creeping into his tone. "Damn it, why are those guys here? And this girl appears to be a ninja from Konoha? Could it be they anticipated our ambush? That's unlikely. It's probably just a coincidence. Regardless, they are merely a few brats." "True." Concealed within the foliage, Yangxing, Kakashi, and Obito remained motionless, their presence masked, observing the foreign ninjas before them. Even Yangxing's brow knitted in concern, although he could not discern their origin. The chakra they exuded and the palpable danger hinted that this group was not to be trifled with. However, since Yawahara Rin had been captured by them, they had no choice but to confront them. While Yangxing pondered these matters, someone else acted more swiftly. "Let Rin go, you bastards." The impulsive Obito was the first to strike. Raising a hand, he charged forward, his eyes ablaze with urgency, completely disregarding the situation. That fool. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Prepared to intervene, his gaze fixated on two nearby ninjas, who appeared to be the strongest among the group. The little brat has delivered himself right into our hands. Recklessly charging in, he's courting death. Blocking Obito's path was a low-ranking ninja, who extended a hand to seize him. Clearly, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito's movements were still agile. He narrowly evaded the grasp, launching himself into the air and landing not far from Kakashi. As he touched down, he immediately formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. The fireball's power was impressive, and its execution was timely, at the very least. The area within a few meters of the five ninjas was reduced to charred earth, engulfed in swirling smoke. This demonstrated that Obito's strength was commendable. See that? You scum? How dare you bully us? Wait, no, that's not right. You guys. Obito's previously exuberant expression shifted to one of horror. Even Kakashi and Yang Xing exchanged glances. Their faces paling. They're from the land of Earth. Earth style, Earth flow wall. A towering earthen wall surged forth, intercepting Obito's fire technique. The wall's height and breadth were astonishing, indicative of a formidable foe. Kakashi gritted his teeth, his voice trembling slightly. Special CH Nin. You've witnessed our ninjutsu. We cannot allow you to leave unscathed. Clearly, there were 2 special CH Nin and 3 special genin among them. Their swift movements betrayed their extensive training. In an instant, they located Yang Xing and Kakashi, surrounding them completely. Don't hide, surrender obediently, and perhaps you can avoid some pain. Why are you from the land of Earth here? This is near Konoha. Kakashi gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he faced 2 special CH Nin and 2 genin. The Earth Country ninjas showed no intent to elaborate. One of them, with a shift in his gaze, charged forward without uttering a word. Crash! The long-haired ninja's punch shattered the ground, forcing Yang Xing and Kakashi to leap aside, desperately raising their hands to shield their faces from the flying debris. The impact of the stones against their arms was far from pleasant, affirming that these adversaries possessed considerable strength. The sheer force of their blows was staggering, and it was evident that multiple foes possessed such power, heightening Yang Xing's caution. Clearly, the ninjas recognized Kakashi as their leader. The 2 special CH Nin targeted him directly. Chapter 18. Special ninjas. Yang Xing faced 2 special genin. However, their numbers posed a significant challenge. The earth-based ninjutsu evidently enhanced their physical forms, rendering their bodies as rigid as rock. As they raised their fists, it was apparent that their strikes bore the weight of stone. Lacking familiarity with his chakra, Yang Xing dared not engage directly, opting instead to rely on the body substitution technique to evade. One must admit, this enhanced version of the body substitution technique proved exceedingly useful. Water body substitution technique. Damn, this little brat can run. How many times can he use that technique? It feels endless. After delivering a punch that merely struck a water clone, the Earth Country genin felt frustrated. Yang Xing's technique activated repeatedly within mere seconds, and each time he reappeared at a distance of several meters, sometimes right behind them, catching them off guard. Seizing the moment, as both adversaries turned their backs, Yang Xing executed the body substitution technique, materializing behind them in an optimal position. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals for a jutsu. Fire style, great fireball. Ah, Kakashi. A lamenting cry from Yang Xing made him turn, only to discover that Yawahara Rin had regained consciousness, calling out in distress. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Kakashi had been sent flying by a powerful kick. Clearly, the strength of the special CH Nin was overwhelming. Against 2 foes, Kakashi stood no chance. Regaining his footing, Kakashi saw Yang Xing glance his way, maintaining a faade of bravado. Don't worry about me. Save Rin first. I can hold them off here. You little brat, how dare you challenge us too? Enough of this delay, let us finish them off. With a determined focus, one of the CH Nin surged forward. His fist transformed into a rock-like mass, appearing colossal. Kakashi had to leap swiftly to evade. His body substitution technique could not accommodate such a large distance. The massive stone fist grazed past Kakashi, but unfortunately, he could not escape the jutsu of another assailant. Earth style, Earth flow river. As Kakashi landed, he was startled to find his legs sinking into the ground. Realizing the predicament, he muttered to himself, "This is bad. I can't get my legs free." The impact of the surging water propelled him back once more. As a ninja, wielding a colossal stone fist, charged forth from a short distance ahead. As a special nin, his combat experience was evidently extensive. A blow of such magnitude would surely leave Kakashi either gravely injured or worse. In this critical moment, even Lin's eyes trembled with fear, nearly unable to bear the sight. Obito, in his state, was far from being able to assist. Only Kakashi gritted his teeth, attempting to protect his vital areas in a desperate effort to endure. He initially intended to withstand the blow, but the opponent's fist was mere centimeters from his body when a sound, neither loud nor soft, reverberated through the small battlefield, stirring up a tremendous wave. Water-style, water chaos wave. Yangshing felt the surge of chakra and, with a swift motion, unleashed a torrent of water that darted forth with the speed of a shooting star. Squeak! Boom! The two ninjas, sensing an overwhelming chakra approaching from behind, instinctively leaped away. As they did, the rushing water collided with a tree, astonishingly severing it in half. Not one tree, but the force of the water struck a second and even a third, toppling 3 massive trees with a single technique. What is happening? What kind of jutsu is this? One special nin gazed at the devastation before him, his face paling slightly. That must have been the advanced water chaos wave. This is impossible. The 3 trees slowly fell, their cut trunks smooth and eerie, leaving the 2 special nin in a state of shock, their hair standing on end. Clearly, their vigilance towards the individual behind them heightened. Although they could not fathom how Yangshing had executed such a formidable jutsu, witnessing the 2 nin divert their attention, Kakashi felt a surge of urgency. Don't just stand there. These 2 are powerful and experienced combatants. We must act swiftly. Originally intending for Yangshing to retreat, he was taken aback when Yangshing interrupted him, saying, Kakashi, you should take Obito and Lin and leave. What are you saying? Kakashi clenched his teeth, unable to believe that Yangshing could handle this alone. After all, this was the same person who could only maintain the shadow clone technique for 10 seconds. But in response to Kakashi's expression, Yangshing merely furrowed his brow and stated, Did not Lord Minato say to leave this to me? With such a serious demeanor. Reminiscent of Minato's determined gaze as he pursued Yangshing, Kakashi's expression finally shifted after a brief pause. He bit his teeth, casting a deep glance at Yangshing before nodding. I understand. Though Kakashi emerged from the earth in a disheveled state, he was not hindered. The several ninjas from the land of earth clearly felt trepidation towards the jutsu Yangshing had unleashed. Not understanding the power of this young boy's techniques, they remained motionless. Kakashi regained his footing and with a swift push off the ground, dashed towards Yangshing. As he moved past Yangshing, he left behind a faint remark, Don't die. Hold them off for 10 minutes. I will return immediately. Die? That's impossible. How could I ever die? Yangshing smirked, glancing at the aura of invincibility surrounding him. We cannot let these young ninjas escape. Block that guy. As Kakashi charged towards the stillbound Lin, several ninjas sprang into action. However, a subtle sound caused them to halt in their tracks. Water-style, water clone technique. After forming a simple hand seal, Yangshing raised one hand to his mouth. This gesture startled the 2 ninjas who were about to charge forward, prompting them to swiftly veer aside. Little did they know, the boy showed no signs of casting a jutsu, instead wearing an infuriating smile as he taunted them. Just kidding. At this moment, Kakashi successfully severed the ropes binding Lin. After exchanging a few words with her, he swiftly leaped away with Obito and Lin. On their way, all 3 glanced back, and in perfect unison, turned to flee with remarkable speed. Ah, that little brat. Seeing the others escape, one of the nin from the land of earth seethed with rage. As his anger surged, he activated a hardened earth technique, hurtling towards Yangshing like a meteor. In contrast, Yangshing had been prepared, water-style, water substitution technique. The hardened body merely burst through a water sphere in midair. And another. Sequential water substitution technique. Damn it, this kid's substitution technique is too uncanny. It was evident that the ninjas had planned to ambush Yangshing when he dodged, but unexpectedly, he had evaded to a distance exceeding 10 meters, leaping from the ground to perch upon a lofty branch. Yangshing stood atop the branch, casting a glance at the now invisible figures of Kakashi and the others. He then turned back to face the group of ninjas with a simple jutsu. Oh, it seems they've almost gotten far enough. Very well, then. Water-style, water clone technique. Get rid of that brat. We cannot let the ones ahead escape. Infuriated to be toyed with by a mere child, the elite ninjas surged forward, surrounding Yangshing. Water-style, water clone technique. From his 3 clones, Yangxing once again utilized the technique, producing another clone until there were 12 in total. What is this kid thinking? Does he truly believe he can fight us with such jutsu? He's seeking his own demise. Each clone would share the chakra equally, diminishing the overall chakra of the user. This was basic knowledge. Faced with the ferocious onslaught from several opponents, Yangxing, hidden among the clones, counted his numbers while seemingly dismissive of the menacing ninja ahead, muttering to himself, 12 clones might be excessive, but it will suffice. The chakra is just enough. What nonsense are you spouting? You will not escape here. I don't know how you wielded such jutsu, but mark my words, you will die here today, you filthy brat. A fist descended, shattering one of the clones. As a special nin from the land of Earth. He was infuriated, likely wishing to tear this child apart limb from limb. The 5 ninjas showed no mercy, swiftly eliminating 3 clones in an instant and pressing forward. However, the remaining clones swiftly adjusted their positions, executing a sudden maneuver that momentarily bewildered the ninjas. Fire style. In a counter-surrounding action, 1 clone formed seals and unleashed a devastating fire jutsu at such close range. Huh, what are you doing? Are you insane? Are you seeking death? One of the nin laughed, his smile wide, as he skillfully formed seals with his hands. Earth style, earth flow wall. Fire style, great fireball technique. As several towering walls erupted from the ground, Yangxing's sword-like flames transformed into a colossal fireball, soaring upwards. This child is wasting his chakra. Hearing the explosion, the nin surveyed the securely enclosed earthen walls, smirking with derision. Without so much as a glance at the state of the walls, he raised a hand to his 3 subordinates. Once the flames explode, I will charge out first and swiftly deal with that brat. You 3, do not linger. Pursue those 3 immediately. They must not return to Konoha. Understood. The 3 subordinates nodded. They steeled themselves, awaiting the moment the flames extinguished to rush out and ensure Yangxing's demise. Regrettably, a pallor spread across one man's face, his complexion fluctuating, mirroring the anxiety of those around him. Hey Xiao, what's wrong? His companion, equally perplexed, observed the special chunin who had activated the earth flow wall. Your expression is off. Beads of sweat dotted the chunin's forehead as he trembled with fear. This guy's jutsu seems peculiar. It feels beyond my capabilities to sustain. The man paused, unable to restrain himself. That's impossible. Your earth flow wall was praised by Lord Hokage. It's a jutsu of exceptional quality, akin to that of a jonin. No, it's truly untenable. This kid poses a significant threat. The visibly pale man's lips began to quiver, his body swaying unsteadily. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, sensing something amiss, and shouted at his companions. Wait, do not linger here. Run. What? A resounding explosion followed his words, as the colossal earth flow wall crumbled. What lay before them was not merely a fireball, it was an advanced jutsu. A typical fireball is merely the size of a house. Yet this one approached the size of 2, with multiple clones unleashing this terrifying technique. The area within 100 meters was engulfed by the fireballs of this formidable adversary. This was utterly unfathomable. The ninjas nearly cursed, yet alas, they lacked the opportunity. Boom. The ground trembled with a cataclysmic explosion, sending countless birds fleeing from the trees. Subsequently, a faint sound resonated in Yangxing's ears. Success in eliminating a genin from a Hokage received the title of genin in the land of Earth, a common title. Success in eliminating a special chunin from a Hokage received the title of chunin in the Special Investigation Department of the land of Earth, a unique title. Panting, Yangxing wiped the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the desolate landscape, now reduced to rubble and ash. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt away, leaving no trace of longing behind. Although he was curious about the attributes of his newfound titles, it was evident that lingering in the current terrain was unwise. Less more comrades arrived. If another genin showed up, he, devoid of chakra, would struggle even to flee. Amidst the trees, a group of young men and women exhibited varied expressions. Hey, Kakashi, are we really going to run away, leaving that guy behind? Obito's face was filled with indignation at his inability to rush to aid. That guy. Silence. Once we pass this point, we shall be safe. Focus on the path ahead. Kakashi's abrupt response silenced Obito. Rin, her countenance dimmed, glanced back with guilt evident in her large eyes. This is all my fault. Yangxing only. He will be fine. You all saw it. Even the fourth acknowledged him. He will be all right. Kakashi gritted his teeth, seemingly speaking to himself. As he leapt to a nearby perch, he fixed his gaze behind him. All right, this is far enough. You should go on. I need to check back. If I'm not back in half an hour, you must leave. No, Rin, Yangxing did this for you. What do you mean? Without further ado, Kakashi departed, leaving Rin stunned in place. Chapter 20. The Silent Resolution. Just as Kakashi leapt forward with all his might towards the original location, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure and heard a well-known voice. Hey, why are you all just standing there? Move ahead. This place isn't safe. Yangxing. Kakashi rushed forward, scanning behind Yangxing, suppressing a flood of questions. Where are those people? They've been dealt with, but they were formidable. I barely managed to escape, Yangxing replied, a hint of relief in his tone. Haha, you really are useless, resorting to running away, Obito teased, his laughter sincere. However, Kakashi's expression shifted slightly. Is that so? 5 ninjas escaped, and it has only been less than 10 minutes. How is that possible? Unless they suddenly perished, which is even more improbable. Indeed. I ran all the way here, utterly exhausted. By the way, do we continue the mission? Yangxing asked, slightly breathless. Kakashi regained his composure, though uncertain of Yangxing's deception. He chose not to confront it. He glanced at the mission details and sighed. Well, the mission is over. Let us head back. Perfect. Finally, we can return. Goodness. That was perilous. I truly thought I might not make it. You're fortunate to have escaped at all, Obito remarked, playfully slapping Yangxing on the shoulder. Yangxing smiled without speaking, yet he sensed Rin's gaze upon him, distinctly strange. Their eyes met, and he noticed her taking a deep breath, as if relieved. You managing to escape shows your luck, Obito commented, and truly, I must thank you for today. Kakashi cast a worried glance behind him, his expression grave. All right. This is not the time for idle chatter. We need to move before they catch up. Clenching his fists and bowing his head, he muttered, the ninjas of the land of Earth must be reported to Lord Third. The group shared no further words as they resumed their journey. Despite the pace being swift, they pressed on without faltering, finally stopping as afternoon approached. After nearly 4 hours of travel, coupled with the absence of food at midday, they sought a place to rest. I'm exhausted. I could really use a cold drink. Yangxing lay on the ground, clearly worn out from the excessive chakra expenditure and persistent tension. Obito shot him an annoyed glance. You nearly lost your life, and you're thinking about that? Haha. Yangxing smirked, then realized Kakashi was absent. By the way, where's Kakashi? He went over there for a moment. Said he was checking if anyone was following us. Is that so? Yangxing replied casually, retrieving a soldier pill from the pouch Rin had handed him, savoring the chakra restoration while relishing the tranquil moment. Oh, I haven't given Kakashi a soldier pill. His chakra must be nearly depleted as well. Rin, recalling Kakashi's fatigue, thought little of it and moved towards his location. Behind a large tree, a masked boy was locked in a gaze with a small dog, a spirited hound equipped with protective gear, who surprisingly spoke human words. This sight caused Rin to halt her advance, hesitating to step forward. Kakashi, packin'? She observed Kakashi conversing with the summoned beast, her initial impulse to approach quelled. The irritable dog, exuding an air of authority, addressed Kakashi. Where is the fourth? What mischief have you young ones been up to in his absence? I must report this to the fourth. Kakashi, maintaining a stern expression, interjected, enough with the trivialities. What were the findings of your investigation? Oh, regarding that matter. It was executed fairly well. Packin licked his paw appreciatively. However, you certainly made quite the ruckus. The environmental damage was extensive. Not my doing. Furthermore, what on earth happened? If it wasn't you, then who was it? The cheerful dog was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi, growing somewhat impatient, replied, forget about that for now. First, tell me what the situation is like over there, and what about the chakra fluctuations? There were no traces of living chakra fluctuations, but the cheerful dog suddenly straightened his face, recalling something with a serious expression. Moreover, I found a few bones, or rather, a few urns of ashes. A few urns? Yes, 5 in total. Based on my previous experiences, these individuals were all elite ninjas who had undergone various training. Are you saying all 5 of them are dead? Kakashi's expression shifted. 5 elite trained ninjas perished, and this all happened within the mere 10 minutes he had been away. What on earth transpired? Was it Yangxing's doing? Or someone else? No, others couldn't possibly know about this place. Kakashi's complexion paled. To have killed 2 elite Chunin, the assailant had to be of Jonin level. It couldn't have been Yangxing. It was simply impossible. Indeed, 5 are dead. Kakashi, you're quite something. I told you, it wasn't my doing. Why are you getting so worked up? If it wasn't, it wasn't. I'll head back first. And don't forget to report this to Konoha promptly. With that, the cheerful dog impatiently transformed into a puff of smoke. Kakashi was left in silence, accompanied only by the equally unsettled Lin Yahara, who was gazing in the same direction. The possibility that Yangshing had dispatched 5 elite ninjas, forcing them into a corner, lingered in their minds, unwelcome yet persistent. Later in the afternoon, after what could hardly be called lunch, Yangshing enjoyed the soft sunlight, appearing quite leisurely. Well, those two are taking their sweet time. Could it be? Oh, they're back. Kakashi is indeed with Lin. Obito, spotting the duo's return, looked on with a tinge of jealousy. Yangshing sighed, nearly forgetting the presence of another fool nearby. Ignoring the reason for their delay, he readied his backpack, exuding ease. All right, shall we head back? Sure, Kakashi nodded, though for some reason. Yangshing sensed a cloud of gloom hanging over him. Why do you look so pale? It's nothing. Let us just hurry back. Kakashi, seemingly hesitant, cast a glance at Yangshing before picking up his own backpack. Then let us set off. Yangshing had no intention of dwelling on the brooding fellow and instead glanced at Lin Yahara, unable to suppress his curiosity. By the way, you're not injured, are you? No, not at all. Lin, lifting her gaze, couldn't meet Yangshing's eyes, stuttering her response, her cheeks slightly flushed. A girl who stutters, how peculiar. Regardless, Yangshing decided to return quickly, eager to check on his own aura, striding away with light-hearted steps. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi and Lin Yahara, following closely behind, exchanged glances that reflected a significant change in their perceptions of him. Whereas Kakashi was filled with suspicion, Lin was brimming with curiosity about this outsider. Her heart racing whenever their eyes met, leaving her face slightly flushed. The memory of their initial competition for the bell made her blush feel somewhat unusual. If Yangshing was truly capable of dispatching 5 powerful ninjas, why would he treat her in such a manner? This conundrum left Lin perplexed, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Chapter 21. The Return of the 4th Hokage Konoha Village. After a long journey, the group returned to Konoha, and through their trials, Yangshing realized just how harmonious and beautiful the village was. The bustling pedestrians, the lively shops, and the familiar surroundings filled him with a sense of ease as he inhaled deeply, appreciating the splendor of the land. The air was delightful, the environment stunning, and there were even several unfamiliar beauties. Wow, Konoha is indeed rich in resources. Even the beauties are splendid. Let us hurry to the mission assignment office. Wait, let me take one last look. Yangshing, being led away, expressed his discontent. Kakashi, while I don't consider your brooding demeanor a fault, I believe you trying to make others as brooding as you is where you err. Kakashi thought to himself, this guy truly annihilated 5 elite hidden masters in 10 minutes. I have my doubts. Regardless, the group navigated through the bustling shopping district and arrived at the mission assignment office. As Yangshing and the others approached, the ninja distributing missions, clearly still present, brightened at their arrival and hurriedly called out, Hey, just in time. Kakashi, you've finally returned. He rushed forward, clearly eager to convey important news. Kakashi, puzzled by the other's expression, asked, What is going on? Just now, the 4th Hokage returned and is currently at the Hokage Tower. He asked us to inform you to head there immediately upon your arrival. The urgency in his voice caused Yangshing and the others to change expressions. The 4th has returned. They exchanged glances, not wasting another moment, and hurried towards the Hokage Tower. In the heart of Konoha stood the Hokage Tower, the tallest and most prominent building, representing the village. It was also the base for the Umbu and the location of the Elder Council, housing the one who bore the title of Hokage. In summary, the Hokage Tower was a symbol of pride for Konoha. The guards were stringent, and as Yangshing passed through the cat-masked ninjas, he realized it was his first time entering this revered place. Curiosity tinged his thoughts as he followed closely behind Kakashi, making his way to the Hokage's office. The staircase was lengthy, and after several minutes of ascent, Yangshing, distracted, nearly collided with someone. Hey kid, where are your eyes? Stopping abruptly, Yangshing quickly stepped back, surprised by the sudden appearance of another person. The girl before him, with a straw-like ponytail, appeared to be slightly displeased, seemingly just 2 years older than him. Her slender body clad in a refreshing long-sleeve attire, making her seem rather mature for her age. With hands on her hips, she glared at him, clearly upset. However, one particular aspect caught Yangshing's attention. It was evident that a certain part of her was overly voluminous, which would require both hands to grasp. The ponytailed girl lowered her head, her deep, narrow eyes radiating a fierce intent. Hey, what are you staring at? Nothing. This girl was far too fierce. Despite having such formidable assets, she felt cold. Best to avoid provoking her. Regaining his composure, Yangxing mustered all his strength to lift his gaze from her striking features. Although his face remained unflushed and his heart steady, it was impossible to ignore the fact that he had been staring so intently moments ago. Even a blind person would have sensed it. When he finally spoke, the girl's expression shifted dramatically, and she seized Yangxing's collar without hesitation. Initially, you were clearly eyeing me with those lecherous eyes, and now you want to deny it? I sincerely apologize. I have never cast a lecherous gaze. I must solemnly declare that from the very beginning, I have observed with nothing but admiration. You little brat, are you looking for a fight? Just as the opponent raised a fist, seemingly ready to strike, Yangxing had already prepared to activate his substitution technique. However, before he could act, a shout interrupted. Hongdo, quiet down. A relatively young female ninja, her brow furrowed, addressed the girl with the straw ponytail. Let him go quickly. This guy is the disciple of the fourth Hokage. Do not speak to him in such a tone. Well, never mind. Be careful, little brat. Although reluctant, upon hearing that he was from the fourth Hokage's class, the fiery girl fell silent. In fact, upon hearing the name of the girl before him, Yangxing was momentarily taken aback. Hongdo? Yudo Mizukashi Hongdo, oh my. No wonder she has such a reputation. Indeed, her future is boundless. Forget it. This girl is not to be trifled with. I shall avert my gaze. All right. The third and fourth Hokage have been waiting for us for a long time. Let us proceed inside. Clearly, besides Hongdo, there were several other ninjas present. Though their attributes were not entirely clear, they appeared to be of similar age, likely from other teams. The leading female ninja was presumably the instructor of that group. Without much thought, Kakashi and the others, as the other party spoke, turned the handle of the Hokage's office door and entered first. Yangxing followed closely behind, being the last to arrive. The reason for this was that the straw ponytailed Hongdo had been glaring at him the entire time. Was it really necessary for her to be so angry over a few glances at her chest? I did not even touch it. Annoyed, Yangxing shot a glare back at her. To his surprise, the little brat dared to glare at her back. Hongdo clenched her fists, secretly committing Yangxing's face to memory. Unbeknownst to Yangxing, the others had already entered the room. Upon seeing Kakashi, a familiar voice rang out. Kakashi, you've returned. Are you all unharmed? The fourth Hokage stepped forward, a hint of concern on his face as he scanned his team members, clearly having rushed back. Yes. In response to the fourth Hokage's concern, Kakashi nodded, calmly stating, everything has been resolved. Actually, there is something I wish to report to you, Lord Fourth. I am aware of the situation. It is a relief that you all returned safely. The fourth Hokage clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, appearing to breathe a sigh of relief. This, however, left Kakashi puzzled. You already know? Yes, I noticed something unusual while at the border. Approximately a few Nin perished. Although we apprehended several ninjas, some key figures managed to escape. They could potentially be the advanced troops from the land of Earth. The fourth Hokage's gaze was deep, indicating that he had uncovered much during his investigations. And his expression turned slightly grim as he looked over the group again, his eyes resting once more on Kakashi. Chapter 22. The Crisis in Konoha with a slight smile. The fourth Hokage looked at Kakashi with appreciation. I did not expect you to encounter that group. It is fortunate that nothing happened, but Kakashi, you truly performed admirably. The threats posed by those 5 ninjas have been neutralized. You have been of immense help. No, Kakashi wanted to say something. But the fourth Hokage continued with a smile. Pakken has informed me. You did well as the team leader this time. And of course, Obito, Rin, and Yangxing as well. The gaze of Minato Namikaze caused Obito to be even more confused, scratching his head, clearly struggling to comprehend. Wait, Lord Fourth, those people? The 5 ninjas have been eliminated, preventing an attack on Konoha. This is all thanks to Kakashi's efforts. The fourth Hokage smiled broadly at Kakashi, whose gaze was filled with both admiration and acknowledgement. This revelation startled Obito, eliciting a spontaneous exclamation. Kakashi, you rascal. When did you go out and do such things? You didn't even tell us, you jerk. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, especially upon seeing Yangxing nearby, indifferent and joking with members of other teams, prompting a deep sigh to escape his lips. Well, it's nothing. He lowered his head, a hint of a bitter smile gracing his lips. How could it possibly be nothing? The fourth Hokage, still serious, stated, I understand those 5 individuals. Even a Jonin would find it difficult to stop them. If they had not been halted, they would undoubtedly have posed a threat to Konoha. You have rendered us a great service this time, and this mission could be regarded as a special level task. Lord Fourth, surely you do not only have this matter to discuss with us? The praise made Kakashi flush. He was reluctant to hear it and could not explain. So he shifted the topic. In any case, Kakashi's accomplishments this time are commendable. However, let us set aside the accolades for now. I did not come to discuss this. Minato Namake's expression grew serious as he adjusted his demeanor and continued. In fact, I wanted to talk about the situation at the border villages. Without waiting for the others to respond, Minato continued. This time, the border has faced incursions not just in one location. Other areas have also been breached. And it seems there are quite a number of intruders. Just moments ago, reports indicated that several villages have suffered significant damage. Nearby, the instructor of Hongdo's team stepped forward, nodding. Yes, the damage to the villages is severe, and judging by the progress, their destination is likely Konoha. Nodding, Minato's gaze bore into Kakashi's. Therefore, I have summoned you to propose the formation of a special task force to undertake a critical mission. Gazing at the 4, Minato did not wait for a response before a fleeting smile crossed his lips. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and Yangshing, while I would prefer for you to rest. Konoha is in a precarious situation. The village requires defenders, and with the border being compromised, some Nin and Jonin are occupied with tasks. Thus, this is not a compulsory request, but as your teacher, I must ask you, for the sake of Konoha, are you willing to lend your assistance? Hi, Lord Fourth. I am more than willing. Obito eagerly replied. The 4th Hokage's gaze shifted to Kakashi, who clearly nodded weakly. And Rin and Yangshing? I'm fine. Yes. I have no objections either. Very well then, it is settled. You four will form a team. As for the tasks, you may consult this Jonin instructor. I must apologize, as I have other matters to attend to in the coming days and will not have the time to guide you. I am truly sorry. Observing the weary appearance of Minato, it was evident that Konoha was facing tumultuous times. After issuing some necessary instructions regarding the formation of the special team, Minato did not linger to catch up with Yangshing and the others, but promptly departed, having been summoned by the Umbu. It appeared that the 4th Hokage was perpetually busy. The room was left with 2 distinct groups, and after a brief moment of silence, it was Hongdo's outgoing personality that broke the stillness. With her arms crossed and eyes narrowed, she approached first, sizing up Kakashi. Oh, you must be the one who annihilated 5 elite foes in one stroke. You seem to be the strongest in your group. Without waiting for Kakashi to respond, she waved her hand dismissively, arrogantly declaring, well, just don't hold us back. Hongdo, greet them properly. These individuals will be our teammates moving forward, the female instructor called out, prompting Hongdo to temper her demeanor slightly. Hi, with an air of indifference. She stepped forward and extended a single hand towards him as a gesture of friendship, a testament to their distinct teams. Let us shake hands, she proposed. Yangshing glanced sideways, only to realize she was indeed addressing him. However, there was an unmistakable cunning glint in her eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yangshing hesitated to extend his hand, instead gripping her delicate fingers tightly. Despite their small size, her grip was surprisingly strong. Yangshing did not exert much force. Instead, he bent slightly and, in a tone that bore a hint of menace, whispered just loud enough for 2 others to hear. You look like the weakest link on your team. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't provoke me, or you won't fare well. Let us all get along in the future, came the cheerful voice of Hongdo, shrouding the tense atmosphere and leaving the surrounding crowd in the dark about their previous exchange. Confused, Yangshing could only scratch his head, dismissing her words as mere nonsense. The ensuing conversation was brief, with each team introducing themselves before parting ways. Given that they had just completed a mission, even amidst the current crisis in Konohagakure, it was imperative to take a moment for proper rest before embarking on their next task. They agreed to reconvene the following noon, and soon enough, the group dispersed from the Hokage building. Exhausted from a long day, Yangshing yearned to return home and indulge in a restful slumber, wishing to leave all other concerns behind. Unfortunately, just as he prepared to depart, he was called back. Hey, Yangshing, I'd like to discuss something with you, Kakashi initiated. A rare moment of him taking the lead in conversation. However, As Yangxing turned his head slightly, he waved his hand dismissively, not halting his steps. Next time, he replied, Yangxing. Kakashi watched helplessly as Yangxing leaped away, bounding across the rooftops in a swift exit. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi turned away. Recognizing that Yangxing was not in the mood for a discussion, it appeared that resolving the misunderstanding with the fourth Hokage would indeed require some time. Chapter 23. The halo. The lights on the ceiling were dazzling. Lying in bed, Yangxing glanced at his phone, nearly bursting into laughter. The screen displayed his newly acquired 2 halos, which undeniably enhanced his abilities significantly, not by mere increments, but substantially. The ordinary halo from the Land of Earth increased his Earth release resistance by 50 and reduced the chakra consumption of Earth release techniques by the same percentage. The unique halo from the special Nin of the Land of Earth granted a 50 power increase to Earth release techniques, provided he only selected Earth release jutsu. With such an enticing amplification, it was clear he had to focus solely on Earth release. Although he harbored a desire to learn the Sharingan, the allure of the 50 power boost was simply irresistible. After navigating through the special Nin jutsu selection, Yangxing found himself compelled to choose Earth release techniques. He could learn from various levels, except for some unique bloodline limits and high-level jutsu. The number of techniques he could master was greater than those he had learned to defeat the fourth Hokage. Alas, while the techniques he acquired were not enhanced versions, Yangxing had the persistent feeling that their true power exceeded a mere 50 increase. Achievements and halos were distinctly different. He did not dwell on it for too long and patiently began selecting his jutsu. He opted for 4 techniques, fully mastering 2 of them while contemplating the future utility of those he had completely grasped. However, after acquiring those enhanced versions, Yangxing was unwilling to squander chakra on less potent techniques. With determination, he swiftly learned 4-level techniques: Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, Earth Release, Falling Sticky Clay, Earth Release, Hardening Technique, Earth Release, Earth Spike. After confirming his choices, that familiar sensation surged within him, invigorating Yangxing. He perused his newly acquired techniques, eager to test their power. But the confines of his small room rendered it impractical to unleash such destructive jutsu. Reluctantly, he decided to postpone his experimentation, as tomorrow would usher in the commencement of another mission, providing ample opportunities to test his skills. Evening fell, and his stomach voiced its discontent. Considering the likelihood of being away from home for several days, Yangxing resolved to treat himself to a hearty meal. As for finances, Konohagakure provided a generous living allowance each year, and with his new techniques, earning money would not pose a challenge. Completing a few higher-level missions would suffice. To satiate his hunger, Yangxing ventured outside, selecting a promising barbecue restaurant nearby. He settled at a window-side table and, perusing the menu, called out to the waiter, "Excuse me. I'd like 3 portions of premium pork, 3 portions of beef, and 2 servings of vegetables." "Certainly." The waiter noted his order and departed. As Yangxing waited, he turned his head only to be greeted by a familiar face. What a serendipitous encounter. It turned out that a nearby table housed acquaintances. Yangxing-kun? It was Naira Rin, accompanied by 2 middle-aged individuals who appeared to be her parents, along with several large dogs. "Ah, a friend of Naira Rin." The middle-aged couple expressed interest. Casting glances at the group of dogs, Yangxing recalled that Rin belonged to the Inuzuka clan, which explained the presence of so many dogs. He pondered why the restaurant allowed dogs inside. What if they bit someone? With several large dogs present, they could indeed inflict serious harm. "Yes, a friend from the same class as the fourth Hokage," Rin replied, somewhat bashfully in front of her parents. Upon hearing Rin's words, the middle-aged woman expressed greater interest, remarking, "So you're from the same team. No wonder. I didn't realize there was another member in Kakashi's squad." It was clear that Kakashi was the most renowned member of the fourth Hokage's team, as he had become synonymous with it in public discourse. Yangxing merely shrugged, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement without elaborating further. Learning that Yangxing was on the same team as Rin made the Inuzuka couple even more welcoming. Insisting that he join them for dinner, Yangxing found it difficult to refuse, as he could not simply escape the situation. Resigned, he moved closer to Rin and sat down. The seating arrangement was cramped, particularly with the presence of several large dogs, leaving barely enough room for the 2 of them. "I apologize, it's a bit tight here," Yangxing said, attempting to navigate the limited space. As Rin shifted slightly, Yangxing unintentionally brushed against something soft, causing him to stiffen momentarily. Their closeness at the table was undeniably intimate, and with two large dogs beside Rin, the already cramped space was further reduced. It was inevitable that their arms would graze against each other, though it was an enjoyable sensation. Yangxing was not shameless enough to display any signs of pleasure in front of Rin's parents. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask the awkwardness of their position, and greeted the middle-aged couple. "Good evening, uncle and aunt." "Why, such a polite young man," the middle-aged woman replied, her interest piqued. "Please, don't hold back. Order whatever you like. After all, you're Rin's friend. I hope you two get along well in the future. Even without your encouragement, I intend to." Yangxing smiled, ruffling his hair. Their light-hearted exchange elicited laughter from the couple, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Barbecued meats are particularly delectable, and the fleeting touch of the wildflower girl's arm, the sensation of skin against skin, quickened Yangxing's heartbeat. Primarily, the softness of a girl's skin is truly delightful. After the meal, as he observed the middle-aged couple tending to their dog, Yangxing found no reason to linger and stood up, preparing to leave. "Thank you for the hospitality. I shall take my leave," he said. However, Yuan Lin, holding onto two dogs, eagerly insisted, "Wait, I'll accompany you." As Yangxing departed the establishment, he glanced back at Yuan Lin's retreating figure, prompting a shared, subtle smile between the middle-aged couple. The night had deepened, the moonlight shining brightly yet devoid of any stars. Yangxing walked ahead, hands clasped behind his head, showing no inclination to converse. He was waiting for Yuan Lin to speak first. Clearly, she had something on her mind, her expression markedly different from before. In the enveloping silence, as they passed desolate shops nearing midnight, Yuan Lin could no longer suppress her curiosity and halted, hesitating for a moment before calling out, "Yangxing, there is something I'd like to ask you." Looking up, the youthful girl's eyes sparkled like stars. Chapter 24. Yuan Lin's Inquirio? Yangxing turned his head languidly, appearing relaxed as he asked, "What is it?" "Well, I really want to know about those 5 ninjas," Yuan Lin said. Her hands clenched tightly, ready to pose her question, but was interrupted by Yangxing. "Hold on. I have a question for you as well," he said, gazing at the sky with a calm tone. "In exchange for your answer, I shall provide you with mine." Yuan Lin was momentarily taken aback, but nodded vigorously. "Okay, what is it? Who is stronger, Kakashi or me?" Yuan Lin hesitated, unsure how to articulate her thoughts, when Yangxing interrupted her contemplation once more. "I already know the answer," he remarked, casting a glance at her bewildered expression. With a smile, he turned and walked away, leaving her with a lingering phrase, "When you acknowledge my strength, I will reveal the answer you seek." Watching his retreating figure, Yuan Lin's feelings grew more complicated. She still could not comprehend Yangxing's intentions behind seeking her validation on such matters. Kakashi was indeed not very strong in her opinion. But what about Yangxing's abilities? Could he be weak? That seemed implausible. If he had indeed defeated those 5 ninjas, he must possess significant strength. Was he stronger than Kakashi? This question suddenly left Yuan Lin at a loss. Perhaps only time could provide clarity. A thick layer of clouds blanketed the sky, casting a dim light even as midday approached. The oppressive atmosphere heralded the possibility of rain, suggesting a rather unfavorable day ahead. Despite the inclement weather, the plans previously set could not be altered. At the entrance of Konoha village, a group had gathered, one individual stamping their feet, increasingly displeased with the delay. "What is that kid doing? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" The impatient Akane pondered, wishing she could drag him along if only she knew where he resided. Time was slipping away, and they were all waiting for him, which only fueled her frustration. "Well, that's just his nature." Obito and Kakashi exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of Yangxing's tendencies to arrive precisely on time. When the moment was just right, he finally appeared. Realizing he was once again the last to arrive, he regarded the gloomy weather with low spirits. "We're heading out in this weather? Stop complaining. Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting just for you?" Akane snapped, nearly ready to punch him. "Akane." Fortunately, their female Jonin instructor intervened, addressing the assembled group with seriousness. "Now that everyone is here, we should set off." "All right." Unexpectedly returning only to leave again, Konoha village was indeed quite troublesome. Without further idle chatter, they set off promptly along the path towards the nearby village. This mission differed from the last. It required them to pass through multiple villages, tasked with assessing their safety while also investigating the movements of several infiltrating ninjas. It would be a long journey, Yet with the option of lodging in the villages along the way, it promised to be a pleasant trip. Yang Xing regarded it as a journey, relieved that he need not worry about the details, as the Jonin would lead the way, sparing him much hassle. Leading the group, the Jonin was studying her map while explaining, "Our destination includes over 10 villages along the way, but we are only responsible for 3. The others are assigned to different ninja teams, so we need not concern ourselves with them. The first village isn't too far and is considered safe based on intel. However, we must be cautious regarding the second and third villages, as we have yet to receive any reports from the Umbu station there, which raises concerns." Upon hearing this, the Jonin's expression darkened. It appeared that the ninjas from the land of Earth were causing quite a stir, directly attacking villages, which could instill panic within Konoha and allow them to divert more manpower for an invasion, a situation where they were clearly being manipulated by the enemy. Nonetheless, that is an unavoidable circumstance. Konoha is the heart and symbol of the land of fire. The afternoon was primarily spent traveling, and as they pressed on, the predicted weather proved accurate. By 5 o'clock, rain began to fall. Looking up at the thick clouds, it was clear that the rain would not cease anytime soon. "Pick up the pace, we can't linger here." Understood. Yang Xing and the others quickened their steps, the village now within sight, just a few hundred meters ahead. As they moved forward, the downpour intensified, reminiscent of the unpredictable weather of the Warring States period. The rain fell in torrents, each drop striking the ground with a loud patter. The sensation of his clothes drenched in rain was unpleasant, and Yang Xing's mood soured further. Just as he was about to curse the weather, a voice nearby interrupted his thoughts. "Mission triggered. Would you like to accept? This will disappear in 1 hour if not accepted." Triggered at a time like this? What a ridiculous system. Reluctantly, he accepted the task. Level: Escape. Survive for 3 days without dying to complete the mission. What a nonsensical task. Survive? What the hell? As Yang Xing grumbled about the system, he noticed that someone had stopped in front of him, not keeping pace with the group. For reasons unknown, Akane, with her straw-colored ponytail, stared blankly at the distant trees, completely oblivious to the fact that the rest had already moved on. "Hey, everyone has left. Why are you in a daze?" Despite the girl's poor temperament, Yang Xing still felt compelled to remind her. Chapter 25. The Straw Horse Tail Turning Around. Hong Do shot a glare at Yang Xing, not uttering a word. She leaped again, muttering under her breath, words barely escaping Yang Xing's ears. "Impossible, it can't be that guy. Has she gone mad?" Yang Xing, suspecting that the rain had muddled Hong Do's mind, followed her into the village. The rain poured heavily, making it impossible to continue their journey. So they decided to stay at an inn. The room was spacious and comfortable, and although they were 3 in number, it felt quite pleasant. After getting drenched, Yang Xing felt unwell and needed to change clothes quickly, preferably take a shower as well. "Hey, aren't you two coming?" Yang Xing called out to the 2 busy individuals while picking up a change of clothes, intending to head to the inn's communal bath. Kakashi, engrossed in writing something, didn't he even look up. "I'm organizing the next leg of your journey, something my sensei taught me." "Ah, my clothes. I remember I had them inside. Where's my underwear?" The clumsy Obito seemed to have rummaged through his luggage, leaving something behind. With a sigh, Yang Xing descended the stairs alone. As he reached the bottom of the staircase and turned the corner, he spotted a familiar figure at the door. The vibrant single ponytail was indeed striking. Hong Do. With a cold expression, didn't he notice him behind her as she opened the door and dashed out without a second thought, despite the heavy rain. Clearly, she had something on her mind. "Where is she going?" "Well, since I'm bored, I might as well check it out." Yang Xing placed his clothes aside and followed her closely. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Noera Rin had just emerged from the bathroom. Seeing Yang Xing leave, she paused for a moment, biting her lip, and instinctively followed him. The rain fell incessantly, making the atmosphere quite irritable. The water hitting his skin was uncomfortable, almost painful. Yet Yang Xing felt compelled to follow Hong Do out of curiosity. The two moved in a sequence, but Yang Xing's pace was too slow, compared to him. Hong Do was significantly faster, likely on par with Kakashi now. Yang Xing could barely keep up without being left behind. At least this way, he wouldn't be discovered, which was somewhat reassuring. This girl is quite fast. Well, I don't really want to catch up. I'll just observe from behind. What if she's meeting an old acquaintance or a boyfriend? Yang Xing pondered while running, when suddenly a faint sound behind him made him alert. Splash. Who's there? Rin? Perhaps the ground was too slippery, or perhaps she was overly anxious, but Noera Rin lost her footing and fell into the mud, surprised that she had followed him. Yang Xing felt a headache coming on, but seeing her dirted face and forlorn expression made him want to laugh. "Hey, are you all right?" Yang Xing nearly burst into laughter, watching her struggle to get up with a helpless grin. He stepped forward and extended his hand. Grabbing Yang Xing's hand, Noera Rin quickly got back on her feet. Her cheeks flushed. "I'm fine, really." Seeing the girl's red face, Yang Xing couldn't help but chuckle. "What were you following me for? The teacher is still in the room. Where do you want to go?" Looking at Yang Xing, Noera Rin's expression turned serious, almost angry as she replied, "It's not that I want to go anywhere." But Yang Xing was about to explain when he heard a noise, frowning as he instinctively grabbed Noera Rin's small hand. "Come with me first, and don't just run out after changing your clothes." Leading Noera Rin. He couldn't bear to see the girl exposed to the heavy rain, so he draped his coat over her. Feeling Yang Xing's gesture, Noera Rin's face turned even redder, her heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, Yang Xing was oblivious to the burgeoning intimacy of the act, solely focused on the unsettling situation ahead, quickly guiding Noera Rin toward a nearby thicket. The two crouched low to observe through the foliage. "Yang Xing." Noera Rin fidgeted, her cheeks reddening further, although Yang Xing remained unaware. The close proximity and the sensation of their skin touching heightened her embarrassment to its peak. She nearly wished to vanish into the ground. Yang Xing remained fixated on the scene ahead, completely oblivious to the shy, adorable girl beside him, soaked and vulnerable. The figure in front commanded his attention entirely. Hush! Not far ahead, a figure stood on a branch. Facing that person was Hong Do, her expression tense and her complexion pale. "Hong Do?" The figure turned, revealing eyes hidden beneath a hood, cold and piercing like a serpent. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? 3 years. No, has it been over 4? The voice was gravelly, almost inhuman. "Who are you? This can't be possible." Hong Do's expression turned incredulous, her face betraying her unease. "What have you done to your face, you bastard?" "Oh, what are you talking about? I'm not your beloved teacher, Orochimaru." Orochimaru caressed his smooth face, grinning brightly. This smile drove Hong Do into a frenzy. "You've truly been up to no good. That body isn't yours, is it? Ah, my dearest disciple. It's such a pity you rejected me back then. Stop joking." Hong Do snapped, her teeth nearly grinding. "What are you doing here? This is near Konoha. Don't you know they're looking for you? Don't blame me for not warning you. The third Hokage isn't the only one here. The fourth is as well." "Oh, the legendary fourth Hokage?" Orochimaru laughed, unfazed, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "I would love to meet him. Are you not afraid of death?" Hong Do's voice trembled as she confronted Orochimaru. "What is your true intention?" "Intention? Not at all. I simply wish to visit." "Who would believe your words, you scoundrel?" Hearing him say it was merely a visit, Hong Do's face reddened in anger, unable to contain her fury. She raised her hand and unleashed all the pain she had endured over the years. "You might as well die." With a swift motion, her shadow snake hand technique was executed fluidly, the snake lunging forward with incredible speed. However, Orochimaru, standing above, remained utterly still, a sneer playing on his lips as he watched the snake approach. "Hong Do, don't you realize who you're using that technique against? Have you forgotten that I taught you all those jutsu?" With a sudden movement, he vanished, the snake striking nothing but air. Chapter 26. An unexpected encounter. As Hong Do surveyed her surroundings, her expression shifted to one of shock, desperately searching for Orochimaru's presence. Familiar words came from behind her, sending shivers down her spine. "Hey, what are you aiming at? Pathetic. What have you learned in these years? Is this your strength? It's truly disappointing." Orochimaru's voice was laced with an alluring charm, yet when he shifted his tone to a roar, his words brimmed with murderous intent. "Do you dare to use ninjutsu against me? Do you wish to die?" His voice was deep and resonant, completely incongruous with his delicate visage. "No, please, no." At that moment, Akai, merely a 14-year-old girl, found herself utterly helpless against Orochimaru. How could she, a mere child, withstand the effects of his slight illusionary words? Cradling her head, Akai trembled all over, paralyzed by fear of Orochimaru and the futility of resisting his jinjutsu, leading her to silently weep. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." "Oh, really? Then what were you just doing, casting ninjutsu?" "Akai, who taught you ninjutsu and made you strong?" Under Orochimaru's illusion, the sparkle in Akai's eyes shifted dramatically. "Orochimaru, sensei?" She lifted her head, her youthful face clouded in confusion, clearly ensnared by his jinjutsu. Hokage, tell Orochimaru-sensei, why have you come to this place? As he locked eyes with her, Orochimaru's serpent-like pupils narrowed slightly, his voice dripping with a sinister allure. In that fleeting moment, Akagi's pupils lost focus, her gaze vacant, and she could only murmur, we. Before she could finish, a sudden rustling sound pierced the air. Orochimaru instantly released Hokage. Leaping aside just in time to evade the hidden weapons that struck the ground, his expression now tinged with irritation as he glared into the distance. Who goes there? From the underbrush emerged two children. One girl, visibly anxious, clutched the boy's hand, desperately pulling him back. Why say? We mustn't go near. Seeing Ysei's bold advance towards this formidable figure sent a wave of panic across Noera Rin's face, as she vehemently restrained him. No, you don't understand. This person is one of the legendary Sannin. Just the mention of that title was enough to convince her that Ysei stood no chance against such a being. Despite his capability to defeat several Nin, Noera Rin was consumed by dread. Unbeknownst to her, Ysei was resolute and turned calmly to push her aside with one hand, maintaining an air of composure. Don't look into his eyes. And close your eyes. Stand still. But, Ysei frowned, prompting Noera Rin to quickly comply. Closing her eyes as she felt the encroaching darkness around her and sensed Ysei's departure, her heart quaking with fear. No, he is one of the legendary Sannin. You will truly die? Her only response was a dispassionate declaration. Water release, water clone technique. Not good. Ysei felt the weight of Orochimaru's gaze. A paralyzing fear flooding through him, rendering his body immobile as dread surged from within. He had anticipated everything, yet overlooked this crucial aspect. Orochimaru's jinjutsu rivaled that of the Uchiha clan's prodigy, Itachi. In that fleeting moment, Orochimaru had evaded the fireball, transforming into a slick serpent. Slithering through the mud and lunging at Ysei. With a powerful kick, he sent Ysei flying. Clutching his abdomen, Ysei managed to slide several meters before coming to a halt, his brow furrowed as he glared at Orochimaru, whose prowess in jinjutsu was second to none in the Naruto universe. Ysei was at a complete loss for how to counteract it. In the end, you're just a naive child, Orochimaru hissed, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light as he prepared to move again, but halted upon hearing a commotion. TCH. It seems others are arriving. Regaining his composure, Orochimaru fixated on Ysei. You seem quite agitated about Akagi's predicament. Surely you wish to save her. I grant you an opportunity. Rising suddenly, he extended one hand, transforming it into a serpent that ensnared the still-lying Hokage. Startled, Hokage, drained of energy, was unable to muster any resistance as she was captured. Remember, little one, only you may come with me. If you comply, I shall release her, otherwise, my summoned beast may very well devour her, for she is rather bothersome. A fleeting glint of malice crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he turned and swiftly departed. Don't run away, Ysei cried out, rushing to pursue, only to be blocked. Ysei? Noera Rin, having opened her eyes, watched in astonishment as Ysei seamlessly unleashed his ninjutsu, now fully aware of the identity of the 5 ninja who had perished. However, the urgency of the situation overshadowed all else. Seeing Ysei's impulsiveness, Noera Rin stepped forward to obstruct him. Kakashi and the others are on their way. We must stay here. I'm sorry, but I cannot comply, and you can't stop me. Ysei's expression was one of unprecedented seriousness, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. In the briefest moment of hesitation from Noera Rin, Ysei had already formed a hand seal. Water substitution technique. A splash of water erupted before her, and by the time she reflexively turned her head, Ysei had already covered a distance of several dozen meters, his small figure gradually fading into the quiet night. Ysei? Noera Rin murmured, her expression somber. Orochimaru's departure was not swift, as he was aware that Ysei would follow, leaving behind traces of his passage. Following these signs, Ysei advanced rapidly. As for his urgency, did it stem from a fondness for Hokage? Absolutely not. That was of no consequence. The motive was simple. He was immensely frustrated, irate even, for despite facing Orochimaru, he had been bested by a mere illusion. This filled him with a sense of indignation. Damn it, who's afraid of whom? If you have the guts, don't run. I challenge you to a duel. Ysei gritted his teeth, channeling all his chakra to increase his speed. his eyes fixed ahead as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, how dare you snatch a girl in front of me and run away so brazenly? Regardless of the legendary Sannin's reputation, it was unacceptable. He could not tolerate such insolence. Fine, your genjutsu is impressive, but let us see how well you fare now. Yusei snorted, running while pulling out his phone, pressing the button with conviction. Last fruit of evolution, activate. Strengthen the achievement of defeating the 4th Hokage. Good, select ninjutsu. To hell with any rank. Choose bloodline limit. Single Tomo Sharingan, confirm. Are you sure? No changes can be made. Why all the unnecessary chatter, system? Just confirm already. Excellent. Now let us see how you cast your genjutsu. As he observed the words displayed on his phone, he felt the surroundings shift noticeably. A smirk curling at the corners of Yusei's mouth. Defeated the 4th Hokage, gold rare achievement. Top tier, enhanced Sharingan. Single Tomo greatly amplifies all original capabilities while eliminating any adverse reactions and side effects. Meanwhile, in a damp, dark cave, 2 figures entered. Akai, bound by serpents, was unceremoniously tossed aside by Orochimaru, who sat calmly upon a stone, awaiting the inevitable. At this moment, upon realizing her immobility, Hongdo glared furiously at Orochimaru, only to find that he was completely indifferent to her presence, which fueled her anger even further. Hey, do you really think that guy will come here? She exclaimed. Oh, what do you want to say? Orochimaru turned his head, his smile icy and forbidding, making it difficult to meet his gaze. What makes you think that he won't come? He is the last member of their team. Even if he performed well earlier, he should know that he is no match for you. What are you really plotting? Hongdo insisted, her conviction unwavering, reassuring herself internally. Yes, that guy is not foolish enough to follow. Hongdo, I initially thought you were intelligent, but it seems I was mistaken. You are quite foolish. Orochimaru chuckled, his voice raspy, yet imbued with a sinister undertone that unsettled Hongdo. What do you mean? The last member? That is impossible. From what I know of several outstanding youths from Konoha, there is no way that guy could be the last. Orochimaru's voice was unusually hoarse, hinting at the fervor brewing within him. I never anticipated that Konoha still harbors such promising children. It is utterly exhilarating, truly thrilling. As Hongdo observed Orochimaru's expression, an innate chill coursed through her body. Hey, what are you really scheming? What are you thinking? Scheming? Orochimaru turned back, unusually willing to divulge. Well, there is no harm in telling you. I am merely selecting my future. Future? Indeed, the future. Konoha is abundant with potential among those youths. Surely there will be one destined for me. You scoundrel, are you targeting the children of Konoha? What are you planning? Hongdo realized that this man intended to find a substitute among the children of Konoha, which startled her and prompted her to struggle fiercely, nearly resorting to a desperate fight against Orochimaru. Unfortunately, he was utterly uninterested in her at that moment. His focus entirely shifted to the cave entrance, completely disregarding her frantic demeanor. Hey, you scoundrel, what have you done to the people of Konoha? He's here. Huh? What? At Orochimaru's words, Hongdo was momentarily stunned. Just as she was frustrated with his sudden silence, she noticed someone darting swiftly into the cave, their astonished face leaving her speechless. She could hardly believe that the fool had actually come after her. What a complete idiot. Chapter 28. Confrontation. The newcomer arrived with such swiftness that they almost instantaneously burst into the cave. Upon seeing the individual, especially that once despised face, Hongdo felt a mix of anger and urgency. You little brat, do you wish to die? Alone, how could you possibly contend with this guy? Hurry back. Alas, Yanxing was not one to heed others' words. Even Hongdo herself doubted it. Her cries were merely a desperate hope that Yanxing would remain unharmed. She certainly did not wish for this foolish child, who had come to rescue her, to face any peril. I knew you would come. I've been waiting for a long time. As Orochimaru observed Yanxing's arrival, he rose, his gaze penetrating, fixed intensely upon the newcomer, his expression malevolent. But how overly cautious of you to only reveal a shadow clone. Do you think I am so easily deceived? With a swift motion, he lunged forward, dissolving the clone into a puddle of water. Clone. That. Hongdo sensed the brilliance of Orochimaru's tactics against Yanxing. Yet she still harbored doubts about Yanxing's ability to defeat him. The priority was to ensure Yanxing's safety before anything else. It was evidently not worth risking his life for her, and deep down, Hongdo felt a surge of emotion, not wanting to witness this child, who had put himself in danger for her, meet his demise. Hey kid, get out of here. I will be fine. You, hurry and find someone to save me. She shouted desperately, hoping to compel Yanxing to retreat. Unfortunately, the only response she received was a calm declaration of a ninjutsu name. Earth Style, Earth Spike. Boom. The ground trembled, and Hongdo watched helplessly as countless stone spikes erupted from beneath Orochimaru, their coverage extensive and their assault relentless. The power of this Earth-style ninjutsu was indeed formidable. Yet, it was a pity, a great pity, that this was not merely an ordinary Genin facing them. It was Orochimaru, renowned for his profound understanding of ninjutsu and hailed as a genius from Konoha. That fool. Observing Orochimaru effortlessly evade the assault, Hongdo felt exasperated for Yanxing. It was clear that he was wasting chakra in this futile endeavor. There was no way to secure victory. However, all she could do was watch, rendered powerless, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of frustration and intensified her rage toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, enough. Kill me if you can. I dare you. A surge of inexplicable anger ignited within Hongdo, and she shouted at the distance where Orochimaru stood. Otherwise, I will expose all your ninjutsu secrets. I am well aware of your master, Orochimaru. You? Orochimaru turned to Hongdo, his gaze shifting, his eyes chillingly cold. As he deftly dodged a stone spike, he pivoted, advancing directly toward her. Although he was uncertain of the truth in her words, the mere possibility that she could hinder his plans was enough for him to consider eliminating a former disciple he once valued. The murderous intent surged, and he prepared to strike. Yet, the arrival of another figure interrupted his advance. Earth-style, hardening technique. The newcomer surged forward, unmistakably the genuine Yanxing, raising a hardened stone fist aimed straight at Orochimaru's body. Die? In that instant, Orochimaru laughed. Hongdo was taken aback. Fool, what are you doing? But alas, her warning came too late. Yanxing's punch missed its mark. Orochimaru had already initiated a jinjutsu. It was evident that his previous attack was a ruse, designed to lure Yanxing into the open. His hands had already formed a jinjutsu seal long before he charged at her, deceiving even Hongdo. There was no time to alert Yanxing. She could only watch in horror as he furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Orochimaru, and was immediately ensnared by the illusion. Collapsing to the ground, rigid and immobilized, she felt her heart tremble for the first time. Stop, Orochimaru. Don't harm him. If you have the ability, then take me on instead. Strangely, Hongdo found herself not disliking Yanxing's recklessness. Rather, witnessing this child risking his life for her stirred an exhilarating emotion within her. The heart of the young girl raced with fervor. Haha, Hongdo, it is a pity. I must say, I have lost all interest in you. Orochimaru turned his head, advancing towards the motionless Yanxing. But you, little brat, I find you incredibly intriguing. Your ninjutsu is utterly fascinating, be it the substitution technique, the shadow clone, or the great fireball. They are all techniques I have never encountered before. To study you further, I wish to invite you to return to my base. It will be harmless. I merely intend to recreate you, to grant you a new lease on life. Extending his hand, Orochimaru sought to seize Yanxing. Hongdo's eyes, filled with desperation, were now bloodshot as she struggled to comprehend what to do. Just as Orochimaru's hand neared Yanxing by mere centimeters, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Splash! Blood gushed from Orochimaru's severed arm. The crimson hue magnified in Hongdo's vision, leaving her astounded to witness the formidable figure who had always haunted her nightmares, being disarmed by a child scarcely older than herself. It is evident that Yanxing was not ensnared by any illusion, but rather, the careless Orochimaru lost an arm. Although he could regenerate it instantaneously, the blow to his pride left him visibly shaken. Impossible. No, it can't be. Orochimaru roared in desperation, raising his gaze to meet Yanxing's blood-red eyes, which sparked a moment of confusion and then ignited his fury. You possess the Sharingan. You are of the Uchiha clan. You've deceived me. In the face of Orochimaru's wrath, Yanxing remained unfazed, his expression tranquil, while his hands moved with remarkable speed. At such a close range, even with your Rashomon technique, you cannot utilize it. Wait a moment. Orochimaru realized too late the grave mistake he made in standing so near to such a monstrous adversary. It was akin to courting death, and even 100 lives would not suffice. Water release, water chaos technique. Under the enhancement of the Sharingan, combined with Yanxing's full chakra release, this upgraded technique reached an unprecedented level of power, surpassing all expectations. The torrent of water surged forward like a flash of light, barely making a sound as it sliced through the air. Boom! A massive hole, over 10 meters in diameter, was blasted into the nearby cave wall, deep and ominous. Hondo was momentarily stunned. Orochimaru, with a gaping wound in his chest, also found himself at a loss. Trembling, he fell backward, staring at the gaping hole in his torso. As Orochimaru slowly collapsed, Hondo found herself frozen, unable to think, simply gazing at the exceptionally handsome young boy before her. Indeed, nothing could rival the allure of a powerful ninja unleashing their might. Chapter 29. An unexpected conclusion. Yangqing furrowed his brow, glancing at the ground near the cave entrance before striding toward Hondo. Has he died? She wondered, disbelief clouding her thoughts as she beheld the body ahead. This was her teacher, the illustrious Orochimaru, renowned as the most talented among the legendary Sannin of Konoha. No, in that fleeting moment, he must have escaped underground. In this situation, pursuing him is unwise. As he unbound Hondo's ropes, Yangqing spoke lightly. Though he is not dead, he must be gravely injured, and for now poses no threat to us. Swallowing hard, Hondo questioned her own ears. The notion of Orochimaru being severely injured was unfathomable. After years of Konoha's ANBU pursuing him, no one had ever managed to find him or inflict harm. Yet here was Yangqing, not much older than her, capable of injuring Orochimaru. What would he become in the future? Her heart raced as she gazed at Yangqing, a fluttering sensation blossoming within her youthful spirit. Beneath the inky night sky, amidst the towering trees, a man with jet-black hair and a face as pale as parchment propped himself against the ground, gasping for breath, drenched as if caught in a downpour. Huh? Orochimaru panted, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. I nearly suffered a grave injury from that brat. I never anticipated the fluidity of his water release technique. The power he wielded is unlike anything I have ever encountered. How exhilarating. With a smirk, Orochimaru laughed. Just then, a rustle in the nearby bushes revealed a figure wearing a conspicuous cat-faced mask. Orochimaru? Upon seeing the disheveled state of Orochimaru, the ANBU ninja was taken aback. Waving his hand dismissively, Orochimaru replied in a hoarse voice, I have been discovered. I cannot continue with the plan for the time being. Inform your superior that I will return later. The ANBU ninja hesitated, taken aback by Orochimaru's weary countenance. Return to inform your superior that I will contact you again in due course. At that time, I will personally retrieve what I seek. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly as he reiterated his intent, prompting the ANBU ninja to nod respectfully before departing swiftly. Observing Orochimaru's retreating figure, the ANBU ninja's demeanor shifted to one of unease. It seems Orochimaru is injured, he murmured, his voice tinged with apprehension. No, it cannot be. In present-day Konoha, who could possibly injure him? With the 4th and 3rd Hokage occupied on other missions, and the other 2 Sannin absent, who could match Orochimaru in combat? What manner of being is this? The ANBU ninja pondered, his heart racing as he resolved to inform his superior about this extraordinary individual in Konoha. The journey back to the inn was tranquil, yet Yangqing felt a twinge of unease, contemplating whether to teach Hondo a lesson to keep her quiet. After all, he was uncertain if she had overheard Orochimaru's mention of the Sharingan. After a moment of reflection, he noted her unruffled demeanor and decided against the reprimand. At least, having supported her throughout the journey, Hondo exhibited no signs of distress, suggesting she likely did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, he mused, this girl possessed considerable potential. At under 15 years of age, her physique was remarkably developed, and the occasional contact between their bodies stirred something primal within Yangqing. Should he dare to touch her? He pondered. Perhaps it would be risky, but the temptation was undeniable. Just as Yangqing resolved to act, Hondo broke the silence. What do you think Orochimaru was doing here? Her tone had shifted significantly from earlier, now gentle and inquisitive as she earnestly sought Yangqing's perspective. Surprised by her transformation, Yangqing retracted his outstretched hand, clearing his throat as he gazed ahead and spoke calmly. It is likely that Konoha has a traitor among them. Such a conclusion seemed inevitable. Given Orochimaru's prolonged presence in Konoha, he must have forged connections with many of its higher-ups, making infiltration all too easy. Furthermore, should Orochimaru ever attack Konoha, it was almost certain that he would have internal support. The existence of traitors within Konoha was a given. Indeed, Hondo affirmed, her expression momentarily downcast before she rallied. Her fist clenched with renewed determination. I've made my decision. I will become a member of the ANBU. I will work to ensure that Konoha becomes a more harmonious place. And one day, I shall capture that scoundrel and dispose of him myself. Ah, your aspirations are lofty, Yangxing remarked, suppressing the urge to remind her of the challenges ahead. Yangxing cast a glance and interrupted with a hint of irritation. If your legs are already trembling like this, just wait until you encounter enemies far more formidable than Orochimaru after becoming a member of the Umbu. At that time, you won't be able to escape, and no one will be there to support you. The Umbu prioritizes missions above lives. That is the essence of the Warring States era. Though Hongdo comprehended Yangxing's words, she remained resolute in her spirit, defiantly glaring at him and retorting, "Who is trembling? That's merely the effect of an illusion. Then why can't you move now?" Yangxing scoffed disdainfully, glancing at the young girl who could barely stand on her own without his assistance. He remarked, "You see, it's just an illusion that hasn't been dispelled. You're quite unappealing when you act like this." Hongdo's cheeks flushed slightly, her expression adorably puffed as she glared at Yangxing, asserting, "Moreover, I tell you, I will become a powerful Umbu ninja one day. I will undoubtedly surpass you." "Huh, is that so? Well, I suppose you'll only be stronger than the current version of me." Yangxing chuckled, nearly bursting into laughter. It was no wonder she had changed so much. It seemed her self-assessment had shifted significantly. Indeed, the standards of those from the war era were quite distinct. "Listen to me seriously and stop laughing," Hongdo said, visibly displeased and angry, turning away from Yangxing in a huff. "I am telling you earnestly that I will grow stronger, far stronger than you." I understand. "No need to get so worked up," Yangxing replied with a faint smile, which only served to unsettle Hongdo further. It felt as if she was being belittled by this little brat, leaving her in a foul mood. "You have no idea." Hongdo halted, her expression serious as she exclaimed, "I said I am serious. And you, little brat, why aren't you looking at me? Turn your head this way." Seeing Yangxing ignoring her, Hongdo nearly stomped her feet in frustration, not understanding why his face had turned slightly red. Perhaps that's not appropriate. And you really should calm down and walk properly." "I'm quite exhausted," Yangxing sighed in exasperation, unsure of what else to say. Upon hearing his words, Hongdo grew agitated. "Huh? Are you implying that I'm heavy?" "No, that's not what I meant. It's just that some things are a bit cumbersome," he responded. "Is that not saying I'm heavy?" Hongdo nearly exploded with rage, her fiery temperament causing her to grab Yangxing's collar once more. "You need to clarify your words, or I won't let you off easily." The two were close together, and this sudden grip made Yangxing feel a bit uncomfortable. Looking at her earnest expression, he cleared his throat and said, "Do you truly want me to explain?" Seeing her nod, he continued, "All right then, but don't hit me. It's just that, your chest is quite ample. When you get excited, it tends to move up and down, and you're currently leaning on me. As a man, you jerk, go to hell." Hongdo interrupted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she punched him. "Hey, that was what you wanted me to say?" Yangxing dodged the weak blow, but he was genuinely starting to feel annoyed. "Stop it. If you hit me again, I might really retaliate. Although I don't hit women, you should know when to stop." Perhaps his voice was a bit too loud, or perhaps his words struck a nerve. At least, little Hongdo ceased her antics. However, her lowered head and contemplative expression left Yangxing bewildered. According to Hongdo's character, she shouldn't be on the verge of tears. Confused about her thoughts, Yangxing prepared to assist her once more in moving forward. Little did he know, before he could even offer his support, Hongdo suddenly smiled. That sweet smile accompanied by a quick movement of her head. Caught off guard, Yangxing instinctively took a step back, feeling no malice from her, which prevented any defensive response. He merely felt her forehead press against his for a brief moment before he experienced a soft, moist brush of her lips, a tender kiss that was unexpectedly sweet. "Little brat, this is your reward," Hongdo giggled, turning away and moving swiftly ahead, completely devoid of any sign of weakness. Yangxing realized he had been tricked. He had been deceived by a girl. That was my first kiss. Oh no, that was a symbol of my purity. I was defiled. You little rogue. Return my first kiss and my purity. Furious, Yangxing chased after her, determined to teach this little rogue a lesson, intending to reclaim that kiss. No, it wouldn't suffice to merely kiss her back. He would make sure to grasp that dangerous weapon properly. Of course, ideals are rich, while reality is often harsh. After running only a few steps, they encountered Kakashi, who was searching for them, with several pairs of concerned eyes upon him. Yangxing had no choice but to abandon his dreams and follow the group back to the inn. In the early morning, after a heavy rain, the sunshine and fresh air invigorated everyone. However, Yangxing, you are truly fortunate to have survived an encounter with someone like Orochimaru. Early in the morning, Obito expressed his sentiments about the events of the previous night. We owe our survival to that girl named Hondo. Let me tell you, someone like Orochimaru is not so easy to escape. According to Yangxing's explanations, the summary of last night's events was that Orochimaru had left, allowing them to escape. As for seriously injuring Orochimaru, Yangxing refrained from mentioning it, for no one would believe him. Moreover, it was rare that Hondo did not refute what he had said last night. Although her gaze was somewhat unsettling, it was preferable to conceal certain truths. Indeed, the matter of the Sharingan must remain undisclosed to Obito. As Yangxing pondered, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Hey, who could be here so early? Could it be Rin looking for me? Obito's eyes brightened, and he eagerly rushed to open the door. Unfortunately, upon opening the door, he found not Yawara Rin, but a spirited Hondo with a puzzled expression. Do you need something? Get lost. You're in the way, Hondo retorted, her temper evident, especially towards ordinary people. With a dismissive wave, she pushed Obito aside and confidently walked into the room. In the face of Kakashi's astonished gaze, she approached Yangxing, who was still tidying up his bed, and bent slightly, saying, Hey, come outside with me. I'm busy. Yangxing began, but before he could finish, she had grasped his hand, causing him to glare in displeasure. Hey, don't pull me. Don't cling to my arm either. What is this tugging about? Kakashi, help me. Kakashi, Obito. In summary, Yangxing was forcibly dragged away by Hondo, leaving the atmosphere in the room rather peculiar. Kakashi and Obito exchanged bewildered glances, both equally perplexed. Before long, as soon as Yangxing left, someone appeared at the door. Glancing around the room, Yawara Rin seemed to be searching for someone, her hesitant demeanor perfectly embodying her character. Rin, do you need something? You must be looking for me. I know you are. In fact, I was just about to look for you as well, ha ha ha. Where's Yangxing? Upon hearing her question, Obito froze, as if immobilized by an unseen force. Kakashi cast a sympathetic glance at Obito before addressing the still surveying Rin. Well, he was taken away by the girls from other teams. Oh, the girls from other teams? Rin paused, a frown crossing her face as a realization struck her. That girl named Akamichi. This left Obito, still in a state of shock. As Rin departed, a mournful cry echoed from within the room. I despise him. I truly loathe that scoundrel. Beast. Chapter 31. The impossibility of having children. The small village in the early morning radiated an unusual tranquility, infused with the rustic essence that could charm anyone. However, for Yangxing, none of it mattered. He had no inclination to appreciate his surroundings. Early that day, he found himself cornered against a wall by Akamichi, who sported a haughty smirk, her straw ponytail swaying slightly. Yangxing felt a rising sense of being sullied. I have a request for you. Not just any request, but a necessity. Teach me that final jutsu of Orochimaru, Akamichi insisted, leaning against the wall with unwavering eyes. Yamete, are you out of your mind? What did you just say? Yangxing retorted, his expression shifting to one of anger. I want to teach you, not even if you threaten me. You're delusional if you think I'd share that with you. Then let us exchange something. I can offer you something in return. Anything within my capability. Akamichi remained unfazed, her smile unwavering. How about this? You want to be at a loss, right? But I must clarify. Don't ask me for anything impossible. Really? Yangxing scrutinized her with newfound interest, his gaze wandering over Akamichi's form. She was barely 15. Yet her physique was remarkably developed, curves in all the right places, radiating a vibrant charm. Particularly, her ample bosom drew his gaze insistently. This was certainly not the physique typical of someone her age. Why would I lie? Akamichi nodded earnestly. Every ninja dreams of mastering powerful jutsu. Having witnessed your water-style technique, which even Orochimaru couldn't withstand, it's no wonder I'm so eager. Seeing her seriousness, Yangxing scratched his head, contemplating. All right, let me think about what you could assist me with. It seems you're not really useful for anything I need. You. Akamichi's patience waned, her finger jabbing at Yangxing's nose. Forget about yesterday's kiss. You must remember that, kid. Are you trying to back out of it? Yangxing protested. By heaven and earth, it was you who kissed me. He raised his hand in protest. Who saw it? Akamichi smirked, her expression playful. Come on. Don't glare at me like that. How about this? If you teach me that jutsu, I wouldn't mind a kiss. Though her face flushed adorably at the last remark, Yangxing's expression darkened. This is absurd. Why do you act like you were forced into it? You're such a good actress. Had it not been for her being a novice in the ways of affection, Yangxing would have lost his temper. Trading jutsu for a kiss? How naive. He wasn't going to make it that easy, even if it was merely a basic technique. What do you want then? Yangxing's question prompted Akamichi to ponder. At that moment, her cheeks flushed as she bashfully replied, having children is out of the question, and we are too young for that. Yangxing coughed, shooting her a look. I didn't mention children, merely if you could allow me to. He gestured, his grin mischievous. Akamichi stared back, bewildered. Are you messing with me? In response to her confusion, Yangxing turned away in frustration. Forget it, I'm done teaching you. I have no time for this. I need to pack my things. Wait, I really don't understand. Akamichi grasped his arm, her face still puzzled. Seeing her innocence, Yangxing sighed in resignation. All right, I'll demonstrate. Since you're so naive, a demonstration is in order. Just a simple demonstration. With that, Yangxing fixed his gaze on Akamichi, lifting his hands as if to touch her. At that precise moment, a voice broke through the air. Yangxing, are you here? Rin approached, her expression calm but puzzled as she surveyed the scene. What are you two doing? Oh, my dreams, my aspirations, I wish I could vanish. Yangxing turned, a wry smile on his face. As Rin approached, he could only scratch his head and gaze up at the sky. Good morning. The weather is lovely today. Lovely? With so many clouds, it's quite gloomy, Rin replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yangxing's smile stiffened. To mask his embarrassment, he awkwardly changed the subject. So Rin, what brings you here? The Jonin instructor has called for us to assemble. We're about to depart, and I noticed you weren't around, Rin stated plainly, her gaze flickering briefly to Akamichi. At that moment, Akamichi appeared indifferent, her posture relaxed as she leaned against the wall, seemingly unbothered by the situation. Upon hearing about the assembly, Yangxing immediately sprang into action. We need to gather now. Wait, I haven't packed my belongings yet. I'll be right back. He waved his hand dismissively and hurried toward the inn. The atmosphere was tranquil. For some reason, neither of the girls moved to follow. Akamichi yawned, stepping forward. So, Teacher Haru didn't call us to assemble, right? Her gaze was piercing. Rin, however, remained unfazed, answering crisply, yes. Oh, you admitted that quickly, Akamichi frowned, a hint of mischief in her smile. So you were watching from the start? Rin's expression darkened, her seriousness apparent. This matter has nothing to do with you. Akami's irritation flared, especially being glared at by someone her age. Hey, I should have called him first. That's because you were calling out to someone else's teammate. Rin shot back, teeth gritted. Before Akamichi could retort, Rin continued, I'm only a year younger than you, so don't use that against me. The change in Rin's demeanor surprised Akamichi, who gazed at her with newfound respect. All right then, let us start over. I look forward to working together. She extended her hand, eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Humph, Rin scoffed, turning away without any intention of shaking hands. It was hard to believe that this seemingly sweet girl had such a fierce personality. Well, in this era, it was true that those with strength attracted many admirers. Nevertheless, Akamichi was not one to give up easily. Chapter 32. The journey continues inside the inn room. Achoo. Am I coming down with a cold? Gently rubbing his nose, Yangxing could not help but murmur, is there a beautiful woman thinking of me? I wonder who it could be. But worry not, my lovely, for I am thinking of you as well. Ha! Yangxing, though reluctant to be reminded, realized that it was getting late and suggested, shall we set off now and save the laughter for later? Yangxing added, come on, that is not just a laugh. It should at least be described as a wicked chuckle. Casting a glance at Kakashi, Yangxing then noticed that Obito was missing from the room. By the way, where is Obito? Oh, he left ahead of us, Kakashi replied, his expression oddly unsettling. Is something wrong with Obito? Or is there some clandestine affair between those two? Yangxing pondered, stroking his chin in deep thought. It was truly unbearable for Kakashi to tolerate Yangxing's pace. What are you mumbling about? The rest of the team is waiting for us. Oh, I'll be right there, Yangxing exclaimed, shouldering his large backpack and stepping outside. The two quickly made their way to the village square for the assembly. It was already morning, and the small village bustled with life, filled with passers-by and wandering merchants selling an array of peculiar items. In this unremarkable area, Hongdo and her companions remained exceedingly low profile. With everyone gathered, Yang Xing couldn't shake the feeling that Obito's demeanor was off, as if he had glared at him a few times. Trying to dismiss it, Yang Xing turned to their Jainin teacher, who was studying a map, and asked, "So, what is next for us? We will head to the next village. But we must be more cautious, especially with Orochimaru around. From now on, every step we take must be deliberate." The female Jainin looked at the map and addressed the group. "Kakashi will handle reconnaissance. The rest of you should remain vigilant." "Understood," Kakashi replied, and with that, they set off. The journey ahead was somewhat lengthy, so they prepared some provisions in the small village before continuing on their way. Remarkably, Yang Xing did not bring any seasonings for a barbecue this time, focusing instead on the journey. To expedite their travel, they chose to navigate through the woods rather than along the main road. According to their female Jainin, this was a path only known to the Yumbu. In the afternoon, the weather turned cool, and the darkening sky hinted at impending rain. Unexpectedly, Yang Xing realized that besides the land route, a waterway awaited them. This stretch of travel was indeed unusually long. As Yang Xing sat listlessly on the boat, scanning his surroundings, the words of the female Jainin caught his attention. Not far away lay a secluded village by the water, a region characterized by its scarcity of inhabitants and lack of intelligence. The female Jainin extended a hand, pointing to the distance. It was evident that a small village emerged amidst the mist, yet as afternoon approached, the village appeared lifeless, heightening the group's wariness. "Something feels off. Where is everyone?" Hondo complained after straining her eyes in vain for any signs of life. The female Jainin furrowed her brow and glanced at Kakashi. "Leave it to me," Kakashi affirmed with a nod, forming hand seals to execute a simple ninjutsu, water clone technique. A shadow of Kakashi appeared on the water, swiftly darting ahead before vanishing into the mist. "Before Kakashi's clone returns, let us remain alert on the boat," the female Jainin instructed. The two small boats, while not overly large, comfortably accommodated several people. However, the depthless appearance of the water unsettled everyone, creating an uneasy atmosphere. As Yang Xing contemplated whether to discreetly use his Sharingan to inspect the lake, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning to see Hondo, her expression was exasperated. "What is the matter? Why don't you send out a clone to investigate? Your water clone technique is undoubtedly more effective than his." Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, her subtle fragrance wafting towards him, coupled with her deliberate closeness. Yang Xing felt conflicted, shooting her a sharp glance as he replied curtly, "Kakashi's strength is commendable. It's wiser to entrust such matters to someone with more experience." "Oh," Hondo's brow furrowed in confusion, unfazed by Yang Xing's tone. "You're quite peculiar. Everyone else is eager to showcase their abilities for glory, but you choose to conceal yours." "Little sister, you wouldn't understand," Yang Xing retorted, glancing at her again. "The taller trees are bound to be swayed by the wind." Hondo hesitated, poised to respond, but was interrupted. "Hey, you too, Kakashi's clone is back." Lin's timely remark halted their discussion. Indeed, Kakashi's clone returned, nodding before dissipating. "All right, the path ahead should be safe. Let us disembark." With a few strokes of the oars, they propelled their boats forward. The two small vessels glided through the mist like leaves upon the water. "Is it just me? Or is the fog thickening?" one of Hondo's teammates remarked, causing the female Jainin to heighten her vigilance, and both Yang Xing and Kakashi tensed. Did the fog seem this dense before? Hondo wondered, leaning against Yang Xing, her expression one of concern. "I can't see anything ahead." Yang Xing, though irritated by the pressure on his head, decided to forgive it this once, due to her innocent demeanor. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around them grew heavy, obscuring not only the path ahead, but also the route behind them. The female Jainin from Konohagakure finally showed signs of unease. "This can't be happening. It's impossible." Her face drained of color. She gritted her teeth and surveyed the people in the boats. "Everyone, please remain calm. We've fallen into an illusion. And the one who cast it may be as formidable as I am." "Nanny?" Upon hearing their teacher's words, both teams exchanged bewildered glances. Even Yang Xing furrowed his brow. Without activating his Sharingan, detecting this illusion was indeed challenging, especially since it was initiated by a Jainin. They had completely fallen for their adversary's trap. Chapter 33. You are but a weakling feeling a surge of vigilance. Yang Xing quickly scanned the positions of the two individuals nearby. Red Bean was beside him, and given her alertness, he felt reassured. Lin, a bit farther away, would need extra attention. "Teacher, it seems there is something in the water." "Fool, don't touch it." At that moment, A panicked shout shattered the silence. One of Hongdo's teammates, curious about the water's illusion, reached out, only to have a tentacle spring forth, ensnaring his arm before anyone could react. The unfortunate soul was dragged into the depths with a loud splash. Aside from a splash of water, the lake returned to its eerie calm, leaving a boatload of stunned ninjas. Yang Xing, too stunned to react, was certain that the unfortunate fellow was beyond rescue. That fool. If this continues, we'll all be doomed. The female Nin recognized the urgency. Sitting idly would mean succumbing to whatever was concealed within the lake's illusion. Perhaps even an imposing summoning beast. They were undoubtedly encircled by a horde of such beasts. Damn it, I care not for this illusion. Someone has perished before my very eyes. Hey, you despicable earth shinobi, if you dare, show yourselves. In a fit of impulsiveness, Obito stepped forward. This simple-minded creature stood on the ship, shouting at the surroundings. An unexpected transformation occurred. The water stirred violently, and from the lake emerged a colossal serpent-like summoning beast. Surging towards Obito. Be careful. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. His hands moved swiftly as he leapt into action, his kunai aimed with deadly precision. Regrettably, it appeared that this lake harbored not just one summoning beast. As Kakashi soared into the air, another monstrous creature, reminiscent of an eel, erupted from the water. Kakashi. Both Obito and Rin cried out in alarm, for Kakashi had been ensnared by the eel and was dragged beneath the surface, the situation looking dire. Kakashi, please be safe. This cannot stand. The female Jonin, witnessing Kakashi's perilous predicament, could no longer remain idle. She commanded Yang Xing and the others, swiftly plunging into the lake. You all protect the weaker ones. I will check on him. Remember, do not follow me. Water-style ninjutsu allowed her to breathe underwater, though not for long. Meanwhile, only 5 individuals remained aboard the 2 boats, causing some to feel anxious. Even Akamichi, usually carefree, wore a serious expression. Drawing closer to Yang Xing, she understood that if both their Jonin teacher and Kakashi were to perish, Yang Xing would be their only hope. For he was the mightiest among them. Yang Xing's demeanor was tense. The prevailing illusion demanded his full attention, and suppressing the urge to activate his Sharingan was a formidable challenge. Utilizing his heightened perception, he surveyed the surroundings, perhaps due to the Sharingan's influence. Noticing a massive shadow gliding through the lake. Startled, he implored Rin and Obito, "Hey, abandon your boat and come over quickly. Why should I listen to you?" Obito retorted, resentment flickering in his eyes. Yang Xing, perplexed, could not fathom what had provoked this hostility. He had done nothing to warrant it. Noticing Obito's defiance, he turned to Rin, only to find that even the usually kind-hearted Rin hesitated at Obito's refusal to comply. "Rin, jump over." Yet, Rin remained unmoving, her gaze fixed on Obito. Frustration mounted in Yang Xing as he glared at Obito, demanding, "Do you wish to die?" "What?" Obito replied, his expression shifting to genuine anger. "Let me make it clear. I will not die. At least, not before you do. I assure you, I am stronger than you, and I will protect Rin better than you ever could." His eyes burned with animosity directed at Yang Xing. "Why is this brat so insufferable? Do you really think you can protect her?" Yang Xing's calm demeanor contrasted with the rising tension. Akamichi, unable to contain her frustration, chimed in, "Yang Xing, let me teach this brat a lesson." Yang Xing remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Obito, who had yet to exhaust his grievances. "You're nothing but a weak little brat, full of hot air. If it weren't for the ninjas of Konoha and your teacher, you would never have even joined our ranks." Obito shouted, unleashing his pent-up resentment. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Rin, her face flushed with anger, struck him. Realizing her mistake, she lowered her head in regret. Yet, Yang Xing merely smiled at Obito's outburst, responding with a hint of amusement. "Indeed, had it not been for my teacher, I would not be here. Nor would I have met you, or become stronger, or even claimed Rin as my own. Is that what you meant to convey?" Though Obito gritted his teeth, he refrained from further retort. "All right, I understand. You're saying you dislike me, but let me make it clear. I find you even less agreeable." Yang Xing's piercing gaze bore into Obito's, his voice low. "However, should you perish, Rin would surely mourn your loss. So, young one, perhaps you should show some gratitude towards Rin." As his words lingered, Obito stood in stunned silence. Rin's cheeks flushed deeper. Yang Xing leaped into the air, amidst the astonished gazes of his companions. Utilizing a shadow clone technique, he propelled himself skyward like a rocket. With hands forming seals in midair, he unleashed a jutsu directed at the two boats. Fire style, great fireball technique. As he spoke, a colossal fireball erupted, astonishing the onlookers. The sheer force of the jutsu crashed into the water, sending a towering geyser skyward. In the ensuing deluge, the remnants of several massive summoning beasts rained down like scattered raindrops, floating lifelessly on the lake's surface. Obito was left speechless, Rin equally stunned, while Akamichi's face flushed with excitement. Yangsheng, do it again. Annihilate them all, she shouted, unable to contain her exhilaration. Chapter 34. Turning the Tide, Great Fireball. Our clan's signature move. No, this is not right. Its power is unmatched. How can his ninjutsu be so formidable? Obito's face reflected utter disbelief. Meanwhile, the hidden ninjas lurking in the shadows were equally incensed by Yangsheng's prowess. Damn it, that brat has slain my summoning beast. I will make him pay. One of the ninjas fumed, unable to restrain himself. Calm down. We must not act rashly, urged another, stepping forth from the shadows and launching himself toward Yangsheng, who hovered high above. You little brat, you've killed my companion. You shall pay. He brandished his kunai and leapt, intent on cleaving Yangsheng in two. Sadly for him, he was met with a simple yet devastating jutsu. Water style, water chaos technique. With a piercing cry, the ninja found himself with a gaping hole in his abdomen, his vision fading to darkness as he plummeted into the depths below, unseeing. As torrential rain cascaded down, the lake surged, creating a towering column of water that rained down upon the surface. That brat is the strongest here. We must redirect our summoning beasts. Those two are not worth our efforts, murmured a group of ninjas concealed within the illusion, watching Yangsheng stand resolutely on the water's surface. The expression on the face of their leader, a seasoned jonin, grew grim as he clenched his teeth. We must subdue this brat before all else. Suddenly, the situation escalated dramatically as multiple ninjas emerged from their hiding places, their sheer numbers leaving Akamichi and the others in shock. So many. This can't be happening. Their expressions darkened, for they understood the imminent danger, despite Kakashi and their female jonin teacher having returned, visibly exhausted and indicating that their adversaries were formidable indeed. This is not merely a formidable challenge. There are hundreds of ninjas present here. Do not be complacent. Although only a handful among them are real, the true ninjas from the land of Earth number around 10, including AJ Nin. The female J Nin appears quite disheveled, and Kakashi is not in a much better state. She seems anxious, and upon noticing the lone figure of Yinsheng standing not far ahead, her expression darkens. Hey, step back a bit. You're too close. This group is not to be trifled with. As they observe Yinsheng standing alone, they furrow their brows, pondering why the young student of the fourth Hokage is so arrogant. Yet, to their surprise, the youth wears a broad smile. Is that so? Yinsheng indeed smiles, glancing at the multitude of ninjas converging towards him, and quietly remarks, however, I can't shake off this feeling of excitement. It is no wonder such a task has arisen. After all, it is only the second day, which implies the mission will conclude by tomorrow. Reflecting on the high-level mission, Yinsheng mutters to himself. In that moment of Yinsheng's stillness, several ninjas sprang into action. The spectacle of real and shadow clones moving was nothing short of breathtaking. The sight of hundreds sprinting across the water's surface left Obito and the others frozen in place, unable to do anything but stare in bewilderment. Leave the kid to you. I'll deal with those two. First, eliminate the brat, murmured the masked J Nin as he leapt into action, heading directly towards the weary Kakashi and the female J Nin instructor. Summoning technique. With a series of hand seals, dark summoning runes emerged on the water's surface, and various sea creatures surged forth, a massive water python, piranhas, and octopuses, all rushing towards the two. Kakashi and the female J Nin had no choice but to rely on their taijutsu and an array of ninjutsu to fend off the countless summoned beasts. Meanwhile, Yinsheng found himself encircled, facing several who sought to force their way past him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a ninjutsu, water release, water clone technique. He poured all his strength into it, creating 10 clones. Unfortunately, these clones could barely last a few seconds, but they provided Yinsheng with ample time to prepare another ninjutsu. With rapid hand seals, the technique was completed in an instant. As he released his ninjutsu, the ninjas confronting him simultaneously unleashed their own. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, water shockwave. Water release, water severing wave. Earth release, Earth Dome. Massive boulders and torrents of water surged from all directions, creating a magnificent and imposing scene that was hard to believe was orchestrated by a mere child. However, Obito understood that with Yinxing's formidable fireball technique, coupled with the swift creation of multiple clones, he indeed warranted such a grand display. Confronted by Yinxing, who stood defiantly before them, his solitary stance rendered them momentarily paralyzed. Unable to act. Earth Release, Earth Wall. A flawlessly executed Earth ninjutsu rose from the ground, successfully blocking all incoming techniques. Damn, that little brat. The sheer scale of the Earth Wall was so vast that it separated the waters, inciting the ire of the Earth ninjas. Hey, you three, take the left. We'll go right. Also, keep an eye on the others. Don't let anyone escape. Understood. As they split up, 3 ninjas leapt to circumvent the wall from the left. The Earth ninjas, however, did not anticipate that before they could reach the wall's rear, a figure awaited them on the water's surface. He stood there calmly, entirely undaunted, gazing directly at their approach with a peculiarly inscrutable smile. Still standing there, looking for death? One of them shouted as they charged forward, clearly intent on using taijutsu to subdue Yinxing. I merely wish to converse with you. Yinxing, unwavering, felt his eyes shift as the crimson hue enveloped his irises, the tomo within swirling. Upon witnessing his eyes, the ninjas froze, recognizing the significance of the Sharingan, despite not being the most fearsome figures from the land of Earth. Impossible. Don't engage, retreat. This brat is from the Uchiha clan and has awakened his eyes. Suddenly, the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. They attempted to withdraw, yet it was far too late. Under the gaze of Yinxing's Sharingan, their true forms became exposed, rendering their illusions utterly ineffective. Fire Release, Fireball. The fireball erupted from Yinxing's mouth, colliding with the water dragon bullet and reducing both the real and shadow forms of 3 ninjas to ash without a sound. With a quick glance at the obscured battlefield before him, Yinxing turned towards the opposite side of the wall, pursuing the fleeing assailants. Unbeknownst to the Earth ninjas, the hunter had now become the hunted. Meanwhile, 2 Nin and 1 Genin, positioned near the right side of the wall, wore expressions of dismay. Noticing the absence of Yinxing's presence, 1 Nin grumbled, "Damn it, where did that little brat go? If he's not here, he must be over there. That guy from the land of Earth has probably snatched him up. None of our efforts will be acknowledged." I had hoped to gain Lord Tsuchikage's favor. It seemed that Yinxing's demise had become an accepted conclusion. He's just a mere child of 11. No matter how skilled he is, we are seasoned Nin. And with the J-Nin's illusions, the chances of survival for that brat are less than 1%. Forget it. Let's head back and deal with the remaining few. Right. And those girls will be mine to handle. I relish the sight of their despair in their final moments. You truly are twisted, they laughed, departing without a care for their surroundings. However, the 2 Nin soon sensed something amiss when they realized their Genin companion had fallen behind. Turning back, they found him dazed, eyes rolling back in his head. Hey, what's wrong? The Genin collapsed without uttering a word, a kunai protruding from his back, starkly visible. The 2 Nin, previously jovial, now wore expressions of alarm. What? You? One of them noted the figure in the distance, just retracting his thrown weapon. The Nin, who had previously been dismissive, now gritted his teeth, his demeanor darkening. Brat, you're still alive? Did that guy from earlier miss you? Perfect, I was looking for you. I didn't expect you to come right to me. Looks like the credit is still ours, he sneered, charging forward, kunai drawn. He was confident in his taijutsu, believing himself unrivaled among his peers. Yet, as he swung his kunai, his expression shifted dramatically. Yinxing had moved with such subtlety and speed that he was barely a step away. How fast? Under the enhancement of the Sharingan, Yangxing's movements completely caught the Chunin off guard. The sudden disappearance of Yangxing, paired with his blood-red eyes, left the Chunin momentarily stunned. Only in that fleeting instant did he realize his grave error, yet it was too late to rectify it, and his foolishness was evident. With a swift retreat, Yangxing utilized a substitution technique to position himself behind his opponent, drawing forth a shuriken and hurling it with force. Splat! The crimson splatter stained the surface of the water, and the Chunin, wearing an expression of disbelief, collapsed. The events transpired too rapidly, too incredulously. The remaining Chunin stood there, pale as a ghost, swallowing hard, paralyzed with fear. Hey, I have some questions for you. Yangxing approached calmly, not rushing to act. As he sought information from his adversary, now endowed with the Sharingan, He recognized the opponent's weakness. This man's physical prowess was merely that of an average Chunin. Even in a standard one-on-one encounter, he would surely be no match for Yang Xing, who felt no need for vigilance. Any movement from the Chunin could be discerned with a single jutsu. It was clear that the Chunin was also aware of his own inferiority. Witnessing Yang Xing dispatch his companion in mere seconds filled him with horror, prompting him to retreat in fear. Stay back. You're a demon. Have you lost your mind? You're the ones who ambushed me. Now, don't give me that expression. Yang Xing's face darkened, an expression unsuited for his age. Didn't you just say you wanted to eliminate the girls from our team, laughing all the while? The Chunin from the land of Earth struggled to respond, as if a fishbone were lodged in his throat. Answer a few of my questions, and if your answers are satisfactory, I might let you go. What questions? Seeing the smile on Yang Xing's face, the Chunin had no choice but to lower his voice and comply with Yang Xing's inquiry. What has happened to this village? Did you not see? It has been completely destroyed by us from the land of Earth. Naturally, the next target is Konoha. At this, the Chunin's expression shifted, pride swelling within him as he spoke of his homeland's ambitions. Oh, so you intend to attack Konoha? Yang Xing was taken aback, staring incredulously as he muttered to himself. There are only a few Chunin here and one relatively capable Jonin. Alas, this poses no threat to Konoha. You must be aware that Konoha is home to two legendary figures, and, most importantly, the fourth Hokage is within the village. Sending a few insignificant pawns to attack him? They wouldn't even qualify for a death wish. What exactly are you plotting? Though he was slightly offended by being called insignificant, the words of this young boy darkened the Chunin's expression. He had not anticipated such sharp wit from Yang Xing, making it apparent that concealing the truth would not be easy. You will soon know the details. Furthermore, capturing me will avail you nothing. I will never speak. Not even under threat of death. The Chunin maintained his composure, smirking as if he had faced various forms of interrogation before. Convinced that he had no means to extract information from these pawns, Yang Xing had no intention of handing them over to Konoha. From the outset, he had never considered sparing those who had encountered his Sharingan. You may choose silence, but I will find a way to uncover the truth. Impossible. Konoha will be destroyed, and the land of fire will become ours. Long live the Tsuchikage. Shut your mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose high into the sky, and the surface of the water erupted in massive waves. These ruffians acted as though they were part of a cult. Observing the smoke ahead, Yang Xing furrowed his brows. Pondering, I never imagined the title of Shadow would carry such prestige, inspiring so many to fight for it. Perhaps being Hokage wouldn't be so bad. It might even help me achieve my goals. No. Konoha is far too corrupted. Under the Elder Council's management, gaining full authority is impossible. I refuse to play games with those old schemers. Resolutely turning away, Yang Xing retracted his Sharingan and hastened toward the location of Noira Rin and the others. A few ninjas still guarded that area, and given Noira Rin's and the others' abilities, they were likely engaged in a fierce battle. It was best to return quickly to prevent any injuries to Akamichi and the others. Chapter 36. Though reluctant to admit it above a lake that seemed to descend into the abyss. The ongoing assault by a Chunin and a Genin had indeed plunged Akamichi and the others aboard the boat into a protracted struggle. The ninjas from the land of Earth were not merely skilled in earth release techniques, with a Jonin capable of illusion techniques. Akamichi and the others found themselves wasting chakra as they failed to locate the real opponents amidst the illusions. TCH, is this ever going to end? They're all just phantoms. With a swift strike of the shadow snake hand, Akamichi struck one of the ninja's illusions, frustration evident on her face. Meanwhile, on the side of Obito, the situation was no different. Fire release techniques like Phoenix Fire and Great Fireball merely splashed against the water, creating columns of water without even grazing the shadows of their foes. As a member of the Uchiha clan, although Obito possessed substantial chakra, without the Sharingan activated, all efforts were in vain against such high-level genjutsu. Yet, these concerns were not the primary issue for Obito. What truly troubled him was that he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Yang Xing. Yes, that great fireball technique's power. He couldn't even muster half of its might. Damn it, why can't I do it? Why can't I even measure up to that guy? Obito clenched his fists, his expression darkening as he gazed at the distant city walls, muttering to himself in frustration, that guy can't be in trouble. With such powerful earth release techniques and that great fireball, there's no way he's in danger. those ninjas wouldn't be able to stop him. For some reason, Obito had an inkling that those ninjas might not be Yangxing's match. Though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, the feeling stirred a sense of urgency within him, causing his previously vigilant stance to waver slightly. This moment of hesitation was precisely what two Earth ninjas ahead noticed. Hey, that kid is wavering. Yeah, let us take him down first and teach these brats a lesson. Water release, water bullet technique. One of them formed hand seals, and multiple illusions followed suit. The jutsu was unleashed so suddenly that no one could discern which was the true body. All that could be seen was the surface of the water rippling. A mass of water swirling forth, rising to heights of several dozen meters, forming a colossal wave reminiscent of a great lake. The crest of the wave towered as high as 2 stories, an awe-inspiring sight. Such a powerful wave crashing upon a person was no trivial matter. Obito snapped back to reality, momentarily stunned by the sheer force of the jutsu. Fire release, no? At this height, I can't break through. He began forming hand seals. But before he could complete even half, he realized something was amiss. The ferocity of the water release was overwhelming. He understood that his jutsu could not contend with it. Acknowledging this, he immediately turned to flee without a second thought. Unfortunately, as he turned, he was met with the swift approach of one of the ninjas. The rapidly moving figure stirred the lake water, catching Obito off guard. By the time he reacted, the opponent had already delivered a spinning kick straight to his unguarded face. Smack! Obito was sent flying. No. Noera Rin gasped, covering her mouth in horror. At that moment, no one could stop Obito from crashing into that massive wave. Splash! Like a cannonball, Obito plummeted into the colossal wave, sinking without a trace, utterly vanishing from sight. Obito! Noera Rin cried out in desperation, witnessing her comrade's plight. In her anxiety, she instinctively rushed forward. Yet, before she could even run a few steps across the water's surface, she was intercepted by the Chunin who had sent Obito flying. Next up is you. The Nin, with a fist clenched in one hand, wore a fierce expression devoid of any compassion. He swung his fist directly towards Noera Rin's forehead, intent on sending her crashing into the depths of the lake before she could evade. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated, causing Rin's body to tremble. Crouch down, Rin. Upon hearing Yangxing's command, Rin reacted without a moment's hesitation, instinctively dropping to her knees, accompanied by Yangxing's authoritative shout. Water release, water disruption wave. A torrent of water surged forth, producing a sharp sound as it collided. It swept across the lake's surface, creating waves and cleaving a massive wave in two. As the waves parted, a figure stumbled back, their earlier bravado evaporating in the face of the sudden onslaught. The Nin, now drenched in sweat, gaped at the newcomer, his pupils quivering in disbelief. Rin, filled with excitement, sprinted towards Yangxing. Yangxing, Obito. Over there. She pointed toward the lake, her heart sinking at the sight of the water's surface, devoid of Obito's presence, nearly moved to tears. Yangxing, however, cast a calm gaze over the lake, his expression steady as he met the kind-hearted girl's eyes. If you wish, I can dive down. Please, save him. Grasping Yangxing's hand, Rin's urgency was palpable. She understood that given Obito's condition, he could only survive a few minutes underwater. Since it's Rin's plea, I shall comply. Yangxing smiled, releasing the chakra from his feet as he descended into the depths. Yet as he sank, a remark caused Rin to tighten her lips. However, if it were Kakashi, perhaps I would not intervene. With a splash, Yangxing submerged, while Obito, barely conscious, could only see a figure gliding towards him through the water, akin to a fish. Upon recognizing the face, an inexplicable calm washed over him. Indeed, aside from that individual, he doubted anyone else could save him. At that moment, he fully understood his own frailty. Within their group, he was the weakest link. When Obito regained consciousness, he found himself at the water's surface, discomfort gnawing at his stomach, prompting him to crawl onto a boat and expel the water he had swallowed. Yangxing, meanwhile, was adjusting his drenched clothes. Having plunged too swiftly and brought someone up with him, his garments clinging uncomfortably to his body. Most irritating was the fact that the individual beside him showed no sign of gratitude. Hey, can't you at least say thank you? Thanks. Obito managed to utter. A rare acknowledgement. Yangxing smirked, deciding that the boy's honesty spared him further reprimands. Not far away, a Nin from the land of Earth could no longer contain himself. Hey kid, where's my comrade? Seeing only Yangxing return filled him with foreboding. This unease kept him rooted in place, hesitant to attack. Raising his head, Yangxing, still adjusting his sodden attire, simply replied, "He's dead." "Dead? That's impossible. Are you trying to deceive me?" "All dead. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you." "Why are you asking me?" Furious at the child's dismissive tone, the Nin clenched his fists, disbelief written all over his face. "I refuse to believe they would fall to you. Who are you trying to fool?" Enraged, the Nin prepared to charge, but Yangxing was ready, poised to use a substitution technique combined with fire release to escape. After confirming the real body amidst the myriad of illusions with his Sharingan, he knew that the intruder would meet only death should he advance. Chapter 37. 50% assurance. Unfortunately, at that critical moment, before the Nin could attack, another figure leaped in, landing on the water's surface without pause. The Nin from the land of Earth, sweat beading on his forehead, surveyed the scene with concern, especially as he noticed his comrade preparing to charge. "Hey, Wind, retreat. Those two are formidable. We can't sense their chakra. We need to leave." The Nin realized that he was no match for either the female Nin or Kakashi and quickly made his escape. Upon sensing the absence of chakra, Wind's expression shifted, casting a wary glance at Yangxing before turning to flee without a backward glance. Yangxing watched them depart, making no effort to pursue. It was clear that they were mere pawns, not the main force, rendering a chase unnecessary and a waste of chakra. "Is everyone all right?" The female Nin hurriedly approached, relief washing over her as she confirmed that everyone was unharmed, particularly noting Yangxing's unscathed demeanor, which surprised her. Just as she was about to inquire how he managed to escape, Akane's voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. "Ah, the fog has cleared. Teacher, over there is the shore. The village." As the mist dissipated, the sight of the shoreline captivated the attention of those aboard the boat, momentarily distracting them from the earlier battle and its chaos. They were utterly stunned by the devastation before them. The land lay in ruins, the earth itself warped, with buildings of all sizes destroyed. The lake's surface was stained crimson. A shocking sight. In this age of powerful ninjutsu, it seemed impossible for anyone in the village to have escaped alive. This was the reality of the ninja world, the harsh truth of conflict between nations. It was always the innocent civilians who suffered the most. In light of the grim scene, the group quickly forgot the ferocity of their earlier confrontation. The female Nin, her face paling, gritted her teeth and finally managed to look away. "Let us head up. There may still be survivors." It seemed the Yanbiyu ninjas were likely doomed as well. As the boat glided forward, the female Nin gazed ahead and murmured, "Impossible. Given Konoha's strength, these events should not be occurring." In the afternoon, despite the harrowing scene, the teachings of the Warring States era had instilled a stoic resilience in the ninjas from Konoha, preventing them from displaying excessive sorrow. As dusk approached, several kilometers away from the ravaged village, they set up tents and began preparing dinner. After a day of tension and battle, they needed to unwind. Drenched from their earlier skirmish in the lake, Kakashi, Yangxing, and the others needed to dry off their clothes. They gathered around a fire, seeking warmth. For now was not the time to pursue the Earth Ninjas. Returning from their mission was not an option either. They still had the next village to investigate. Even though they understood the peril that awaited them there, leaving was not an option. This was Konoha's code, the essence of their mission. As they huddled around the fire, the atmosphere remained somber compared to the brightness of day. The group divided, with Akane's team preparing food, leaving behind the more disheveled Kakashi, Yangxing, and others, forming Kakashi's group. Surrounded by the flickering flames, the four sat in contemplative silence. It was Kakashi, stirring the fire, who broke the stillness. "I have a question for you." He looked directly at Yangxing. "What is it?" Yangxing replied, his expression one of surprise. "Yangxing, if given the chance, how confident are you in defeating that Nin?" Kakashi's query drew the attention of both Rin and Obito, who now realized that Yangxing's strength was far from ordinary. It was evident he had been concealing his true abilities from the very beginning, and his prowess was undoubtedly on par with Kakashi's. After understanding Yangxing's prowess, the three of them displayed a palpable curiosity regarding the extent of his abilities. A 50% chance, he mused. With the opportunity to showcase his various ninjutsu to Obito and the others, Yangxing felt no need for concealment. "With my involvement, we should be able to restrain him." Kakashi, wearing a look of regret, seemed troubled by the failure to detain that Jonin, which undoubtedly marred his mood. It was evident that the lack of vengeance weighed heavily on Kakashi's spirits. "Come on, That guy is merely a pawn. Exerting so much effort might not bode well. The land of fire is no longer what it used to be, and neither is Konoha. Yangshing lowered his voice, his words bearing a gravity. Preserving a modicum of strength is essential for survival. Kakashi, his head bowed, appeared to grasp this sentiment. The others, upon hearing Yangshing's words, fell into a contemplative silence. The onset of war was ultimately a dire affair. This peculiar atmosphere compelled Yangshing to withdraw, perhaps due to his identity as a transmigrator. He found it difficult to feel sorrow over the destruction of a village, or perhaps he simply lacked deep emotional ties to Konoha. Complaining in silence did not align with his character, and he could not force himself to feel despondent. I need to relieve myself, Yangshing declared, offering an excuse as he sought to escape the stifling atmosphere. Rising, he made his way toward the woods. Just before entering, a notification caught his attention, piquing his interest. Mission accomplished. Level mission activated. Would you like to claim it? Claiming will reduce the number of attempts. Naturally, he accepted. As he retrieved his phone and pressed the claim button, he noted the remaining attempts were down to 2, prompting a smile. He had not anticipated completing the mission of surviving 3 days so effortlessly. In reality, it had taken less than 2 days. Perhaps the system calculated the crisis's resolution as the mission's automatic conclusion. Level mission completed. 3-star rating. 3 stars. It was understandable. Yangshing believed that had he managed to detain that Jonin or eliminate him outright, it would have certainly yielded a 5-star rating. Allowing him to escape was unavoidable. He could not simply activate the Sharingan and pursue him for a kill, as that would have been counterproductive. Although he missed out on the 5-star double reward, a 3-star prize was still commendable, with the basic rewards being satisfactory. He received an evolution fruit, a special achievement, and the unique title of Immortal Cockroach. What a peculiar label. Nevertheless, the bonus was appealing, a 50% agility boost, which suited his knack for evasion. What the hell? I didn't even run. What a ridiculous achievement. Immortal Cockroach, unique achievement 100 endurance, immunity to level 1 ninjutsu once per day. Evasion is my forte, ordinary achievement 50 agility. These attribute enhancements made Yangshing realize that he had now attained a level akin to a quasi-chunin. With further effort, he would only grow stronger. Moreover, the enhanced Sharingan had elevated his power to an unpredictable zenith. Nevertheless, the evolution fruit was indeed enticing. Gazing at the image of the fruit on his phone, he contemplated whether to use it to evolve his Sharingan to the double Tomo state. However, such an evolution felt somewhat wasteful. Transitioning from single Tomo to double Tomo should not take long to achieve naturally. The evolution fruit, capable of elevating any level of achievement, halo, or skill by 1 tier without regard for other conditions, made him hesitant to squander it on this minor upgrade. As he wrestled with this internal conflict, the sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention, prompting him to quickly pocket his phone. Turning around, he was surprised to find Obito approaching with a peculiar expression. Is there something you need? Yangshing inquired, a frown forming on his brow. About what I said earlier. Obito stammered. I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean it that way. He bent slightly, his face tinged with a hint of guilt. Oh, that matter, Yangshing replied, having nearly forgotten it. From the outset, he had not taken it seriously, and upon Obito's mention, he merely shrugged, offering a faint smile. You weren't speaking the truth. There's no need for an apology. I cannot dictate the thoughts of others. Yangshing's smile held a chill, and Obito understood that beneath the facade of friendliness lay an impenetrable coldness. This formidable individual possessed ample reason to maintain such an aloof demeanor. However, Obito felt compelled to express his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. He bowed and added, I genuinely wanted to apologize. Watching Obito's solitary retreat, Yangshing furrowed his brow. A fleeting frown quickly dissipated, replaced by a relaxed expression. What tricks is this little brat trying to pull? A child is just a child. It's best not to meddle with him. From the beginning, Yangshing recognized that. Compared to Kakashi, Obito was far more troublesome and less amicable. He had no intention of engaging in childish games. Everything he did was for his own ambitions and desires. Yet, it appeared that he now had someone else to consider. That girl truly believed she could evade his gaze with the Sharingan. With a sigh, Yangshing suddenly pointed to a large tree nearby. Whoa, look at that massive spider and all its little ones. Where? Where? A girl's voice exclaimed. And the sight of a ponytail bobbing in the distance signaled that Akane was approaching, clearly startled. Don't scare me. Where is it? Yangshing maintained a stoic expression, devoid of any smile. as he gazed at the youthful and somewhat adorable Akane, who seemed no older than 14. Under his scrutiny, her cheeks flushed, resembling ripe apples. I happened to see that guy approaching while I was on my way to relieve myself. I thought he was looking for trouble. As Akane spoke, her expression shifted. Hands on her hips, she boasted, "I'm here to help you. You ought to be grateful." "Of course, I'm very grateful," Yangxing sighed, stretching out his arms in a mock display of appreciation. "To express my gratitude, let me sincerely embrace you. As long as you know, don't actually hug me. You little pervert. Where are you touching, you little rogue?" Akane was taken aback when Yangxing truly embraced her, his hands landing on her proudly curved rear. Startled by his boldness, she jumped away, casting a glare at his mischievous grin. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, her face aflame, and hurriedly departed, more of a brisk walk than a run. The flustered expression on her face indicated genuine embarrassment, as her figure faded into the distance. Yangxing wore a satisfied smile, eyeing his hands with a mischievous glint. This night was destined to be sleepless. Early the next morning, after packing their belongings, they prepared to set off. The sun had just begun to rise, dewdrops clinging to the leaves. "Hey," as I was getting ready, I spotted Akane ahead, Yangxing called out, unable to resist greeting her. Upon turning, Akane scowled, her lips pouting. "Don't talk to me, you little rogue." It appeared that the girl was still miffed. Unwilling to apologize, Yangxing took a few steps away, seemingly unaware of his intentions, then turned around and made a playful face, sticking out his tongue. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Yangxing found Hongdo to be somewhat endearing. Yet, was this truly the same domineering woman? Yangxing, what transpired between you and Sister Hongdo? Their unusual interaction caught the keen eye of a bystander, and without a moment's hesitation, Naira Rin approached them. "What is going on?" she inquired, noticing Hongdo's displeasure from earlier when she had glared at Yangxing. "Not much," Yangxing replied casually, resting his hands behind his head. However, Rin's little fists clenched as she whispered excitedly, "That's great. What did you just say?" Rin shook her head, her smile radiating sweetness. "Oh, nothing. By the way, would you like some tea? I brewed it fresh this morning. It's a family recipe that really helps with focus." She produced a bottle of herbal tea from her bag, her expression beaming with joy. "Thank you." Yangxing took the offered bottle without further ado. He took a sip and was refreshed by the invigorating taste, which eased the tension in his brow. Observing the sudden uplift in Yangxing's spirits, Rin smiled, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Hongdo, who was watching them coldly from a distance, causing Rin's smile to widen. This only served to irritate Hongdo further. Feeling more at ease, Yangxing recollected something he had forgotten since last night. He had almost overlooked his mission. He hadn't even checked the task he accepted yesterday. All because of that little temptress. A high-level assignment, to eliminate a Jonin and prove his strength with a deadline of 1 day. Eliminating a Jonin? Could it be that a Jonin was laying in ambush for them? Yangxing felt a twinge of wariness and inched closer to Rin. If protection was necessary, it would certainly be for Rin, as she was the weakest among them. Chapter 39. The mysterious sunglasses uncle. The destination was far, and as they navigated through the terrain, the group remained vigilant. After traversing several woods and following a small stream, they sensed something unusual, an overabundance of a certain type of creature. The incessant buzzing began to irritate Yangxing. "Are there mosquitoes this season?" he grumbled, swatting at the pesky insects that swarmed around him, his expression one of annoyance. Rin, walking beside him, contemplated, "Speaking of mosquitoes, I remember there are ninjas who utilize insects as weapons. What were they called again?" "Oh, that would be the Aburame clan from Konoha. They aren't widely known, so it's understandable if no one has heard of them. Other villages also employ insects." The kunoichi leading the group smiled as she explained to Rin, but her demeanor shifted abruptly as she continued, "Wait, insects?" Noticing the sudden change in her expression, Yangxing felt an unease wash over him. There were indeed too many insects. He instinctively stepped back, placing himself protectively in front of Rin. Unbeknownst to him, this small gesture caused Rin's cheeks to flush, her lips curling into a sweet smile. At that moment, Yangxing had no time to notice, as a movement in the grass signaled a shadow leaping toward them. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hands and unleashed a jutsu. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. The occurrence was too sudden and bizarre for some to react, and others were caught off guard, unable to intervene in time. "Wait, Yangxing." Unfortunately, the fireball surged forward. Unstoppable, the shadow evaded with remarkable agility, soaring into the air and narrowly dodging the massive fireball. The impact of the fireball on the trees unleashed a force that darkened the kunoichi's expression, prompting her to scrutinize this young boy once more. His prowess was impressive. It seemed he had concealed his strength from the fourth Hokage for some reason. But that was not her concern. She would report back to the fourth Hokage about this later. With a swift motion, she stepped forward, restraining Yang Xing, who still yearned to charge ahead. Calm down. That's one of our own. One of our own? Yang Xing looked bewildered at the shadow. As the figure descended from the sky, they revealed themselves to be a middle-aged man donning sunglasses. His attire was peculiar, and more notably, he was surrounded by swarms of small insects that flitted around him, the creatures diving into a large gourd on his back. Oh, so he is not an enemy after all, Yang Xing remarked, scratching his head with a chuckle. Haha, uncle. Your outfit is quite strange. I thought you were an adversary. Why didn't I just eliminate him with a fireball? That would have completed the mission. He chastised himself internally. No, why am I thinking so wickedly? After all, he is a comrade. We should coexist amicably. That thought was definitely not mine. He affirmed with a nod, oblivious to the turmoil within Yang Xing. The Jonin remained unfazed, though the strange chakra emanating from him indicated he was quite formidable. What an odd fellow, Yang Xing mused, sensing that this man might even surpass Kakashi in his enigmatic demeanor. The presence of insects surrounding him made Kakashi and the others wary. Both girls hesitated to approach. After all, no girl would willingly embrace insects. All right, let me introduce you. Noticing the group's heightened alertness, the kunoichi smiled and gestured toward the man. This is the leader of the Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi. He is solely responsible for the frontline reconnaissance of this mission. One person? Kakashi scanned the individual in front of him with skepticism. Having only one person assigned indicated that this man's strength was extraordinary. Just sensing his chakra revealed he was likely of Jonin rank, and without a doubt, an elite Jonin. In response to Kakashi's curiosity, the kunoichi vaguely explained, yes, the Aburame clan's insects are quite unique. Turning to Aburame Shibi, her expression morphed into one of astonishment. I am curious as to why the leader of the Aburame clan is here. The enemies have pursued me, so I followed. He replied tersely, as if uttering another word would be a luxury. The kunoichi's expression darkened. And who are these enemies? I know they are enemies. I want to know who they are. The enemies from the land of Earth. Yang Xing clearly observed the kunoichi's strained smile. The forced grin suggested she was on the verge of losing her composure. Taking a deep breath, she stifled the urge to unleash her frustration on him and asked, so, we were already aware of this. My question is, have they arrived? Are they already here? Regrettably, Aburame Shibi frowned, sensing something amiss. In an instant, he leaped away with astonishing speed, leaving the kunoichi momentarily stunned. Hey, don't leave without finishing your words. Who exactly has arrived? I need to report to Lord Forth. Watching the figure depart so swiftly left this female Jonin teacher feeling helpless. With a soft sigh, she couldn't help but lament. This is precisely why the Oil Woman clan has achieved so little. The temperament of the Oil Woman clan is indeed rather subdued, making it difficult to garner attention, let alone the admiration of Konoha's higher-ups. They have always been a somewhat declining clan, not wanting to concern herself with that individual. The female Jonin turned to warn her team to be cautious. However, upon turning, she noticed something unusual. Let's move quickly. Pay no mind to that person. By the way, where's that little one? The why say? He just followed after them, Obito pointed out. This revelation jolted the others into awareness as they observed the distant figure, clearly having followed the departing individuals. What are they up to? Never mind, I'll go check. With Waisei Shimi around, there shouldn't be any issues, after all. He is a Jonin. The female Jonin furrowed her brow, not wanting to pursue right now, and instead cautioned her companions. You all need to be careful. The enemy may be nearby. Let's wait until I finish speaking. Kakashi, Lin, and you, Akkad, don't go rushing over to join the fray. Three figures sped away without hesitation, heading toward a specific location. Chapter 40. Alliances on the ground. Withered grass lay scattered, and sand accumulated across the plains. Various sizes of stones littered the area, some as small as grains of sand, while others towered several meters high. Hiding behind a rock, Waisei Shimi's presence vanished completely. His skill in concealment was such that even the fourth Hokage would find it challenging to detect him. This remarkable ability exemplified the prowess of the Oil Woman clan. With sufficient cleverness in hiding, even those of the highest caliber could be deceived. The Oil Woman clan's secret insect techniques had always been a source of pride for Waisei Shimi. Hey, old man, why are you hiding here? This place doesn't offer a good view of what's happening ahead. Waisei Shimi turned with difficulty to find Waisei beside him, silently observing him. He had not noticed the little one approach at all. This child was certainly not ordinary. Don't look at me like that. I didn't mean to intrude. I just thought your hiding spot wasn't clever enough and wanted to warn you not to get discovered. Waisei smiled, his expression calm. Turning back, Waisei Shimi replied solemnly, there are insects concealing my chakra. Those people won't notice. Really? I didn't know they could be used in that way, Waisei remarked, curiously pinching a small object between his fingers. Seeing the object in Waisei's hand, Waisei Shimi lost his composure and shouted as he lunged forward. That's not my insect. He snatched back his bug, gazing at the lifeless creature with a pale expression. Sorry. I accidentally stepped on a few while walking over. You don't mind, do you? Hey, don't get all teary-eyed. It's just a few bugs. Let us hurry and see what those people are up to. Waisei chuckled lightly, attempting to shift the topic as he pointed ahead. Look, those guys are trying to escape. Not far ahead, several cloaked figures obscured their faces, although their features were hidden. Waisei could distinctly sense their chakra and recognized some familiar presences among them. This group of over 10 individuals appeared rather formidable, with more than 3 jonin among them. Uncertain of their jutsu, it was unwise to act hastily. Stay close to me, keep quiet, and don't step on my bugs. Waisei Shimi understood that the young one had decent strength, capable of detecting his whereabouts and sensing his insects, at the very least. The child's abilities were on par with a special Nin. Not allowing Waisei to leave, he continued to follow closely behind, concealed by the insects. They approached the group ahead. One must admit that the utility of these insects was indeed substantial. They were capable of concealing one's presence so effectively. Truly miraculous little creatures. In contrast to the mysterious group before them, Waisei found himself intrigued by the insects. Say, old man, could you teach me this insect jutsu? The one that absorbs a person's emitted chakra and hides their presence. Waisei Shimi jolted slightly, turning his gaze to Waisei with unwavering determination. The secret techniques of the Oil Woman clan are not to be shared. I'm not learning it for nothing, Waisei replied with a grin. Think of it this way. Teaching me this jutsu would be a significant favor, one that could benefit your Oil Woman clan greatly. How would it be beneficial? Waisei Shimi asked, his interest piqued. Oh, plenty of ways. Waisei wiggled a finger. Haven't you noticed? I possess strength equivalent to a jonin. My potential is limitless. Don't you think it would be wise to grant a favor to someone with such potential? Waisei Shimi pondered for a moment. In recent days, the presence of the Oil Woman clan had nearly faded from Konoha. The most renowned clan in the village was still the Uchiha. As the leader of the Oil Woman clan, he constantly sought ways to elevate his clan's renown to match that of the Uchiha, to make it a pillar of Konoha. He held no particular fondness for wealth, nor a desire for excessive power. Yet, reputation is the most coveted asset in this world, the most sought after. After a moment's reflection, Waisei Shimi scrutinized Waisei, his expression still stoic. How old are you? 12 deal. Without a hint of hesitation, Waisei Shimi dismissed his clan's rules. Waisei's face lit up in a broad grin as he grasped the offered hand. Haha, you truly understand. Once this matter is settled, I will teach you, Waisei Shimi affirmed with a nod. It seemed the teaching of this jutsu was no mere jest. I eagerly anticipate it. Waisei felt a surge of excitement. Such secret techniques would prove invaluable for self-defense, and this was a legitimate pursuit of knowledge. In the future, should he have the option to select advanced jutsu, he could directly choose from the Oil Woman clan's repertoire, and no one would suspect a thing. Haha, I am indeed a genius. Waisei grinned mischievously, having successfully allied with a future influential clan of Konoha. Meanwhile, Waisei Shimi, oblivious to Waisei's scheming smile, remained fixated on the nearby forest. He had spotted several young figures ahead, and his expression changed alarmingly upon recognizing their attire. Wait, are those individuals ahead your companions? Waisei turned with a puzzled expression, noticing his companions in a precarious situation. Kakashi, Lin, and Akkad, what are those three up to? It seems they are chasing after us, but they haven't detected our concealment and have gone off course. This is bad. Those individuals might capture them. Waisei Shimi's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as his emotions wavered. However, they dared not act recklessly, for 3 jonin represented a formidable fighting force. At this moment, it was clear that one should not recklessly advance. Yangxing's gaze was fixed intently on the three individuals, who seemed oblivious to Kakashi and the other ninja from the land of Earth. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Uncle, you haven't yet explained who those people are. I mean, which clan do they belong to?" "I am unsure," replied Oil Girl Sherway, maintaining her composure despite furrowing her brow. "However, I do recognize that their ninjutsu bears a striking resemblance to that of our clan and is rather troublesome. Although they may not match our clan's prowess, I fear that the average jounin from Konoha would certainly find themselves at a disadvantage." Despite the arrogance of the uncle's words, Yangxing understood the truth in them. Without a wide-ranging ninjutsu, combating these insect techniques would indeed pose a significant challenge. The typical jounin would likely end up being toyed with, potentially losing their life in the process. Chapter 41. Three fools. Your companions seem to be on the verge of being discovered. Are those creatures bees? Such insects are quite rare, Oil Girl Sherway exclaimed, bringing Yangxing back to his senses. He remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as he prepared for any sudden action. In the thicket, the three individuals had clearly taken a wrong turn, having lost track of Yangxing's chakra presence. Without the Sharingan, Kakashi found himself equally perplexed. Where has that guy gone? "Hey, you must be Kakashi, right? Has anyone noticed him, along with that arrogant insect uncle?" "My sensory techniques are ineffective," Kakashi lamented, retracting his hand from the hand seals and surveying the surroundings with a troubled expression. "I cannot sense them. Either they have long vacated this area or possess a unique method of concealing their presence." "Yangxing-kun, do you think something has happened?" Noera Rin murmured, her face etched with concern. This remark caught the attention of Akane, who turned and pointed at Rin, saying, "Ultimately, it's your fault for not keeping a closer watch. Why didn't you stop him when he ran off just now?" Furrowing her brow, Rin retorted, "You didn't notice either, did you? So are you blaming me?" Noticing the impending argument between the two girls, Kakashi interjected, "I say, ladies, we should focus on finding." Both Akane and Rin turned to him in unison. "You, Kakashi, be quiet." Kakashi, observing the two girls' displeasure, particularly at Rin's unexpected stubbornness, could only manage a bitter smile and sighed, turning his attention back to the front. Upon doing so, he noticed several creatures flying toward them. Aside from one larger specimen, the others appeared calm, yet Kakashi felt a surge of caution. "Hey, do those things resemble the insects of the Oil Girl clan? Really?" The two girls turned to look and immediately spotted the bee. Although somewhat large, it seemed to be under some sort of control. "That must be the ninjutsu of the Oil Girl clan. They likely noticed us and are sending a warning." Kakashi analyzed seriously as he watched the bee, yet to his surprise, it suddenly turned and darted back. "Not good, it's trying to escape. We need to follow it." Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi took off in pursuit, and Rin and Akane quickly followed suit. Not far away, the two individuals concealed by the insects were unaware of the unfolding situation. "Your companions seem to have been lured away by the enemy's insects," Oil Girl Sherway noted, observing a few individuals chase after the insects, turning to Yangxing with a concerned expression. "Are those people fools?" Yangxing replied, "While I think Kakashi can be a bit foolish, I doubt he is that reckless. They must have mistaken that bee for one of your insects and assumed we were over there, prompting them to follow without hesitation. That is my fault." Sherway paled at the realization, her face betraying a hint of panic. "I cannot let those individuals perish. Otherwise, our clan will surely face dire consequences. Failing the mission is one thing, but if several Konoha ninjas were to die, we would lose favor with the higher-ups. For the sake of protection and her clan's future." Sherway was determined to act, ready to charge forward. However, before she could move, a small hand grasped her arm. Looking back at the child's serious expression, Sherway was taken aback. All right, Uncle, your insects are not suitable for the forefront. I shall go first. Kakashi and the others will not perish. I will assist them. When the time is right, you can provide support. Trust me, I can eliminate this group here." The smile that crept upon Yangxing's lips seemed incongruous with his age. Perhaps he perceived the complexity of the insects, making him appear formidable, or it was his unwavering confidence in annihilating the group that caused Sherway to hesitate momentarily. After a brief pause, she nodded, "I understand. We must rescue those individuals. We cannot allow them to launch a surprise attack on Konoha." "Indeed." Yangxing nodded and dashed forward, his steps unyielding as he fixed his gaze upon the group ahead. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his companions had become entranced by the insects, and without any precautions, they collided directly with the group. Surprised to encounter such oddly dressed individuals following the peculiar bee, Kakashi's instincts kicked in, and he halted, raising his hand to stop Rin and Akane. What's wrong? It's not Yangshing. Who are these people? The individuals ahead were taken aback upon seeing Kakashi and his companions. Hey, where did that little brat come from? Have they been discovered? How did they find us? Where did we go wrong? Hey, calm down, Suiken Junkei. They are just a few kids. We can dispose of them easily. It's no big deal if we are found out, one of them said dismissively. Don't let your guard down, especially with that masked brat. He possesses considerable strength, warned one of the Jounin, who recognized Kakashi and was somewhat wary of his abilities. That only shows how weak you are. Your water-style jutsu can't possibly compare to our Suiryu clan's techniques. The man named Yamafu sneered and declared loudly, our insect techniques are the strongest ninjutsu under the Tsuchikage. With his words, a swarm of bees emerged, filling the air with a menacing buzz. The sheer size of the bees, comparable to that of an adult, sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of bees, the trio felt an acute sense of anxiety. This was not like their previous encounter on the water. The thousands of bees surrounding them now were tangible threats, their predatory gazes causing Rin and Akane's faces to pale. Kakashi realized they had underestimated the situation. It was not merely dire, it was a dead end. The enemy did not allow them time to ponder. As the swarm closed in, Yamafu raised his hand and maliciously commanded, eliminate them. Chapter 42. The three-face peril. The situation escalated too swiftly, and the overwhelming number of bees left them no room for defense. Confronted by an overwhelming swarm of bees, Kakashi and his companions could only resort to physical techniques to tenuously maintain their formation, encircling one another to shield their vulnerable backs. While Kakashi and Hondo exhibited commendable prowess, it was evident that Noara Rin lagged behind in skill. This disparity did not escape the keen eyes of the Water Flow clan's ninja ahead, who intensified the swarm's focus towards Rin. Aware that if Rin faltered, both of them would be in peril, Kakashi and Hondo felt compelled to assist in neutralizing the bees targeting her. Regrettably, their efforts left them exhausted as they navigated through the relentless swarm. The Water Flow ninja, Mizukawa Sanpu, observed with a mocking grin, deriding the trio. Children, I still possess an unplayed card. Why prolong the inevitable? Simply unleash your Bee King. One of his companions, unable to bear the taunts, interjected, patience, please. With a serene smile, Mizukawa Sanpu clasped his hands to form a seal, fixing his gaze upon the increasingly beleaguered Rin. It appears that the girl over there is on the brink of collapse. Let us commence with her. With a commanding shout, a black rune materialized, summoning a colossal bee that emerged from the sigil. This imposing creature, the size of 2 adults, towered over the thousands of smaller bees, exuding an intimidating presence. The instant this giant bee appeared, many of the surrounding bees ceased their assault, acknowledging the authority of their queen. This high-tier summoning beast, a secret treasure cultivated over many years by the Water Flow clan, was their trump card, an entity that had claimed the lives of numerous Umbu ninjas in the past. Realizing the imminent danger Rin faced, Kakashi sensed a shift in the atmosphere as the queen bee fixated on her, a sign of the encroaching threat. I cannot spare a hand. These bees are insufferable, he lamented, understanding that any misstep could result in a lethal sting, the venom of which appeared decidedly sinister. The tension among the group was palpable, leaving them unable to divert their focus. Mizukawa Junkei observed the moment Rin exposed a flaw, raising a hand in silence. The queen bee surged forward with shocking speed, even prompting the nearby Tsuchikage Nin to secretly admire its velocity. The queen's rapid dash and venomous stinger filled Rin with dread, her heart sinking as she recalled a fleeting image. Perhaps only that individual could save her. However, he was nowhere in sight and could not reach her in time. The weight of despair settled upon Rin as she felt hope slipping away, only to have the shadow from her memories manifest before her, nearly causing her to believe she was dreaming. Earth Release, Hardening Technique. With a swift motion, Yangshing reinforced his palm, transforming it into a rock-like barrier that thwarted the queen's venomous stinger, preventing it from breaching his arm. What? Where did this kid come from? Mizukawa Sanpu exclaimed, startled that he had not noticed Yangshing's presence earlier. Damn it, Queen, retreat. The queen bee, sensing danger, adeptly soared 10 meters into the air, evading Yangshing's impending strike. Be cautious, these bees harbor potent toxins. Although Rin remained baffled by Yangshing's uncanny ability to appear at critical moments, she had no time to ponder and simply warned him. It seemed she was oblivious to the fact that he had been watching from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Fear not, that creature's stinger cannot penetrate my hardening technique. The Earth Release grants me remarkable defensive capabilities. Even if the Queen were to breach my defenses, I possess the immortal aura that can absorb a fatal blow, rendering me almost invulnerable. With his resolve firm, Yangxing prepared for the Queen's next move. The Queen Bee, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of honey from her stinger, aiming to ensnare Yangxing and hinder his movements. With a powerful leap, he evaded the sticky onslaught, his speed akin to a shooting star, leaving Kakashi furrowing his brow in surprise. Incredible speed. Has he not been fighting at full capacity until now? He has become significantly faster. Clearly, Yangxing had received an agility boost, his speed surpassing that of an average J-nin, approaching the realm of an elite shinobi. As the Queen Bee exhausted her honey supply, Mizukawa Sampu urged his companion, Junkei, summon your bees quickly. This kid is too fast. Use your bees to subdue him. The other water flow J-nin, previously motionless, promptly formed seals and invoked summoning technique. With a burst of smoke, a new Queen Bee appeared, dwarfed in size compared to the previous one, now only as tall as a child. Yet, its rapid wing beats and the potent chakra radiating from it indicated that this bee was equally formidable. Haha, kid, prepare to be astonished. This Queen Bee is the swiftest in our clan. I doubt you can escape her grasp. With a whoosh, the Queen Bee surged forward, her speed leaving Kakashi and Hondo in shock. Such velocity is beyond anything I've seen. Only the fourth Hokage could keep pace with that, Kakashi mused, anxiety creeping into his expression as he questioned the identities of these adversaries. This is untenable. Yangxing cannot possibly prevail. Just as Kakashi contemplated rushing to assist, it was already too late. The Queen Bee's speed surpassed Yangxing's, yet through sheer instinct, he managed to block her first attack with his hardened arms. Though the force of the blow forced him back several steps, leaving his hands numb and warning him that another strike could indeed pierce him. With determination, as the Queen Bee dove once more, Yangxing resolved to abandon his hardening technique in favor of evasion. Water substitution technique. The Queen Bee struck air as Yangxing vanished. But her hunting instincts kicked in, turning her attention to where he reappeared 10 meters away. Remarkable, this creature possesses keen awareness, Yangxing thought, readying himself for the Queen's next approach. Then I shall continue with the substitution technique. In a flurry of motion, the two engaged in a furious contest of speed, a spectacle that left onlookers sweating profusely. This boy can execute the substitution technique with such frequency. He must be one of a kind, Kakashi noted, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead as he marveled at Yangxing's agility. Truly, this is beyond comprehension. I dread the prospect of battling someone capable of unleashing multiple substitutions without breaking a sweat. Hey, this fellow is utterly inhuman. Just how many shadow clones has he unleashed? How much chakra does he possess? Gazing up at the sky, where the sun, Yangxing, continuously transformed into water clones, the water flow clan's Shanfeng clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. Damn it, if only my Queen Bee could keep up. If I had known, I would have brought an additional Queen Bee to surround and obliterate him. Suddenly, the usually silent water flow Junjia's countenance shifted, realizing that something was amiss with his Queen Bee. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "No? At this rate, my Queen Bee will be exhausted. Return, do not pursue any further." Uncertain of just how many shadow clones Yangxing could conjure, Junjia did not wish to witness his Queen Bee perish from sheer fatigue. Regrettably, his call, intended to give the Queen Bee a moment of respite and to remind her of Yangxing's formidable nature, came too late. Seizing the opportunity, Yangxing executed a water-based substitution jutsu to evade the Queen Bee's attack and reposition himself. When he noticed the Queen Bee attempting to withdraw, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and unleashed, fire-style, great fireball technique. Quick, keep flying, don't look back, that guy is right behind us. Water flow Junjia jolted, suddenly recalling a crucial detail. The fellow not only evaded but also wielded terrifying offensive ninjutsu. As the significance of this dawned on him, it was regrettably too late. The enhanced fireball was colossal, far too immense. Even if the Queen Bee attempted to ascend, there was no way she could escape the fireball's 10-meter radius within the scant moment available. With a mere brush against its edge, she was entirely engulfed, the massive fireball crashing into a great tree. Boom! In an instant, the Queen Bee was reduced to charred remains. This shocking turn of events left many in a state of stupor, particularly the Water Flow clan. The normally composed Water Flow Junjie felt his eyes redden. And as his queen bee turned to ash, a thunderous scream erupted from him. My bee! My queen bee! No, I will not forgive you. I will make you pay dearly for this, you wretched brat. I will ensure my bee takes you down with her. Junjie nearly went mad. In that fleeting moment, he summoned all his bees to swarm Yanxing, his eyes blazing with fury. Yet Yanxing, calmly meeting his gaze, extended a finger and smiled, shaking his head with a hint of mockery. Too bad, only you shall perish. Hey, uncle, it's time to take action. His final shout echoed towards the nearby woods. Others were present. The Water Flow clan and the various ninjas from the Land of Earth exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, unable to fathom that another was lurking nearby. But when they looked back, the figure remained hidden, deepening their confusion. Kid, enough of your theatrics. You should perish here. Bees, dismember this brat. Junjie, consumed by rage, completely lost his composure and ordered the bees to attack Yanxing. However, just as he made his move, someone grasped his arm. Feeling the other's strength, he was displeased. Shanfeng, what are you doing? Let go and let me deal with him. Junjie, do not act rashly. Something feels off. What do you mean? This brat killed my summoning beast. I must eliminate him. Wait, what is that sound? Junjie suddenly sensed something amiss, a buzzing sound enveloping them, causing him to become alert. Simultaneously, both men noticed their thousands of bees behaving oddly, abandoning their aggressive demeanor. Some bees began to dart chaotically through the sky, as if pursued by something. Why do the bees seem off? It appears something is ensnaring our bees. What is that? Junjie focused, his pupils dilating in horror. Little insects? Impossible. How could such small creatures pose a threat to our bees? Suddenly, blood gushed forth from the body of a large bee, which was cleaved in half, a scene too spectacular to behold. Stunned, Water Flow Junjie swallowed his words, as the bizarre and swift turn of events left him in shock. The chaos began. Thousands of bees were thrown into disarray, attacked by countless small insects, each bee falling victim to the onslaught. Their blood saturating the ground as large bees plummeted from the sky. The scene transformed into utter turmoil. The Water Flow clan could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. They were utterly oblivious to the source of these insects. Impossible. This cannot be. My bees are invincible. No creature could slay them like this. Who has unleashed these insects? Who is behind this? Junjie cradled his head in despair, and in that moment, he caught sight of Yanxing's amused expression, suddenly grasping the truth. You little devil. You summoned them, didn't you? You deceived us. You delayed our time and obscured our vision. The true threat is behind you. Correct, but it's too late. Also, did I not mention that none of you shall escape? Yanxing's smile bore a cruel edge. As those words fell, he formed seals and executed the shadow clone technique, conjuring 4 water clones simultaneously. The water clones leaped to the left and right, while the Water Flow clan remained bewildered, unsure of Yanxing's intentions. As the ground trembled, Kakashi's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated, calling out to Haruno Sakura and Nara Shikamaru, fall back. This weirdo intends to unleash a massive earth technique using multiple clones. Chapter 44. The Terror of the Little Insects. Just as Kakashi had surmised, the 4 clones executed an earth jutsu, earth style, earth flow rampart. For earthen walls rose, enclosing all the ninjas from the Land of Earth within. The towering walls shocked the ninjas, leaving them in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Is this child a monster? To simultaneously execute 4 high-level jutsu with such perfection, something even that Hokage could not accomplish. Of course, these individuals would never realize that Yanxing's earth techniques were low-cost jutsu enhanced by a special aura. Not only could he execute 4 high-level jutsu, but he could do so all at once if he mastered them. Trapped, the group exchanged glances. When they saw a figure atop the towering earth walls, they finally recognized the threat. The 3J Nin reacted swiftly, leaping into action as they rushed upwards. Don't just stand there. Jump up. This kid intends to incinerate us. The 3J Nin dashed upward with incredible speed, nearing Yanxing within seconds, while the weaker ninjas lagged behind. Yet even as the 3J Nin closed in, it was too late. Yanxing had prepared for this moment. The jutsu left them no room for escape. Fire style, great fireball technique. Perish. The massive fireball surged toward the 3J Nin, also colliding with the approaching middle and lower-ranked ninjas behind them. Boom. The explosion was earth-shattering, causing the earth walls to tremble violently. The direct impact resulted in numerous middle and lower-ranked ninjas perishing, while the 3J Nin sustained severe injuries. Staggering, yet somehow managing to remain upright, though clearly in dire straits. Gazing at the three individuals on the ground, Yang Xing furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the exceptional resilience of the Jonin. It appeared that with enhanced ninjutsu, it would be challenging to eliminate them entirely without exerting oneself fully. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, assistance unexpectedly arrived. The three Jonin, recognizing the terror exuded by Yang Xing, stood vigilant, preparing to unleash their jutsu the instant he became distracted, aiming to teach the young boy a lesson. As their ninjutsu was halfway through its formation, an insistent itch surged through their bodies, originating from the soles of their feet, prompting each of them to glance downward. Emerging from the soil were countless tiny insects, swarming towards them in a dense mass, instilling a terror in their hearts greater than that of a descent into hell. No, not the insects. Wait, don't come near me, don't bite, huh? Thousands upon thousands of insects crawled forth from the earth, enveloping the trio entirely. Caught off guard, they were swiftly buried beneath the wave of insects. Their wretched screams faded within seconds, leaving nothing but a pile of ashes and bones. Once the three fell, Yang Xing heard the completion notification in his ear, astonished to discover that even without delivering the final blow himself, he had still received a 5-star evaluation. Task completed. Elimination of Jonin. Perfect 5-star rating. With a swift motion, Yang Xing dispelled the earth release technique, returning the ground to its tranquil state. Standing before Kakashi and the others, he paid no heed to their astonishment and called out towards the nearby forest. Hey, uncle, it's all over now. You can come out, no need to hide. Under the varied gazes of the group, Wai Shimi stepped out from the trees. Regrettably, the Jonin from the Mizukage clan never had the chance to glimpse the face of this bespectacled elder. Emerging from the woods, Wai Shimi nodded lightly at Yang Xing, approaching silently to retrieve his insects. The sight of him collecting insects from the bodies of the deceased was so horrifying that the two girls nearby turned pale, unable to utter a word. Even Akane, who huddled close to Yang Xing, wore a notably ashen expression. This guy isn't from the Waiyan clan, is he? The Waiyan clan is that powerful? Akane pondered, astonished by the insects. She understood Yang Xing's strength, but the sheer terror of the insects was beyond her imagination. This realization drew the trio's attention to the insects, momentarily overshadowing their fear of Yang Xing's equally terrifying abilities. Indeed, while Yang Xing's prowess was commendable, the eerie nature of the Waiyan clan's insects invoked a deeper sense of dread. With one matter resolved, another still required swift attention. Have the others arrived? Wai Shimi murmured softly, ensuring no one else overheard. Turning back, he calmly addressed Yang Xing. Yang Xing, you and your companions may return. I have other matters to attend to. His gaze reflected a trust in Yang Xing, noting that the elder had no intention of accompanying them. Yang Xing inquired, what about you, uncle? Besides you few, there are still members of the Mizukage clan present. I plan to gather some of my kin to completely eradicate the remaining threats. Wai Shimi replied with a serious demeanor. Then go ahead, Yang Xing responded, uninterested in further chaos, prioritizing his rewards instead. He waved him off, allowing Wai Shimi to depart. And don't forget our agreement. I'll see you in Konoha. Wai Shimi walked away slowly without glancing back. Once he had left, the trio's attention shifted back to Yang Xing. Akane was the first to break the silence, her voice tinged with surprise. Agreement? What was that about? Just a trivial matter, nothing significant, Yang Xing replied with a smile, deftly changing the subject. All right, let us not linger here. We should head back quickly. Having completed the task with ease, Yang Xing felt buoyant, a sentiment rarely seen by his companions. The trio did not press further, following Yang Xing along the original path back through the forest. Despite a few words from their female Jonin teacher, there were no repercussions. She refrained from reprimanding them. Knowing that the remaining members of the Mizukage clan were to be dealt with by Wai Shimi, they proceeded without hesitation, returning to Konoha. The bees of the Mizukage clan were evidently the main force in this operation, and upon learning this, they would undoubtedly notify the 4th and 3rd Hokage at the earliest opportunity. In any case, the mission could be deemed a resounding success as the group began their long-awaited return to Konoha. The journey was extensive yet relatively safe, marked by calmness throughout. Chapter 45. A triumphant return in the land of fire, Konoha Village. Within the Hokage building, the Hokage's office was unusually bustling with both the fourth Hokage and the third Hokage present, underscoring the significance of the mission report. Before them stood Yangxing and Akane, who had completed their task and returned to Konoha within 2 days. They arrived in the afternoon and, after a night of rest, were summoned to the Hokage building early the following morning. Observing the atmosphere, Yangxing discerned that a thorough report was imminent. Fortunately, since the matter concerning the Sharingan had not been disclosed, there was no cause for concern. The fourth Hokage broke the silence first, his handsome face adorned with a smile. "Remarkable work, Kakashi. You all have achieved great merit this time." With a beaming smile, Minato clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, leaving the latter somewhat flustered. "No, this was all Yangxing's doing. I hardly contributed at all." "Ah, Yangxing?" Minato turned his curious gaze toward the previously unassuming youth, joined by the third Hokage, who was also observing him closely. Yangxing realized it was indeed his first encounter with the third Hokage, who still appeared relatively youthful. As the attention of the room focused on him, the female Jonin stepped forward at an opportune moment, stating, "Fourth Hokage, this mission involved 4 Nin and 8 Genin, all of whom were eliminated by Yangxing. Additionally, 3 Jonin were successfully dealt with thanks to his collaboration with the Wyan clan." An enveloping silence followed. Minato snapped back to reality, his expression becoming complex as he regarded Yangxing. "Are you saying that the entirety of this mission was accomplished due to Yangxing's efforts?" For reasons unknown, Minato's gaze turned towards Kakashi as he spoke. Kakashi nodded earnestly, prompting Minato to reassess Yangxing with a newfound seriousness in his eyes. Before he could vocalize his queries, the door to the room swung open, and a figure entered with graceful poise. "My apologies for the intrusion," the newcomer stated respectfully. Yet the expression hidden behind his sunglasses remained inscrutable. It was none other than Wyan Shimi, the leader of the Wyan clan. "Oh, the leader of the Wyan clan has arrived just in time. We owe much to your clan for the success of this mission," Minato exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile. "Not at all," Wyan Shimi replied, noticing Yangxing's presence, and shook his head earnestly. "This matter is largely thanks to." However, before he could complete his thought, Yangxing interrupted with a light-hearted comment. "Haha, uncle, you arrived quite promptly. Without you, those few ninjas from the land of Earth would have been quite a hassle for me to handle alone." Wyan Shimi, taken aback by the interruption, struggled to articulate his thoughts, his reticent nature thwarting his explanation. This, in turn, led the fourth Hokage to ponder deeply. As he regarded oil woman Shimi with a serious gaze, the weight on his face gradually dissipating. "Oh, is that so?" "So, it was a collaboration between Yangxing and the leader of the oil woman clan that resolved the situation. Regardless, Yangxing's performance this time was commendable." The expression of Minato Namikaze returned to tranquility, as it seemed he had misunderstood. It was indeed the assistance of the leader of the oil woman clan that made this achievement possible. Naturally, Yangxing desired this effect and offered no further explanation. Upon realizing this, Minato's eyes widened slightly as he addressed Kakashi and the others. "The initial attack did not impact Konoha, and we owe that to you, Kakashi Rin. And Obito, well done." "It's nothing," Kakashi replied, though he, Rin, and Obito wore somewhat forced smiles, which left Minato puzzled. He wanted to inquire about the 2 youngsters' demeanor, but was pulled back to his thoughts by Yangxing's interjection. "Teacher Minato, it's not solely our merit. The support from the land of Earth was largely arranged by the uncle from the oil woman clan. Moreover, if it weren't for the assistance of the clan members from the Mizukage faction, we wouldn't have returned so swiftly." Indeed, I could never forget that." Minato smiled at Yangxing's reminder. The oil woman clan was undeniably the most crucial contributor to this mission. After casting an appreciative glance at the oil woman clan, Minato deliberately looked at the usually silent third Hokage. "What do you think, third Hokage?" It was rare for the third Hokage to speak. His austere face fixed on oil woman Shimi, his unique voice carrying a hint of gravity. Yes, this mission was indeed commendable for Kakashi and the others. However, the vigilance of the oil woman clan played an indispensable role in completely thwarting the Mizukage faction. We must be grateful for the insect techniques of the oil woman clan. "I am unworthy of such praise, third Hokage," oil woman Shimi replied, slightly bowing, her gaze momentarily scanning Yangxing. Although she did not comprehend why this young lad spoke on her behalf, she acknowledged that Yangxing had indeed assisted their clan. This was something that warranted gratitude later on. At that moment, Yangxing understood that some troubles were unavoidable. As the group began discussing the details of the mission, Yangxing found himself ensnared by someone. Gazing at Minato's captivating smile, Yangxing felt an unsettling itch. This man's smile surely signified trouble, did it not? By the way, Yangxing, when we leave, don't run off. Come with me to the back of the Hokage building. Don't even think about escaping, Minato whispered in Yangxing's ear, ensuring Kakashi and the others remained unaware. Sighing in resignation, Yangxing nodded while internally lamenting that he had originally intended to return to his beloved girlfriend. Upon hearing Yangxing's words, Minato appeared perplexed. You have a girlfriend? Since when was I unaware of this? How could you know, Teacher Minato? I'm still striving for it. Besides, I'm surrounded by a bunch of introverts daily. How could I possibly have one? Minato's expression darkened, thoroughly clouded. You little brat, do you really not want to talk with me? Well, if Teacher Minato is eager to chat, I wouldn't mind enlightening your lonely soul. Yangxing sighed again, playfully patting Minato on the shoulder. I understand that you are the type who, if not conversing, would feel profoundly lonely, Yangxing teased. What do you mean by feeling lonely? What do you mean by star person? Minato could barely suppress his urge to retort, yet in the Hokage's office. He could only suppress his sarcasm and forced a smile, addressing Yangxing earnestly. I've always found you to be rather arrogant, but you are indeed quite amusing. In any case, don't stay out too late. Rest assured, it won't take much of your time. Yangxing shrugged and nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Their quiet exchange drew the attention of a few onlookers, whose expressions varied. Hey, don't you think the fourth Hokage seems particularly concerned about Yangxing? Is that so? Kakashi, I know you understand. Obito crossed his arms, nodding. Well, I also grasp your feelings. I know you're not too pleased about losing your title as Minato's top disciple, but you should realize. Wait for me to finish speaking before you leave, you rascal. Chapter 46. The Lonely Star Who Doesn't Converse. The conversation concluded, primarily consisting of listening to the third Hokage ramble for a while, sharing his insights on various crises facing Konoha, and urging the Oil Woman clan to continue their investigations. Meanwhile, Yangxing and the others were left with no tasks to undertake. After all, they were merely a small team of children, and the third Hokage held no expectations for them. For Yangxing and his companions, it was a rare opportunity to enjoy some leisure time. Although they did not know when they might encounter another special mission, it was certain that they could relish a brief respite. However, Yangxing discovered that his return did not afford him the chance to rest properly. Throughout the journey, he had no time to explore his new achievements and abilities. The 5-star rating for defeating a Jonin had granted him a unique achievement and 2 evolution fruits, significantly enhancing his prowess. Moreover, the newly acquired ability to seize the aura from defeating a Jonin had left Yangxing in a state of excitement. Special Jonin of the Land of Earth, unique aura, provides Earth Attribute Chakra, doubling the power of all Earth Release Ninjutsu. Reduces the power of all Earth Release Ninjutsu by half. Automatically comprehending all non-bloodline Earth Release techniques below level, and upgrading previously mastered Earth Release techniques to an enhanced version. Earth Release, Hardening Technique, Enhanced Version, increases defense from rock and earth to iron ore. Heavenly Falling Clay, Earth Flow Wall, Earth Spike, all have an expanded coverage of 30% compared to their original forms. It was evident that the enhanced version and the upgraded version were 2 distinct concepts. Although somewhat akin, Yangxing was certain that the enhanced version's power surpassed that of the upgraded version. Now, his ninjutsu should be categorized into 4 types. Ordinary ninjutsu as the weakest, enhanced ninjutsu as considerably stronger, upgraded ninjutsu as significantly more powerful, and the enhanced ninjutsu as an existence akin to an abnormal technique. First successful kill of a Jonin, unique achievement. Unselected ninjutsu, selected ninjutsu, with a significant reduction in chakra consumption alongside the original enhancement. This unique achievement was undoubtedly the most enticing. Just thinking of the enhanced version's power made Yangxing impatient. However, regrettably, there was no time for him to select ninjutsu for experimentation. Upon exiting the Hokage building, he directly veered to the rear. Near a wall of the building, he found Minato, who had been waiting with a cheerful expression. Faced with Minato's inviting wave, Yangxing felt compelled to approach. With a slight sigh, he mused about his undeniable charm as he stepped forward. Without much preamble, the two leaned against the wall and began conversing. So, Yangxing, what are your thoughts on Konoha? Minato's question was succinct, and he posed it while gazing at the sky rather than at Yangxing. What do I think? Yangxing pondered. And the only word he could conjure was hometown? Well, that could be one way to put it. Here, we have ordinary civilians alongside powerful ninjas. And among the strong, there are distinctions between low, middle, and high-ranked ninjas. Above them all, there is the belief and supreme existence of the Hokage. Minato's gaze shifted from the sky back to Yangxing, his eyes now fixed intently on him. The title of Hokage is reserved for those with potential who can benefit the village. You ought to know that, right? I've known that for a while. Today, Minato seems a bit different, Yangxing thought, feeling a sense of unease, especially with the notification of his achievement echoing in his ears. Acquiring ordinary achievements. Being favored by the fourth Hokage. Achieving ordinary feats. Becoming a gem in the village. Achieving ordinary milestones. A promising young talent. Achieving ordinary accomplishments. Beginning to shine. With the number of ordinary achievements reached, a 20 increase in physical attributes is awarded, with 5 more ordinary achievements required for the next reward. The sudden accumulation of such numerous achievements surprised Yangxing. Although the 20 increase in physical attributes may seem modest, it proved to be quite beneficial for him at this juncture. Currently, Yangxing was preoccupied with matters that seemed related to the conversation with Minato Namikaze. This was confirmed as soon as the next words were spoken. Special level task triggered. Training by the fourth Hokage for the future of Konoha Village. Do you accept? Decline. Are you certain? Absolutely. Yangxing's response was resolute as he swiftly turned off his phone with a decisive hand. He raised his head, feigning ignorance while gazing at Minato, who appeared to have something to convey. Yangxing, do you aspire to become Hokage? Minato's gaze was earnest, and his inquiry was abrupt. Despite the system's prompt, Yangxing was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Minato intended to cultivate him as the next Hokage, which startled him, prompting a hasty reply. I can't do it. Not necessarily, Minato smiled, his eyes seemingly penetrating through to the truth. That female Jonin instructor has already informed me about your defeats of several Jonin. The Oil Woman clan's insect techniques are formidable. Yet overcoming the 2 Jonin from the Mizukage clan and the Jonin from the Earth Country's intelligence department cannot solely be achieved by the likes of Yuyashimi. Perhaps it was just luck. Do not feign innocence. Facing Yangxing's concealed smile, Minato's expression turned serious. Yangxing, I find you quite perplexing. I do not comprehend your impact on Konoha Village, yet it is true that your future is bright. Therefore, I present you with 2 choices. Remain in Konoha Village as a valuable ninja contributing to our village, or choose to be forgotten, never to attain the rank of Jonin. Teacher Minato, are you threatening me? No. I am merely requesting you, Minato replied with a sly grin. As Hokage of Konoha Village, I do possess some authority. At the very least, I can ensure that a young talent like you cannot pass the Chunin exams or the Jonin tests, which is quite a trivial matter for me. How insidious, how cunning, how despicable, how shameless. After a moment of silence, Yangxing shook his head. I still cannot agree. Minato was taken aback. He did not expect Yangxing to refuse so decisively, his brows furrowing. Isn't being the Hokage of Konoha and my endorsement not sufficient? Yangxing, I understand that whatever method you employed to elevate from the lowest rank of Genin to possessing Chunin-level chakra in such a short time is remarkable. I can foresee that within 10 years, you could attain near Hokage strength. Of course, the fourth Hokage remained oblivious to the fact that Yangxing would not require 10 years. Within a year, or even a few months, he could reach near Hokage status. With the fruit of evolution and the Sharingan, Yangxing's future strength was incalculable. Chapter 47. Truly an age issue. Unfortunately, I truly do not wish to become Hokage, Yangxing lamented, shaking his head earnestly this time. One day, I will leave. I wish to traverse the entire country and fulfill my dreams. Dreams? Observing the determination in Yangxing's gaze, Minato hesitated to acknowledge it. Yet he understood that Yangxing was not receptive to any further persuasion. Yangxing, do you truly not wish to reconsider? The next generation of Konoha, particularly one with the potential to become a Hokage-level powerhouse, holds immeasurable value for our village. It is imperative to employ every means to win you over. This is my duty as the fourth Hokage. Teacher Minato, I address you as such, and I assure you, I will not engage in any actions that would harm the ordinary citizens of Konoha. Yangxing met Minato's gaze with calm resolve. Seeing the earnestness in his eyes, Minato had no choice but to relent. Is that so? It appears that no amount of discussion will suffice. With a sigh, he grasped Yangxing's shoulder and said earnestly, "However, Yangxing, be cautious. Concealing your strength is essential. You should refrain from showcasing your abilities too prominently, especially to certain individuals in Konoha." "What do you mean?" "You will understand in due time. Now, let us speak of your intentions regarding other countries." Understanding Yangxing's desire to explore, Minato grew intrigued. He was eager to discern the goals of this remarkably powerful young individual. "Of course, it's about the girls." To Minato's astonishment, Yangxing exclaimed, "There are far too few beautiful women in Konoha, and most are underage. Those who are attractive and well-endowed are already married. Even the single ones only idolize the higher-ups in Konoha. Teacher Minato, have you not noticed how high the rate of glances is when you walk down the street?" Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "Well, I truly have not noticed. Thus, this place is utterly unbearable." Yangxing clenched his fists, appearing as if he might strike the ground in frustration. "Beasts! Those beautiful women want to even glance at me or throw me seductive looks. Why is that?" Minato raised his hand, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yangxing, you're merely 11 years old. You should understand that no adult woman would throw flirtatious glances at an 11-year-old. This is not merely an age issue. It is a problem with the entire village. With those women." Yangxing dismissed Minato's reasoning, waving his hand firmly. "Teacher Minato, I am not joking. I speak with utmost seriousness." Minato felt a sheen of sweat on his brow. He wished to loudly inform this young boy, "I am also speaking with utmost seriousness. This is indeed an age issue." "Teacher Minato, I genuinely do not understand how you maintain such composure under the gaze of so many beautiful women. If it were me, I might not be able to handle it." "Teacher Minato, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave." Minato turned swiftly, not looking back as he hurried away. As he exited, he waved his hand, saying, "Well, do consider what I said earlier, Yangxing." Once Yangxing began discussing girls, the conversation seemed endless. This was near the Hokage building, the heart of Konoha village, and he was the fourth Hokage. If anyone were to witness him conversing about women with a young boy, he could only imagine the repercussions. Even if the villagers remained silent, he knew one person who would not hesitate to confront him. Kushina Uzumaki would not only scold him, but might very well bury him alive. Thus, despite the awkwardness, Minato hurriedly distanced himself from the conversation, realizing that Yangxing might be the most troublesome disciple he would ever have, or perhaps his greatest rival. Watching Minato flee at breakneck speed, Yangxing smirked with a hint of pride, humming softly as he turned to leave. "Forget Konoha village, forget the Hokage. I have the entire world to conquer. All the beautiful women await me, and I have no desire to be the leader of this small place. My goal is the world." Humming his aspirations, Yangxing headed home, genuinely wishing to return, sleep soundly, enjoy a hearty meal, test his earth-release strength, and contemplate which enhancement jutsu to select for his achievements. This is what he wishes to do now, yet it remains utterly unattainable. Upon parting ways with Minato Namikaze, Yangxing became acutely aware of being followed. The individual likely began trailing him the moment he exited from the rear of the Hokage building, and it is highly probable that this person is affiliated with the Hokage's office. However, Yangxing could not discern the identity of this pursuer. At the very least, this clandestine stalker was not among those he knew. To keep his residence concealed, Yangxing opted to navigate the bustling streets with a detour. Not far behind him, a man, his face obscured by a hat and cloak, fixated on the child ahead. Seeing the child deftly weaving through the crowd made him tense. He immediately quickened his pace. This individual was far too swift, and he needed to catch up quickly. Yangxing's pace was exceptionally rapid, causing the hat-clad man to feel anxious. In his haste, he stumbled and unwittingly followed Yangxing into a secluded alleyway. The narrow passage could accommodate only one person, and as he entered, he sensed something amiss. Clearly, Yangxing was already positioned there, facing him and watching silently. "All right, speak your purpose for following me. Who are you?" With the figure before him frozen in place and not making a reckless attack, Yangxing crossed his arms and maintained a composed expression. "If you wish to continue learning ninjutsu, you better clarify your intentions promptly." Although it might seem arrogant for an 11-year-old like Yangxing to utter such words, the man had no doubts about the child's capabilities. Upon hearing Yangxing's statement, he knelt on one knee without a second thought. Under Yangxing's puzzled gaze, the man removed his hat, revealing a cat-faced mask and a distinctive emblem of an Umbu ninja officer, causing Yangxing's brow to furrow. The Umbu officer's high-ranking insignia was not something just anyone could possess. This ninja's strength was at least that of A.J. Nin. Chapter 48. When my younger brother considers Umbu personnel. Did Minato-sensei dispatch you? Yangxing understood that the ability to summon such a high-ranking officer from the Umbu was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, save for a select few. The Umbu officer did not respond to Yangxing's inquiry, but bowed deeply. Lord Yangxing, a certain individual wishes to meet you. Although I cannot disclose their identity at this moment, I assure you that they harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Oh, they wish to meet me? For what reason? Yangxing's interest was piqued. It appeared that this visitor comprehended his strength even more thoroughly than Minato, perhaps already aware of his Sharingan, which naturally made him more cautious. Lord Orochimaru was defeated by you. Your strength is sufficient to warrant the attention of anyone in Konohagakure. Raising his head, the man in the cat mask revealed no discernible emotion, yet his words conveyed a palpable excitement. If you truly understand the implications of what I am saying, would you be willing to accompany me to meet this esteemed individual? Surprised that news of his victory over Orochimaru had spread, Yangxing mused that it could not have originated from Akatsuki, as that was the work of a traitor in Konohagakure. This prompted Yangxing to smirk. Unable to suppress his amusement. What benefit is there for me in meeting him? If you are willing, I would accept any condition. The man, filled with fervor, spoke earnestly. Yangxing contemplated, stroking his chin for a considerable time before finally raising his head with a smile. All right, let me take your leader's position. He shall be my subordinate, and I will agree. The officer was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of cold disbelief. You cannot be serious. Yangxing's expression turned serious as he replied. Return and inform him that if he is willing to be my subordinate, I may consider it. Otherwise, there is no chance. And do not allow anyone to follow me again, or he will lose a crucial asset. With that, Yangxing swiftly leaped onto the rooftop, utilizing his remarkable agility to make his escape. Watching the boy depart, the Umbu high-ranking officer rose, his expression grave. It appeared that this child was far more formidable than anticipated. He murmured softly, Lord Danzo, I wonder how you shall respond. This child poses the greatest threat at present. Even Minato Namikaze holds him in such high regard, and Orochimaru is not a match for him. He could be a significant threat to you in Konohagakure. It will be interesting to see how you proceed. Upon returning home, Yangxing was preparing to enjoy a peaceful slumber when a knock echoed at his door. Yangxing, feeling irritable, knew the consequences could be severe. Who is it? He inquired, opening the door with a displeased expression, thinking that those individuals truly did not heed warnings and that it might be time to teach them a lesson. Yangxing, why do you have your hand raised? Upon opening the door, it was clear that the visitor was not a traitor from the Umbu, but rather a charmingly dressed Rin Noera. Her petite figure accentuated by her neat attire, which radiated a bright and cheerful aura. Noticing the beads of sweat on her forehead, it seemed she had rushed home to change before coming over. Oh, it's nothing. There was a mosquito in my room, and I was trying to swat it. It just flew away as I opened the door. Realizing her misunderstanding, she offered a nervous chuckle and redirected the conversation. So, Rin, what brings you here? Well, I made some extra curry at home, and I thought you might be alone, so I brought some for you. The beautifully packaged box in Rin's hands was exquisite, and her sweet smile, complemented by her distinctive facial features, was captivating. Yangxing recalled that the distance from his home to the Noera clan was over a mile. He was genuinely touched. The gesture moved him deeply, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and plant a kiss on her cheek. Of course, such thoughts were merely fleeting. Thank you, Yangxing replied with a faint smile as he accepted the box. It's nothing, Rin said with a smile, standing at the door without any intention of leaving. Yangxing, noticing Rin's reluctance to depart, cleared his throat awkwardly and managed a forced smile. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Then I shall impose, she responded, her lovely eyes sparkling as if she had been waiting for Yangxing to say those words. She swiftly entered, even taking off her shoes and stepping barefoot into Yangxing's bedroom. Inviting a wolf into the den, or rather, a rabbit into the cage. Yangxing felt a surge of nervousness. This was the first time a female had entered his bedroom, albeit a girl under 12. Nevertheless, she was still a young lady. Moreover, with her refined appearance, Rin possessed an unexpectedly charming allure. Everything about her, from her slender legs to her delicate figure, was striking. Wait, what am I thinking? I must remain calm. My rationality. In an instant, As he watched Rin settle into the room, Yangxing's heart raced uncontrollably. What should I say? Should I say something? Or perhaps just touch her? Where should I even begin? Obviously, it must start with, oh wait, what am I thinking? Why am I being so shameless? Why did I suddenly think about touching her? At the very least, I should give her a kiss, right? But suddenly doing that seems inappropriate. So, where should I kiss her? Chapter 49. For the future, Yangxing understood that certain questions needed clarification, while others required resolution. This was not only for his own happiness, but also for his future. Thus, Yangxing cleared his throat and gazed seriously at Rin. I still have one question to ask. What is it? Rin inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Although she was unsure of what Yangxing intended to ask, she patiently awaited his words. Who is stronger, Kakashi or me? The words spoken by Yangxing were precisely those that he had previously directed at Noera Rin. In her heart, Noera Rin had already found the answer days ago. Otherwise, she would not have walked so calmly into Yangxing's room. Though she was fully aware of the answer, facing Yangxing's candid inquiry caused her cheeks to flush. Lowering her head, she spoke softly yet sincerely. Yangxing has protected me twice. As for strength, I am uncertain but embarrassed. Noera Rin struggled to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, how could such a delicate girl express herself in response to such a question? It was clear that her flushed face had already conveyed her answer to Yangxing, and to probe further would be foolish. Feeling his heart race, Yangxing understood the excitement brewing within him. Wishing not to suppress this thrill and joy, he forced himself to maintain composure and continued, if you wish to leave, you may do so. If my actions are distasteful to you, you are free to exit this room at any time, for that is simply who I am. Yes, love is love. In this world, he possessed the power to overcome any obstacle, hence there was nothing to fear. Confronted by this adorable girl, Yangxing did not hesitate. Suppressing the tremors within him, he reached out and cradled Noera Rin's face in his hands. The softness of her skin made his heart leap joyfully, and it was evident that her heart raced even more than his, as her flushed cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Yangxing, their gazes locked, and Noera Rin's face was as red as if she had been scalded, yet she remained still, gazing quietly. Yangxing's heartbeat quickened as he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers, those untouched petals. Although he had been stolen a kiss by Red Bean previously, that encounter had been too sudden for him to experience any true feeling. He had been taken by surprise. This time, however, it was different. The girl before him remained motionless, unable to resist, intensifying both his physical and emotional pleasure. She was truly soft and sweet, as if his very heart were melting. His hands, too, were not idle, gliding along her silky skin. Noticing her slight struggle, Yangxing, undeterred, was tempted to abandon all restraint. Yet, at that critical moment, a knock echoed from the door. Oh, someone is knocking? Noera Rin, her face flushed, pressed her clothes down adorably. Such a charming sight made Yangxing wish to embrace her tenderly. Regrettably, the person outside was utterly infuriating. Who is it? Yangxing grumbled as he approached the door, irritated. If it were a man, he would surely have to be dealt with. If it were a woman, even an unattractive one would meet the same fate. Upon opening the door, he found that the visitor was none other than the lively and delightful Red Bean. Hey, after knocking for so long, why did you just now open the door? Red Bean stood with her arms crossed, displaying a haughty demeanor. I rushed back as soon as I could. Don't you have even a shred of gratitude? She shot Yangxing a glare, intending to enter the room, only to notice Noera Rin inside, her eyes narrowing slightly. Ah, this little girl is here too. Noera Rin frowned at Red Bean's words, showing no sign of panic, but her expression shifted to one of displeasure. I am not a little girl. And why are you here now? Well, you surely wouldn't know this, Red Bean replied with a smile, hooking her arm around Yangxing's neck. Our relationship is far more complex than you can imagine, Yangxing. Noera Rin's eyes reddened. Despite being pulled close, her head brushing against softness that Yangxing enjoyed. She pushed Red Bean away, flailing her hands. I was forced into this, I swear. To her surprise, Red Bean leaned in closer, teasingly asking, so, do you admit it now, or not? Sweat beaded on Yangxing's forehead. That was you who kissed me, all right? Well, we've kissed, haven't we? Red Bean smirked, turning to Noera Rin and playfully batting her eyelashes. So, things are just as you imagined, big light bulb. You can go home now. Pouting, Noera Rin remained unmoved. Her expression, which had initially appeared on the verge of tears, transformed into one of determination. I won't go back. Why should I? Besides, I was kissed too. What? How can you say you plan to leave? Red Bean retorted, shaking her head. Someone needs to be self-aware. The two girls appeared ready to escalate their argument. If they weren't in Yang Xing's bedroom, they might have resorted to physical altercations. Yang Xing, feeling a headache coming on, hadn't he anticipated that a girl skilled in ninjutsu would be so stubborn? Seeing both girls glaring fiercely and continuing their bickering, he could no longer contain himself. Enough. Both of you, be quiet. My head is pounding. His loud voice finally brought silence to the room. Realizing she had slightly lost her composure, Noira Rin lowered her head apologetically. I'm sorry. Red Bean, however, pouted, muttering in dissatisfaction. I wonder who that apology is really for. All right, it's all my fault. Everything is my fault. Is that satisfactory? But both of you need to calm down and listen to me. Yang Xing forced a smile, then looked earnestly at the two. Let me make one thing clear. I like both of you. Regardless of who it is, my feelings are genuine, and I won't turn away from either of you. Huh. Noira Rin looked puzzled, unsure of Yang Xing's intent. Red Bean, however, became agitated. Hey, you can't just say you like both of us. You're such a fickle-hearted person. Yes, I am fickle. And you're right, I want both of you. Is that a problem? Yang Xing maintained a calm demeanor, as if he were discussing something trivial, which only served to further irritate Red Bean. Of course, it's a problem. There are many, many problems. Then leave those problems to me to resolve. I can handle everything. Yang Xing's expression hardened, his voice resolute as he gazed intently at the two. I can refuse the Hokage. Do you think I fear these problems? Chapter 50. Planning a grand undertaking. The two girls blinked in astonishment at Yang Xing. It seemed that only he could so boldly declare his desire to straddle two boats. Only he could speak with such confidence about resolving all issues. What exactly do you plan to do? It's not my concern. Red Bean bit her lip. While she appreciated Yang Xing's expression, some things she could not compromise on. Let me be clear. I will not get along with that guy, and I will not give up. Neither will I. Noira Rin nodded earnestly. Understood. This is not the time for animosity. You both need to return and give me a little time. Just a little time. Yang Xing lowered his voice, his expression serious as he focused on the two. At most a week. By then, I will show you that what I said today was not in vain. Perhaps it was the sincerity in Yang Xing's face that moved Red Bean. Perhaps it was his confident demeanor that touched Noira Rin's heart. Neither girl chose to refuse him. Well, if that's the case, I can give you some time. Yes, I'm willing to give you time, Yang Xingkuan. Thank you. Yang Xing smiled faintly as he gazed at the two individuals before turning to leave. Although both appeared reluctant to part, he could not afford to concede or give up at this juncture. If this matter remained unresolved, how could he ever hope to find a third or fourth girlfriend in the future? Therefore, he resolved to undertake a monumental task that would not only capture the attention of these two girls, but also the entire Hidden Leaf village, ultimately compelling them to acknowledge him as theirs. After a prolonged silence, Yang Xing collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Indeed, girls could be exceedingly difficult to handle. However, once he decided to take action, he could not afford to relent. After all, it was the Warring States period. Pursuing multiple girlfriends was not something anyone could criticize. Anyone who dared to voice an objection would be swiftly dealt with. He chuckled at the thought. Yet, after his laughter subsided, Yang Xing had to confront reality. Merely laughing would not resolve his issues. The primary obstacles lay with the opinions of the Hidden Leaf village and the familial dynamics of the Inuzuka clan. In this nation, love was not the sole consideration. The intricate relationships and various factions at play made the pursuit of two girlfriends a formidable challenge for someone like Yang Xing, an orphan with no standing. Moreover, for Yawara Rin and Akamichi to recognize and accept him, he needed sufficient strength to impress both girls. Ultimately, it boiled down to reputation, but beneath that, strength was paramount. With determination, Yang Xing clenched his fist and pulled out his phone, his gaze resolute. He selected a jutsu, lightning release, Chidori stream. This enhanced version would amplify the electrical current to 1,000,000 volts while granting its user temporary immunity to certain lightning release techniques. Curious about the effects of the evolution fruit on his jutsu, and with 3 pieces at his disposal, he decided to further augment his Chidori stream. The final iteration of lightning release, Chidori stream, would double the range of emitted electricity, reduce chakra consumption by half, and increase voltage to 10,000,000 volts, granting temporary immunity to the majority of lightning release techniques. This was indeed impressive. At the very least, The range had expanded significantly, making it a formidable area of effect weapon. Nodding in approval at the final version of Chidori's stream, a satisfied smile graced Yangxing's face. At that moment, he remained unaware of the true terror embodied in this ultimate technique. After a busy period, Yangxing soon retired for the night, as he needed to be well rested for the upcoming plans. In just a few days, he anticipated a whirlwind of activity. The next morning, at the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Yangxing entered with a casual demeanor, accompanied by a bespectacled elder. The place appeared quite ordinary, not much different from any typical household. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was greeted by a young boy with a perplexed expression. "Yangxing, brother?" "Ah, Itachi, it has been a while." Yangxing raised his hand in greeting, wearing a broad smile as he addressed the practicing Itachi in the courtyard. Brother Yangxing, are you not on a mission?" The small Uchiha Itachi asked with a furrowed brow, clearly surprised. "I heard you helped during the last ninja invasion of the Hidden Leaf Village?" "Yes, indeed," Yangxing replied with a hearty laugh. "Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? By the way, you probably don't know, but let me introduce you to someone." Itachi eagerly led Yangxing to a nearby room where a crib held a baby just over a month old. Seeing the infant, Yangxing couldn't help but chuckle. He had mastered Chidori's stream, while the original creator of the technique was merely a child in a crib. "Isn't he adorable?" Itachi remarked, playfully poking the baby's cheek. "Yes, I suppose he is," Yangxing replied with a faint smile, eager to steer the conversation back on track. "However, I'm not here just to chat. I wish to speak with your father." "Father?" Itachi responded, taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire further, Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the living room. "Itachi, is something the matter? Who has come to visit?" Upon opening the door, Fugaku's expression shifted to one of concern as he spotted Yangxing and the elder. What could the leader of the Aburame clan want with me? Although the Aburame clan was somewhat diminished, they were still a family within the Hidden Leaf Village, deserving of Uchiha Fugaku's respect. Moreover, the Aburame clan had made significant contributions during the village's recent protective efforts. "It's not me, it's this young man," Aburame Shibi replied, casting a glance at Yangxing. Although he did not understand why Yangxing had summoned him to the Uchiha clan, he followed without question. Considering Yangxing's previous assistance in eliminating enemies and advocating for the Aburame clan, Fugaku was taken aback as he noticed Shibi's deference towards this boy. Despite his initial skepticism regarding Yangxing's youth, he could not ignore the Aburame clan's respect for him. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Fugaku inquired after a moment of contemplation. "We cannot discuss matters here," Yangxing said, surveying the surroundings with a seriousness that belied his age. Understanding that both he and Shibi were guests, Fugaku ushered them into the house without hesitation. As the three gathered around a tatami mat, sipping tea, Fugaku's curiosity deepened. "Now, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Yangxing's nonchalant demeanor prompted Fugaku's concern as he pondered the boy's background. Yangxing took a sip of tea, then remarked, "This tea is rather delightful." "Apologies, but I have pressing matters and cannot linger," Fugaku replied, his expression becoming serious as he focused on Yangxing. Unfazed by Fugaku's imposing presence, Yangxing waved dismissively, smiling. "Rest assured, I only wish to share a few words." "Just a few words?" He cleared his throat, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Is it not true that the Elder Council holds the greatest influence in the Hidden Leaf Village?" After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku nodded, albeit puzzled by Yangxing's intent. "Is it not rather intolerable that the Elder Council makes all the decisions?" Yangxing's smile was radiant. Fugaku's eyes sharpened, and he replied earnestly, "The Elder Council represents the honor and legacy of the Hidden Leaf Village. It is not a matter of discontent." Yangxing erupted in laughter, nearly gasping for breath, while Fugaku's expression darkened, nearly prompting him to dismiss the young boy. "What is so amusing? Listen, I did not come here for idle chatter. I have a purpose," Yangxing said, abruptly ceasing his laughter, his expression turning grave. "Let us not indulge in superficialities. I am here to propose the reformation of the Umbu under the Elder Council's oversight." The gravity of Yangxing's statement left both Fugaku and Aburame Shibi in shock. His words were nothing short of astonishing, as the Umbu represented a specialized investigative unit with a legacy spanning generations within the Hidden Leaf Village. At the same time, it is the real power of the Elder Council. Ignoring the expressions of the two individuals, Yangxing continued, "I wish to transform the Umbu of Konoha Village. To put it simply, I intend to alter the management and the various officials within the Umbu. This, I fear, is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. My apologies, but I truly have no time for such frivolous talk. I have matters to attend to. Uchiha Fugaku found it laughable that a mere child before him could propose changes to an organization with decades of foundation. He had no intention of listening further. Were it not for the presence of the head of the Yamanaka clan, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Is it permissible for you to leave like this? Yangxing asked nonchalantly, taking a sip of tea. I possess information regarding traitors within the upper echelons of the Umbu. Moreover, I have the capability and strength to render even those of near Kage level powerless against me, along with a complete plan. Uchiha Fugaku, who had originally intended to rise, halted, retracting his legs, and fixed a piercing gaze upon Yangxing. The notion that near Kage level individuals would be no match for him was, in itself, another grand jest. The chakra emanating from this child was merely at the level of a special chunin. Such bravado could only be deemed boastful. As if aware of Fugaku's thoughts, Yangxing smirked and said, though my chakra may indeed be limited, if you, the clan leader, were to spar with me, you would understand the truth of my words. Haha. Very well. Uchiha Fugaku smirked, his countenance shifting to one of seriousness. Should you lose, I shall regard this matter as nothing more than a jest. I will, of course, inform the fourth Hokage, and at that point, even your youth will not absolve you of the consequences. This child, it seemed, was unwilling to depart, and with the head of the Yamanaka clan present, Fugaku could not afford to lose face. Given the opportunity to compete, he could hardly refuse. Agreed. But what if you lose, clan leader? Yangxing's words trailed off. Fugaku found it amusing, unable to suppress his laughter. Haha, a member of the Uchiha clan losing? Very well. Young one, I admire your confidence. I shall agree to your terms. If you win, I will consider your previous proposal. Deal. Yangxing's smile widened as he rose to his feet. The impending battle was self-evident. It could not occur within the confines of the house. Fortunately, behind the Uchiha estate lay a secluded grove, ideal for combat, uninhabited for a mile, in the backyard of the Uchiha training grounds. As Yangxing and Uchiha Fugaku faced each other, the onlookers found it difficult to compose themselves. Are you truly intent on battling a member of the Uchiha clan? Yamanaka Shikaku stepped forward, his brow furrowed as he addressed Yangxing. You must understand the terror of the Sharingan. Yes, I comprehend. However, I possess an ace that can suppress their Sharingan. Child, you do not grasp the reality. The Sharingan can perceive all ninjutsu and penetrate every taijutsu. You stand no chance. No. The Sharingan is not invincible. I have stated that I possess an ace. It will not disrupt my ninjutsu. Confidence shone in Yangxing's eyes. Perhaps it was this very confidence that rendered Yamanaka Shikaku speechless. Oh, he scrutinized Yangxing before retreating from the battleground, leaving behind a simple remark. If you win the match, I would be eager to hear your thoughts on restructuring the Umbu. Very well, may we commence? Uchiha Fugaku's impatience was palpable, as he had clan matters to attend to and wished to cease indulging this child's antics. After all, dealing with this child required no more than a casual display of skill. A couple of ninjutsu would suffice. Yet, he thought, despite being merely a newly minted chunin, was not the fourth Hokage's disciple worthy of some consideration? Uchiha Fugaku found the entire contest absurd. The leader of the Uchiha clan was to engage in combat with a mere child. Nevertheless, he resolved to show restraint, utilizing only 30% of his strength, ensuring this disciple of the fourth did not suffer injury. Now, clan leader, I shall begin. Yangxing formed hand seals, announcing his intent as he completed them. Yes, let us begin. Uchiha Fugaku, snapping back to attention, casually formed his own seals. He opened his mouth to unleash a ninjutsu toward Yangxing. Fire style, Grand Fireball. Impossible. Is that our clan's Grand Fireball? By my word, how immense. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku intended to demonstrate his prowess with a simple fire technique, hoping to impress upon the child the difference in their abilities and the Uchiha clan's prowess. Unfortunately for him, before his ninjutsu could be unleashed, Yangxing's colossal fireball forced his countenance to pale, prompting him to leap away without hesitation. Boom. Gazing upon the charred earth and the several trees that had toppled, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened significantly, akin to one who had suffered great loss. Water style, water clone technique. At that moment, Yangxing seized the opportunity, refusing to grant Fugaku a moment's respite. If he wished to underestimate him, he would learn the cost of such folly. Chapter 52. The perfect plan unfolds for Yangtze's leaped into action, their hidden weapons soaring through the air. Shuriken go. Thud, thud, thud. Uchiha Fugaku evaded with great difficulty, as the four Yangtze's and their flying shurikens left him little room to maneuver. How swift! This child possesses a speed unparalleled among Chunin. Facing two clones projecting kunai, while one clone and the real Yangtze engaged in close combat, Fugaku's expression soured further. Has this child concealed his strength from the start? Impossible. His chakra is indeed at the level of a Chunin. Crackling sounds filled the air as the scene descended into chaos to an ordinary observer. The four Yangtze's appeared as meteors streaking through the grove. Uchiha Fugaku, true to his lineage, dodged the four luminous attacks without a single hit, solidifying his reputation as a formidable leader. Father? Not far away, Uchiha Itachi, with curious eyes, remained transfixed on the rapidly moving figures. This is my brother Yangtze's strength. Truly impressive, the most formidable indeed. The swift motions and rapid strikes etched themselves into his young heart, as powerful ninjas were forever objects of admiration and pursuit. Enough, child. Uchiha Fugaku was enraged. Being toyed with had stripped him of dignity, tarnishing the prestige of the Uchiha clan. His eyes flared, and without a moment's hesitation, the three-tomo Sharingan manifested in his gaze. Puff, puff, puff. Uchiha Fugaku's fury erupted, and with no mercy, he shattered all three of Yangtze's clones in mere seconds. His physical attacks, combined with a speed surpassing Yangtze's, laid bare the might of the clan leader. Indeed, throughout Konoha, aside from the third and fourth Hokage, few could stand against Uchiha Fugaku. The three-tomo Sharingan was a nightmare for all Jinjutsu and Taijutsu users alike. Have you finally unleashed your full strength? Yangtze, having landed some distance away, bore a smile on his face. I commend your abilities at such a young age, but regrettably, I have no desire to indulge you further. Uchiha Fugaku, with the three-tomo swirling in his crimson eyes, coldly regarded Yangtze. Child, surrender gracefully. That will not do. Earth release, earth spear. Boom. The ground trembled as the earth shifted, unleashing a torrent of sharp earth spears, capable of piercing a person directly through. What is even more terrifying is the vast area of destruction. Within 100 meters surrounding the oil maiden Shirway, both trees and grass were utterly obliterated. The range and destructive capability of this earth release technique made Shirway furrow his brow. Although he possessed insect techniques that could allow him to evade, it was evident that many ordinary ninjas would perish under such an earth spear assault. The prowess of this individual was truly incalculable. Yangtze's earth release was commendable. Yet Uchiha Fugaku could not be regarded merely as an ordinary J-nin. Faced with the extensive assault of earth release ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku did not need to leap. He swiftly maneuvered through the gaps between the earth spears with remarkable agility, using his reflexes to dart towards Yangtze. His speed transformed him into a fleeting beam of light. In an instant, as the sound resonated, Uchiha Fugaku's deep voice announced, "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." A colossal fireball was unleashed, rivaling Yangtze's great fireball technique. The intense heat radiating from it caused Shirway, who stood not far away, to marvel at the sheer temperature, understanding why Uchiha Fugaku had attained the position of clan leader. Now, let's see how you counter this. The inside of the Sharingan combined with high-level fire release means even I would have to concede, Shirway murmured with a serious expression. Observing Yangtze's slight reaction, he found it perplexing that Yangtze remained completely still, which made him frown. What is this kid up to? Uchiha Fugaku also sensed something amiss. This boy was not evading the advanced fire release technique aimed directly at him, and his expression shifted. He can't be, no way, Shirway thought, preparing to intervene and save Yangtze in this critical moment. Suddenly, Yangtze let out a faint shout, managing to suppress his form. With remarkable swiftness, Yangtze executed a simple ninjutsu, earth release, hardening technique. The enormous fireball was cleaved apart, flames erupting spectacularly to either side, as if split by an unseen force. The sight was breathtaking. Even more astonishing was the immovable Yangtze, who stood steadfast amidst the chaos, resembling an unyielding boulder, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clearly straining, yet managing to fully block the attack. Uchiha Fugaku was left speechless, while Shirway's pupils trembled in disbelief. Both shared a singular thought. This kid is utterly abnormal. As the flames dissipated, Yangtze staggered slightly, wiping the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming with a hint of exhaustion, "That was truly exhausting." If I had to do that again, I'd certainly be done for. But this enhanced ninjutsu is indeed quite effective. He lifted his gaze to find both Uchiha Fugaku and Shirwei motionless. Stunned by the power of his technique, Yangqing smirked, and in a moment when Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, he surged forward. Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor shifted to one of extreme caution. This time, his expression was markedly different, stripped of distractions, leaving only vigilance and a tinge of anxiety. He realized that he was facing perhaps the first true adversary he had encountered in many years. Facing this unpredictable opponent with formidable ninjutsu, he had to be on high alert. What ninjutsu will you employ against the Sharingan? However, everything has its limits. Uchiha Fugaku scoffed as he watched Yangqing attempt to close the distance. You wish to engage in close combat? Huh, don't joke around. Taijutsu is ineffective against the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's confidence in his Sharingan was profound, and it was precisely this overconfidence that led him to err gravely. In his worldview, no ninjutsu could defeat him at close range, nor could any technique evade his prowess. This misplaced belief granted Yangqing a tremendous opportunity, an ideal moment to unleash his Chidori flow. Chapter 53. The kid is a freak with a single hand raised. Yangqing formed the seals for Chidori flow. The hand signs were uncomplicated yet innovative, evoking a sense of uniqueness. What is this? Uchiha Fugaku's expression faltered as he sensed a surge of lightning chakra gathering. His composure shattered. What ninjutsu is this? Lightning release? No, I've never seen this before. Could it be a self-created technique? In an instant, the Chidori flow erupted like a floodgate bursting, releasing a torrent of lightning chakra. In that fleeting moment, the sky transformed. The once dull expanse became laden with ominous clouds, and within 100 meters surrounding Yangqing, everything began to shift. The change gradually expanding. The power and range were astounding. Uchiha Fugaku was rendered immobile. Not from a lack of will, but from the realization brought forth by his Sharingan. There was nowhere to evade. The radius could nearly reach 200 meters. This was grave. The situation was perilous. Observing from a distance, Shirwei sensed the agitation of his insects and wasted no time in leaping away, taking the dazed little Uchiha Itachi along with him. With all his strength, Shirwei hurried away, glancing back only to witness the astonishing scene unfold, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Indeed, this kid was a freak. Boom. The thunder roared as lightning clashed with the dark clouds, transforming into countless electrical currents that surged outward. Striking the trees, it reduced them to mere husks. Striking the ground, it turned the earth to scorched soil. Striking the rocks, it pulverized them to dust. The devastation rendered everything around to ashes. The relentless expansion of this power would have ensnared Shirwei had he not relied on his insects for protection. Standing 100 meters away from the battlefield, he could scarcely comprehend the perilous situation Uchiha Fugaku found himself in, fearing that Yangqing might inadvertently eliminate the Uchiha clan leader, which would spell disaster. The roar of thunder persisted for 3 minutes. In that time, everything within Yangqing's vicinity was reduced to charred remnants. In the center of a vast crater, there stood only one individual, one being capable of remaining upright. Gah! Yangqing gasped for breath, unable to restrain his expletives. Damn it, system. You said chakra consumption would be halved. And that achievement would also reduce chakra usage. Why do I feel so drained? This doesn't feel like a reduction at all. If we calculate based on my original chakra levels, you're asking me to expend a technique that would leave me utterly depleted. A wave of weakness washed over him, making it clear that his chakra was exhausted. Employing dozens of enhanced techniques had drained him entirely. He had to admit that this ultimate chakra technique was overwhelmingly powerful. Even with 2 chakra reductions, it was beyond Yangqing's capacity to release freely. This truly felt like a cruel twist of fate. Casting a glance toward the nearby Uchiha Fugaku, now cloaked in darkness but still showing signs of life, Yangqing couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He had come dangerously close to eliminating the Uchiha clan leader. His plans had yet to commence. He certainly could not afford to lose such an important figure. With a leap, Yangqing landed beside the barely conscious Uchiha Fugaku, activating his Sharingan to ascertain the steady rhythm of the man's heartbeat. He immediately crouched down, preparing to support him. How infuriating. You refuse to believe me and insist on confronting me. Now look what has happened. You've sustained serious injuries, and I have to carry you back. This is truly a frustrating predicament. Yangqing lamented as he struggled to lift Uchiha Fugaku, his burden weighing heavily on him. Had I known, I would have dialed back my strength a bit. Goodness. This is unbearably heavy. Is there anyone who can lend me a hand? The surroundings were desolate. Not a single soul, or even an ant could be found. In the Uchiha clan's residence, Uchiha Fugaku lay motionless, entirely wrapped in bandages. Yangxing felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that when this man awoke, he might seek retribution against him. No, that is not the primary concern. What if he has suffered such a blow to the head that he forgets everything he said prior? Indeed, that is a distinct possibility. Father. The Uchiha clan possessed remarkable resilience, and after receiving treatment, Fugaku revived within 3 short hours. It was fortunate, for a mere commoner would have been obliterated beyond recognition. Even oil woman Shimi, glancing at the bandaged Fugaku, wore a complex expression. Itachi, struggling to lift himself, Fugaku caught sight of Itachi's worried countenance, prompting a rare smile to grace his lips. He affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair, saying, "Itachi, please take your mother and wait in another room for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with this fellow." Itachi and the young woman nodded in silence as they retreated to the bedroom, leaving only 3 individuals in the living room. Uchiha Fugaku struggled to sit upright, his face now grave as he faced Yangxing. "Yangxing, is it? I can sense your body trembling," he remarked, furrowing his brow. "Does the 4th Hokage know of your abilities?" "Well, he has an inkling, albeit not entirely comprehensive. However, he must have gathered enough to consider training me as the next Hokage," Yangxing replied. The notion of becoming the next Hokage elicited a cold chuckle from Fugaku, who seemed far from an easy opponent. Desiring to avoid entanglement with the various factions of Konoha, Yangxing raised his hand and stated plainly, "Let me be clear. My sole intention is to reform the Umbu of Konoha for specific purposes. I have no desire to involve myself in other matters or ally with any clans of Konoha." "Oh, it appears you are quite perceptive. However, it is regrettable that I have only 2 sons and no daughters, otherwise." The implication of that smile was unmistakable, leaving Yangxing momentarily speechless as he envisioned a scenario where Sasuke might be a girl. A shiver ran down his spine as he quickly extinguished that thought. "Haha. The clan leader jests," Yangxing responded. "Now, let me have the opportunity to hear your thoughts, Fugaku." Fixing his keen gaze upon Yangxing, Fugaku appeared intrigued, while Shimi also leaned in with interest. The Umbu of Konoha represented power and strength. This realm was far from the glamorous facade it portrayed, lurking behind a veil of darkness. Such matters were kept firmly suppressed by the Elder Council, with no clan daring to touch upon them. At least, without sufficient strength and preparation, no one would entertain the thought of restructuring the Umbu. In truth, while the desire existed, the impracticality of such ambitions led many to abandon the idea entirely. Yet here was a person, one who had refused to become the next Hokage, daring to propose changes to the very emblem of Konoha's authority. This was the kind of news that would excite every clan in Konoha, each eager to insert themselves into the fray for their own benefit. Chapter 5. The plan commences. The weather was splendid, a cloudless expanse stretching across the sky. It was a delightful day, and as afternoon approached, the air remained refreshingly crisp, uplifting the spirits of all. After resolving matters with the Uchiha and Oil clans in the morning, Yangxing made his way to the Hokage Tower. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him. Upon entering, he spotted Minato Namikaze walking ahead. Without a second thought, Yangxing raised his hand and called out, "Hey, sensei." "Yes, you with that rather unappealing face." Minato's brow furrowed. "Under normal circumstances, Yangxing and the others should be resting these days, as I instructed. I didn't expect him to seek me out. However," the sinister smile on the boy's face sent a chill down Minato's spine, prompting him to instinctively turn away. Yet, Yangxing's loud call brought Minato swiftly back to face him. "Sensei is a rogue. Let me tell you, yesterday, Sensei was caught peeking at the women's bathhouse and even tried to drag me along," Yangxing exclaimed. Minato, nearly employing his flying thunder god technique in response, quickly covered Yangxing's mouth, his expression grave. "Enough. I admire your various talents, Yangxing, but you must understand that such statements carry serious repercussions. Come now, sensei. Don't be so uptight. It was merely a jest. You're just worried about your significant other, huh?" "I have nothing to fear," Yangxing retorted. Minato shot a disdainful glare at the boy, straightened his posture, and replied earnestly, "All right, let us get to the point. I truly have matters to attend to. Some small villages have been devastated, and I need to dispatch aid. Nothing too pressing, just a small favor I require from you," Yangxing said. "What sort of favor?" Minato inquired. Actually, I lost something in a rather perilous location, and I'm too afraid to retrieve it myself. I was hoping you could send a few Umbu to assist me in locating it. You lost something? Minato frowned, his expression cautious. Do you truly expect me to believe that? What are you really up to? It's genuinely lost, and of great significance, Yangxing insisted. Very well, tell me. What is this item? Minato asked. My parents' heirloom, Yangxing replied. Is that so? Minato fell silent for a moment. After a short pause, he raised his head, his gaze softening as he smiled gently at Yangxing. That must be quite important. Apologies for my earlier words. I will endeavor to send a few Umbu to assist you. Yangxing nodded, maintaining a composed facade while secretly thinking, I'm sorry, sensei, but this matter must remain concealed from you. Moreover, it will not have any adverse effects on Konoha. Rather, it will yield numerous benefits. The two exchanged no further pleasantries. After Minato instructed the Umbu to investigate, he excused himself to attend to pressing matters, parting ways with Yangxing. With Minato gone, Yangxing hastily made his way to another location. In the afternoon, in a desolate village near Konoha, Tada, a senior management officer of the Konoha Umbu, stood. Over the past 5 years, he had proven himself a cornerstone of the Umbu, possessing the strength and caliber befitting his title. Additionally, he served under Danzo, one of the primary overseers of the Umbu. Lately, Tada's mood had been tumultuous, not only due to the defeat of Orochimaru but also because of Yangxing, the troublesome boy who had become a significant source of concern. Although the report had been submitted to Danzo, it was unexpected that within just a few days, he would personally come to seek me out, even managing to send a covert message through the Umbu. How on earth did he discover my whereabouts? It was impossible for him to know that. With the assistance of the Oil Woman clan and Yangxing's recollections of initial chakra, locating someone with insects was indeed a simple task. At this moment, being summoned by Yangxing to such a desolate village left Tian feeling rather anxious. After all, the child before him was a formidable ninja capable of defeating Orochimaru, and he could not afford to be careless. Yangxing wore a contemplative expression, stating, I have thought it over, and I believe my initial rejection of what you proposed may have been rather hasty. Tian replied, well, it is true that I spoke in anger earlier. These past few days have made it clear that the people of Konoha can be quite frustrating. Yangxing lamented, his tone tinged with anger. I have defeated Orochimaru's subordinates, yet none appreciate or acknowledge my strength. I feel utterly lost. Upon hearing Yangxing's words, Tian's eyes lit up, his voice tinged with excitement. So, does this mean you are willing? Yangxing nodded, his expression serious. However, I need to consider it further. After all, you have yet to introduce me to your superior. Tian, feeling reassured, quickly affirmed, you need not worry. That esteemed individual holds you in high regard and is eager to cultivate you as part of Konoha's new leadership. You will surely gain the recognition and place you desire. Yangxing smiled, contemplating the prospect. Just as Tian was about to lead him away, Yangxing's foot halted suddenly, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he gazed at Tian. Wait, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Tian, taken aback, replied, I assure you. I have been sincere from the very beginning. However, Yangxing's gaze remained fixed on a distant point, coldly asserting, then why did you allow others to follow us? You intended to lure me into a trap and leave me vulnerable to an ambush. Tian, turning around, noticed 2 Umbu ninjas approaching, his expression shifting to one of dread. Where did those guys come from? This cannot be revealed to anyone. To demonstrate his sincerity, Yangxing declared, I will remain here. Tian's voice turned icy as he pulled gloves from his pocket and dashed towards the approaching figures, leaving Yangxing standing still. In a swift motion, blood sprayed into the air as the 2 Umbu ninjas fell, bewildered to discover that their own leader was their killer. Removing his gloves, Tian's expression remained unperturbed, as if he were accustomed to such violence. Now, no one has overheard our conversation, he stated calmly. Yangxing's brow furrowed slightly, but soon returned to its previous tranquility. Indeed. But I still cannot trust you. Just because you eliminated them does not mean it wasn't to cover your own tracks. I cannot place my faith in you. He surveyed the fallen ninjas before continuing. Moreover, why has your superior only sent you to meet me? Their caution raises my suspicions. With a dismissive wave, he turned to leave, stating, I shall return today, but next time, I expect to meet your superior in person. Watching Yangxing depart, Tian frowned, murmuring to himself, I don't know why those 2 appeared, but he does have a point. I wonder who sent them to meddle. He decided it was best to report this to his superior, for the boy was undoubtedly a true genius not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to them, Yangxing, retreating into the distance, wore a subtle smile. The game had commenced. It remained to be seen if the pieces would move as he desired. With the Uchiha clan and others aiding him, he anticipated no obstacles. The following morning, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze found himself troubled by a particular matter. Though it seemed trivial compared to the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, it was unexpected that a task assigned by Yangxing would encounter complications, causing his brow to furrow with concern. How could two Umbu ninjas suddenly go missing during such a minor assignment? There was undoubtedly more to this situation than met the eye. Fourth Hokage-sama, do you have any orders for us? 3 Umbu ninjas entered, prompting Minato to steady his demeanor and seriously address them. You are aware of the situation regarding the missing Umbu, correct? The trio responded in unison, indicating the news had spread. Without elaboration, Minato instructed, in that case, allocate some Umbu personnel to form an investigative team to ascertain the situation. I will discuss this with the council. The trio bowed respectfully before departing. Watching them leave, Minato couldn't help but murmur to himself, I hope this matter has no connection to Yangxing. It would be best if he remains uninvolved. Meanwhile, not long ago, Yangxing had already positioned himself with 2 companions in a concealed location near the abandoned village, hiding in the underbrush and exercising patience for over 2 hours. Yangxing's smile broadened upon the arrival of their targets. Glancing at his companions, Yen Shimi, the bespectacled oil woman, and Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression was as stoic as a corpse, the 3 exchanged silent nods, fixating on the approaching figures. The trio consisted of Umbu ninjas dispatched by Minato to investigate. They were oblivious to the fact that everything had been meticulously orchestrated, their roles merely that of pawns in a larger scheme. As they diligently examined the area where Wind and Mountain had gone missing, their expressions turned to one of confusion at the strange circumstances surrounding the disappearances. This is odd. We have found nothing along our path. How could those 2 have vanished? They pondered, sensing an eerie stillness in the vicinity, which should have been bustling with activity given its proximity to Konoha. Regardless, the disappearance occurred here, so we should continue our search in that direction. Suddenly, one of the ninjas felt an intense itch, exclaiming, What is this? Bugs. As he swatted at an unseen insect. Horror washed over him as he realized it was biting him. Wait, these insects. Before he could finish his thought, his body went limp, and he collapsed, his eyelids growing heavy and his strength fading. Are you all right? Hey, another called out, only to discover he too had been bitten. In an instant, all 3 were ensnared by the silent assault of the insects, their defenses rendered futile even against the seasoned Umbu. 3 individuals lay motionless on the ground. Well done, my friend, remarked Yangxing, a hint of excitement evident on his face as he observed the fallen trio. Using our family's secret techniques, they should remain in slumber for approximately 3 days. Is that sufficient? Absolutely, replied Yangxing, a smile illuminating his countenance as he watched the trio drift into unconsciousness. He murmured softly, After all, these are students of Teacher Minato. It's better to spare a few lives. When Teacher Minato learns the truth, it may ease his mind somewhat. Uchiha Fugaku, displaying no visible change in expression, cast a glance at Yangxing. His admiration for Yangxing's strategy compelled him to re-evaluate the young boy. He certainly did not wish to make an enemy of the Uchiha clan with this youth. Within a single day, undercurrents began to swirl. Whispers circulated among the members of the Umbu, revealing a potential threat lurking in a certain area of the Hidden Leaf Village. This information was confined to the select circle of Umbu operatives, with only the 4th Hokage privy to its significance. What? The 3 sent to investigate have yet to return? The disappearance of the dispatched trio caused a deep furrow to form on Minato Namikaze's brow. Indeed, they are all missing, acknowledged the leader of the Umbu team, nodding gravely. No bodies have been found, but the outlook is grim. Minato's expression was one of confusion. He could not fathom the unfolding situation. Eager to investigate personally, he regrettably found himself short on manpower. Consequently, he ordered the inclusion of an additional jonin among the Umbu's investigative ninjas. He could not believe that the danger could prove insurmountable even for a jonin. Unbeknownst to Minato, events were already set in motion. Chapter 56. The machinations of Danzo in tumultuous times. Rumors spread with alarming ease, particularly under the deliberate propagation of the 2 prominent clans. The tales and hearsay regarding the Umbu within the Hidden Leaf Village flourished. Have you heard? Umbu members were persecuted by ninja from the land of Earth, near our village. Surely not. With the fourth Hokage present, that is impossible. I heard that among them, a traitor emerged, and upon being discovered, that individual began a rampage. Huh. That is even less likely. They are Umbu. After all, such things cannot happen. Naturally, petty gossip could never undermine the Umbu's esteemed reputation. These whispers were merely the beginning. For Yangxing, as long as the situation continued to escalate, it would serve his purpose. All these events were merely a prelude to greater schemes. He sought to amplify the chaos until the Umbu and the Elder Council could no longer suppress their internal strife. As time passed, Yangxing lived leisurely, his plans unfolding effortlessly. He needed only to attend to a few crucial tasks, allowing him to indulge in meals, sleep, and train with various ninja techniques. Today, the weather was clear. It had been 3 days since the disappearance of 2 Umbu ninjas. According to Minato's words, Yangxing had little time left to rest. Soon, Kakashi's team would reconvene to resume their training. At that moment, Yangxing's mind was far removed from thoughts of training. Early in the morning, upon receiving a summons, he arrived at a desolate location. Among the ruins of a village, 2 individuals stood conspicuously, while the Umbu's cat-faced masks drew attention. A middle-aged man beside them commanded an undeniable presence. No one would have anticipated that Danzo, a high-ranking figure within the Umbu and a leader of destructive ideologies in the Hidden Leaf Village, would be present here. In simple terms, he was a madman. Nevertheless, the significant actions he would undertake in the future indicated he possessed a certain cunning. Yangxing scrutinized Danzo, who appeared relatively youthful without the Sharingan. Though his lifeless expression was unsettling, this man had profound depths. It was impossible to discern his thoughts. "Are you the esteemed one?" Yangxing inquired, furrowing his brow as he endeavored to calm his racing heart. The chakra emanating from Danzo was formidable. The warning from his Sharingan indicated he was a perilous individual. This was the first person since Orochimaru to provoke such a response from his eyes. "I have come as per our agreement," Danzo stated, seemingly unaware of the recent events. Perhaps such trivial matters held no interest for one of his stature. His focus was clearly on Yangxing. "As per our agreement, I wish to discuss matters with you." "Well then," Yangxing shrugged, his demeanor casual. "What generous terms can you offer me, Lord Danzo? Reputation, status, prestige, and wealth." Danzo extended his hand, his gaze imbued with confidence. "How does becoming the next Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village sound?" Yangxing stifled a laugh. He had not anticipated that aside from Teacher Minato, another individual wished for him to assume the role of Hokage. He truly had become a favored candidate. "Is that not acceptable? Or does it fail to satisfy you?" Danzo was taken aback by Yangxing's laughter, having not expected anyone to react so casually to the prospect of becoming Hokage. No, it's merely that someone previously broached this topic with me, and it struck me as amusing." "Someone? Which person?" "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that to you, Lord Danzo." "Oh, very well. If Hokage is unfeasible, I can recommend you to the Elder Council. Although your age may not permit it now, in 10 years, you will undoubtedly become a key figure within the council." "Is that so? That condition sounds agreeable. Allow me to ponder it." Lord Danzo's credibility is quite high. Many within the Elder Council must heed your words. "So it is best for you to be aware of that," interjected the Umbu ninja, Tien, standing nearby. Yangxing nodded thoughtfully, though one subtle movement went unnoticed by the 2 men before him. Lowering his head, he feigned contemplation while discreetly observing the faint motion nearby, completely unaware that their conversation was being eavesdropped upon. "Why is Lord Danzo here?" An Umbu Chunin, perplexed, contemplated approaching but was restrained by a stern-looking Jonin. "Shoo! Do not approach. Do you not find Lord Danzo's demeanor somewhat unusual?" "Surely not." "Captain, are you suggesting this pertains to Lord Danzo?" "It is unlikely. Let us remain quiet and listen to why Danzo wishes for the 4th Hokage's disciple to become Hokage." The 2 remained motionless, quietly crouched as they listened to the exchange ahead. Yangxing lifted his head, refraining from answering Danzo's earlier inquiry, and instead posed a question of his own. "May I ask you a question?" "What is it?" "What is your connection to Orochimaru?" "Orochimaru?" "Indeed, Orochimaru's intent to wreak havoc upon the village. You assisted him in evading detection, did you not?" "Indeed." Yangxing was taken aback by Danzo's rapid response, leaving him momentarily speechless. It appeared that he would not need to articulate any further concerns. "Destruction? Orochimaru?" The hidden Umbu ninja's expression shifted in shock. "Does Lord Danzo have ties to Orochimaru?" "Sho, do not speak. Unfortunately, The surprised Chunin's voice was too loud to be contained. Danzo's perceptive nature was exceptional. Who goes there? He turned, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Trouble. We've been discovered. We must flee. An Umbu Jonin exclaimed, seizing the Chunin by his collar and sprinting away. However, as they moved, they encountered a figure blocking their path. The familiar chakra radiating from the individual caused the Nin's expression to shift. Captain Tian, this matter is indeed connected to you, isn't it? Since you've been discovered, you shall not escape. Tian raised his gloved hand, preparing to seize the target directly. The Nin's complexion paled. He believed he was no match for Tian, especially with Danzo nearby. If they truly intended to detain him, he had no chance of success. Just as he was at a loss, a shout from a distance jolted him. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Uchiha clan's great fireball. The fourth Hokage's disciple. To his astonishment, Yangxing had actually compelled Tian to retreat, much to the Nin's delight. Without a second thought, he grabbed the Chunin and leaped into the woods, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, Yangxing's fireball struck the forest, obliterating a swath of trees and completely erasing the Nin's trail. Chapter 57. The scapegoat plan. Tian's expression shifted. No one in the Umbu was weak. Pursuing now was utterly impossible. His eyes, now tinged with red, glared at the hindrance posed by Yangxing. Danzo's face also changed. It shifted from white to red, then to a deep shade of blue. What does this mean? What are you trying to imply? With a laugh, Yangxing responded, surely. Lord Danzo can comprehend my intentions. However, even if you understand, you cannot prevent it. Danzo, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. His face contorting with rage, you deceived me. How dare you deceive me? In the face of the charged atmosphere, Yangxing merely made a face, saying, 288. This infuriated Danzo, smoke practically billowing from his nostrils, would release, perish. He unleashed a wood technique aimed directly at Yangxing's vital points. Unfortunately for him, Yangxing had evidently been prepared, water clone technique. With a splash, the wooden vine struck an aerial water clone, while Yangxing had long since vanished. Observing from above, Tian clenched his teeth and declared, Lord Danzo, I shall pursue him at once. That brat has deceived me. I must make him pay. Just as he was about to chase after Yangxing, he was called back. Stop. Come back. Lord Danzo, this boy poses a significant threat. Danzo's expression grew solemn as he pondered a troubling question. Why would he frame me? Why would he expose me to the Umbu? This benefits him not at all. What could his motive be? Danzo was in turmoil, his mind clouded. With his cunning, he could not fathom Yangxing's true intentions. If the goal was merely to bring him down, there was no need for such elaborate steps. Why must this boy ensure that the Umbu witnessed him? What could this possibly entail? Little did Danzo realize, Yangxing's aim transcended merely bringing him down. He sought to undermine the entire Umbu. Near Konoha village, at a covert Umbu base, a relatively hidden hideout. Is this sufficient? Observing the 3 corpses of Umbu personnel on the ground, Yan Shi's brow furrowed slightly. According to that fellow's words, it should suffice now. Uchiha Fugaku's expression remained impassive, as though he were gazing at the corpses of enemies rather than comrades from Konoha. With a soft sigh, Yan Shi felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, these individuals are quite innocent. Well, it is unavoidable. Only through death can greater panic be instigated. Fugaku stated flatly, devoid of emotion. However, I am certain that this boy's plan could be executed with greater thoroughness. That should be enough. Yan Shi lifted his head, his brow furrowed. Uchiha Fugaku, I know you well. Do not act recklessly. Yangxing has also stated that killing 3 is sufficient. Is that so? Well, I shall trust that fellow. Gazing into the distance, Fugaku's demeanor remained unchanged. It was evident that if Fugaku were tasked with this matter, it would not merely involve 3 Umbu ninjas. Understanding this, Yan Shi suddenly realized why Yangxing had sought out their clan. The relatively cold-hearted Uchiha clan, if provoked, would not simply relent. Regardless, Yangxing was somewhat more agreeable. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku, despite being a companion, was always treated with a respectful distance by Yan Shi. The Uchiha clan, being the premier family of Konoha, also posed an implicit threat. Many other clans within the village dared not engage deeply with them. All right, they are returning. We should leave quickly. I do not wish for this endeavor to fail. Fugaku's expression turned unusually serious. After all, he had entrusted the future of the Uchiha clan to this undertaking. His heart surged with excitement for this plan, and he could not afford any missteps or failures. Noticing the cold glint in Fugaka's eyes, Sure nodded, activating his insect technique to conceal their presence. They left the area without a sound. Soon, the door to the room was flung open. The newcomer was anxious, hastily declaring, "You, Tion, come quickly. There has been a change in the mission. We must report to the fourth Hokage." "Dragon, what happened? What's wrong?" Approaching, he discovered that the 3 members who had remained were sprawled on the ground, their blood staining the floor and the eyes of the J-nin. "No, it cannot be. Lord Danzo, how could you be so ruthless?" The horrifying sight made the J-nin clutch his head, unleashing a painful roar. I, Marino Ibiki, will not spare you." "Absolutely not." "Ibiki, what about Dragon and the others?" A nearby Chunin asked, astonished. "They were all killed by Lord Danzo," Ibiki replied, his expression instantly turning calm. "We must inform the fourth Hokage." "No, this matter must not reach the fourth Hokage." "Why not?" "The fourth Hokage is merely the Hokage. Lord Danzo is a member of the Elder Council." Ibiki's face was extraordinarily calm as he surveyed the deceased comrades, his expression surprisingly clear. "Reporting this to the fourth Hokage will only bring him distress. It is futile. So what do we do? However, we can report to the third Hokage. We must inform him." As Ibiki muttered to himself, he glanced at his surviving subordinates. "You must be cautious in the coming days. They will surely come after us." "I understand. Lord Danzo's power is beyond what we ninjas can evade. But, Lord Ibiki, you must also be wary. If Danzo seeks revenge, you will be his first target." "No need. He does not need to come for me. I will seek him out. My friends and comrades have been slain by that man. I will not let him go unpunished. Lord Ibiki, I am willing to follow you." At this moment, the Chunin was at a loss for words. He did not wish to speak. After all, he was filled with rage. Nothing is more painful than the sudden loss of comrades. This vendetta must be settled with that group. Chapter 58. The conflict of the 2 factions in the Umbu Konoha village is harmonious. Attributed to the presence of various factions that mutually constrain one another, creating a relatively balanced environment. Within the Umbu of Konoha, 2 factions can be discerned, the Radical faction and the Stability faction, with Danzo undoubtedly being the leader of the Radical faction. The Stabilization faction aligns itself with the Hokage, essentially representing a group controlled by the title of Hokage. However, a conflict has unexpectedly erupted between the 2 factions, causing the third Hokage, already burdened by the attacks from the Land of Earth, considerable distress. At this moment, within the Hokage's office, as dusk approached, Minato Namikaze, puzzled, entered the small office upon being summoned by the third Hokage. "Lord Third, may I inquire why you have called for me?" Minato, your timing is fortuitous. I wish to discuss a matter with you," the third Hokage replied, forcing a smile that barely concealed his weariness, making him appear several years older. "Discuss?" Minato was taken aback by the use of such a term, especially considering the usually composed third Hokage now exhibited signs of distress, which further puzzled him. Unable to suppress his anxiety, he approached the third Hokage and asked, "Is it perhaps an internal issue within the Leaf Village?" The third Hokage regarded Minato with appreciation, resting his chin on his hands, his demeanor now grave. "Indeed, you are correct. It is a matter concerning the Umbu." Minato's eyes widened in surprise. "The Umbu? What has happened?" "You may not be aware, but the true authority within the Umbu has long been held by the Council of Elders," the third Hokage explained. "I've heard whispers of this, but in recent years, the elders have remained inactive, seemingly content to rest at home," Minato replied, recalling what he had heard. "That is true, but the council still has its members. You are familiar with Danzo, I presume?" At the mention of the name, Minato's brow furrowed in contemplation. "I recall he is a representative of the council." "Yes," the third Hokage said, his expression turning serious as he gazed intently at Minato. "Rumors regarding him have begun to surface. Are you suggesting there is an issue with Danzo?" "Minato, you are quite perceptive. What I am implying pertains to this very subject." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, interrupting the conversation. The third Hokage, without further thought, called out, "Enter." A ninja hurried in, visibly anxious upon seeing both Hokages present. "Lord Third, Lord Fourth, there is a situation. Special Jounin Ibiki Marino from the Umbu has gone missing." "What?" Minato exclaimed, astonished. "Moreover, over 10 Umbu ninjas have also disappeared." The ninja continued, panic evident in his voice. "What does this mean?" The third Hokage's brow knitted in concern, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Another knock interrupted them, and Minato, losing his composure, demanded, "What on earth is happening?" "Lord Third, it's worse than we thought." The newcomer stumbled in, nearly falling over in his haste. Upon steadying himself, he continued, "Two teams from the Umbu Investigation Unit have just lost contact. What does this mean? What is going on?" Minato's anxiety escalated as he grasped the severity of the situation. "Has it begun?" The third Hokage, maintaining his composure, sighed and gazed out the window, reflecting, "I did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly." "Lord Third, what is happening?" Minato pressed. "You should understand the division within the Umbu. Both factions exist for the singular purpose of protecting the Leaf Village, and until now, they have remained relatively peaceful," the third Hokage explained, his voice steady. "However," he then added, "regrettably, it seems someone has stirred unrest between the factions, inciting internal conflict." "Internal conflict, at such a time?" "Yes," the third Hokage confirmed, his expression darkening. "This trouble is more severe than the invasion from the land of Earth." "Who is orchestrating this? Is it the Uchiha clan or another family?" "No, it cannot be. No clan would dare provoke the Umbu without my knowledge." "Who could it be?" Minato, deep in thought, suddenly recalled a recent incident and murmured, "Could it be him?" "Minato, do you know something?" The third Hokage's piercing gaze fixed on him, sensing his unease. "Yes, but I cannot divulge the details to you just yet. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it appropriately," Minato replied earnestly. The third Hokage scrutinized him for a moment, recognizing Minato's reluctance to share further details. "Understood. However, Minato, do not repeat my mistakes. Remember, the Leaf Village is what must be protected above all." "I understand," Minato nodded solemnly, his expression grave as he swiftly exited the Hokage's office, rushing towards a specific location. Watching Minato's retreating figure, the third Hokage remained composed, confident that Minato would provide a satisfactory resolution to the unfolding dilemma. Early the next morning, in the western part of the Leaf Village, Waisei was en route to the Inuzuka clan. This morning, Rin Noira had unexpectedly invited him for a meal, compelling him to comply. After all, he had planned to dine out at noon anyway, and visiting Rin's home for a meal was a delightful prospect. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Minato rushing towards him with a serious expression, prompting Waisei to pause and wryly murmur to himself, "Have I been discovered?" Well, it was bound to happen eventually. Without further thought, Waisei raised a hand, feigning cheerfulness. "Ah, Minato-sensei, out early to stroll and flirt? Aren't you worried your significant other might find out?" In an instant, Minato leaped forward with astonishing speed, catching Waisei off guard. Before Waisei could react, Minato had seized his arm, his demeanor intensely serious. "I need to ask you something. Come with me." "Sure, but I do have something to attend to." "I was planning to visit Rin," Waisei replied, feigning reluctance. "Minato-sensei, this is my chance to escape the single life. You should understand how vital this is for me." Without allowing Waisei to finish, Minato gritted his teeth and reiterated, "Waisei, I'll say this once more. I am speaking to you as the fourth Hokage. Come with me. I have important matters to discuss." All right. Since you insist as the fourth Hokage, I'll grant you half an hour to ask your questions," Waisei said with a calm smile, trying to ease the tension. For reasons he could not quite understand, Minato found it difficult to remain tense in the face of Waisei's cheerful demeanor, a faint smile escaping his lips. "You rascal." Thus, the two of them made their way to a specific location, traversing the streets until they arrived at an ordinary house. "This place," Waisei exclaimed, surprised that Minato had brought him to his own home. After all, aside from the Hokage's residence, there seemed to be no other place that was completely secure. "Oh, you're back early today?" Kushina Uzumaki, noticeably pregnant, pushed aside the door curtain and greeted Minato with a puzzled expression. "Yes, I had some matters to attend to. Please rest in the room. I need to discuss something urgent with this guy." Wolfing Shuimin wore a stern expression, clearly indicating he had something important to convey. "Oh." Kushina's face reflected surprise. Upon turning her head, she noticed the young star beside Wolfing Shuimin, her eyes lighting up. "This little rascal is the one who has been giving you sleepless nights, isn't he?" One cannot deny that Kushina possessed a certain charm, yet the young star, lacking interest in married women, merely nodded in response, his demeanor unchanged. "Haha, little rascal, you are the first to trouble the fourth Hokage so much. Take pride in that." Kushina seemed genuinely intrigued by the young star, stepping forward to pat his head with a beaming smile. completely oblivious to her role as a mother. Despite the discomfort of being patted on the head, the young star managed a strained smile and greeted her. "Hello, Sensei's wife." Such sweet words from a little rascal. "All right, let Sensei's wife see your talents. You must stay for dinner tonight." Kushina, rolling up her sleeves with an air of determination, displayed a comical demeanor, utterly unaware of her pregnancy. This prompted Bluffing Shuemin, standing nearby with a wry smile, to gently urge her. "Kushina, I truly have something important to discuss. Could you please step aside for a moment?" Our esteemed fourth Hokage," Kushina pouted, returning to her bedroom with an expression of resignation. Bluffing Shuemin could only manage a rueful smile in response to her teasing remarks. At that moment, only the two remained in the living room, enveloped in silence. They shared a mutual understanding, sitting at the dining table, and as soon as the young star took his seat, Bluffing Shuemin, arms crossed, and with a solemn expression, stated, "I will be direct. Young star, were you involved in the recent Umbu incident?" "Yes, I can confirm that." The young star's swift acknowledgement, lacking any excuses, left Bluffing Shuemin momentarily speechless, unprepared for such a straightforward admission. Conversely, the young star appeared calm, pouring himself a cup of tea with a composed demeanor, adding, "Indeed. Why not admit it? I was responsible for this matter." Bluffing Shuemin's expression grew icy. "Do you understand the implications of your actions?" "Well, it was merely an internal disturbance within the Umbu. This morning, I heard the Uchiha clan leader stated explicitly." "You contacted the Uchiha clan?" Bluffing Shuemin's disbelief was palpable. He could not fathom how this young rascal managed to persuade the obstinate Uchiha clan leader, yet he did not suspect the young star was lying. However, he was astonished by the young star's audacity. The Uchiha clan is indeed difficult to trust, yet their capabilities are commendable. In that instant, Bluffing Shuemin's expression softened. "It seems you are quite aware. But young star, I do not understand why you refused the position of Hokage only to pursue the Umbu. I wish to hear your true reasoning." Bluffing Shuemin's gaze was fixed on the young star, attempting to discern his thoughts. He genuinely did not comprehend why the young star, who so vehemently rejected the role of Hokage, would undertake such actions. "Well, I will share this secret with only you, sensei." The young star smiled faintly, setting down his teacup. "In simple terms, I wish to find 2 girlfriends, but gaining recognition for such a situation in this world is quite challenging. To be accepted for who I am, I must put in the effort." "You would jeopardize the Umbu for 2 girls?" Bluffing Shuemin exclaimed, standing abruptly, his expression tense. "Surely you jest." My ears are ringing from your shouting, sensei." The young star, appearing mildly exasperated, replied calmly, "Well, that is indeed the case." "You." Bluffing Shuemin nearly choked on his frustration. If the upper echelons of the Umbu were to learn of this, they would surely be infuriated. To orchestrate such turmoil merely for the sake of girls was beyond comprehension. Bluffing Shuemin, now the 4th Hokage, found it impossible to fathom the reasoning behind such reckless behavior. Yet, amidst this conversation, an unexpected voice chimed in, full of enthusiasm. "You truly are amusing, little rascal. For the sake of girls? How delightful. Sensei's wife is fully supporting you." Kushina, having appeared in the living room at some point, clapped her hands and winked at the young star, giving him a thumbs up. Bluffing Shuemin, feeling a headache coming on, admonished, "Kushina, didn't I tell you to stay in your room and not eavesdrop? What's the harm? What's the harm?" Kushina laughed heartily, stepping forward to embrace the young star from behind. "It's just the so-called Umbu of Konoha. They're not all good people. Besides, this little rascal won't act recklessly. The downfall of the Umbu wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, although she was his teacheress wife." Being hugged from behind left the young star feeling somewhat awkward, sitting there unsure of what to say. Bluffing Shuemin, exasperated, thought, "Forget it, discussing this with you is futile." "I understand." Kushina insisted, her expression earnest. "Konoha is merely a small village. Without its diverse inhabitants and shinobi, it's just a village." Bluffing Shuemin found himself speechless in the face of Kushina's serious demeanor, unable to utter a single word. Turning back to the young star, he disregarded his wife and asked, "All right, young star, I have one final question." Chapter 60. Almost driven mad, the young star lifted his head. Curiosity etched on his face as he awaited Bluffing Shuemin's inquiry. "What do you wish to change about the Umbu?" "Simply restructure it," the young star replied without hesitation, his words flowing quickly. "I believe, sensei, you should know who has been manipulating the Umbu." My intention is to cleanse it thoroughly from top to bottom. That indeed sounds reasonable, yet the timing is questionable. Wolfeng Shuimin nodded, having no doubts about the sincerity of the young star's words, at least in his presence. The boy spoke nothing but the truth. Unfortunately, the current circumstances surrounding the Umbu and the situation in the land of Earth weighed heavily on his mind, particularly with the number of casualties in the Umbu. Though these individuals were not slain by the young star, he was undeniably the catalyst for the chaos. How could this rascal be so reckless? Wolfeng Shuimin, now the fourth Hokage, could not comprehend this mindset, nor did he wish to. As he pondered this, he could not help but feel relieved that his unborn child was not a girl. Thank the heavens. What a fortunate stroke of luck. Of course, the young star remained oblivious to Wolfeng Shuimin's silent gratitude for not having a daughter. If he were to find out, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. Meanwhile, as Wolfeng Shuimin confronted the young star, issues began to surface within Konoha's upper management. As a representative of the Elder Council, Danzo became aware of a troubling development that shifted his mood. Lord Danzo, things are taking a turn for the worse. Upon witnessing Tion's return, flustered and disoriented, Danzo's expression shifted to one of confusion. What is the matter? He inquired. Tion articulated, word by word. It appears that our operatives within the Umbu are being systematically eradicated by an unknown force. Those individuals seem to have gone mad. Lifting his gaze with a serious demeanor, he continued, moreover, eyewitness accounts suggest that it was indeed the rogue Umbu Jonin who escaped yesterday. What does this signify? Danzo's brow furrowed tightly. Why would that individual seek to eliminate our people? I have heard whispers that his companions were also slain. He likely suspects us to be the culprits. That is impossible. I have not acted against him, Danzo replied, his composure shaken. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted dramatically. I comprehend now. The terror of that child is unfathomable. This defies all logic. How has he managed this? Muttering to himself, he spoke cryptically, fire release, great fireball technique? Could it be that the Uchiha clan is aiding him? No wonder, no wonder. Ah, that child. I shall not let him escape unscathed, nor will I spare the Uchiha clan. Danzo's fury manifested as he clenched his fists and shouted. Tion, startled, exclaimed, Lord Danzo, it is all the doing of that child. He seeks to strip me of control over the Umbu, inciting conflict between the factions and jeopardizing decades of our foundation. This is inconceivable. He is merely a child. Tion stammered, unable to fathom the implications. Indeed, my suspicions were not unfounded. Danzo's face paled as his fists tightened. That child has been orchestrating this from the start, manipulating events to cast blame upon me. He is truly terrifying, far too terrifying. It is now clear why Orochimaru was no match for him. Tion's demeanor shifted to one of alarm, his voice trembling with fear. Lord Danzo, what shall we do now? We shall trace the source of this chaos and confront it directly. Are you suggesting we locate that child immediately? Danzo's features hardened with a cruel intensity. If I am to bear such a heavy burden of blame, that boy must learn the cost of his actions. I understand. I shall set forth at once, Tion declared, turning to leave, but was halted midway. Furthermore, ensure our men remain on standby, avoiding conflict with others, and do not acknowledge my association with them. Understood. With a nod, Tion hurried off to fulfill Danzo's orders. That child is no ordinary foe. Tion stands no chance against him. I must prepare as well. If necessary, I might allow Tion and the child to perish together, thus absolving myself of any involvement in this matter. Watching his subordinate depart, Danzo's lips curled into a chilling smile. I can easily shift the blame onto a few corpses. In the darkened streets, tranquility enveloped Konoha. At the entrance of a spacious household, a young man clasped his hands together, stating, I apologize, but Lord Minato insists I dine at his home. I had no choice but to acquiesce. I had intended to visit you, but he insisted otherwise. This is truly not my fault. Is it really so? Questioned Noera Rin, her brows furrowed as she scrutinized him. You actually went to the fourth Hokage's residence? Indeed. Why would I deceive you? Not to that girl's abode, I assure you. Hinata? I haven't seen her in days. That is a fact. I have been preoccupied. Had it not been for your visit this morning, I would have been otherwise occupied. Upon hearing his earnest words, Rin's expression brightened, and she nodded enthusiastically. I believe you. Thank you immensely. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the young man embraced her. To express my appreciation, I must repay you. Yinsheng. Rin's cheeks flushed. As she felt his hands cradle her face, her complexion deepened to a rosy hue. Sensing her acquiescence, he felt a surge of excitement, yearning for a prolonged kiss to alleviate the exhaustion of recent days. However, some individuals, lacking awareness, chose to intrude. Ah, how foolish of me. I just remembered I have unfinished business at Lord Minato's behest. I must take my leave. We shall meet tomorrow. Reluctantly releasing Rin, he sought to avoid entangling her further, crafting a hasty excuse before turning to depart. Yet, he found himself halted by the resolute grip of the young girl. Rin, biting her lip, earnestly stated, I know you are concealing something, Yinxing. I understand. Surprised by her fortitude, he sighed, aware of the looming presence of their pursuers. He turned, grasping her delicate hand, and said earnestly, Remain here. Matters will resolve swiftly. You will come to understand my words. Yinxing. As Rin's gaze lingered in confusion, he pivoted and leapt away with remarkable speed. It left her yearning to pursue him, yet she realized that doing so would only burden him further. Disappointment clouded her features as she clenched her fist, vowing, I shall become a formidable medical ninja. Just wait, Yinxing. I will be your reliable assistant. At that moment, Yinxing remained blissfully unaware that he had irrevocably altered the course of a young girl's future and her entire life. Chapter 61. Pursuit. Regrettably, he was not able to depart unscathed. The tenacious young girl seized his hand. Rin, lips pressed together, earnestly declared, I know you are hiding something, Yinxing. I fully comprehend. His astonishment at Rin's resolute nature was palpable. Perceiving the approaching threat, he sighed in resignation, turning to grasp her soft hand firmly, assuring her, Stay put. This will be resolved shortly. You will understand my intentions. Yinxing. As Rin stared vacantly, Yinxing turned, leaping away with astounding swiftness. Her longing to chase after him was palpable, yet she understood that her presence would only serve to hinder him. This realization cast a shadow over her countenance, and she resolutely clenched her fist. I will become an exceptional medical ninja. Just wait, Yinxing. I will become your invaluable assistant. Unbeknownst to Yinxing, he had already set into motion a transformation that would shape a young girl's destiny and her entire existence. Under the cloak of darkness, Konoha lay in serene stillness. Two figures darting through the night sky did little to disturb the tranquility. Their silhouettes raced across the rooftops like beams of light, heading towards the horizon. In this unusual night, the Uchiha patriarch, Fugaku, noticed the commotion outside as he admired the stars. Is that? Recognizing the familiar chakra signature, Fugaku's brow furrowed. Is that the little rascal, Yinxing? Father, what is it? Asked the young Itachi, perched in his father's embrace, puzzled. Oh, nothing. Uchiha Fugaku withdrew his gaze, showing no interest in the situation, devoid of even the slightest inclination to pursue. Should that little brat perish, the ensuing matters could be entirely delegated to me. Do not blame me, young one. It was you who claimed to possess the strength to rival a Kage-level ninja. His murmured words went unheard by Itachi. At this moment, not only the Uchiha clan, but even the concealed presence of the Yamanaka clan patrolling Konoha had taken notice. Hey, clan leader. One member of the Yamanaka clan called out, spotting someone fleeing from the village. Isn't that the kid you had previous contact with? Why say? Yamanaka Shizumi raised his hand, sensing the information relayed by a bug, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, it is his chakra. You all continue with your tasks. I have something to attend to. After instructing several clan members to keep investigating, Yamanaka Shizumi set off, accompanied by a swarm of dark, fluttering insects, heading towards a nearby location. In the great forest outside Konoha, Waisei paused after running for 2 miles. Aren't you tired from chasing us for so long? He called out from atop a large tree. Realizing he could no longer see Konoha, straightening his posture, he faced his pursuer and formed hand seals. How about we cleanse ourselves a bit? Earth style, earthfall. Boom. The Umbu operative named Ta, displaying remarkable quickness, evaded Waisei's jutsu by executing a peculiar maneuver in mid-air, effortlessly sidestepping the mud's reach. Wind style? Recognizing the wind chakra emanating from Ta's feet, Waisei's brow furrowed. So you are a wind-style ninja. No wonder your speed is exceptional, and your martial prowess so formidable. Ta, with his eyes fixed ahead, uttered not a word. As a member of Root, he was merely a tool of slaughter, disinterested in conversing with his intended victim. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards Waisei, wind chakra swirling about him. Hey, what is the point of chasing me? I'm just a child after all. To be honest, I'm merely being used by others. Sei retreated quickly, but the tree beneath him could not escape. Ta casually sliced through the trunk of a 2-meter-wide tree, causing it to topple slowly. Such an impressive wind technique. At that moment, Sei's words made Ta hesitate. Used? Though he comprehended Sei's meaning, he suddenly realized that perhaps the boy was not to blame for all this chaos. This child, after all, could hardly conceive such a terrifying plan. A flicker of doubt crossed Ta's mind, granting Sei a sliver of opportunity. Indeed, think about it. How could a child like me instigate such a commotion within Umbu? This all traces back to the Uchiha clan. Sei sighed, his expression one of helplessness. I was coerced by them. The Uchiha clan? Ta paused, contemplating Sei's words as he muttered to himself. If it is indeed the Uchiha clan, then it all makes sense. Seeing Ta wavering, Sei sought to press further. Ideally, he could incite this man to create trouble for the Uchiha clan, facilitating the reconstruction of Umbu while keeping Uchiha Fugaku's actions restrained. After all, Fugaku was not to be trifled with. Allowing Danzo to scheme against them would be most advantageous. Alas, Sei's plans were well conceived, yet he had overlooked one pivotal presence. Ta, do not listen to him. Danzo emerged from the shadows, his gaze piercing as if he could see through everything, fixating intently on Sei. Upon seeing Danzo approach, Sei could only sigh in resignation. The plan to shift the blame had failed. Danzo was far too astute, a cunning villain who would not be easily misled like the naive Umbu operative before him. It was evident that Danzo had understood the true orchestrator from the very beginning. His awareness filled him with wariness, rendering his gaze sharper than ever before. He had no intention of allowing this child to remain alive today, for failure to act could very well lead to his own downfall in mere days, along with the demise of the Elder Council. Ta, do not heed this child's nonsense. Eliminate him. Yes, Lord Danzo. The killing machine transformed back into a ruthless entity, lunging at Sei without uttering a word. I am not speaking nonsense. It is merely that you refuse to believe me. Sei retreated lightly, dodging Ta's wind blade, only to see another swift attack approaching. He quickly performed a water clone technique, creating distance between them. It appeared that it was impossible for the Uchiha clan to bear the brunt of the blame, prompting Sei to abandon his pretense. Earth style? The hardened technique failed to materialize as a fireball barreled toward him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Danzo's ambush was far more insidious than he had anticipated. Whoosh. The massive fireball grazed Sei's body, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Seriously? 2 against 1? You two adults have no shame at all. A special jonin and a quasi-Kage level fiend, ganging up on a mere child. How despicable. Sei complained, narrowly evading another of Danzo's jutsu and Ta's martial assault, his form slightly swaying. Chapter 62. A magical transformation. He understood clearly that if this continued, he might not withstand 3 more moves. He had to expedite his escape from this predicament. Enough. With this thought, Sei formed hand seals and lowered his voice ominously. Sharingan, activate. His eyes, stained crimson, unleashed a peculiar aura, prompting a shift in Danzo's expression. The Sharingan? This is impossible. Danzo's face darkened, and he shouted to his subordinate. Ta, retreat. Do not approach for now. Alas, before Danzo could finish, Sei had already set his jutsu in motion. Prepare to be amazed. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The ground trembled as, in an instant, a dragon of earth emerged from the soil. The earth dragon raised its colossal head, unleashing a barrage of earth projectiles towards the retreating Ta. Caught off guard, Ta was unable to evade, plummeting from the branches to the ground in a most undignified manner. Child, how do you possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Danzo's expression darkened as he grasped the power of the Sharingan, fixating on Sei. Little brat, I understand now. You've kept your Sharingan a secret from the Uchiha clan. I wonder how they would react if I revealed this to them. You are doomed. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Yet, Sei remained unfazed, maintaining an unwavering gaze. And what of it? Lord Danzo, you also utilize wood style techniques. I wonder who taught you that. If I recall correctly, wood style is a technique exclusive to the first Hokage, an ability not easily mastered by ordinary individuals. Sei smiled brightly. You truly are clever. In light of this, I can no longer afford to spare you. Danzo's expression shifted, realizing Sei's awareness posed a significant threat. Indeed, I can perform wood-style techniques, which are the legacy of the first Hokage. I wonder how well you can evade my upcoming techniques. Here it comes. Wood style, 4 pillars prison. Puff. Though prepared, the area covered was extensive, and this wood release was no ordinary summoning of timber. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Yangxing noticed numerous colossal pillars rising around him, forming a grand prison that completely enclosed the 3 of them. Little ghost, I have sealed this place. Let us see how you employ your adept substitution technique. It was evident that Danzo had some knowledge of Yangxing's capabilities, compelling him to proceed with caution. In the current 3-dimensional space of 200 cubic meters, employing a water clone was impossible. There was no room to evade. Instead, any attempt to form hand seals would expose his true form, rendering his previously reliable water substitution technique a cumbersome ninjutsu. Tian, eliminate this little ghost now. Understanding this predicament well, Danzo sought to deny Yangxing any opportunity. Tian, who had fallen to the ground, lifted his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and retrieved a kunai. Wind release gathered upon the kunai, generating immense pressure that rendered it nearly indestructible. The sharpness of this kunai could sever steel. In an instant, Tian propelled himself forward, aided by Danzo's wood release, charging toward Yangxing, with trees to the left and a special Umbu ninja to the right, and the rear sealed by the 4 pillars. Yangxing found himself in a precarious situation. Yet, under such circumstances, he exhibited no sign of panic. His composed countenance exerted considerable pressure on Danzo, which was why Danzo was so eager to deploy his wood release technique to eliminate this formidable little ghost. You have no escape. Submit to your fate. A sudden crash as the wood release struck the ground, splintering the earth, forced Yangxing to retreat to the corner. He watched as Tian's kunai carved a deep trench in the soil, his brow furrowing in concern. Waiting for death is not an option. If I kill you, I will seek retribution from the Uchiha clan. Realizing Yangxing had nowhere to retreat, Danzo's expression shifted to one of excitement. With your single Tomo Sharingan, it is utterly impossible to contend with my wood release ninjutsu. Ha! In the face of Danzo's sinister laughter, Yangxing remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Would you like me to perform a little trick? The audacity of the little ghost, refusing to beg for mercy even in the face of death, caused Danzo's expression to darken once more. What kind of trick do you intend to play? Not a trick, but something we called magic back in my homeland. Danzo's face turned dark. He was eager to see what this little ghost would attempt to escape from his wood release and Tian's encirclement. It was inconceivable that someone with a single Tomo Sharingan could rival his wood release ninjutsu. Observe closely, Yangxing said, gently moving his fingers as he reached into his right pocket, grasping his phone tightly. He pressed a few buttons at random. Evolution. Evolution successful. Evolution count is 0. Yangxing's eyes began to transform. The single Tomo Sharingan split, morphing into a double Tomo, which began to spin rapidly within his eyes. Under Danzo's astonished gaze, the 2 Tomo Sharingan further divided, astonishingly becoming 3 Tomo, exuding a terrifying aura. The instantaneous transformation of the single Tomo into 3 Tomo was utterly shocking, shattering all conventional understanding and altering Danzo's worldview. In mere seconds, witnessing the transformation of Yangxing's Sharingan, Danzo felt on the brink of madness. How many members of the Uchiha clan spent their entire lives unable to awaken their eyes? How many could never evolve to 3 Tomo? Uchiha Fugaku, wielding a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, had become the clan leader. Yet, now, in mere 3 seconds, a mere child had achieved what so many could not. The Uchiha clan possessed such high-tier Sharingan only among a few prodigies. Were it not for Danzo's formidable mental fortitude, he would have succumbed to insanity at that moment. Even so, his expression and demeanor revealed significant changes. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. 3 Tomo in just 3 seconds? What am I striving for? What am I doing? Danzo's mind was clearly unstable. Anyone facing such a situation would struggle to remain composed. Danzo could not accept the reality before him. Ha ha ha, little ghost. You miscalculated. I will not be deceived. I am not afraid of you. Nor will I reveal any weaknesses to your fake 3 Tomo. You should perish. Danzo's expression shifted as he refused to believe in such bizarre phenomena. Without hesitation, his hands transformed into wooden vines, surging forward with incredible speed. Suddenly, as if slicing through the air, Danzo's wooden vines struck the empty space, only stirring up a cloud of dust. Yangxing, who had been standing there, had vanished, enclosed by Danzo and Tian. Under the watchful eyes of a special jonin and a ninja nearing the level of a Hokage, he had disappeared without a sound. They could not fathom the terror possessed by Yangxing, now with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Where did that brat go? It can't be that fast, can it? This truly is 3 Tomo Sharingan. It's impossible. Even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't achieve such speed. Danzo's expression finally changed. He was forced to accept the truth that it was indeed 3 Tomo, achieved in a mere 3 seconds. Where did he go? The psychological blow he experienced was evidently far greater than the shock of the situation. In an instant, he forgot he was battling someone with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Danzo-sama. Look out above. Be careful. Tion's urgent shout snapped Danzo back to reality. Nanny? Looking up, Danzo beheld Yangxing, his gaze frozen in astonishment. Completely caught off guard by the startling reality, Yangxing had reached directly above him, merely 10 meters away, and he had not noticed at all. Indeed, the boy had transformed into a genius with 3 Tomo Sharingan, a genuine prodigy. Fire release, great fireball technique. At such close range, Yangxing unleashed an enormous fireball that engulfed Danzo from all directions. Even with the 4th Hokage's flying thunder god technique, he could not evade this powerful strike. At that moment, Danzo's face drained of color, as if he had encountered the specter of death. His eyes widened in terror, immobilized by fear. Danzo-sama. Just then, a figure swiftly appeared, colliding with him and pushing him away. The speed of the individual made even Yangxing, who had launched the immense fireball, furrow his brow in slight concern. Boom. The fireball erupted, incinerating the wooden pillars of the prison and reducing them to ashes, leaving behind a massive crater nearly 20 meters in diameter. Yangxing, propelled by the enhanced speed of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, retreated dozens of meters away. The upgraded 3 Tomo Sharingan was capable of nearly double the speed of a single Tomo, though he still had not fully mastered it. Observing the enormous crater, there remained no trace of Tian, who had perished under the might of the great fireball. A man's eyes turned crimson with rage. Danzo, having been struck and sent flying for dozens of meters, rose to his feet, his eyes now filled with fury. You little ghost, you have slain my subordinate. You have killed my underling. Tawanzo's eyes were nearly bleeding red. Yangxing furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his astonishment. He never anticipated that someone like Tawanzo would have followers willing to fight for him. It left him baffled. Shaking his head, he lamented Tawanzo's unexpected popularity, and without further hesitation, he formed hand seals once more. Little ghost, he thought, as he noticed Yangxing raising his hands. Although he was unaware of the specific jutsu being conjured, Tawanzo felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He understood that in his current state, he was no match for Yangxing. He wouldn't even stand a chance to counterattack before being obliterated. Tawanzo was not a fool who rushed in recklessly. He had spent considerable time lurking in the shadows, cultivating his power. Realizing the disparity between them, he fled without a second thought as Yangxing initiated his jutsu. To Yangxing's surprise, Tawanzo was indeed running away. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangxing pursued him. Despite Tawanzo's rapid speed, the distance was significant, and his wood release gave him an added advantage among the trees. Tawanzo's swift escape left Yangxing astounded, igniting a surge of anger within him. He shouted after the fleeing figure, "Wait. Damn it. You ambushed me, and now you're afraid? Do you not possess the shame of a ninja or the dignity of an elder? If you have the guts, come back and fight me." Unfortunately, Tawanzo was too clever. No matter how much Yangxing yelled, he did not look back, running away without a trace of regret. He is too fast. How could he run so swiftly? His attack speed was never this rapid before. As Yangxing continued to chase, he began to feel fatigued. The 3 Tomo Sharingan was not yet mastered, and he struggled to sustain the chakra expenditure. Meanwhile, Tawanzo maneuvered effortlessly through the forest, and Yangxing realized his blind pursuit was futile. He wondered if there might be more of Tawanzo's subordinates lying in wait. If he were to be ambushed again, it would spell disaster. Ultimately, after recognizing he could not keep up, Yangxing halted, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, "Well, at least this time that guy is finished." Tawanzo would not return to the village. His goal had been met. As for whether Tawanzo would return in the future, that was no longer Yangxing's concern. Feeling somewhat weary, Yangxing initially intended to head back. However, after taking just a few steps, he detected the chakra signature of another person. The individual had concealed themselves adeptly, but their movement had inadvertently revealed their presence. The only person capable of evading his keen senses while also remaining undetected by Tawanzo was likely one individual. Uncle Oil Woman? From within a shadow, the figure of Shimizu Oil appeared. At that moment, Shimizu's expression bore hints of surprise. It was rare for anything to elicit such a display from him. The sight of Yangxing's crimson eyes was truly astonishing, for they were the three Tomo Sharingan, an ability rarely possessed by anyone within the Uchiha clan. Yangxing's demeanor was cold, his blood-red eyes glaring under the night sky. The three Tomo distinctly visible. Chapter 64, The Plan Succeeds. Shimizu found himself stepping back instinctively, despite his confidence in his insect techniques. He was not foolish enough to believe they could contend with this extraordinarily powerful young boy. There was simply no way around it. Yangxing sighed. Wait. Don't. Shimizu's forehead glistened with sweat as he paused, fearing Yangxing might attack him. Contrary to his expectations, the remarkably gifted young boy simply smiled, scratching his head, and said, "It seems I have no choice but to leave the village. I truly didn't expect you to hide here. So, you don't want to kill me? Ah, why not?" Yangxing was taken aback, questioning his own capacity for bloodshed. The revelation of his Sharingan was not a significant issue. He could always leave the village if necessary. Is that so? Indeed. Shimizu quickly regained his composure, gazing seriously at Yangxing. I can assure you, I will not speak of this matter with anyone else. Really? Yangxing inquired. At least until you pose a threat to our clan, I will remain silent. Moreover, you have assisted the Oil Woman clan immensely. That seems accurate. Although orchestrating a coup with the Oil Woman clan was not an honorable endeavor, it would indeed strengthen them. With Tuanzo's downfall, the entire Elder Council would become ineffective, ultimately leading to significant changes within the Umbu. Those who would benefit the most from this transformation would undoubtedly be Yangxing and his conspirators. Yangxing understood this clearly. Shimizu grasped its importance even more. Thus, despite the intimidating nature of Yangxing's Sharingan, he would not divulge its existence. Noticing the sincerity in Shimizu's eyes, Yangxing felt a sense of relief, retracting his Sharingan and departing with a simple remark. Let us pretend today's events never occurred, uncle. I'm quite tired and need to return to rest. As he turned to leave, Shimizu found himself momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated Yangxing's swift trust, leaving him pondering. What kind of person are you, little ghost? Well, as long as you do not threaten our clan, I shall refrain from taking action against you. Konoha village, no. The entire Land of Fire was home to numerous clans. Besides the ordinary families, there were prestigious clans within the village, referred to as noble families. The development and prosperity of the village relied on the connections between these clans. Yet, beneath this facade lay inevitable power struggles. After all, where there are interests, there will be conflict, whether among ninjas or ordinary people. Early in the morning, Konoha village appeared as usual. Yet, only a select few were aware of the underlying changes. Within the Hokage Tower, the office symbolizing honor and status, the third Hokage faced a reform that could alter Konoha's future. Third Hokage. I have heard that the Umbu commander and the representative of the Elder Council, Lord Tuanzo, has gone missing. Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor was serious, his expression resembling that of a dead man, making it difficult to discern he was involved in all of this. Saru Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly, raising his head. I am investigating this matter as well. I wonder how the Uchiha clan leader acquired such information. Our clan members witnessed Lord Tuanzo fleeing, Fugaku replied, his words concealing any hint of his inner thoughts. I have also heard rumors that Tuanzo appears to have betrayed Konoha and defected. Such baseless claims should not be spread indiscriminately. Saru Hiruzen did not believe Fugaku's assertions, but regrettably, he had no evidence to act against the two. After all, they were high-ranking members of the Elder Council, and he held great respect and admiration for them, harboring no intention to insult them personally. Fugaku's expression was rife with regret, his performance remarkably on point. Then, may I ask what business the Uchiha clan leader has here? The third Hokage did not trust the figure before him would come for idle chatter. There was certainly a significant conspiracy at play. What he did not expect was for Shimizu, who had previously made notable contributions during the invasion of the Land of Earth, to accompany Fugaku and become involved. This made his countenance darken. Well, it's no trivial matter. However, if Lord Tuanzo is absent, what will happen to the Umbu of Konoha? The third Hokage should have understood by now that the Umbu of Konoha is currently in disarray. If left unmanaged, it is certain that the Umbu will meet its demise, which bodes ill for the village. Furthermore, this is a critical period of invasion from the Land of Earth. It is evident that the third Hokage has recognized this fact. With Danzo's defection and the chaos within the Umbu, he cannot quell the situation alone. Most importantly, The invasion from the land of Earth could recur at any moment. Thus, he has no time to ponder the affairs of the Umbu. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words and feeling the gaze of Aburame Shibi upon him, the third Hokage sighed and bitterly chuckled to himself. It seems I have grown old. Uchiha Fugaku, Aburame Shibi, I wish to enlist your assistance in rebuilding the Umbu of Konoha, restoring it to its former glory. With a serious expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and spoke. I do not know if you are willing to help, but strength lies in numbers. Beneath the third Hokage's solemn demeanor lay a deep sense of helplessness. He had no means to prevent the plans of these two clans from coming to fruition. Otherwise, igniting another internal conflict within Konoha was not something he wished to witness. The third Hokage's concession was inevitable, a reality that Uchiha Fugaku and Aburame Shibi had long understood. At this moment, they felt a renewed admiration for Yangshing's plan. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, they nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Third. In the stillness of the morning, within a modest yet warm household, Minato Namikaze, his hands resting on the table, glared at the young boy sitting leisurely before him, irritation evident on his face. I am glad to see you, Yangshing, although I am your instructor in ninjutsu. However, you ought not to disturb me so early in the morning. I can hardly get any sleep. Gazing out at the dimly lit sky, Minato's expression darkened. He had been working tirelessly until dawn for several days, and being roused from sleep at such an hour left him in a foul mood. He even suspected that the boy had come deliberately to wake him. Oh, what's the harm? Kushina remarked cheerfully, graciously pouring a cup of tea for Minato. Have some tea to calm your nerves. Perhaps Yangshing has something important to discuss. Important? How could that be? This boy surely has nothing of significance to say. Minato sat down, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Well then, speak. What is it? Chapter 65. What should we name it? Yangshing smiled, undeterred by Minato's earlier irritation, and continued, I wish to rename the Umbu of Konoha to the Starlight Corps. Also, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, is likely planning something, and I would like your assistance in keeping an eye on him. Wait, let's start from the beginning. What are you talking about? Minato was utterly perplexed, unable to discern the boy's meaning. Teacher, don't you know? Yangshing replied, his expression one of surprise. Know what? Minato was increasingly bewildered, his mind racing with unanswered questions. Kushina, smiling, interjected to clarify. It's understandable that he doesn't know. I intended to let you rest. But just half an hour ago, the third Hokage sent a letter for you to read. The third Hokage's? Minato, still puzzled, took the letter and began to read it intently. The content was brief but shocking. After skimming through it, Minato's expression soured considerably, his face betraying his growing unease. Is this true? The third Hokage wishes for the Uchiha and Aburame clans to assist in restoring the Umbu? This is utter madness. It would only grant them the opportunity to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Umbu, allowing them to seize control. Why would the third Hokage pursue such a course of action? The third Hokage likely has no choice, Kushina replied earnestly, her gaze fixed on Minato. You should also be aware of the current state of the Umbu. With the upper management gone and so many shinobi lost, do you truly believe you can restore the Umbu? But Minato sat down, regret washing over him. The situation had escalated too quickly for him to manage. As he settled into his thoughts, he suddenly recalled something significant, something he had momentarily forgotten. Wait, Yangshing, what were you saying earlier? I'm tired, and I want to sleep. I came in to hear you complain, and I realized my mind isn't quite right. I forgot what I was saying earlier. Oh, I think I should just go back to sleep. Perhaps I was sleepwalking. Yawning, Yangshing appeared ready to depart. All right, Yangshing, tell me what you wanted to say. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Is that acceptable? It seemed that only Yangshing could elicit such humility from Minato Namikaze. Why does your smile look so odd, teacher? Show me another one, and if I am satisfied, I might consider telling you. That little rascal. Minato bristled, nearly ready to unleash his frustration. Kushina, chuckling softly, couldn't he help but lightly tap Yangshing on the head. Enough teasing, Yangshing. Don't truly aggravate your teacher. Just clarify what you meant earlier. Given your kindness, I want to dwell on teacher Minato's unappealing smile. Yangshing replied nonchalantly, feigning magnanimity. Minato, ignoring Yangshing's demeanor, remained serious, awaiting the boy's explanation. Clearing his throat, Yangshing spoke earnestly. To put it simply, I previously informed teacher Minato that I have been planning this matter. The Uchiha and Aburame clans have both approached me regarding the reorganization of the Umbu. However, I do not wish to meet with them just yet. I would like to discuss this with you, Teacher Minato. Yes, of course. I will wholeheartedly assist you in whatever you need, Minato said, grasping Yangxing's hand tightly. His eyes glimmering with emotion. He had not anticipated that Yangxing would be the first to seek him out. This sentiment touched his heart deeply. Yangxing, unfazed by Minato's emotional response, continued with a statement that nearly made him choke with indignation. So, what do you think sounds better, Starlight Core or Sunshine Core? Minato, after all this time, this boy has come to me simply to ask for a name. His face nearly turning pale, Minato retorted, "You little rascal. Are you playing with me? Just a joke, just a joke." Seeing Minato's face darken, Yangxing realized he could not continue this jest. On a more serious note, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly engage in underhanded tactics. I want you, Teacher Minato, to supervise the members within the group, preferably selecting all from the Aburame clan. The Aburame clan, the one skilled in insect techniques? Minato paused, his expression cautious. You're not joking, are you? While the Aburame clan has made significant contributions to Konoha, they lack the strength of the Uchiha clan. They are not entirely trustworthy. No, the Aburame clan is trustworthy. At least with Shibi Aburame as the clan leader. They can be relied upon. Is that so? Well, if you say so, I assume you must have verified this. I will keep that in mind. Chapter 66. Family Meeting in Konoha, within the conference room of the prestigious clans. Under the leadership of the elders, the prestigious clans of Konoha village gathered, forming the upper echelon of the village. From the representatives of various families to the prominent figure bearing the title of Hokage, the atmosphere was marked by solemnity. However, amidst this assembly, one individual stood out, sitting incongruously beside the central tatami mat. This position, typically reserved for high-ranking clan members, was occupied by a mere child, scarcely 12 years of age, provoking curious glances. Today's gathering was not called for any significant matter. A slight cough from Sarutobi Hiruzen redirected the attention of several attendees. The heads of various families, having been informed beforehand, exchanged whispers upon observing the third Hokage's expression. It was likely concerning the issues within Konoha Zumbu. I have heard a bit about it, but is it truly the right time to discuss such matters? Hyuga Hizashi, the composed leader of the Hyuga clan, inquired. Have you heard the rumors about infighting within the Zumbu? I wonder if they hold any truth. Hizashi, a middle-aged man clad in a pristine kimono that mirrored his dignified demeanor, commanded respect as the head of a renowned family. Upon hearing him speak, Yangxing cast a few curious glances in his direction, recognizing Hizashi as Hinata's father and noting his youthful appearance. He pondered whether little Hinata had been born yet. Feeling the weight of scrutiny, Hizashi turned to look at Yangxing, furrowing his brow in confusion. Like the others present, he could not fathom why this child occupied such a position, especially beside the influential leader of the Uchiha clan. Seeing the indifference of the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan leader, it was evident that this child possessed an unusual significance. The moment was interrupted by the third Hokage's words, prompting Hizashi's brow to furrow deeper. In a few days, I will provide an explanation regarding the Zumbu situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, the Zumbu has suffered damage, and I will be seeking individuals to handle its various affairs, which I intend to entrust entirely to the Uchiha clan. Lord Third, Hizashi exclaimed, shock evident in his tone. Why entrust the Uchiha clan with this task if the Zumbu has been compromised? Murmurs of agreement arose from other clan leaders, their dissatisfaction palpable. We could assist. Why solely the Uchiha clan? Is it not clear that the Uchiha clan is implicated in this incident? A wave of indignation swept through the assembly, with many understanding that this was an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to infiltrate the Zumbu, leaving them feeling sidelined. Some even pointed fingers, suggesting that the Uchiha clan was behind the turmoil. In the face of this growing dissent, Uchiha Fugaku's deep voice quelled much of the unrest. You may doubt the Uchiha clan, but remember, without evidence, one must refrain from casting baseless accusations. With a flash of his Sharingan, Fugaku's piercing gaze scanned the room, instilling a palpable pressure that rendered the assembly silent. No one dared to meet his eyes, not even the third Hokage, who regarded Fugaku's three-tomo Sharingan with due caution. The room fell into an eerie silence, until it was broken by a child's voice, jarringly out of place. This tea is quite bitter. Could I possibly have a different kind? This one is simply undrinkable. To the astonishment of those present, The child seated beside Uchiha Fugaku showed no signs of trepidation, raising his teacup and calling for a service attendant. The ninja, visibly flustered after glancing at Fugaku, complied with the request, unfazed by the tension surrounding him. Yang Xing smiled broadly, urging those present to relax. Come now, everyone, let us not be so tense. We are merely here to discuss matters. No need for such rigidity. His words, though polite, irked some attendees. Child, this is a meeting of Konoha's clans. What is your purpose here? You have no right to speak. A voice thundered as a clan leader stood, face contorted with anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Xing. Many turned their attention towards him, sharing the same confusion regarding the child's presence. Among them were members of the Inuzuka clan, who, like others, were puzzled by Yang Xing's involvement. Feel free to continue your discussion. Just pretend I'm a piece of furniture, Yang Xing remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. However, the leader of a smaller clan was not inclined to let the child off so easily. You insolent brat. With both the third and fourth Hokages present, this is no place for someone like you. Leave at once, he bellowed, seething with rage. Leave? How do you even do that? Yang Xing replied, scratching his nose. Perhaps you could demonstrate for me. The smaller clan leader, incensed by the child's mockery in front of so many witnesses, resolved to teach him a lesson. With a swift motion, he charged at Yang Xing, intent on forcibly ejecting him from the meeting. Yet, as he lunged, Yang Xing remained seated, sipping his freshly poured tea as if the commotion were non-existent. This unexpected calm bewildered some, while others wore expressions of concern. The Inuzuka clan members were particularly anxious, unwilling to see harm come to their daughter's companion. Just as one of them was about to intervene, another figure moved faster. The scene unfolded rapidly. As the smaller clan leader reached Yang Xing, he suddenly found himself immobilized, soaring through the air before crashing several meters away, the impact eliciting a pained cry. Who struck me? Uchiha clan leader? Upon realizing it was Uchiha Fugaku who had intervened, the smaller clan leader's bravado crumbled. Why did you throw me? Anyone who dares oppose him is opposing the Uchiha clan, Fugaku declared, his voice resonating with authority. Yang Xing, still smiling, set down his teacup. Indeed, this tea is quite agreeable. The room fell silent once more, the atmosphere thick with tension. Many were taken aback, their expressions darkening. A few silently thanked their stars that they had not been the ones to act. Who could have anticipated that such a child would be so fiercely protected by the Uchiha clan, and what could possibly justify such a situation? No one knew, nor could they comprehend. They understood only that this child was not to be trifled with. The Uchiha clan Sharingan was not a power any of the present clans could afford to provoke, especially not when even the third Hokage refrained from challenging them. Despite his youth, no one desired to offend a child under the Uchiha's protection, particularly one that even the third Hokage respected. The atmosphere was tense, with the expressions of those around reflecting unease. Some were even sweating as they cast wary glances at Yang Xing. Uchiha Fugaku's remarks carried weight, for Yang Xing's identity and current standing were markedly different from before. Everyone, let us remain calm and not let anger cloud our judgment. We are all from Konoha village. It is imperative that we coexist amicably. The third and fourth Hokage could only turn a blind eye to Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor, for there were indeed few clans capable of confronting the Uchiha clan at this juncture, which left them feeling rather helpless. My apologies, Lord Third, Uchiha Fugaku said with a slight bow, adopting a composed demeanor as he took his seat, his expression once again shrouded in indifference. The third Hokage understood his character well and did not dwell on the matter, instead addressing the assembly directly. Continuing from our previous discussion, the reinstatement of the Anbu will be entrusted to the Uchiha and Yamanaka clans. This decision is final, though I did not summon everyone here merely to convey this. In fact, there were plans to amend the title of the Anbu for ease of future operations. Lord Sarutobi, I believe we should consider a name change, Minato Namikaze suggested. This proposition sparked a flurry of chatter among the clans present. A name change? At a time like this? What does that even mean? Indeed, this aligns with the request of the Uchiha clan, Minato continued, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Xing, a hint of wry amusement on his face. From this day forth, the Anbu shall be known as the Starlight Corps. The proclamation intensified the cacophony. Starlight? What on earth is that? Do you even comprehend what this implies? Many were puzzled, questioning the lack of taste in the name, with some muttering discontentedly about Fugaku's poor choice. A few whispered their disdain, which reached Yang Xing's ears, causing him to spit out his tea in disbelief. What a delightful name. These individuals truly lack any artistic sensibility. In that moment, while Yang Xing was caught in a fit of laughter, others began to grasp the significance of the name. Starlight Corps? I seem to recall this brat's name is Yang Xing. The Inuzuka clan recognized the implications. And even Hinata Hizashi of the Byakugan clan fixed Yang Xing with a penetrating stare, his brow furrowed in concentration. The intensity of his gaze was such that even Yang Xing, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, dared not meet his eyes, instead lowering his head and murmuring, "I am not interested in your daughter, and I have not made any moves, so please, do not look at me like that." Discussions continued, primarily revolving around operational matters and deliberations regarding the Umbu's handover to the two clans. However, it soon became apparent that these discussions were largely one-sided, with Sarutobi Hiruzen outlining issues while most clans remained mute under Fugaku's cold glare. Yet one individual expressed his displeasure vocally. "Minato-sensei, if you keep poking me, I'd be cautious if I were you. I might just inform the lady about your lengthy conversation with a married woman on your way here, and how you were holding her hand." Yang Xing was irked, and he shouted at one of the attendees. "Minato Namikaze. All right, my fault." Minato, lowering his voice and forcing a smile, assured the others there was no cause for alarm before turning to Yang Xing and softly inquiring, "Kid, why have you remained silent? Do you genuinely wish for the Uchiha to seize all the power of the newly established Starlight Corps?" It was evident that while the reorganization of the Umbu was aided by the Yamanaka clan, the Uchiha clan remained the pivotal figure. Within this framework, it was inevitable that the Uchiha would reap the most benefits. Yang Xing, sensing the underlying tension, responded with a frown. "The Uchiha approached me this morning to attend this clan meeting under duress, so what do you expect me to do? At the very least, we cannot allow the Uchiha to maintain such a stronghold. A dominant clan is certainly not advantageous for Konoha." With a resigned sigh, Yang Xing confided to Minato, "To be frank, please keep this to yourself. The clan meeting is merely a prelude. Soon, Fugaku will seek sensitive information regarding the upper echelons of the Umbu and personnel records from the third Hokage." "Go on," Minato urged. Yang Xing's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he continued, "Fugaku will consult with me regarding the Umbu's staff. For now, he is unlikely to attempt any tricks against me. At that point, Minato-sensei, you will see who can stay and who will be dismissed." Minato nodded, approving of Yang Xing's approach, though one question lingered in his mind. "But why are you so confident that Fugaku will come to you for consultation?" While he understood Yang Xing's strategy, he could not fathom why Fugaku would treat Yang Xing with such caution. At this moment, Minato remained unaware that Yang Xing had once nearly brought Fugaku to his demise, compelling the Uchiha leader to tread carefully around him. "Just wait and see. You talk too much, like a woman." Yang Xing shot a glare at Minato, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. His tea remained untouched. "Yang Xing, wait, don't hit me." Sensing hostility from Minato, Yang Xing instinctively shielded his head and earnestly warned, "I will seek retribution. Strike me, and I will find someone to retaliate against you." Chapter 68. Become my family's son-in-law. Minato Namikaze mused. This kid certainly has some backbone. He truly possesses such capability. At least now, Minato understood that Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, held Yang Xing in high regard, which meant the entire Uchiha clan would stand behind him. This realization made Minato hesitate to act against Yang Xing. Frustrated, Minato relaxed his clenched fists, adopting a radiant smile as he playfully ruffled Yang Xing's hair. "How could I ever harm my most cherished disciple? Haha. You are indeed my pride and joy, aren't you?" "Ow, stop it. Not so rough." Yang Xing protested, unable to voice his discomfort as Minato continued his affectionate teasing. The fourth Hokage was indeed shameless and cunning. The meeting dragged on until the afternoon, during which Yang Xing kept his distance from Minato. While Minato appeared amiable on the surface, few realized the depths of his cunning. After all, one does not ascend to the position of Hokage without a keen mind. As soon as the meeting concluded, Yang Xing prepared to depart. Minato's gaze was nearly unbearable, compounded by the third Hokage's watchful eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have much to say. Regrettably, Yang Xing had no desire to engage in further discussions with these individuals. They were not captivating enough to warrant his attention. Just as he was about to exit, someone called out to him before he reached the door. If it were not for the significance of the person approaching him, he would have continued on his way without hesitation. I believe your name is Yangxing, correct? Hinata Hizashi approached, arms crossed, and his demeanor notably composed. In the future, what business does the esteemed head of the Hyuga clan seek with me? I almost referred to him as my future father-in-law, but quickly corrected myself. I must ensure that this individual remains unaware of my ambitions. Nevertheless, it is not a matter of great significance. Hyuga Hizashi, unfazed by my blunder, simply smiled and inquired if I had time to join him for tea at his residence. An invitation from the Hyuga clan typically implies that the tea would not be delightful. Indeed, those present are well aware of my deep ties to the Uchiha clan. And with the recent re-establishment of the Umbu, all prominent families would likely seek my company for tea. Regrettably, I, Yangxing, wish to avoid entanglements with the Hyuga clan at present. Actually, I have matters to attend to today. Perhaps another time, I replied. Hizashi bowed respectfully and departed. Observing his retreating figure, I furrowed my brow, my expression stern. The Hyuga clan. Well, I had initially intended to approach them, yet Hizashi is too obstinate, making negotiations difficult. Thus, I sought out YN Shibi instead, and since matters have been resolved, the head of the YN clan is quite agreeable. Turning away, I left decisively, though an aging pair of eyes remained fixed upon my figure, unwavering. Sarutobi Hiruzen waited until everyone had departed before releasing the pent-up breath that had weighed heavily upon him. Third Hokage, what is your opinion of Yangxing? He asked. To label him simply as a child would be inadequate. Pondering Hiruzen's inquiry, Minato Namikaze replied earnestly, rest assured. Third Hokage, I would stake my life on the assurance that Yangxing poses no threat to Konoha. Is that so? Hiruzen scrutinized Minato's earnest expression. Very well. I shall place my trust in you. You have my word as Hokage. Yangxing is undoubtedly not a malevolent ninja. Noticing a certain glimmer in Minato's eyes, Hiruzen's demeanor softened. Without uttering another word, he turned to leave, his strides resolute, leaving behind a calm declaration. Minato, take good care of that boy. I look forward to witnessing his growth. Hello, fourth Hokage. Yangxing realized he was quite the busy individual. After attending a family gathering, he found himself unexpectedly popular. Upon exiting the conference hall, several elders from Konoha's clans approached him. You are Yangxing, correct? One elder seized his shoulder firmly, preventing any escape. While Yangxing's expression soured, the elder chuckled. I forgot to introduce myself. I am from the Yamanaka clan. Wait, don't push me. You ruffian, I was here first. Before he could finish, another elder shoved him aside. The new arrival, brimming with enthusiasm, slapped Yangxing on the back and exclaimed, Young man, I have decided, from this day forth, you shall be the future son-in-law of the Haruno clan. What? Yangxing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the statement, yet sensing something amiss. Wait, what did you just say? Unfortunately, before he could grasp the underlying implications, the elder was pushed aside once more. The Haruno clan is merely a small family. You should step aside. The first elder clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. Come, join my Yamanaka clan. I promise to marry my daughter to you when you grow up. Yamanaka Keiichi, you scoundrel. I said it first. How dare you push me aside? I challenge you to a duel. The aggrieved elder grasped Keiichi's sleeve furiously. This provocation ignited Keiichi's temper. Very well, a duel it shall be. Step outside, young man. You stay put. Whoever wins shall claim you as their son-in-law. Yangxing was left sweating profusely, utterly bewildered. This is absurd. With a furrowed brow, he turned to leave, muttering under his breath about the madness of these families. Whatever, I seem to have forgotten something important. I must take my leave. Those two truly are insane. Although he might have overlooked certain matters, they were of little consequence to him at present. He needed to hurry to the Hokage office to address the establishment of the Starlight Group. Most importantly, he must not allow Uchiha Fugaku to play any tricks. In a swift departure, Yangxing paid no heed to the two adults engaged in their escalating conflict. Chapter 69. The cunning fourth Hokage Yangxing was on his way to the Hokage building in Konoha when he realized that Uchiha's clan leader would be consulting with the third Hokage regarding personnel matters. He needed to arrive before them. After all, only with the fourth Hokage present could the Uchiha clan be kept in check. With urgency in his demeanor, Yangxing quickened his pace. However, just as he was closing in on the Hokage building, he was intercepted on a relatively quiet street, just a few hundred meters away. A figure appeared before him in an instant, kneeling on one knee with an expressionless face. The newcomer, a boy of a similar age, emanated an unsettling aura. The boy, donning a Chunin headband, lowered his head and asked, "Are you Yangxing?" "Yes," Yangxing replied, furrowing his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity about the boy. "You are Tenkai?" The boy's tone was resolute, his voice suddenly firm. "I wish to join the Umbu." This declaration was both unexpected and direct. Yangxing's brow furrowed deeper. "Why?" As the boy raised his head, his eyes bore an empty, distant gaze. "Because you possess the capability to allow me to join. So I wish to become part of the current Umbu." "Not that. I mean, how do you know that I can facilitate your entry into the Umbu?" "Not even the various clans of Konoha, let alone the third Hokage, are aware of this." Yangxing's gaze sharpened, laced with a hint of menace. "Because?" The boy seemed hesitant to meet Yangxing's eyes, his expression flickering. "I heard it from the Uchiha clan's leader. I sought him out, and he informed me that only by coming to you could I join the new Umbu. Do not deceive me. Look into my eyes." Yangxing was unconvinced, his Sharingan activating in silence, unleashing its formidable power. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Under the intense gaze of the three-tomo Sharingan, all illusions and jutsu were rendered ineffective, easily exposing the truth. "I am Tenkai," the boy murmured, lost in thought as he met Yangxing's penetrating gaze. "Who am I really?" Suddenly, he shook his head and bolted away, moving at a speed surpassing that of an average Chunin. By observing the boy's speed and chakra, Yangxing discerned that he was indeed much more capable than the average Chunin. Simultaneously, he began to grasp the identity of this individual's patron. An intriguing character. It appears Danzo is reluctant to give up. Alas, his subordinates are hardly formidable. With a slight shake of his head, Yangxing muttered to himself, dismissing the incident. "By the way, I feel like I've seen him before." After pondering for a while without any clarity, he ultimately decided to let it go. A mere pawn of Danzo, Yangxing had no desire to engage further. Inside the Hokage conference room, Minato raised an eyebrow at Yangxing's tardiness. "Why are you so slow? You rascal? Can't you arrive a bit earlier each time?" "Apologies, I encountered a minor incident on the road, momentarily detained by two amusing groups." I failed to mention the boy under Danzo's control. Yangxing merely chuckled, scratching his head, when he noticed a familiar face nearby. To his surprise, even Kakashi was present. Kakashi's expression remained as stoic as ever, acknowledging him with a simple nod, not uttering a single word. This individual was far from endearing, and his demeanor was more irksome than that of the earlier children. Yangxing couldn't fathom what Kakashi was contemplating, nor did he know if Kakashi was aware of his recent actions. However, he decided not to dwell on it, for there were other matters at hand. Clearing his throat, Minato did not reprimand Yangxing harshly, but instead directed him to deliver a piece of intelligence from the table to Uchiha Fugaku, who was silently waiting ahead. The leader of the Uchiha clan. Here were the profiles of all members of the Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku accepted the documents with an impassive expression. The personnel included a total of 12 teams, each comprising at least 10 members, some of whom belonged to specialized action groups and special ninjas. The two began to converse on trivial matters, while Yangxing, feeling quite bored, listened passively until someone facing him echoed a previous statement. "Let me join the Umbu." Yangxing paused, glancing around to confirm that Kakashi was indeed speaking to him. Yet, Kakashi's tone carried an air of command. This was quite displeasing. When Yangxing inquired, Kakashi nodded with a deadpan expression. Yes. He understood that to become part of the new Umbu, he had to rely on Yangxing, information relayed to him directly by Minato. Realizing that Minato had likely divulged some details, Yangxing chose not to pry further. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand, casting a few fleeting glances at Kakashi before unexpectedly saying, "Show me a smile." Taken aback, Kakashi managed a forced smile. Yet it appeared more like a grimace than a genuine expression of joy. No, that won't do. Try smiling again." Yangxing waved dismissively. It was hardly a smile, resembling a cry far more than anything else. Kakashi, now feeling the sting of Yangxing's teasing, wore an increasingly sour expression. Yangxing, crossing his arms, calmly stated, "Kakashi, you must understand, you are the one making a request, and I want to see you smile right now." Faced with Yangxing's earnest yet somewhat arrogant demeanor, Kakashi felt cornered. After all, Yangxing was a key figure in the establishment of the new Umbu. "All right, just you wait." He clenched his fists, suppressing his frustration, and finally managed to present a smile. To his surprise, it was quite effective, causing Yangxing to laugh heartily, nearly doubling over. "Ah, now that's more like it. You've passed." Kakashi's initial joy was short-lived as Yangxing's expression shifted to seriousness. I can allow you to join, but you must agree to one condition. A condition? Kakashi was puzzled. Yes, from now on, do not harbor any peculiar illusions about Rin. What? When have I ever had strange fantasies? Kakashi's confusion was evident. Yangxing clarified. This is for the future. Not fully grasping Yangxing's words, Kakashi nodded. Fine, I agree, as long as you let me into the Umbu. And I must be given a good position, not one that leads to certain death. Yangxing thought, this kid is quite the negotiator, yet I seem unable to refuse him. Given that he was under Minato's watchful gaze, he conceded with a sigh. His options for appointments were already limited, and this child's demands threatened to overshadow his previous arrangements. Haha, well then, has the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan no objections? Minato's gentle smile masked an underlying chill. His sudden interjection reminded Yangxing that two other significant individuals were present, attentively listening. Yangxing suddenly comprehended why Kakashi was here. It turned out that the trustworthy individual Minato sought was indeed Kakashi. It appeared that history would not change significantly. I have no concerns. But can this child truly handle the responsibilities of the Starlight team? Although it was a reformation, the strength of the Starlight team must not diminish from its former glory. At the very least, individual abilities should exceed that of a Nin, with Jonin being ideal. In response to Uchiha Fugaku's skepticism, Minato simply smiled. Kakashi already possesses the strength of a Nin, and he will soon undergo the Jonin exam, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He should become a young Jonin in a few days. Is that so? Fugaku's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Kakashi. So, it seems the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan has no objections? Indeed. Fugaku nodded quickly in agreement. However, Minato's smile shifted, and his demeanor turned serious as he addressed Kakashi. Very well, Kakashi, from this day forward, I appoint you as the leader of the Starlight Team's Special Operations Unit. First Division. In an instant, upon hearing Minato's words, both Uchiha Fugaku's and Yangxing's expressions changed dramatically. Yangxing realized he had also been caught in a trap. The look on Fugaku's face spoke volumes about the turmoil within him. Wait. Yangxing nearly shouted. Indeed he did. However, Minato's gaze, filled with mock surprise, met his. What seems to be the problem? Did you not agree? I did agree, but Yangxing pointed at Kakashi, his expression aggrieved. Why does this guy get to be the leader of the First Division? That position absolutely cannot be given to him. Yet, aside from Kakashi, no one else can adequately fill that role. Minato sighed before subtly gesturing at Yangxing. You must realize that Kakashi's capabilities surpass most Jonin. You are aware of this. This position suits him well. Damn it. Appoint him as the leader of the First Division? When that happens, won't his popularity soar? What about mine? After all I've done, will it all just serve to elevate someone else? No, I cannot agree to this under any circumstances. Yangxing raised his hand emphatically, declaring, I firmly oppose this. Furthermore, I already have someone in mind for the First Division. Really? Who? Minato and Kakashi were taken aback. Yangxing's expression turned serious as he replied, Yutaka Akane. In that instant, it felt as though Minato had just delivered a punch to the little rascal. You little brat. Are you really trying to propose that Akane becomes the leader of the First Division? Given my familiarity with you, I hold it against you. With a disapproving glare directed at the young man, Minato's expression fluctuated before he resignedly stated, All right then, let us make Akane the leader of the First Division. As for Kakashi, you will serve as the deputy of the Second Division. This arrangement was much more agreeable. Upon hearing Bluffing Watergate's change of heart, Yangxing expressed his satisfaction with a nod, though his gaze upon Kakashi darkened slightly. However, I must admit, I still have reservations about appointing this fellow as the captain of the first squad. Watergate chuckled wryly, realizing Yangxing was not jesting. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, How about this? Let us treat this matter as a secret. When the time is ripe, indeed, once Kakashi has ascended to Jonin, we shall proceed with the appointment. What do you think? Very well, if Kakashi can achieve Jonin status within a month, the position of first squad captain is his, Yangxing declared decisively. Watergate nodded repeatedly in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, Kakashi, did you hear that? Indeed, I shall strive to attain it, Kakashi replied earnestly, clenching his fists. Yangxing merely pursed his lips, fully aware that this outcome was inevitable. Yet, he felt compelled to delay the moment, at least for now. as he did not wish to witness this individual basking in fame. Yes, the objects of admiration for those young girls should rightfully belong to me. Haha. As the trio chatted, just as Yangxing was about to laugh, a figure with a rather grim expression interrupted with a series of coughs. This individual, feeling out of place, yearned to demonstrate his Sharingan to these three, yet hesitated, knowing one among them had nearly cost him his life. Uchiha Fugaku dared not unleash his power, for it might backfire. Upon hearing the disturbance, Watergate turned his attention to Fugaku, surprise etched on his face. Is there something you wish to convey? Esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku felt frustrated and discontented. The first and second squads were crucial, yet these two had unilaterally decided upon the most significant positions, leaving him, the Uchiha patriarch, with nothing to say. Especially troubling was the sudden shift in Yangxing's demeanor. His earlier joviality faded into an icy indifference that was palpable even to the blind. Recognizing the formidable nature of Yangxing, Fugaku could only wave his hand weakly, muttering, "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Then it is settled," Watergate replied with a serene smile and unwavering words. Little did he know, Fugaku's heart bled with every decision made, as if drops of anguish were seeping from his very core. Yangxing, seemingly oblivious, continued to play along with Watergate, exclaiming, "Ah, I've toiled for half a day only to have my efforts usurped by a certain individual. What have I truly accomplished?" Seizing the opportunity, Watergate chuckled, "Oh, Yangxing, do not be so glum. I could offer you a position far superior to this one." Upon witnessing Watergate's radiant smile, Yangxing, who had felt a shiver run down his spine, guessed the nature of the position being offered and swiftly declined. "No need for that." "What a pity," Watergate responded, visibly disappointed. He then added cheerfully, "Well, you rejected it yourself, so one must learn to be open-minded." Casting a sidelong glance at the pretentious fourth Hokage, Yangxing turned to leave, not wishing to linger any longer. He departed with a parting remark, "Very well, Watergate-sensei, remember to reserve the captaincy of the second squad for me." It appeared that Watergate had already formulated plans for personnel arrangements, and Yangxing saw no reason to remain further, not wanting to be bogged down by trivial matters. Moreover, he sensed Watergate's newfound determination to become the next Hokage was stronger than ever. Leaving early seemed prudent. He had no desire to be entangled in the burdens of the Hokage's role. His aspirations had always transcended such responsibilities, aiming for the entire world, the charming girls of the world. As Yangxing exited the Hokage building, he was accosted by an individual. Upon seeing this person, his expression soured. He nearly resorted to ninjutsu to reduce this intruder to ashes. Yangxing struggled to maintain his composure. "Let me join the Umbu." The boy named Tiansong appeared undeterred, returning with a serious demeanor. "I told you, that is impossible," Yangxing replied, his brow furrowing. "And you are a messenger from Danzo, are you not?" As his hand brushed against the concealed kunai within his clothing, poised to act should this boy make a move, he was taken aback when the boy nodded affirmatively, responding, "Yes." The boy's rapid admission bewildered Yangxing. What was Danzo thinking? Yangxing paused for a moment, surveying the boy, only to realize that he exuded no murderous intent. Rather, he seemed devoid of any emotion. Releasing his grip on the kunai, Yangxing locked eyes with the boy's vacant gaze and inquired, "Then why do you wish to join the Starlight team, and what orders did Danzo give you?" The boy shook his head, looking perplexed, indicating he was unaware of the reasons behind his assignment. Yet, how could Danzo send someone so seemingly uninformed? "But Danzo said that if you saw me, you would definitely allow me to join the Umbu," the boy insisted gravely, "and it would not pose a threat to me." "What do you mean?" Yangxing queried, perplexed by the boy's ignorance. Not comprehending the underlying motives of Danzo, Yangxing sensed a peculiar aura from this boy, reminiscent of a puppet. Why would Danzo send such a being to him? One possibility was that he was sent to investigate Yangxing. But what made Danzo think Yangxing wouldn't eliminate him? Feeling a headache coming on, Yangxing decided to dismiss this puppet-like individual. "Very well, the captain of the newly established first squad is Kakashi. You may seek him out and see if he agrees." "Kakashi?" "Yes, Kakashi. Have you not heard of him? He is someone whose whereabouts anyone can easily ascertain." Yangxing, wishing to avoid any further entanglement with this expressionless boy, stated succinctly, "In any case, he is quite adept at feigning innocence, always concealing half his face, acting like a child despite his age." "I understand," the boy exclaimed, springing into action, departing with remarkable speed, showing no signs of suspicion, simply following Yangxing's directive. Yangxing furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of abnormality. This boy trusted him implicitly, with no hint of wariness, as if his mind were a blank slate. How curious that Danzo would want him in the Umbu, and what stakes were involved that made Yangxing hesitate to take action against him. Unable to fathom it any further, Yangxing decided to let it go and head home. After all, Kakashi was more than capable of handling that boy. As dawn broke over the Hidden Leaf Village, the time for Watergate's team to reconvene had arrived once more, following the holiday. 2 days had passed since the establishment of the Starlight team, and while the personnel arrangements were not yet finalized, they were nearly complete. However, Yangxing found himself perplexed. He had undertaken all these efforts for the sake of 2 girls, yet neither had reached out to him. This left him utterly bewildered. Coincidentally, Kakashi's team was gathering again, and Yangxing seized the opportunity to inquire about Noera Rin. This girl had offered him no word, leaving him idle for several days, trailing behind Uchiha Fugaku, assisting Watergate-sensei in keeping an eye on this individual to prevent any peculiar activities within the village's internal organization. Now, amidst the busyness and lack of visitors, Yangxing suddenly realized how rather miserable his current existence had become. The weary Yangxing rose early, still bleary-eyed, and hurried to the assembly point for Kakashi's team. He vaguely recalled that Kakashi's Jounin assessment was set to commence in the coming days. This meant that the infamous individual would finally ascend to legendary status, garnering the admiration of countless young women. Contemplating this, Yangxing felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to that scoundrel. Perhaps during the next mission, he would seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson, especially since he had assisted Kakashi considerably. It was only fair that he got to vent his frustrations. With resolute determination, Yangxing leapt toward the outskirts of Konohagakure. The sun had just begun to rise, with an hour remaining until the designated meeting time. Initially believing he would be the first to arrive, he was taken aback to find that someone had arrived even earlier. The solitary figure of Noera Rin stood out conspicuously. Yangxing halted in surprise, his expression one of confusion. Rin? Turning towards him, Noera Rin appeared genuinely delighted, and in a fleeting moment of joy, she threw herself into Yangxing's embrace, leaving him utterly bewildered as he held the soft, delicate girl. He was at a loss to comprehend why he had not seen her over the past few days. Given her current expression, he hesitated to voice his inquiries. It was clear that Noera Rin's feelings for him were sincere. Upon seeing Yangxing again, Noera Rin was filled with excitement. Her youthful face flushed crimson, a sight that made Yangxing's heart race. The softness of her embrace nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. He wondered if she had matured during their brief separation. While he was tempted to measure her growth, he refrained from such impudent actions. Instead, he gently pushed her away, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Rin, why haven't I seen you these past few days? My father said that you would be quite busy, and instructed me to refrain from visiting you, Noera Rin replied, lowering her gaze, her demeanor dimming. Who said such irresponsible things? Yangxing remarked, his expression turning serious. Remember, no matter how busy I am, you are always welcome to seek me out. Do not heed your father's words. Noera Rin nodded affirmatively, her resolute nature shining through. It was unthinkable that her father would attempt to prevent her from seeing him. Yangxing furrowed his brow, pondering whether he should have a serious discussion with her father about life. Unbeknownst to him, he had completely misunderstood the intentions of the Inuzuka clan. He was oblivious to his own standing in Konoha, being the leader of the Starlight team and a favored individual of the 4th Hokage. Few would dare to distance themselves from him. The Inuzuka clan's desire to protect Noera Rin stemmed from goodwill, yet they failed to realize that every action he took was for her sake. As the sun reached its zenith, Yangxing had intended to savor the feelings that had blossomed during their separation, but an ill-timed voice disrupted the moment, causing him to release Noera Rin. Ahem. I truly did not wish to intrude, but perhaps you should be mindful of your surroundings, Obito interjected, annoyance evident in his tone as he shot a jealous glare at Yangxing. Noera Rin, now acutely aware of Obito's presence, lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Realizing the change in Noera Rin's demeanor, Obito cast another glare at Yangxing, but refrained from further comment, quietly approaching the group. It seemed he had come to terms with the situation, accepting that he could not rival Yangxing, especially since he had once been saved by him. The group fell silent, and Yangxing, feeling the weight of an additional presence, hesitated to embrace Noera Rin again, choosing instead to wait for the final member to arrive. However, that individual was notoriously tardy, even more so than himself. Kakashi is unusually late. This is out of character for him, Obito remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. Just as he spoke, a figure shot toward them with remarkable speed, causing Yang Xing's expression to shift, while Obito appeared startled, adopting a defensive stance. Who could that be? Moving so swiftly? Could it be Kakashi? Kakashi, looking frantic, soared through the air and landed directly in front of Yang Xing, grabbing his shoulders without preamble. His eyes were bloodshot. What on earth did you say to that person? Yang Xing, thoroughly confused, replied, What person? That kid you wanted to come find me. You're unaware? Kakashi lamented, clutching his head in despair. I was nearly ruined by your actions. That boy has been watching over me for 2 days and nights, appearing like a ghost from under my bed. Even when I tried to train elsewhere, he followed me relentlessly, even intruding on my private moments. Enough is enough. Given Kakashi's haggard appearance, it was evident that he had not rested well in days. Yang Xing felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled the vacant stare of that boy, realizing how clingy he had been. Just then, another individual appeared, redirecting everyone's attention. Is everyone here? Minato Namikaze arrived punctually, bringing a sense of calm to Kakashi. As he exchanged glances with Yang Xing and nodded at the others, he declared, All right, the mission is about to commence. This time, it is particularly significant, so I need everyone to be alert and ready. Yes, Obito, brimming with enthusiasm, raised his hand exuberantly, embodying the spirit of a carefree youth. However, Minato was perplexed by Kakashi's lackluster demeanor. Kakashi, why do you appear so drained? It's nothing, Kakashi replied. The troublesome boy sent by Danzo was evidently a handful, even for Kakashi. Yang Xing silently congratulated himself for having the foresight to leave that issue to Kakashi. Had he been the one to deal with it, he would have likely lost sleep as well. Imagining a stranger emerging from beneath his bed at night would terrify anyone. With their thoughts racing, the group commenced their mission. Kakashi, fatigued from 2 sleepless nights, remained at the rear throughout their journey. In truth, a series of events had transpired over the past few days that he had intended to share, but time had not permitted. Recently, IWA shinobi had begun to mobilize. After their initial forces faced defeat, it seemed that the Tsuchikage could no longer contain himself, as a significant number of Earth Country ninjas had crossed into the Land of Fire. What does this mean? Yang Xing murmured quietly, in simple terms. Large-scale combat is about to commence. It was no wonder that the third Hokage had so hastily dispatched the Umbu. As Minato surveyed his team, his gaze settled on Yang Xing, briefly glancing at Kakashi. With a serious expression, he continued, As you may know, the Umbu is currently understaffed, which has led to some complications. Therefore, I would like you all to participate in the front lines to gain some experience. Front lines? Is that true? Lord Fourth, are you serious? Can we really go to the front lines? Indeed, with Yang Xing and Kakashi alongside. As long as you collaborate effectively, this mission shall be a breeze. Oh, at last, the moment for me to showcase my prowess has arrived. Hey, Yang Xing, Kakashi, prepare to be amazed. This time, I shall reveal my true strength to you. My arduous training over the past days has not been in vain. Ha ha, while having a fighting spirit is commendable, one must not act impulsively. Fear not, for I am destined to become Hokage. I shall not meet my demise before achieving that title. Mikazuki Watergate smiled faintly, gazing ahead with calmness as he declared, Then, let us set forth. Leading the way, the ever-enthusiastic Obito inquired, So, Watergate-sensei, what exactly is my task? The assignment involves disrupting the advance of the Earth Country ninjas along the path to the Kamikaze Bridge, situated near the border of the Fire Country and the Village of Grass. Kamikaze Bridge? So soon? Wait, this mission is merely about obstructing their route. No worries. Everything will be fine. Chapter 73. The Earth Country Offensive Kamikaze Bridge is a grand stone bridge spanning the boundary between 2 lands, connecting the Village of Grass with the Fire Country's border. At this moment, it lies within the Village of Grass, where a vast multitude of Earth Country ninjas gathers, their numbers overwhelming. The sheer density of the crowd is suffocating. In the forefront, the third Tsuchikage hovers in the air, surveying the terrain with squinted eyes. Lord Tsuchikage. Preparations are complete, reported a Jonin from the Earth Country, prompting the Tsuchikage to descend and nod affirmatively. Next, the Hokage should be well aware of this situation, he mused, casting a discerning gaze over his assembled ninjas, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Ah, and that young lad named Watergate. He's no longer just a boy. Hey, Keep a close eye on Watergate, that Tsuchikage commanded, his expression darkening. Quickly report his location to me. I will deal with him personally. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage, responded a ninja. Though he hesitated before adding, actually, there is another matter to report. What is it? The Tsuchikage turned, intrigued. The Earth Country Jonin's demeanor grew serious, his tone heavy with gravity. Regarding the earlier failure of the advance squad, I am already aware. I did not expect the Oil Woman clan from Konoha to possess such terrifying insect techniques. Moreover, there is another individual whom I have yet to inform you about. Another? The Tsuchikage frowned, his attention sharpening. Concerning the complete annihilation of the Inazuma, there was a peculiar child who, while everyone was off guard, assisted the Oil Woman clan, leading to the downfall of our forces within the Fire Country. A child? What sort of child possesses such power? It appears he is called Yangshing. Furthermore, this child is actually the disciple of the fourth Hokage. Oh, it seems this Yangshing must also be closely monitored, the Tsuchikage replied, his expression darkening further. As the Grand Army stood poised for battle, Watergate and his team hurried forward. Unbeknownst to Yangshing, numerous factions had set their sights upon him. Within a concealed base in the village of Grass, a figure of imposing stature rose, declaring, "At last, can we commence? We have awaited this day for far too long." As he stood, his spiky hair was unmistakable, and the spinning of his Sharingan eyes was relentless. In an instant, he dashed forth, leaping through the underbrush and disappearing into the woods, heading towards the Kamikaze Bridge. Near Kamikaze Bridge, within a small village on the border of the Fire Country, the sky was shrouded in darkness, foreshadowing the impending brutal conflict. War looms, and death is inevitable. Yet, no one wishes to perish without cause. This oppressive atmosphere envelopes the frontline ninjas of the Fire Country. Hey, those people have arrived. Judging by the situation, they'll soon launch an attack. What about our reinforcements? The fourth Hokage is on his way, but it's nearly time for battle. Why hasn't the fourth arrived yet? A panicked ninja clutched his head in despair, exclaiming, "I have a wife and children at home. I don't wish to die here. Why are we facing such overwhelming odds?" Stay calm. How can I stay calm? There are thousands of ninjas on the other side, and we are fewer than 100. It's utterly impossible to win. The fourth Hokage will surely arrive. He will find a way. What way? Even the fourth Hokage? There is a way indeed. As two ninjas began to argue, a figure entered, his deep, confident voice silencing them. They turned to see Watergate, clad in the fourth Hokage's cloak. Fourth Hokage. Upon seeing him, their expressions shifted to one of shock, and they immediately knelt respectfully. "I understand your feelings, but you must also realize that if we fail to stop them here, countless villages in the Fire Country will be destroyed," Watergate stated sternly, his face grim. "Many families will be shattered, but the opposing ninjas number nearly 1,000. One ninja protested, his face etched with worry. "How can we possibly hold them back? There is a way." Watergate remained unfazed, stepping forward and pointing to a location on a map laid out on the table. "Here, Kamikaze Bridge." The two ninjas exchanged glances. Yes, Kamikaze Bridge is a crucial point. But what about that bridge? One ninja's face brightened. "We can set up an ambush there. Stop saying foolish things, even if they don't notice us at first. Once they arrive, our 100 men will be slaughtered." Their expressions grew troubled at the thought. "You are correct. It's not just about ambushing." Watergate continued without pause. "We must also dispatch ninjas to the front line to intercept their reinforcements, cutting off this large force in the middle." The two ninjas turned pale. They understood the daunting nature of this task. The enemy had the third Tsuchikage, numerous elite Jonin, and various special Jonin on par with Kage-level missions. If they were to confront the reinforcements, even 100 ninjas would not suffice. "Fourth Hokage, while we understand your intentions, this is impossible. Who could halt the advance of those 1,000 ninjas? Yes, it is utterly hopeless, with the Tsuchikage leading and the numerous Chunin and Jonin from the Earth Country. Who could possibly stop the march of 1,000 rock ninjas? Unless this matter can be entrusted to me." Watergate's declaration stunned the two ninjas, who looked at him in astonishment and then with newfound excitement. "Fourth Hokage. Indeed, no one but the fourth can accomplish such a feat." Seeing a glimmer of hope, the two ninjas were moved to tears. Chapter 74. A surprise attack turns into an ambush. Upon hearing Watergate's words, Kakashi, who was among the four following him, spoke first. "Fourth Hokage, I wish to join as well." Wolfgang Watergate furrowed his brow as he glanced at the serious Kakashi. "Kakashi, have you? I've already passed half of the Jonin test, and the fourth Hokage should understand my strength. My words carry no doubt. Well then, that's settled, Wolfing Watergate replied, his gaze casually sweeping over Yangxing. Sure, one person is fine, Yangxing conceded, realizing that he had no choice but to comply with Wolfing Watergate's intent. It was evident that Wolfing Watergate anticipated Yangxing's agreement, and he shifted his focus back to Lin and Obito. As for Yangxing, I have no objections, but you too. Obito's expression shifted to one of urgency as he interjected, Fourth Hokage, you promised me I'd be on the front lines. Lin nodded in agreement. But Wolfing Watergate was about to voice his concerns when Yangxing waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on it. Even if you don't allow him to go, he'll follow us anyway. After a moment's contemplation, Wolfing Watergate had to concede the likelihood of that possibility, rather than let them sneak along and increase the danger. It would be more prudent to accompany them directly for their protection. Very well, he said, his expression turning serious. Remember, this mission is exceedingly perilous. It is no jest. What we must do is straightforward, but do not act impulsively. The four nodded in agreement, and the task divisions became clear. Wolfing Watergate's strategy was simple, yet the most conservative approach. When the enemy commenced their assault, 1,000 men could not suddenly surge forward all at once. There would undoubtedly be a small vanguard leading the charge, which would be significant in number, and they would inevitably pass through a location known as the Kaminaraman Bridge. A group of capable Konoha ninjas lay in ambush to launch a surprise attack on the IWA ninjas. This would surely incite a large-scale battle, and the IWA ninjas stationed at the rear could not be oblivious to this. Thus, the mission for Watergate's team would officially commence, isolating the vanguard from the reinforcements and stalling for a certain period. The difficulty of this mission was not to be underestimated. However, with Konoha's ninjas still not fully assembled, it was the only viable solution. But would events unfold as Wolfing Watergate envisioned? As rain began to fall, it seemed as though the heavens sensed the oppressive atmosphere. Dark clouds unleashing torrents upon the earth. The Kaminaraman Bridge, a grand stone structure connecting two lands, stood wide and magnificent, a testament to nature's artistry. Dense forests flanked the bridge, shrouded in darkness. Upon the bridge, a solitary figure stood resolute, allowing the rain to cascade over him, unwavering as he gazed ahead. It is finally beginning. It appears I must take more decisive action. My plans cannot falter due to that little brat's unexpected appearance. Although his joining Watergate's team was unforeseen, he is merely a child, not to be feared. I have made slight adjustments to my plans, which they will never know. With a leap, he vanished into the inky forest, like a whisper on the wind. Time passed swiftly, and at noon, the Kaminaraman Bridge welcomed a new wave of nearly 100 experienced ninjas, ranging from elite jonin to outstanding chunin, their power formidable. All right, ahead lies the land of fire. According to Lord Tsuchikage's orders, we will advance directly with the objective of Konoha. Should we encounter any Fire Country ninjas, leave no survivors. Finally, the thrill of combat was upon them, free to unleash chaos without restraint. Hey, don't rush too far ahead, cautioned a special jonin, the leader of the vanguard, his countenance betraying unease. Shaking his head slightly, he could only hope that the frontline forces would not create too much noise, attracting excessive enemies. At that moment, the Kaminaraman Bridge was eerily silent, as if the world held its breath. The 100 ninjas leapt forward, their movements fluid. Yet they sensed an unusual stillness as they approached the borders of the Land of Fire. Nothing stirred on the bridge. The border remained ominously quiet. The expressions of the leading jonin darkened. Something is amiss. Do they intend to engage us here? With a jolt of realization, the leader understood that the enemy had laid an ambush. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Hey, return quickly. What are you talking about?" The jonin replied, puzzled. As he turned to ask further, he was caught off guard by the sudden commotion ahead. The sound of bloodshed filled the air as countless ninjas surged from beneath the Kaminaraman Bridge, swiftly inflicting severe injuries on the hidden jonin, nearly taking him down in an instant. Recognizing the ambush, the leader gritted his teeth and pressed forward, declaring, "Do not fear. A mere 100 enemies cannot halt our advance." The IWA ninjas were not to be underestimated, and as the two nations clashed, ninjutsu erupted in a dazzling display. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Earth style, rock collapse. Earth style, earth dome. The earth roared in response to the cacophony of techniques unleashed. Amidst the chaos, injuries were inflicted on both sides, with Konoha suffering considerable losses as well. Hiding within the underbrush, Watergate's team remained motionless. Fourth Hokage, should we act now? Yangxing asked, glancing at the unfolding battle ahead. Regaining his composure, bluffing Watergate's expression hardened as he replied, yes, but do not let the enemy notice us. Stick close and do not be drawn into the confrontation ahead. With a leap, he deftly maneuvered to the right of the battle, advancing deeper into the enemy territory of grass country. Yangxing and the others followed closely behind. However, the inclement weather made the rain-soaked forest treacherous, causing Lin, whose skills were comparatively lacking, to lag behind. This impeded the team's speed. And if they could not reach their destination in time, Watergate's plan would surely falter. Seeing that Lin was truly unable to keep pace, Yangxing sprang back without hesitation, landing in front of her and scooping her up in a swift embrace. Yangxing-kun, Lin exclaimed, startled as she found herself airborne, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 75. The Alteration of History Carrying Another Person. Yangxing moved at a remarkable speed, rivaling that of bluffing Watergate without the use of Flying Thunder God technique. This kid is truly astonishing. In just a few days, his speed has reached such heights, Obito remarked, his expression sour despite enduring rigorous training for days. He couldn't help but complain to Kakashi beside him. Kakashi, we truly cannot keep up with him. Kakashi, you look a bit off today. Did you not sleep well last night? By the way, how did you take an hour to return this morning? Kakashi's gaze was distant, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue. Faced with Obito's inquiry, he turned to him, his expression hollow and lacking focus. Noticing Kakashi's silence, Obito felt increasingly unsettled and called out to the front, Fourth Hokage. It seems Kakashi is not well. Is that so? Bluffing Watergate paused, glancing back. Yangxing, feeling weary from carrying Lin, did not wish to engage in such discussions and replied without turning his head, that guy always looks like that. However, Obito's expression was unusual, as if he wanted to say something. Kakashi, on the other hand, simply shook his head and calmly replied, I'm fine. Perhaps it was just that he hadn't slept well in the past few days. Minato, with a casual glance at Kakashi, decided not to linger on the matter. He cleared his throat and said, all right, if Kakashi feels unwell, he should withdraw. We must continue. The battle had already begun, and Minato couldn't afford to pause even for a second. Every moment meant another ninja from Konoha could be injured, leaving him no time to worry about Kakashi's condition. Kakashi nodded in agreement. The group fell silent, fully aware of the crisis at hand, and without further discussion, they set off towards the nearby location. Unbeknownst to them, someone was closely observing their group from behind, a cold smile creeping onto their lips as they gazed at the masked boy. A fierce wind howled through the desolate rocky terrain, where not a single blade of grass could be found. In this vast expanse of rocky land, a group of figures stood out prominently. The scene of over 100 ninjas leaping forward was truly spectacular. Lord Hokage, our front line has been ambushed. One of the Jonin exclaimed as he leaped forward to address Inoki. It seems that the Konoha ninjas were aware from the very beginning. This matter was bound to come to light, Inoki replied, floating effortlessly at the front, his expression calm. However, those in front are merely a small fraction and cannot hinder us. I wonder who sent those fools to their demise. They're a bunch of idiots. We have nearly 1,000 ninjas. How could a mere 100 stop us? Ha. The Jonin couldn't help but laugh, and after his mirth, he called out to those behind him, all right, everyone, pick up the pace. Our comrades are being ambushed. As hundreds of ninjas quickened their steps, a figure suddenly appeared with remarkable speed, like lightning, halting their breaths. The first thing visible to everyone was the fluttering cloak of the Fourth Hokage, his presence immediately capturing their attention. In an instant, the faces of the rock ninjas ahead shifted. It's the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They were taken aback by the speed of the man who even surpassed the Hokage. Minato's reputation was formidable, and merely his presence was enough to intimidate over 100 ninjas, an honor not typically afforded to ordinary shadow-level figures. Faced with the legendary Hokage, the multitude of ninjas hesitated, coming to a halt, none daring to advance. Inoki's expression darkened. Upon Minato's arrival, he had already used his earth-style, heavy rock technique to hover high above, and he now maneuvered around a large group of ninjas, gradually approaching Minato. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? I wonder what brings you here. Inoki remarked with a smirk, clearly appearing ready to attack. In response to Inoki's imposing demeanor, Minato maintained his composure. It is you, Lord Hokage, who has brought so many people here. It seems you are not here for a leisurely visit. Haha, I've made thorough preparations. Even you, Minato Namikaze, cannot stop me, Inoki declared loudly. In that instant, he raised one hand, causing numerous rocks of various sizes from the ground to soar into the air, hurtling directly towards Minato. With a swift movement, Minato executed a spin on the ground and leaped as the rocks were launched. The ground erupted with craters, yet Minato remained unscathed, his speed startling Inoki. As a giant Rasengan formed in Minato's hand, he leaped higher, while Inoki shouted, "Earth style, seal off his landing area." "Hey, Lord Tsuchikage!" A stout ninja called out, raising his hands. Just as Minato was about to land, he struck the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ground contorted, creating a wide chasm that extended towards Minato's feet. With a furrowed brow, Minato drew a kunai, using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to safety. However, he had not anticipated that Inoki had been waiting for this moment. Countless rocks were gathered in the sky, and as soon as Minato appeared, they surged towards him. Yet, Minato, a genius of his generation, showed no fear. With remarkable agility, he drew a kunai and used his taijutsu to shatter all the rocks midair. The battle commenced as a fierce tug-of-war, with Minato drawing the attention of Inoki and several of his elite guards, ensuring he was not at a disadvantage. This confrontation was not one that ordinary ninjas could partake in. Others were unable to intervene, as the rock ninjas were overwhelmed by Minato's formidable presence. They were caught off guard when several young ninjas suddenly charged from behind a large rock. Their astonishing speed and agility left the nearby ninjas unable to react in time. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Taijutsu secret, Spinning Kick. Under the combined prowess of Yushin, Obito, and Kakashi, over 5 lower-ranked ninjas fell lifelessly to the ground. This caused a commotion, making some realize that the ambush was not solely the work of Minato. Where did these young brats come from? Seeing their comrades slain, a few ninjas' eyes turned red with fury as they charged forward. "Damn it! You dare kill my comrades? I'll fight you to the end." Unfortunately, against Yushin, they were no more than insignificant ants. With a casual hand seal, a simple Earth-style jutsu turned them to dust. Earth-style, Hell Swamp. 3 ninjas perished in an instant, drawing the attention of those around to Yushin, the boy. This kid's Earth-style technique is surprisingly powerful. How infuriating. Wait, this guy. "Hey, Lord Tsuchikage, that's the Yushin," someone shouted, and upon hearing this, Inoki, who had been fiercely battling Minato, turned his gaze, his eyes narrowing as he dove towards Yushin without a moment's hesitation. "Hey, old man, where do you think you're going?" Just as Minato leaped again, he gathered chakra with one hand and hurled a Rasengan upwards. Unfortunately, a special Jonin from the rock jumped up and used Earth-style techniques to force Minato back. Glancing back at the obstructed Minato, Inoki accelerated towards Yushin. Yushin, still engaged in fire style against a middle-ranked ninja, remained oblivious to the impending danger until he heard a shout. "Yushin, hurry, run!" Obito urged frantically. Only then did Yushin turn around to see the furious Tsuchikage charging towards him as if he had killed his entire family. What kind of grudge did he hold against him? Boom! As the massive rock controlled by Inoki crashed to the ground, Yushin narrowly dodged and instinctively sprinted towards the nearby woods. "Kid, don't think you can escape." Inoki was relentless in his pursuit of Yushin. Watching the old man soar above him, Yushin furrowed his brow but quickened his pace, determined not to slow down. Before me stands an elderly man possessing the art of flight. In this expansive plain, engaging him directly is a daunting task, as employing ninjutsu to strike him down proves exceedingly difficult. However, should we retreat into the forest, we may gain a strategic advantage by utilizing the terrain. The 2 individuals swiftly ventured into the woods. From the perspective of Kakashi and Obito, it was Obito who first expressed urgency. Waisei is in danger. He faces an opponent of Kage-level caliber. We must hasten to assist him. "Hey, Kakashi, are you even listening to me?" Kakashi, appearing somewhat dazed, left Obito with an expression of confusion. Meanwhile, with Waisei already entering the forest, Obito could not afford to linger. With a sudden burst of movement, he followed suit into the woods. Kakashi paused, casting a glance at the 2 before refraining from pursuit. Instead, his gaze shifted to a nearby, somewhat concealed rock. His eyes devoid of focus as he quietly approached. Hidden behind the rock was Noara Rin, anxiously observing Waisei's retreating figure as he vanished into the forest. The dense woods were shrouded in darkness, the torrential rain rendering it as black as night. "Hey, Waisei, where are you?" Obito shouted in desperation, but his calls were met only with calm words reverberating through the woods, failing to reveal Waisei's whereabouts. Don't come any closer. I can handle this guy. You and Kakashi should protect Rin. Yet, Obito's impatience flared, and he retorted, stop being so indecisive. Rin is all alone. What are you doing here? A discontented shout from within the forest jolted Obito back to reality. Gritting his teeth, he surveyed the pitch-black woods, swiftly turning to leave, leaving behind a hasty message. Then I'll head back to check for danger. Run quickly. I'll find Minato-sensei. Just hold on for a moment. Understood, Waisei thought, feeling a sense of relief as he watched Obito hurriedly retreat. He preferred that others not witness what was to come, especially since Obito's entrance could inadvertently lead to harm. Kid, there's nowhere left for you to run. Did you truly think you could defeat me in here? You actually believe you can take me on alone? Noki navigated through the trees with remarkable speed, his presence accompanied by numerous stones. Upon spotting Waisei, he raised his hands, a fierce expression crossing his face. Kid, surrender quietly, and I may go easy on you. Waisei responded with a simple hand seal. Let me show you something interesting. You little brat. You killed my compatriots from the land of Earth. I won't allow you to live. Noki seethed, recalling the deaths of his comrades at the hands of this child. Without hesitation, he summoned rocks to strike. Doton, Raiton. As Waisei activated his Sharingan, he raised one hand above his head, forming a peculiar seal. This chakra. Why is the fluctuation so immense? Is this a super ninjutsu? Naka's expression shifted to one of panic as he realized the gravity of the situation. You can use super powerful ninjutsu? The intensity of Waisei's chakra was something Noki had encountered only a handful of times in his life. Even he struggled to unleash such formidable chakra. Just as Noki contemplated this, he hesitated, forgetting to execute his own ninjutsu. Chidori, he exclaimed, panic setting in. The earth trembled as the overwhelming chakra surged forth. Realizing he had been deceived, Noki attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The lightning erupted, transforming the sky's hue. Within a 300-meter radius of Waisei, everything was obliterated by the electrical currents, the ground itself scorched. Noki, with his rare beard now reduced to ashes, plummeted from the sky, his body charred and lifeless. This super ninjutsu had far exceeded his expectations. I can't move, he gasped, too far from his allies, though he desperately tried to shield himself with rocks. The power of the current was too great. Even after being reduced by half, the remaining force rendered him immobile, unable to rise from the ground. Hey kid, don't come any closer. The exceptional lightning chakra caused chaos throughout his earth-based chakra, rendering him incapable of executing any jutsu. For at least an hour, he would remain incapacitated. As Waisei approached, the third Tsuchikage's expression shifted to one of shock, fear, and astonishment at the young boy's ability to unleash such powerful jutsu. I truly didn't expect your physical resilience to be so formidable. Even Uchiha Fugaku nearly lost his life. I didn't foresee that this old Tsuchikage would merely be gravely wounded. It seems he has some method of protecting himself. However, Waisei was not inclined to grant him any opportunity for escape. Chapter 77. Kakashi falls under Genjutsu for Waisei. This was a golden opportunity. The chance to eliminate a Kaga-level figure and gain his prestige would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Just as he resolved to draw a kunai from his waist to swiftly conclude matters with the injured Tsuchikage, a panicked shout interrupted him. Waisei, no? Something's wrong. Rin is missing, and so is Kakashi. Obito's frantic voice echoed from the nearby woods, causing Waisei's brow to furrow in concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Waisei pivoted, abandoning the wounded Tsuchikage, and raced toward Obito's direction. In mere moments, he spotted Obito's hasty figure. Leaping beside him, Waisei gasped. What did you just say? I don't know. Rin should be hidden where no one can find her, and Kakashi should be with her. But when I went over, they were both gone. There were no signs of a struggle, yet they just disappeared. What do we do? Obito's face paled, his anxiety palpable as he neared tears. Damn it! Who did this? Waisei's expression hardened, no longer concerned with the Tsuchikage. Noera Rin was of utmost importance. He had anticipated such a situation arising from a moment's negligence. This realization tightened his features as he dashed toward the location where Rin was supposed to be hiding. At this moment, he held nothing back. To detect Rin's chakra, he activated his Sharingan. Instantly, he sensed two familiar presences moving away from him. Strange. It seems like Kakashi and Rin are heading that way. What could they be doing? Waisei pondered momentarily before racing forward. Trailing behind Waisei, Obito struggled to keep pace, oblivious to the abnormality of Waisei's eyes. He could only muster the strength to follow. Hey, Waisei, wait for me. Within the forest, two figures leaped gracefully ahead of the other. Noticing Kakashi's silence, Rin's expression turned inquisitive. Kakashi, is there truly a way to defeat that Hokage and save Waisei-kun? Although Kakashi seemed somewhat unusual, the prospect of aiding Waisei brought Rin joy, prompting her to follow Kakashi into the woods without a second thought. This place is exceedingly ordinary, devoid of any distinctive features, which left Rin perplexed. Kakashi, silent as ever, came to a halt at a particular location and declared, "We've arrived." Here, surrounded by trees, there was nothing remarkable, and Rin was increasingly bewildered, just as her expression reflected her confusion. A faint voice sent a shiver down her spine. "You've worked hard." The arrival was sudden, and the individual emitted no discernible presence, wearing a spiral mask that concealed any expression beneath it. However, Rin couldn't shake the feeling of unease it invoked. "Who are you?" Turning to face the masked figure, Rin's expression turned wary. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but realized she was frozen in place, ensnared by the stranger's gaze. Terror gripped her. "Indeed, you are the only girl on the team." The masked man did not respond to Rin's inquiries, merely observing her with an air of indifference. "What are you? What have you done to Kakashi?" "No, I haven't done anything particularly special to him. However, I do wish to do something to you." The masked man extended a hand toward Rin. She initially sought to evade him, yet for reasons unknown, she found herself utterly immobilized, unable to move even a finger, which intensified her anxiety and fear. "It's futile. The moment you arrived, you fell under my genjutsu. You cannot resist now. Just obediently become my puppet." At that moment, she sensed the presence of two individuals approaching, one of whom emitted a chakra distinct from that of an ordinary ninja, accompanied by a menacing intent that instinctively halted Madara's actions. In an instant, Yangqing and Obito arrived on the scene, confronting the masked man, Kakashi, and Rin. "Kakashi, what are you doing?" Obito, following closely behind Yangqing, felt a surge of anger at the sight before him. You monster." Obito was about to charge forward when Yangqing restrained him. "Don't go over there. This guy has cast a genjutsu." Although Kakashi currently lacked his Sharingan, his prowess was remarkable, making it exceedingly difficult for even him to succumb to genjutsu. The individual capable of ensnaring Kakashi in such a manner was no ordinary foe. "This isn't just anyone. This is Madara." "Genjutsu?" Kakashi. Realizing Kakashi's demeanor had changed, Obito's expression shifted, and he noticed another presence. "Who are you?" "Release Rin immediately." Yangqing remained vigilant, searching for an opportunity. He was not unwilling to engage. Rather, his chakra was somewhat depleted. "Damn it, I just expended some chakra on that jutsu." Gritting his teeth, Yangqing glanced at the restless Obito and whispered, "Step back." "No, I won't." Obito, determined, displayed his stubbornness. Yangqing, frustrated, realized that with this guy present, he could not unleash his full strength. "Step back, didn't you hear me?" Clenching his teeth, Obito, though reluctant, stepped back a bit. Yangqing focused intently on the situation before him. Facing this opponent demanded his utmost concentration, and given Kakashi's current state, it seemed his mind was under control. A 2-on-1 scenario was not favorable for him. The masked man remained still, but Kakashi was the first to move. This unexpected turn astonished everyone present. Kakashi's speed was astonishing. Even Yangqing admired it. Despite lacking his Sharingan, he demonstrated a speed that surpassed that of most J-nin. While unleashing a barrage of shuriken, Kakashi employed taijutsu, striking Yangqing several times, all of which were blocked by Yangqing's hardened defenses. Without hesitation, Kakashi pressed the attack again, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange in the open space. "Kakashi, what has happened to you?" "Stop, this is Yangqing." Obito, frantic, felt his eyes redden as he witnessed Kakashi's unilateral assault on Yangqing, igniting a fire of fury within him. No, this guy hasn't had any mental strength these past few days, and facing someone with a Mangeki Sharingan, he is completely trapped in the opponent's genjutsu. Retreating several steps, Yangqing, unwilling to harm Kakashi with a jutsu, relied solely on his speed to evade while constantly searching for vulnerabilities in the masked Madara's stance. Unfortunately, the masked figure remained motionless, observing quietly, leaving Yangqing unable to find a single point of attack. The masked man's immovable state was formidable. Chapter 78. The incident unfolds suddenly. Mandala Sharingan. Hearing Yangqing's words, Obito was taken aback, staring blankly at the masked man with a pale face. You are of the Uchiha clan? The masked man did not reply, merely turned his gaze toward Obito, his expression obscured by the mask. Seizing the moment, Yangqing sprang into action. His movement was abrupt and swift. In an instant, the three tomo of the Sharingan manifested, and he rushed toward Kakashi, intending to slam him into a tree to knock him unconscious. However, he underestimated the masked man's reflexes. Good move, but you're still a bit green. Madara, having perceived Yangqing's intention to incapacitate Kakashi, acted without hesitation, launching a massive fireball toward him. Yangqing planted his foot and twisted his body in a circular motion, narrowly evading the attack. In the instant he avoided it, he quickly deactivated his Sharingan to prevent Obito from noticing anything amiss. The activation and deactivation drained some of Yangqing's mental energy, leaving him feeling fatigued. Boom. The fireball carved a deep trench through the trees, leaving Obito in stunned silence. The Uchiha clan's jutsu, you truly are one of them. Who are you? And why are you doing this to us? Ignoring Obito's outcry, Madara fixed his gaze on the now wary Yangqing, speaking with a hint of admiration. Young one, your speed has surpassed my expectations. Yangqing, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, heightened his vigilance, contemplating whether to unleash Chidori. Unfortunately, with Rin present, such a high-damage technique could be uncontrollable and pose the greatest threat to her. If Madara remained unharmed while Rin suffered, it would be a grave miscalculation, necessitating a more thoughtful approach. As Yangqing pondered which jutsu might be effective against Madara, the masked figure spoke. You might not know, but I will not sit idly by. While you contemplate, do you truly believe he is under my control and not acting of his own volition? Pointing at Kakashi, Madara's words bewildered Obito. Kakashi would never willingly do such a thing. Is that so? Each person's desires differ. The Manjiki merely unveils the innermost wishes of their heart. Under my Tsukuyami. Perhaps this is truly his essence. Madara's calm words struck a chord with Obito, who understood the implications of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu all too well. I refuse to believe you. I will not believe you. Don't listen to his nonsense. Yangqing was determined not to let the young boy fall completely into Madara's trap. Upon hearing Yangqing's words, Obito's expression shifted dramatically, nodding earnestly. Yes, I believe in Kakashi. I trust that he won't, right? The enigmatic words of the masked Madara hung in the air, leaving Kakashi with an unsettling feeling. Suddenly, Kakashi clutched his head and let out a pained cry. In that instant, as he lowered his gaze, his red eyes bore into Yangqing, jealousy swelling within him, prompting a furious outburst. My strength is unparalleled. I refuse to acknowledge your title of genius, Yangqing. I will surpass you by any means necessary. Snap out of it, Kakashi. Yangqing's countenance darkened, realizing that he had overlooked one crucial detail. This young man was consumed by jealousy. This was truly vexing. To surpass you, I would go to any lengths. Even destroy everything you hold dear. I will not concede to you. Kakashi appeared visibly unhinged, his eyes bloodshot with fury, fixated on Yangqing. It seemed that Kakashi harbored some discontent towards him, a feeling that Madara amplified with his Manjiki Sharingan, resulting in Kakashi's current frenzied state. Now, the formidable technique Chidori could not be unleashed, yet, since I can perform Chidori, I should also be capable of creating my own version. With a swift twist of his hand, palm facing the ground, Yangqing gritted his teeth and called out softly, lightning release, Chidori. The chakra, which sought to unleash Chidori, was significantly diminished. Instantly, Chidori materialized within his palm, stronger than Sasuke's original version. This was an enhanced iteration of his own creation, crackling with electricity. The currents danced within Yangqing's hand, confirming his success, an exquisite triumph. Kakashi, I've longed to strike you. Yangqing surged forward. The condensed Chidori aimed directly at Kakashi. If you have the guts, face me in a ninjutsu duel. You're nothing but trash, I assure you. None of your techniques can match mine. The prowess of this young boy was indeed formidable, and even Madara's expression shifted as he could not help but cast a glance at Kakashi, recognizing the wavering in the manipulated shinobi. Clearly, at Yangqing's declaration, Kakashi, without a second thought, clenched his fists to channel the lightning chakra within him, confronting Yangqing's aggressive Chidori. Without hesitation, he raised his fists and charged forward. As a genius proud of his abilities, Kakashi would not retreat, a prediction Yangqing had anticipated from the outset. As Kakashi charged, Yangxing immediately weakened the electric currents of his Chidori. "No, stop, Kakashi!" Yangxing shouted. The two lightning techniques collided forcefully, resulting in Kakashi being hurled backward. His body struck by the electricity, sending him flying several meters and nearly knocking him unconscious. In contrast, Yangxing remained unfazed, seizing the moment as Kakashi was thrown aside. Swiftly appearing before Noara Rin. Without a moment's thought, he embraced Rin tightly as Madara hurled a kunai. In a flash, he retreated to a nearby branch. Observing the young boy on the branch, Madara's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated the speed and agility exhibited by Yangxing, causing the hidden teeth beneath his mask to grind with frustration. "Are you all right?" Yangxing exhaled in relief, gazing calmly at the girl in his arms. Now he could truly relax, yet this newfound ease made him acutely aware of his fatigue. The tension had been quite unbearable. Chapter 79. The Death of Obito is Kakashi. Noara Rin inquired, her voice laced with concern, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Well, as of now, there's no issue," Yangxing replied with a calm smile. "I exerted considerable effort to suppress that potent lightning chakra." He emerged unscathed, "whereas I am the one who is injured. Shouldn't you be more concerned for me?" Rin's face flushed as she grasped that Yangxing had acted to save her, her heart racing, and she looked up, intending to express her gratitude. However, the figure that appeared behind Yangxing left her in shock. Her face drained of color, devoid of any blood, causing her heart to tremble uncontrollably. "Kakashi, stop! Stop!" Blood gushed forth as Yangxing felt the sharp pain of a kunai piercing his back. "You dare to ambush me?" Turning around, Yangxing was taken aback by Kakashi's unwavering will. This individual would not relent, his hatred seemingly boundless. Or perhaps, Madara's Manjiki Sharingan was extraordinarily potent. The effects of his immortality activated, plunging him into a weakened state where he could not move. Damn it! Feeling utterly powerless and losing his grip on the branch, Yangxing realized he could not muster any strength, not even to speak. This was indeed the debilitating state of his immortality, far more overwhelming than he had anticipated. The situation unfolded too suddenly, leaving both parties momentarily stunned, until one of them erupted in a furious roar. "I won't forgive you, Kakashi. I swear I will not let you escape." Obito's rage ignited, his fury uncontainable. Yangxing had saved him, a debt yet to be repaid. And he watched helplessly as Yangxing was attacked. In an instant, his Sharingan activated, spinning rapidly as he launched himself towards Kakashi. "Calm down, Obito, stay composed." Noara Rin, now on the ground, sensed Yangxing's life force, albeit wounded, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Yangxing, please don't scare me. Wake up." In the weakened state, a countdown commenced. 10-9. "Kakashi, you stand still. I will kill you." Witnessing the two depart, Rin did not pursue them but held Yangxing tightly, tears cascading down her face. She realized that it was only this person before her who held true significance in her heart. Suddenly, she understood why Obito was so enraged. Yangxing was the very core of Team Minato. 3, 2, 1. As the weakened state dissipated, Yangxing shot upright. "What the hell? I couldn't move at all." His back throbbed painfully, and he felt someone tightly embracing him. Despite the comforting warmth, Yangxing had no time to dwell on it. "Yangxing!" Rin exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy as she clung to him. Raising his head, Yangxing withdrew the kunai from his back and surveyed his surroundings. "Wait, those two went that way. All right, it seems to be over there." Pointing in a direction, Rin panicked upon noticing Yangxing's movement. "No, don't go. You're injured. We should return to find Teacher Minato immediately." Determinedly gripping Yangxing, Rin understood now that this person was the most important to her. "I'm fine now, it's all good. Rin, you must understand that some matters require my attention. Stay here and don't move." Yangxing patted her small hand reassuringly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a jutsu, water release, water clone. "Don't stray too far from my clone. I'll return shortly." Yangxing, watching his retreating figure, Rin stood frozen, biting her lip, worry etched across her face. The torrential rain poured down. The thunderous claps of rain striking the leaves created a cacophony. When Yangxing arrived, he realized he was indeed a step too late. Though unaware of the events that transpired, the scene suggested a fierce battle had occurred between the two. At this moment, in a secluded grove, one figure knelt on the ground, while another lay sprawled on the earth, teetering on the brink of death. Blood flowed from Obito's body, and it seemed that sometimes fate was indeed immutable. Fortunately, Rin had escaped unscathed. It's my fault, Kakashi lamented, cradling his head in disbelief. Yinxing furrowed his brow and hurried over, crouching beside the fallen Obito. Obito, hey, if you're still alive, say something to me. With great effort, Obito managed to open his eyes, recognizing Yinxing. A fleeting smile of joy crossing his pale face. You're alive. Ha ha ha, it's all my doing. Kakashi appeared utterly dazed, his expression dark and full of self-reproach. It was evident that he had finally awakened from the Jinjutsu. Without time to waste, Yinxing, with a serious tone, urged, don't just stand there. Hurry and carry him. Perhaps Lord Minato has a way to heal him. Oh. Kakashi came to his senses and attempted to lift Obito. Yinxing, I have something to ask of you. Obito, unable to move, fixed his gaze on Yinxing, grasping his arm with a pallid complexion. If it's about taking care of Rin, don't say such nonsense. Just hold on, and we can talk later. No, it's about my eyes. Your eyes? Yinxing inquired. Our clan's Sharingan can make you stronger. Didn't you say you wanted to conquer the world? With the Sharingan, you could achieve that goal much quicker. I want to give you my eyes. Obito managed a strained smile, though it looked painful, yet Yinxing could sense the sincerity behind it. Faced with Obito's calm demeanor, Yinxing realized that Obito truly considered him a comrade, a notion he had been oblivious to until now. Noticing the signs of Obito's life force waning, Yinxing felt helpless to heal him and resolutely stated, I don't need them, as I already possess the Sharingan. You have the Sharingan? Both Obito and Kakashi wore expressions of astonishment. Without hesitation, Yinxing's eyes shimmered, revealing the three tomo, which elicited a flicker of surprise from Obito before he quickly regained his composure. Kakashi stood stunned, rendered speechless at that moment. Obito smiled broadly, clearly amused. Is that so? Three tomo. No wonder they say you're so formidable. Well, this is something I had intended to keep secret. I know, but Yinxing sensed Obito's life force weakening further and stood up, his expression more serious than ever. If possible, I would prefer if you gave your eyes to Kakashi. No, I refuse. Kakashi shook his head vehemently, unwilling to accept. Obito glanced at Kakashi with a calm demeanor. Kakashi, I haven't forgiven you. But if it's for Yinxing, I would be willing to part with my eyes. Chapter 80. The leader of Minato's team Rin. Please help. Yinxing softly called out to the hidden Rin, who was concealed among the trees, ignoring Kakashi's frantic protests as he moved toward her. Yinxing-kun, Rin called after him, fully aware that he had known from the start. As Rin emerged, she said nothing and approached the fallen Obito. Her complexion was pale, and her expression was grim. No, I can't. Why me? Why? Kakashi's desperate cries echoed throughout the grove. As Yinxing ambled away, deep in thought, he anticipated this day unfolding in such a manner. His own strength felt undeniably limited, lacking a definitive method to avert death. He understood he must enhance his abilities further. True invincibility lay in surviving oneself, and preventing others from perishing was the ultimate form of strength. Lost in contemplation, he soon sensed a faint rustling behind him. Turning, he saw Rin, her expression disheveled and weary. Yinxing calmly inquired, is it over? Yes, she replied. Concerned for her mental state, Yinxing stepped forward and gently embraced her, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. It's rather pitiful for Obito to lie here like this. We should take him back. Yes, Rin nodded, her cheeks flushing, her demeanor visibly improving. At least her bashful blush was quite endearing. Yinxing realized he remained remarkably composed in the face of death. Perhaps it was because the one dying was not someone closest to him. He felt little emotional weight. He hadn't expected to discover such a cold aspect of his character. Grasping Rin's hand, he began to head back, when a sharp cry startled him. Hey, who are you? Put down Obito's body and wait. Madara, has that guy been watching us all along? Damn it. Yinxing was taken aback and hurriedly ran with Rin toward the source of the voice. In no time, they arrived at the grove. It was apparent that Kakashi had acquired Obito's Sharingan, regrettably only one eye, which was still in the process of being transplanted, now fixated on an unknown figure. Kakashi had intended to pursue, but found himself utterly exhausted, unable to move. The moment he attempted to act, he collapsed to the ground. Hey, are you alright? Yinxing approached and helped Kakashi up. Upon seeing Yinxing, Kakashi hurriedly exclaimed, that masked man, it's him. Yinxing, I know you're powerful. Please help me retrieve Obito. Faced with Kakashi's urgent plea, Yinxing looked at the distant scene and solemnly shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot pursue him now. I lack the strength to confront him. The Mangeki Sharingan possesses extraordinary abilities, including escape and space-time manipulation, which are beyond my reach at this moment. Even if Minato arrived, he would be at a loss. Ark, Kakashi cried out, succumbing to unconsciousness. It was evident that this incident had taken a considerable toll on him. Yinxing, observing Kakashi, found the situation rather perplexing. Rin, Kakashi's eyes? Why is there only one? Obito only awakened one eye, so. Is that so, only one eye? Yinxing mused, furrowing his brow. Yinxing-kun, what's wrong? It's nothing. Let us return and report to the fourth, Lord Minato. He will be searching for us shortly. With Kakashi on his back, Yinxing leaped back in the direction they had come. If his thoughts were correct, Obito still had a chance at survival. Rather than chase him down, it might be wiser to allow Madara to resurrect him. Well, for Yinxing, as long as Rin was safe, that was what mattered. The mission had been a resounding success. For Minato, the operation to thwart the Land of Earth's attack was a significant triumph. Additionally, he had been taken aback by one unexpected outcome. The third Hokage had been severely injured by Yinxing. When he learned of this, he could hardly believe it. This was the genuine third Hokage. Though the opponent might have been careless, having someone capable of inflicting such damage with shadow-level ninjutsu exceeded his expectations entirely. This young man, upon his return, would warrant a serious discussion regarding the future of Konohagakure. Clenching his fist lightly, the fourth Hokage allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Where was Kakashi? Was he all right? 2 hours had passed since the designated time, causing a sense of impatience to stir within Minato Namikaze. He pondered whether he should seek out the four individuals directly. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and a figure rushed in, bowing respectfully as they announced, "Lord Fourth, they have returned." "Is that so? Quickly let those youngsters in," Minato replied. The frontline ninja's expression betrayed a fleeting hint of concern, and they responded curtly, "Yes." The first to enter was Yinxing, appearing quite disheveled, with an unconscious Kakashi slung over his back. This sight deepened the furrow in Minato's brow. "What has transpired?" he inquired, though he decided to wait until Kakashi regained consciousness for a full explanation. Yinxing, opting for brevity, instructed that Kakashi be taken to rest. He too had been running for quite some time and required recuperation. The matter was complex and would not lend itself to a swift conversation with Minato. As time passed, with the aid of the advanced medical ninjas from the front lines, Kakashi's fatigue was alleviated swiftly. Once Kakashi was awake, Yinxing succinctly recounted the events to Minato. They had been ambushed, Kakashi fell victim to Genjutsu, and in a tragic turn, mistakenly killed Obito, whose body was subsequently taken by the assailant, who had moved too swiftly for Yinxing to pursue. Minato listened intently, maintaining a calm demeanor befitting the fourth Hokage. He displayed no signs of the turmoil that Kakashi had exhibited. Instead, his expression remained somber. Perhaps he had anticipated the loss of life that war inevitably brings. "I will investigate Obito's demise thoroughly. For now, you all should take some time to rest," he advised, his face an impassive mask, betraying little of his thoughts. "And Kakashi, do not be overly burdened by guilt." With that, he stood and turned to leave, a hint of coldness in his demeanor. Yinxing understood that the impending attack from the Stone Country demanded the fourth's unwavering focus. He had to muster every ounce of his spirit to defend the entirety of Konohagakure. Obito was but one individual in the village, while Minato had the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the entire community. Such is the burden of a Hokage. Chapter 81. Return to Konohagakure. The night had cleared after the rain, leaving a somewhat desolate atmosphere. After a brief rest, Yinxing felt a renewed sense of energy and contemplated seeking out Rin to offer her comfort and companionship, hoping to shield her from the emotional toll of recent events. With that thought in mind, he made his way towards the infirmary. To his surprise, he soon encountered Kakashi approaching directly. Upon noticing Yinxing, a glimmer of light flickered in Kakashi's eyes, leading Yinxing to realize that his intention to find Rin would have to be postponed. "I have something I wish to discuss with you," Kakashi stated succinctly, and the two retreated to a more secluded area. Yinxing remained composed, awaiting Kakashi's words. Given Kakashi's character, he assumed he would not divulge details about his Sharingan, but he was curious whether he would inquire about it. "Obito wanted me to convey something to you," Kakashi revealed, catching Yinxing off guard. "He said you will always be the one in his heart." With a furrowed brow, Kakashi spoke earnestly. It was evident that he was not jesting, which intrigued Yinxing. "Is that so?" "So, in the end, he acknowledged me." With arms crossed behind his head, Yangxing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Does that mean our wager is my victory? He realized that he felt no sorrow regarding Obito's death. Perhaps it was his nature. Or perhaps he believed Obito would not truly perish. Indeed, Kakashi replied, clenching his fists, sincerity radiating from him. I truly cannot measure up to you, Yangxing. I have one last request. What is it? Let us have a serious duel. Yangxing recognized the fervor in Kakashi's eyes. This was his most fervent desire. And it was something he longed to do as well. At that moment, Yangxing found himself unable to refuse. As you wish. In the days that followed, Rin's heart was in turmoil. Obito's death had profoundly affected her, yet it also illuminated an important truth, more than the loss of a comrade. She dreaded the thought of losing Yangxing. Ever since Yangxing had been gravely injured, she had come to understand where her affections lay. Unsure of when her heart had become so entwined with his. Perhaps it had been from the very beginning or from the moment she had developed feelings for him. The death of a comrade only intensified Rin's reluctance to part from the one she cherished. This complex emotional landscape drove her to seek Yangxing. Upon hearing he had awakened, she hurried to his room, only to learn that Kakashi had sought him out. The thought of the two together made Rin uneasy, and her concern for Yangxing propelled her toward their location. The chaotic chakra emanating from their vicinity filled her with dread, prompting her to hasten her steps towards the site of their confrontation. By the time Rin arrived, the battle had concluded. The scene was chaotic, and her heart raced as she spotted Kakashi, battered and on the ground. However, it was Yangxing's demeanor that stirred her anxiety. Despite Kakashi's injuries, he appeared unscathed. Hey, Kakashi, you understand now, don't you? Yangxing, though weary, showed no signs of vulnerability against Kakashi. From the outset, this match had been his victory. The outcome was clear. He needed neither Chidori nor advanced techniques, and without utilizing his Sharingan, he had bested Kakashi with ease. The disparity between them was unmistakable. Beast, beast, Kakashi murmured, tears streaming down his face as he acknowledged his defeat. Even with the Sharingan, I cannot surpass you. I concede. Are you still a child? Yangxing responded, exasperated. Yes. I will not cry. I cannot afford to cry. Wiping his tears, Kakashi leaped from the crater, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will not weep for Obito's death. I will surpass you and become an outstanding ninja in Obito's stead. I will live for him, and I will not allow anyone else to die in front of me. Very well, work hard. When you surpass me, then you may boast, Yangxing replied as he turned to leave, hearing Kakashi's fervent declarations echo behind him. It seemed that Kakashi had indeed changed. He was now worthy of being called an elite shinobi. Yangxing smiled, a thought crossing his mind. Obito's single eye was indeed a 3-tomo Sharingan. To awaken it directly to 3-tomo, he truly was a genius of the Uchiha clan. It's a pity he is now a subordinate of Madara. He sighed, his gaze falling on a small girl observing him from a distance. Noticing her gaze was slightly different, Yangxing approached and greeted her. Are you feeling all right? Before he could finish, he felt a small figure embrace him tightly. Her petite form nestled against him, and he found himself savoring the moment. Unable to resist, he wrapped his arms around Rin's delicate frame, contemplating whether to indulge in a kiss. Yet, annoyingly, Kakashi had yet to depart. As Yangxing pondered, Noera Rin, filled with excitement, expressed her heartfelt desire. I will ensure that such an incident never occurs again. Her tone was resolute, and her small hands tightened around him, her body trembling as she declared. I will strive to become an exceptional medical ninja. Ha ha. Then Rin must put in her utmost effort, Yangxing thought, yearning to do something extraordinary. Unfortunately, the glaring presence of the big light bulb hindered him, and the shy Noera Rin retreated into her own embrace after a mere kiss, rendering Yangxing powerless. In the land of Earth, the first invasion had failed. At this moment, within the temporary base of IW Ninja in the village of Kusa, a tense atmosphere prevailed. After being unconscious for a day and a night, Tsuchikage Noki finally awoke, eliciting joy from the surrounding IW Ninja. Lord Tsuchikage, is that you? We spotted you injured in the woods and immediately brought you back, 1J Nin exclaimed, his expression not quite favorable. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. That fourth Tsuchikage is cunning indeed, having set an ambush for you. It must have been several J Nin who lay in wait, thus inflicting such severe injuries upon you. Grandfather, was it those people who harmed you? I will not let them go unpunished. The voice of Kuratsuchi echoed with resolve. Upon seeing the young girl, Naki's demeanor softened. Yet the memory of the ordeal still haunted him. Well, this was indeed my oversight, but that individual was truly terrifying. That individual? The girl asked, puzzled. Grandfather. Are you saying it was a single person who injured you? Yes, a mere child, a young brat. Noki replied seriously, not jesting. Chapter 82. Discovering a beautiful girl. This revelation stirred Kuratsuchi's heart. A brat? So, you mean that person is about my age? Indeed. It seems that Konoha possesses an abundance of prodigies. Lying in bed, Noki let out a deep sigh. At this moment, he could only refer to Yangshing as a genius. For no other words could convey his astonishment. Hearing his grandfather, the third Hokage, mention that the child was merely a year or so older than her. Kuratsuchi's small mouth pouted, and her face slightly darkened as she muttered, I must witness that person. I cannot believe anyone could defeat my grandfather. Due to the Hokage's severe injuries, thousands of IW and ninja remained vigilant at the borders, making no significant moves. The fourth Hokage learned of this crucial information and, without delay, returned to Konoha with Yangshing and others, preparing to muster forces to repel the invading IW and ninja back to their homeland. This return journey was largely unannounced and took a mere 3 days. The long-awaited Konoha was remarkably tranquil. Within the Hokage building, upon Yangshing's return, he was immediately approached by a girl with a straw ponytail, visibly angered as if she had been waiting all day for his arrival. Her displeasure was evident as she crossed her arms, her expression far from cheerful. I've waited for you for so long. Can't you hurry up just once? Well, I could, but you didn't come to find me either during those days. What brings you here now? Yangshing lamented, harboring lingering thoughts about the recent days when both girls he fancied had neglected to visit him. He began to doubt whether this girl truly cared about him. Upon hearing Yangshing's words, the girl raised an eyebrow, adopting a haughty demeanor. I had many matters to attend to, and I heard you were preoccupied with the new Umbu affairs, so I kindly refrained from disturbing you. Ah, it seems I misjudged you, Yangshing replied. Of course, she said with a smug expression, unable to suppress a smile as she added, by the way, thank you for helping me secure a position in the Starlight team. I had initially aimed for the first squad, but it was snatched away. Well, the second squad is certainly commendable. Without the backing of her clan, she understood that her achievement was entirely thanks to Yangshing's assistance, and her gratitude was undeniable. Since I've done you this favor, you must express your thanks, Yangshing teased. As long as it's not something too extravagant. If you could just do something for me, that would suffice. You are quite straightforward. What do you mean? As she pondered Yangshing's words, she suddenly noticed him pouting, leaning in for a kiss, which caught her off guard, flushing her cheeks with anger and embarrassment. You scoundrel! She exclaimed, clenching her fists in indignation. Who would want to kiss you? Alas, Yangshing paid her no heed, urging her, hurry, or someone might see us. Besides, it's not like we haven't done this before. Perhaps fearing discovery or genuinely wishing to express her gratitude, Kuratsuchi's face flushed with urgency as she looked at Yangshing. Despite her reluctance, she pressed her lips against his, intending for it to be a fleeting moment. Yet, to her surprise, he tightened his embrace, pulling her closer, leaving her breathless and causing her to emit soft whimpers. Her small hands flailed, lightly striking him, but the gentle motions only served to tickle him further. 3 minutes swiftly passed, and upon reaching his limit, Yangshing released her, narrowly avoiding a kick from the fuming Kuratsuchi. Looking at her flushed face, Yangshing chuckled. Thank you for the delightful hospitality. With a playful wag of his finger, he seemed genuinely amused, provoking Kuratsuchi's ire. Just you wait, she warned. Her fists clenched in frustration as she turned to leave hastily, her cheeks still flushed. Hey, you can come find me tomorrow, but if it's in the morning, make sure to come early. Otherwise, I'll be busy and you won't see me, he called after her. Kuratsuchi turned, sticking her tongue out in playful defiance, quickening her pace as she departed. Unbeknownst to her, the smile spreading across Yangshing's face did not escape his keen eyes. Ah, this girl is quite amusing, he mused, turning to walk toward the room of the fourth Hokage. In these days, he genuinely wished to request a leave of absence from the fourth Hokage, hoping to avoid being assigned any tasks. Minato, the fourth Hokage, was surely aware of his capabilities and, if necessary, would undoubtedly assign him significant responsibilities. Yangshing was not keen on returning only to be embroiled in more tasks. His concerns for Konoha's safety were minimal. As he approached the door, Yangshing initially intended to enter without hesitation. However, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a figure at the entrance, causing his expression to shift in astonishment, rendering him momentarily unable to look away. A stunning beauty, a genuine young maiden. Oh heavens, at long last, I have encountered a beautiful kunoichi within the Hidden Leaf Village. Yang Xing was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Chapter 83. A noteworthy child. Yang Xing felt a twinge of annoyance. Just as he was lost in thought, a flamboyant youth approached him. Hey, Hong, what are you doing here? What about the report for Lord Forth? Oh, Asuma. There's a little fellow here who seems to be lost, the girl, referred to as Hong, replied with a bright smile, indicating Yang Xing. Is that so? Asuma, casually resting his hands behind his head, sauntered closer, casting a glance at Yang Xing. He bent slightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Hey kid, what are you doing here? Don't you know this is the territory of the fourth Hokage? Kid, you're not that much older than I am. Although Asuma appeared mature, Yang Xing couldn't help but feel irked at being called a kid. Wait a moment, this guy is Asuma, which means the lovely lady beside him is Kurenai Yuhi. At such a young age, her physique is indeed commendable. Before Yang Xing could respond, the door to the fourth Hokage's office swung open. An elite J-nin emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Kurenai and Asuma. Why are you two only just arriving? Hurry inside, he said, his brow furrowed with authority. As they complied and made to enter, the J-nin's attention fell upon Yang Xing, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. And who might you be? After scanning Yang Xing, he continued, Lord Forth has been expecting you. The differing attitudes of the J-nin towards Yang Xing compared to Asuma and Kurenai left the two youths bewildered, their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized Yang Xing. Kurenai found this younger boy increasingly intriguing. The trio stepped into the room, where Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, was issuing instructions to a newly appointed Umbu ninja. Upon noticing Yang Xing and the others enter, he waved the others away, directing his attention to Asuma and Kurenai. You two? Minato inquired, his expression one of confusion. Lord Forth. Upon seeing the Hokage in person, both straightened up, slightly nervous. We have completed the mission you assigned to us regarding the artifact. Meanwhile, Yang Xing stood leisurely, his expression betraying no sign of the respect typically afforded to the Hokage. Kurenai, intrigued, felt an increasing curiosity towards Yang Xing. She pondered why no one admonished him for his apparent lack of respect, not even his supervising J-nin, who seemed to turn a blind eye to his casual behavior. This boy is quite presumptuous, lacking in manners, Kurenai thought, her brow furrowing as she considered reminding him, but the presence of the fourth Hokage commanded her attention. Thank you for your hard work. Your reconnaissance of the terrain will greatly aid the defenses of the Hidden Leaf, Minato said with a smile, his words gracious and appropriate. It's nothing, they replied, excitement and nervousness evident in their expressions. Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly. Receiving praise from the fourth Hokage was a tremendous honor for a ninja of the Hidden Leaf. However, just as they were reveling in their success, an impatient voice interrupted. Hey, Minato-sensei, I actually have something to discuss with you, and I don't have much time. Can we skip the small talk? The audacity of this boy, addressing the revered fourth Hokage so casually, shocked Kurenai. She wondered how he would be reprimanded for such insolence. You have something to say to me? Minato paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Is it of great importance? Yes, somewhat important to me, Yang Xing replied, his tone deliberate, causing Minato's expression to grow serious. Oh, nodding. Minato remained silent, casting a quick glance at the standing J-nin beside him. Understood, the J-nin acknowledged, comprehending Minato's unspoken request. To Kurenai's surprise, her J-nin instructor turned to them and said, All right, Kurenai, Asuma, you've completed your report, so you should leave quickly. Lord Forth has important matters to discuss. He exited decisively, leaving Kurenai and Asuma in a state of shock. Kurenai was left dumbfounded. How could this younger boy be held in such high regard by the fourth Hokage, especially when he was clearly younger than herself? Though reluctant, they did not dare to contradict their instructor. Bowing respectfully, they turned to leave. The room fell silent, no one daring to eavesdrop or intrude upon the sacred space of the fourth Hokage's office. Minato rested his chin on his hands, his expression serious. Now, Yang Xing, what is the important matter you wish to discuss? Have you discovered a method to counter the ninjas from the land of Earth? Not quite. It pertains to the Hidden Leaf Village, Yang Xing responded. The Hidden Leaf? Minato's expression grew tense, recognizing the importance of the topic at hand. Indeed, well. Minato listened intently, confident in Yang Xing's abilities and intellect, sensing that the boy had made a significant discovery. I actually came across a beautiful girl, a true beauty with a splendid figure. No, she is more of a young maiden, a lovely maiden, Yang Xing announced abruptly, his tone unexpected. Minato was momentarily left speechless, unable to process Yang Xing's words. Yang Xing continued, oblivious to the growing displeasure on Minato's face. Although she is still quite young, her figure is developing nicely. You saw her just now. She was the one who just entered. Are you seriously bringing this up? Minato exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his voice likely carrying outside the office. This is of utmost importance to me. Yang Xing insisted earnestly, defending his perspective. Lord Fourth, please tell me which class she belongs to, her team number, her actual age, and ideally her family members' names and home address. Yang Xing continued, undeterred. Minato was left feeling exasperated, wishing he could discipline the boy. Chapter 84. A pair understanding Yang Xing's nature. Minato sighed in resignation. I don't have time to discuss this right now. He found himself utterly powerless against the boy's antics. Yet Yang Xing seemed relentless, pressing on with his inquiries. At least tell me which team she is part of. Minato, feeling defeated and speechless, eventually relented under Yang Xing's earnest gaze. Team Sarutobi, number 2230. Sarutobi? That sounds familiar. Wolfing Watergate smiled, a smile laden with meaning. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the name of the third Hokage, should be quite familiar to you. Oh, I meant to say, how come it feels so familiar? I didn't expect it to be the esteemed Jonin teacher from the third Hokage's clan. The son of the third Hokage is in this small team, Yashitoki. Though I don't agree with you, I want to stop you. Just be cautious. The son of the third Hokage is not to be trifled with. The third Hokage is the pride of the village, and even if he is merely a relative, do not act recklessly. Hey, are you even listening? Watergate-sensei, farewell for now. I'll be occupied with important matters for the next few days. So don't think of me, and don't let anyone come looking for me, or I will surely be quite upset. Wolfing Watergate wanted to offer a word of caution, but to his surprise, the boy had already reached the window and, without a moment's thought, leaped out, leaving behind a statement that made Wolfing Watergate's head ache. This boy, I intended to ask for his help in devising a strategy, but it seems this little rascal is quite the handful, spending his entire day chasing after girls. Speaking of which, he does resemble someone quite familiar. On the streets of Konoha, the two walked slowly, their spirits buoyed by the successful completion of their mission, leaving the two young individuals, one boy, one girl, thrilled with excitement. Especially the joy of being praised by the fourth Hokage filled the boy with a sense of determination. Ah, such a simple task, it hardly holds any interest. Clenching his fists, Asuma exclaimed, why not take on something more challenging, like defeating some rock ninjas? Asuma, both the fourth Hokage and your father are troubled by the rock ninjas. Do not speak irresponsibly, said the serious Yuhi Kurenai, furrowing her delicate brow. This caused Asuma to pout, clearly displeased. I was merely making a suggestion. Even suggestions have their limits, she replied tersely. Asuma, with a scowl, was just about to ignore the humorless Kurenai when he turned to find someone leaping towards them, momentarily stunned. Oh, I see that the little brat we encountered earlier? Pointing in the distance, Kurenai followed his finger to see Yashitoki rushing towards them at an impressive speed. That one. Watching Yashitoki land gracefully in front of her, Kurenai's face was marked with confusion. Before she could inquire about his purpose, the young boy knelt before her, adopting a surprisingly earnest expression as he took her hand. I fell in love at first sight. Will you be my wife? He declared, holding her hand tightly, his tone sincere and resolute. Kurenai, Asuma, hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Asuma was the first to react with indignation, his face flushing with anger. His loud outburst caused Yashitoki to bristle, yet he did not release Kurenai's hand, turning to glare at Asuma. What is it to you? I wasn't addressing you. You little brat. Do you think I want to retaliate? Asuma retorted, ready to strike. Kurenai, stop him. He is the fourth Hokage's disciple. And even you should know it's unwise to attack him. Be careful, or your father will not take it lightly. Kurenai intervened just as Asuma was about to strike. The fourth Hokage's disciple? Upon hearing this, Asuma lowered his fist, feigning magnanimity. All right, I'll let you off this time, but Kurenai, you should say something to dissuade this little one from harboring such thoughts. Why? Kurenai was taken aback, appearing quite dazed. Hey, you don't actually find this little boy charming, do you? Asuma turned his ire towards Yashitoki, holding back his anger. Not at all. I simply find this young lad quite amusing, Kurenai said, her expression softening as she playfully ruffled Yashitoki's hair, smiling. I'm sorry, but I can't be your wife right now. Generally, one should start as a girlfriend first, little one. Isn't that the same? A girlfriend eventually becomes a wife. Yashitoki insisted earnestly. Perhaps you have a point, Kurenai mused, slightly taken aback by his insight, yet smiling. I didn't expect you to be so clever. Seeing enough, Asuma turned to leave. Forget it. You two can continue your little game of house. I have important matters to attend to. I will prove that I, Asuma, am a formidable ninja. Asuma, the third Hokage will be home early today, so don't run off, Kurenai called after him. Seeing Asuma turn away without responding to her, Kurenai furrowed her brows, revealing a somber expression. Without further thought, she hurried after him, keeping a careful distance behind. Ugh, that little lady looks at Asuma differently, she thought, sensing that this matter was more complicated than it seemed. Moreover, taking action would be somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, Yashitoki would not give up. Once he made a decision, he never faltered. His third wife would be Kurenai. This was a matter settled in his heart. Hey, wait. Wife? No, Kurenai, where are you going? On the streets of Konoha. The three walked in an oddly arranged formation. Asuma was in the lead, and after traversing several streets, he turned back to see the two trailing behind, his irritation mounting. He furrowed his brow and called out, Hey, why are you two following me? If we don't keep an eye on you, Asuma is bound to get into some strange trouble, Kurenai replied with a serious expression, her youthful face adorably furrowed. Regrettably, Asuma, lacking any sense of the romantic atmosphere, ignored Kurenai's concern, scoffing. I'm not doing anything strange. I'm planning something that will shake all of Konoha. For instance, letting all the animals from the village pet shop escape, he added. Asuma glared at Kurenai, exclaiming, that was to rescue them. And who was it that allowed the wild boars to trample the fields during the last mission? That? I had no idea the boars would be so numerous and organized. See, Asuma only engages in odd shenanigans, Kurenai countered lightly. Whatever you say, just don't follow me anymore. A woman like you can't help me unleash my true potential. Go home, Asuma said dismissively, casting a few more disdainful glances at Kurenai before turning back to Yashitoki. And you, little brat, how long do you plan to tag along? You're not on the same team as us. I'm not following you. I'm just accompanying this sister, Yashitoki replied casually. Ugh, if it weren't for Kurenai coming, I wouldn't bother with you, he thought. Chapter 85. Mischief of the Starlight Team, you little brat. Asuma clenched his fists, growing increasingly annoyed by Yashitoki's nonchalant demeanor. Noticing Asuma was about to lose his temper, Kurenai quickly interjected, Asuma, don't bully him. He's younger than you. A true ninja should refrain from unnecessary violence. Asuma, glancing at Kurenai, smirked, you've narrowly escaped this time, brat. Yashitoki, escape? Believe it or not, I'll scare you with a great fireball. Fine, since you're the third Hokage's son, I'll let you off this time. But you better not get any ideas, Asuma warned. The two were oblivious to Yashitoki's thoughts. In their minds, a child like Yashitoki could not possibly match their strength. After all, Asuma was already a chunin and a standout among his peers. This small interlude did not halt their progress. They soon reached their destination. As they walked, Yashitoki found himself unexpectedly intrigued. The destination turned out to be the headquarters established by the Starlight Group, located on the western side of Konohagakure, which is currently undergoing reconstruction. The original secret base of the Umbu in the village had been completely destroyed, and a portion of the facilities had suffered damage. To facilitate operations, a new Umbu was established at the Starlight Group's headquarters. Before Yangxing's eyes lay a bustling scene filled with busy ninjas. For some reason, as he observed the activity, Yangxing felt a sense of contentment in his heart. The reconstruction of the Umbu affirmed that he had made the right decision, and the Starlight Group could be considered his first influence in the village. As he continued to watch with increasing approval, he fell into deep contemplation, unaware that someone had already approached. This person bore a haughty demeanor, drawing the attention of all the busy construction ninjas. Asuma had become even more mischievous than Naruto. Asuma, what are we doing here? In response to Asuma's actions, Kurenai Waihai appeared anxious, fearing that this troublemaker might cause chaos again. Of course, we are here to accomplish something great, Asuma replied with an air of pride. However, Kurenai was growing increasingly worried. This is your father's Starlight Group you're toying with. You know the third Hokage won't let you off easily. You're being too nagging. Just watch, Asuma retorted impatiently, which left Kurenai feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yawning, Yangxing chose not to intervene, leaning against a nearby tree, curious to see what antics the troublesome fellow would attempt next. After all, if someone were to knock him out later, it would not concern him. Hey, you lot, listen up, Asuma declared, hands on his hips, exuding bravado. Get the person in charge out here. A group of busy ninjas turned their heads, and a few began to whisper amongst themselves. Who is this guy? Don't you know? He is the third Hokage's son. Although he is quite a rascal, he is still the third Hokage's son. Just ignore him. MHM. Several ninjas returned to their tasks. Listen to me. Asuma was not yet willing to let the matter rest. His voice booming even louder. I want to join the Starlight Group and become its leader. Whoever is in charge, step forward. Yangxing found this amusing, almost bursting into laughter. He could clearly see the change in expression among the ninjas before him. Asuma's audacious words sparked a flicker of anger in their faces. Has this kid lost his mind? He thinks he can be the leader here. He must be here to stir trouble. Shoo, don't create a scene. No matter what, if we teach him a lesson, it will be us who suffer. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that he is the third Hokage's son, I would have slapped him just now. Many suppressed their anger, mindful of the third Hokage's reputation. Unfortunately, Asuma was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, persistently frowning and calling out to the group. What are you muttering about? Did you not hear my words? Master Asuma, this place isn't for you to play around. The third Hokage was just here. I suggest you head home. A Starlight Group ninja spoke curtly, lacking any semblance of respect. Don't call me master. Call me Asuma. I intend to become the leader of the Starlight Group, so don't underestimate me. Asuma, let us just go back. Seeing the obvious displeasure on the faces of the nearby ninjas, Kurenai attempted to intervene, but Asuma was not someone easily deterred. No, I will be the leader here. Asuma insisted, his voice ringing out. I'll say it once more, the person in charge, step forward. Who is making all that noise? A voice interjected. Oh, a good show is about to unfold. It's AJ Neen from the Waihai clan, someone whispered. The Waihai clan is not like the others. This kid is in for a rough time. Leaning against the tree, Yangxing squinted as he observed the newcomer. The J-Nin from the Waihai clan approached. His face stern as he scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting the 15-year-old boy with an audacious demeanor not far away. His brow furrowed, ready to approach and settle the matter. However, he was halted by a hand. Captain of the 4th Division, that person is the third Hokage's son. I suggest you reconsider. Initially, a ninja attempted to inform the new captain of Asuma's identity, but upon receiving a cold glare, he faltered midway. Clearly, Waihai was diligent in his duties and had no interest in the various clan affiliations within Konohagakure. This was characteristic of the Waihai clan. He understood that the establishment of the Starlight Group was a significant boon for his clan, and he would not allow anyone to disrupt it. Not even the esteemed Hokage's son. You are the one in charge here, Asuma declared with unwavering confidence. Let's have a competition to see who is truly the strongest. What are you doing? Are you attempting a sneak attack? It itches, it hurts, what is biting me? Don't bite me. Unfortunately, Asuma's words were cut short as an unexpected sensation overwhelmed him. In an instant, he was left flailing about, scratching as he danced in a frenzy. Ouch! What is biting me? Faced with the peculiar insects unleashed by his opponent, Asuma had no chance of winning. Asuma's comical antics elicited laughter from some, while others wore worried expressions. Asuma, Kurenai rushed over, genuinely concerned and eager to help. However, as she moved, a small figure darted in front of her, its calm voice halting Kurenai in her tracks. Don't go over there. There are millions of insects right under your feet. They won't discriminate when attacking. Up ahead, Kurenai glanced at the ground, which appeared to be ordinary soil, leaving her puzzled as to why Yangxing could perceive the danger. At that moment, Yangxing's presence shifted the atmosphere. It was evident that someone's gaze was drawn to him, and upon noticing Yangxing, their expression changed. Who is that? Waihai frowned, surprised to see Yangxing present. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and commanded, cease the attack, return. Countless insects emerged from the ground, retreating back into Waihai's body. Acknowledging Yangxing with a slight nod, he turned and departed without uttering another word. What was that about? Kurenai inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Yangxing cradled his head, nonchalantly suggesting, perhaps he was hungry and wanted to go home for a meal. Kurenai was skeptical, though the sudden cessation of the J-Nin's aggression piqued her curiosity. Her attention was soon drawn back to Asuma, who was visibly injured, prompting her to rush to his side. Regrettably, Asuma, feeling humiliated, directed his frustration at Kurenai. "Get away from me. Don't touch me." Pushing her aside, Asuma stubbornly rose, bruised but defiant, gritting his teeth as he gazed ahead. "I won't lose. I have not lost. I will return, and they will recognize me." Without even glancing back at Kurenai, who had fallen to the ground, he turned and walked away. Observing Asuma's retreating figure, Yangxing furrowed his brow and stepped forward, extending his hands toward the downcast girl, offering a gentle smile. "Would you like to have dinner together tonight? It's on me." In response to Yangxing's unexpected invitation, the girl broke into a smile. The smile blossomed, yet he did not grasp the hand of the son. Instead, sitting up and brushing off the dirt from his body, he gently caressed the head of the son, saying, "Ha, little brother. Wait until you grow up before you say such things to girls. Damn it, I'm not little at all." One day, he would make the sunset red girl realize that he was not small in the slightest. Clenching his fists, the smile on Yangxing's face took on a hint of mischief. It was early morning. Yoshi, he thought. This guy didn't even leave a door open and is still lying in bed. The rascal. Has he been playing me from the start? Next to the large bed stood a girl. Her brows furrowed and her lips curled in anger as she looked at the sleeping Yangxing. Hongdo was furious, and the consequences would be severe. She intended to give this untrustworthy rascal a taste of her wrath. Approaching the bed, she raised her hands, a strange smile on her face. Forming a hand seal, she intended to use a little ninjutsu to wake this detestable fellow. However, just as she finished the hand sign, Yangxing rolled over in his sleep, grabbing something and pulling it close, inadvertently pulling Hongdo towards him. Before she could even react, he had embraced her tightly. This left little Hongdo feeling both shy and furious. Struggling, she realized he was holding on tighter, and his strength was such that she could not break free. To make matters worse, his light shirt had ridden up, and his little hand had slipped into her relatively thin and short inner garment. "Wait, you little pervert. Where are you touching? Don't go in there. You can't be pretending to be asleep." Hongdo glared at Yangxing, only to find him truly asleep, his lips smacking as if savoring something sweet. His firm grip around her did not seem intentional. Slowly, Hongdo's heart calmed as she gazed at Yangxing's face. Ultimately, she ceased her struggles, resigning herself to the moment. For her, love encompassed everything. To like someone was simply to like them. The sun steadily rose, casting glaring rays. Perhaps it was the bright light that made Yangxing uncomfortable. Or perhaps it was the presence of something peculiar in his embrace that gradually stirred him awake. He slept deeply, especially in his own room, where he felt a sense of complete security that had eluded him in recent days. He had not a care in the world, and thanks to his Sharingan, he was alerted to any real dangers. However, upon waking today, Yangxing discovered that he had indeed been ambushed. And no wonder the Sharingan hadn't warned him. It was little Hongdo who lay sleeping in his arms. What the heck? Could it be that I sleepwalked and did something I shouldn't have? He pondered. Wait, now I'm holding a little beauty in my arms. This could go on indefinitely. I'm such a fool. Resolutely, Yangxing attempted to move his hands to touch the girl's delicate skin, only to find them unexpectedly pinned down. His hands were pressed against Hongdo's abdomen, rendering him unable to move. Yangxing felt frustrated and bewildered. Perhaps his attempt to shift his hands had roused Hongdo, who blinked her fair eyelids open, revealing her beautiful eyes. The moment their gazes locked, her face flushed with embarrassment, which quickly turned to indignation. Before she could speak, Yangxing silenced her with a calm, yet firm look. "Don't even think about shouting or scolding me. And don't pretend. Tell me, how did you get in here?" Realizing her words were futile against him, Hongdo relented, pouting without caring about the awkwardness of the situation. "Through the window. Oh, so you wanted to surrender to me? You should understand the serious consequences." Yangxing's smile was mischievous and wicked as he freed his hands, attempting to pin Hongdo down on the bed. Unfortunately for him, she caught his hands, her expression stern as she imitated his demeanor. "Don't think you can touch me. Don't think you can kiss me, and don't pretend for my sake. You actually learned to talk like me?" Yangxing retorted. "I didn't." Hongdo replied, pouting playfully. "Fine, I won't touch you or kiss you, but I can bite you. You little rascal. You dare bite my face? I'll bite you back." The two engaged in a playful tussle, laughing and biting each other. After a few minutes, Hongdo finally conceded, realizing no matter what she did, she was no match for him. Right now, she was at a disadvantage. While she nibbled on Yangxing's arm, he playfully nibbled her cheek. Though it didn't hurt, She was left with a face covered in drool, the sticky sensation quite unpleasant. Chapter 87. Level mission. All right, I surrender. I surrender. Hondo grumbled in defeat, wiping the drool from her face and glaring at Yangxing. So dirty. Don't you have any sympathy for girls? This is what you get for trying to ambush me in my room. I was merely retaliating. Had it not been for Yangxing's warning the day before, she wouldn't have come over so early. That detestable rascal had actually turned his back on her. With narrowed eyes, Hondo could only vent her frustrations through a glare. But this gaze had no effect on Yangxing. Instead, it filled him with a sense of satisfaction, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Forget it, no matter what. I can't compete with you. Hondo rolled her eyes in exasperation, but little did she expect Yangxing to suddenly turn around and pin her down. Given their sizes, he easily pressed her back onto the bed, and with his strength, she could hardly move. What are you doing? I never said I would let you go. I haven't settled the score for you sneaking into my room. What do you want? Of course. As Yangxing leaned closer, Hondo's heart raced, a flurry of emotions causing her heart to pound. She had thought he might act recklessly, but this rascal, this detestable rascal, merely brushed his forehead against hers, his smile revealing that she had been tricked. I'm just playing with you. Yangxing lightly touched her forehead without kissing her, quickly pulling back and hopping off the bed. Well, it's getting late. I have things to do. We'll settle this later. With a leap, Yangxing put on his outerwear with astonishing speed, leaving Hondo stunned and unable to react. By the time she regained her senses, he had already opened the door and left the room. Oh, and next time you come, make sure it's at night. Remember that. Furrowing her brows, Hondo let out a cold huff at Yangxing's retreating figure. At that moment, Yangxing genuinely wished to engage in some mischievous activities with the adorable Hondo, but he had pressing matters to attend to in the morning. Engaging in any vigorous activities would surely interfere with his plans. Thus, Yangxing left home in a hurry, suppressing a surge of frustration. Stay calm, stay calm. I have my beloved sunset red waiting for me. I can't let that rogue Asuma get ahead of me. Clenching his fists, Yangxing leaped across the rooftops, muttering to himself. The sun rose high, approaching noon. A temporary mission in the Hidden Leaf Village involved assisting nearby villagers in dealing with crop pests. For Yangxing, accepting such a lowly mission was out of the question. Even if the fourth Hokage knew, he would never allow Yangxing to undertake such trivial tasks. His abilities were ample enough to handle various levels of missions. Engaging in these minor shinobi tasks was simply a waste of his potential. However, this was a decision willingly made by Yangxing, and thus no one could hinder him. The reasoning behind this was quite simple. Only the team led by Yuhi Kurenai could accomplish such a task. To gain entry into her esteemed group, Yangxing had no choice but to conceal his true abilities and toil alongside them, all the while seeking opportunities to win over the alluring lady and strengthen their bond. Yangxing felt a sense of admiration for his own plan, deeming it flawless, though it would have been absolutely perfect had it not included that one exceedingly bothersome individual. Hey, why are you following us? Asuma turned his head, glaring at the source of his irritation. You are truly annoying. I told you, I'm not following you, I know, it's for Kurenai. What is so great about her? You're just a brat. Yangxing nearly lost his temper, wishing he could silence him forever. All right. Yangxing is here to lend a hand. The fourth Hokage has instructed us to get along, said the corpulent Sarutobi Sanada with a wry smile, feeling the weight of his role as a substitute teacher. Hearing Sanada's words, Asuma scoffed, still wearing an unsatisfied expression. TCH, letting a brat help. I bet he'll only make things worse. He probably can't even perform a proper jutsu. Asuma, don't say that. Kurenai interjected, unable to restrain herself from defending Yangxing. After all, Yangxing is a few years younger than us. Who knows? In a few years, he might surpass you. Sister Kurenai, no need to wait a few years. Right now, he has already reached a level you could never attain in your lifetime. Yangxing, uninterested in further explanations, merely listened, too apathetic to waste his breath. His sole goal was to pursue romance. Everything else was inconsequential. All right, we've arrived. It's over here. With no time for further discussion, they had reached their destination. A small village. The elderly village chief, waiting eagerly, greeted them with a smile. Ah, you've arrived so quickly. I entrust today's task to you. Leave it to me, Asuma said with a spark of enthusiasm, though he was unaware of the task's specifics and spoke rather boastfully. Haha, this young man seems promising. The village chief chuckled, his demeanor warm as he addressed them. In truth, it's not a major issue. There are just some harmful insects nearby that have devastated half of our crops. We wanted to exterminate them, but regrettably, we lack the manpower. Which is why we sought the assistance of the Leaf Village ninjas. After explaining the situation, Sarutobi Sanada fetched some pesticides. Alright, everyone, here are the pesticides. Distribute them evenly across the fields, but don't wander too far. Sure, the task was indeed simple, yet Asuma appeared rather lethargic about it. In contrast, Yangxing remained idle and observed from the sidelines, as Sanada was reluctant to assign him any responsibilities. Thus, Yangxing found himself with ample leisure. The pesticide application task was straightforward, with the designated area within a 1-mile radius, posing no threats whatsoever. This led Asuma to complain incessantly, another task fit for a little brat. Doing this day in and day out won't make us stronger. Besides, it's the third great ninja war. We should be engaged in more significant endeavors. Kurenai frowned, her expression serious. Asuma, the third Hokage is already troubled by the war. Our current strength is insufficient. It's your inadequacy, not mine, Asuma retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. I aim to become a top-tier chunin. Then why didn't that jonin from yesterday intervene? Why can't you? You're so tedious. That was just an accident. A mere coincidence. Chapter 88. Asuma's Tantrum. Asuma, wait for me. It seemed that the somewhat melodramatic Asuma held a slight disdain for Kurenai. It was quite foolish for him to be annoyed by such a beautiful girl chasing after him. Yangxing, hands behind his head, smirked and followed closely behind the two. The fields were expansive, and it was evident that they had been ravaged by pests, with various vegetables in disarray. Upon witnessing the state of affairs, Asuma and Kurenai promptly shifted into task mode, executing their duties with serious intent, regardless of Asuma's complaints. Asuma was indeed putting effort into his work. Yet he couldn't help but be distracted by Yangxing's apparent idleness. The boy was simply sitting aside, enjoying the shade while they labored, which was understandably infuriating. Hey, why aren't you doing anything? Well, Yangxing glanced around, realizing he felt somewhat guilty. He had not noticed Kurenai was sweating. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he exclaimed, "Right, Sister Kurenai, do you need help? I can finish this quickly, 10 minutes will suffice." Huh. Kurenai looked puzzled. Before she could react, Yangxing snatched the pesticide from her hands. With a simple hand sign, he executed a basic clone technique. Water clone technique. With a flourish, 2 water clones materialized, their swift movements leaving Asuma and Kurenai momentarily stunned. Anyone can do that level of cloning. Is he just showing off? Asuma, clearly irked by Yangxing, couldn't help but form hand signs as well. I can do it too. Clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 5 clones appeared, striking poses with their hands on their hips, exuding a sense of bravado. What do you think? I can produce 5 at once. You little brat. How dare you disregard me? Unfortunately for Asuma, Yangxing didn't even glance his way. Instead, he jumped into the air, evenly distributing the pesticide across the fields. As Yangxing landed and dispelled his clones, he turned to Kurenai with a triumphant grin. How was that, Sister Kurenai? Impressive, right? His expression was so self-satisfied that he didn't even spare a glance at Asuma. Asuma's face flushed crimson as he struggled to suppress his anger, which proved quite a challenge, especially upon seeing Kurenai's pleased demeanor. That jump was quite impressive, and your movements were remarkable. Kurenai couldn't help but clap her hands together, her face alight with excitement. Just like Asuma. Her words made Yangxing's brow twitch slightly. Why was he being compared to such a mediocre, melodramatic boy? The truth was that Asuma couldn't hold a candle to him. Never mind. Seeing Kurenai so happy, Yangxing chose not to dwell on her words. What a little brat. Kurenai, I see your skills are only good enough to play house with this kid. Asuma scoffed, turning away in a huff. I'm going over there. I refuse to waste my time with you two. One day, I will become the most renowned person in Konoha. Asuma, that area isn't our responsibility. Our teacher will surely chastise us. Hey Asuma. Asuma is indeed quite mischievous and rather naive, lacking the composure characteristic of the third generation. Without a moment's hesitation, he ventured directly into the woods ahead, right on the outskirts of the idyllic countryside. He proceeded deeper. Not once glancing back, Yangxing and Zayurihong trailed behind him. To be honest, if it weren't for Zayurihong's insistence, Yangxing would have preferred to ignore the situation. Observing Zayurihong's worried expression, Yangxing furrowed his brow, focusing intently on Asuma's retreating figure. Asuma moved swiftly, entirely disregarding Zayurihong's slower pace, his speed seemingly increasing. Zairi Hong soon realized how far they were straying from the safe confines of the countryside, her concern mounting. Asuma, please stop. We should head back. What if Sensei Taka comes looking for us? We might get scolded. Are you done whining? Asuma snapped, a surge of indignation rising within him, directed squarely at Zairi Hong. This momentarily halted her steps, dimming her expression. Yangxing, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, furrowed his brow and spoke up. Hey, if you're so brave, don't blame me for not warning you. If you run into a rock ninja or something, no one will come to your rescue. Huh? Why should I take advice from you? Asuma shot back, glaring at Yangxing with a defiant tone. Those rock ninjas are no match for me. I'll have you know. Little brat, I'm quite formidable. I simply didn't use my full strength yesterday. Oh, if you're so formidable, prove it by using a fire release technique to your left up ahead. Just don't speak so arrogantly, Yangxing retorted, his words dripping with provocation. Little brat, do you wish to test my abilities? Asuma, filled with pride, scoffed at Yangxing's challenge, his heart brimming with the desire to demonstrate his prowess. Without hesitation, he unleashed a jutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, hurtling toward a nearby patch of grass. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence took place. A figure darted forward, caught off guard by the sudden attack, their expression shifting to one of alarm as they deftly evaded the oncoming wind and landed on the ground. Frowning in confusion, Asuma, Zairi Hong exclaimed in shock. Asuma, equally astonished, could not comprehend how someone had appeared in the trajectory of his jutsu. Could it be that Yangxing had foreseen this? That seemed impossible. He hadn't even noticed that this brat possessed such a feeble level of skill. Certainly not enough to rival his own perceptiveness. The newcomer regained their composure, straightened up, and turned their head, revealing a distinctly noticeable mask, a cat-faced mask reminiscent of the former Umbu. However, the emblem of the newly established Starlight team had long since replaced it, suggesting that the one donning this mask was likely a remnant of the former Umbu. It was implausible for the original Umbu to be idly wandering here. The reality was that only one individual under their command still wore such a mask. Asuma, we need to leave now. That's a subordinate of the robed Danzo. Zairi Hong realized the gravity of the situation, her face tightening with anxiety. Asuma's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom that a mere jutsu had inadvertently targeted a defected Umbu member, causing his heart to race with fear. He felt paralyzed, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. In defiance, he mustered a brave front. Perfect. I can capture you and hand you over to Lord Forth. You little brat. The low voice hidden beneath the cat mask brimmed with irritation, particularly upon hearing the impudent words directed at him. Tsuchiya, sent to investigate the current state of Konoha and monitor a certain individual at Danzo's behest, was irked by this unexpected ambush, especially from a seemingly weak genin of the village. The thought of being discovered by such a novice was intolerable. As a seasoned chunin, he recognized that this boy was merely of low-level chunin caliber, decent, but incomparable to himself. A brief exchange would easily determine the victor. Asuma charged forward, throwing a punch, only to have it effortlessly dodged. Before he could react, Tsuchiya swiftly countered, striking Asuma on the neck, rendering him rigid and collapsing to the ground in agony. So weak. How did you even detect me? Tsuchiya found the encounter dull, raising his hand to draw a kunai, preparing to finish the job. I don't want to linger here any longer. Let us resolve this quickly. As Asuma was about to be struck, Zairi Hong shouted, desperate to intervene. But before she could move, someone restrained her. Yangxing frowned, perplexed. I don't understand what's so special about this guy. Asuma saved me. I can't just abandon him. Zairi Hong's face was wrought with urgency, struggling to break free. Yet Yangxing had no intention of letting her go. Sensing her distress, he relented slightly. Fine, I understand. So you're willing to endure his scolding just because he once saved you? Am I a step behind? Yangxing? Zairi Hong turned, looking at him with a hint of confusion. To her surprise, Yangxing had already stepped forward, his expression calm as he addressed the ninja ahead. Hey, you there? Do you recognize me? Who are you? Tsuchiya turned, annoyed at the interruption, feeling a surge of irritation. However, as he looked upon the child before him, a sense of familiarity washed over him, causing him to ponder. How is Danzo? Yangxing smiled slightly, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Hasn't he mentioned me? I do miss him. Perhaps he could come to Konoha for tea with me. You're the Yangxing? Tsuchiya's pupils dilated, his body trembling. In an instant, he stepped back, distancing himself from Asuma, clearly frightened by Yangxing, exhibiting signs of wanting to flee. Both Asuma and Zairihong stared in disbelief at the previously composed Chunin, now seemingly paralyzed by fear at the sight of a mere child. This special Chunin actually wished to escape. Their astonishment deepened. No way. Did that guy really not have his subordinates remember me? How rude. Yangxing's expression soured, raising his hands. Perhaps I should lend him a hand. Upon seeing Yangxing raise his hands, Tsuchiya fled at an astonishing speed, unable to contain his panic, shouting, Danzo, help! Yangxing was known for defeating Orochimaru and standing up against Danzo, and a key member of Root, ultimately vanquishing the latter and severely injuring Danzo. This name was repeated incessantly by Danzo, and his subordinates were well aware that such utterances stemmed from a mix of rage and profound fear. If even Danzo harbored such fear of this child, one can only imagine how his mere subordinates would react. Those who did not collapse from terror were fortunate indeed. Tsuchiya's attempt to flee was devoid of any semblance of grace, nearly causing him to tumble from the branches. Asuma and Zairihong could only stare in stunned silence. Oh, he runs quite fast. As he watched the figure depart, Yangxing felt no inclination to pursue. In truth, he harbored not a shred of desire to chase after. Compared to the setting sun before him, the presence of the Seichnin, or rather Danzo, held no value worth investigating. Sister Hong was far more appealing. With a splendid physique and a lovely visage, 1,000 times more attractive than that wretched Danzo. Indeed, only a fool would seek to chase after such an ugly person. Perhaps he recalled some pressing matter at home, or perhaps the impending rain urged him to retrieve his clothes. Such thoughts were utterly unbelievable. Regardless, Sister Hong would never be convinced. Asuma could scarcely fathom the absurdity of the little imp's claims and scrutinized him once more, a sense of suspicion gnawing at him. The doubts became too pronounced. Even after the fourth Hokage had left him alone yesterday, he remained oblivious to the events that transpired. Initially, he had thought himself fortunate. It now appeared that the Jonin had spared him only after noticing Yangxing. Who exactly was this little rascal? Why was it that he, a mere 2 years older, found himself overshadowed by this child? Asuma's heart brimmed with resentment and indignation. At that moment, while Sister Hong attempted to placate him, Asuma stubbornly waved her off. Forget it. I've told you countless times. With a push, he sent Sister Hong to the ground, while Yangxing's expression darkened. This marked the first time in several days that his demeanor had shifted. Even when Obito had endured grave injuries for his sake, Yangxing's expression had never altered so drastically. Hey, I was already quite displeased, he said, his tone exuding a formidable intensity. Sister Hong is my chosen one. I will not tolerate anyone else's advances towards her. If you have the audacity, try again, and I shall make your father regret ever having you. Yangxing's words were no jest. He indeed possessed the strength to instill regret in the third Hokage. His commanding presence and the palpable aura of menace rendered Asuma, a child of limited experience, speechless. A glance at Sister Hong revealed a complex look in Asuma's eyes as he rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, his tone now icy. Hong, I understand. You may play with your little brother from now on. Starting today, you need not follow me. We are strangers. Chapter 90. The issue of upbringing. Asuma's departure left Sister Hong in a state of shock, watching him turn and leave without a backward glance. This time, she harbored no intention of chasing after him, for Asuma had caused her to lower her head, her expression shrouded in gloom. Yangxing observed Sister Hong's countenance, sighed softly, and proceeded toward a designated location. Very well, we should return. Asuma will surely report back to the teacher. Upon lifting her gaze to the small figure, Sister Hong's expression flickered with complexity, and she nodded eagerly in response to his words. The two departed towards the nearby fields, unbeknownst to them that Asuma, concealed in the shadows, furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth in silence. The pest control mission in the fields had been remarkably successful, despite a minor hiccup that did not hinder its progress. After receiving a scolding from Sanada, both Asuma and Sister Hong wore expressions of remorse. By afternoon's end, the task was complete, and they each prepared to head home. Yangxing contemplated whether to seek out Naira Rin that evening or address certain issues with the Inuzuka clan. Just as he was about to set off, he was halted by a voice. Excuse me, are you Yangxing? If possible, may we converse? Sarutobi Sanada spoke calmly, a faint smile gracing his features as he addressed Yangxing. This remark drew the attention of both Sister Hong and Asuma, prompting Sarutobi Sanada to add, of course. Asuma and Sister Hong, you may join us as well. Sister Hong hesitated as she glanced at Asuma. I have matters to attend to. I'll head home first. In a rather inconsiderate manner, Asuma departed decisively. Perhaps his earlier words had dissuaded Sister Hong from following. She merely cast a wistful glance at Asuma's retreating figure before acquiescing to Sarutobi Sanada's request. Asuma walked away alone, while Sarutobi Sanada, undeterred, led Yangxing and Sister Hong back to Konoha, where they found a place to sit and converse. As time passed, evening descended upon them, coinciding with dinner time. Sarutobi Sanada, not one to be stingy, chose a fine barbecue restaurant. The pleasant ambience enveloped them within a cozy private room. After ordering a selection of dishes, Sarutobi Sanada faced Yangxing and began, "Do not be modest. This endeavor owes much to you, Yangxing. Otherwise, Asuma's temperament would have surely led him into trouble with those Umbu." Sister Hong, intrigued by Yangxing, found herself drawn to the boy. Throughout the course of the day, her interest in him had grown. Upon hearing Sarutobi Sanada's words, she turned her gaze toward Yangxing, puzzled by the praise. She could not comprehend why Sarutobi Sanada would speak so highly of him. The child before her exuded no discernible aura of power, appearing rather lethargic, which contradicted her preconceived notions of genius. "Thank you, I'm quite hungry." And sharing a meal with Sister Hong is indeed a delightful affair. His smile radiated warmth, devoid of any chill, a stark contrast to Asuma, and his words elicited a sense of amusement from Sister Hong. Even Sarutobi Sanada chuckled. "Ah, you truly resemble what the fourth Hokage described." "What did the fourth Hokage say?" Sister Hong inquired, her curiosity piqued. As they awaited the meat to cook, they engaged in conversation. "Yes, Hong understands. You are a disciple of the fourth Hokage, correct?" "Indeed. This fellow is a disciple of the fourth, and if he is so remarkable, Yangxing must be extraordinary as well," she mused, her curiosity toward Yangxing evident. "I do not care for the rigid demeanor of Teacher Minato," Yangxing remarked, as he relished a piece of juicy meat, savoring its richness. His eyes gleamed with delight. Seeing Yangxing's expression brought a smile to Sister Hong's face. However, she could not help but reach for a tissue to gently wipe his mouth, her actions tender. "Thank you." Yangxing felt exhilarated by her gesture. Had it not been for the presence of a third party, he would have been tempted to embrace her. Sarutobi Sanada, oblivious to the exchange, continued, "Now, let us set that matter aside. Yangxing, I wish to discuss Asuma with you." "That pompous fellow." "Indeed, Asuma is rather arrogant. Yet he is still the son of the third Hokage. Is the third Hokage incapable of managing his own son?" Yangxing retorted, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "What a useless fellow." Had any ordinary ninja uttered such words, Sarutobi Sanada would have been infuriated, perhaps even furious. For no one dared to insult the third Hokage in all of Konoha. The third Hokage was the spiritual leader of their clan. Yet, this little rascal was different. Even if he were to berate the third Hokage, Sarutobi Sanada could only turn a blind eye, as he had no desire to offend Yangxing or the formidable Uchiha clan, nor the influential new Umbu group, Starlight, comprising fierce ninjas. Thus, despite his grievances, he had to endure. Moreover, Yangxing's words were not entirely unfounded. With a forced smile, Sarutobi Sanada continued, treating the matter as if he had not heard. "The third Hokage is preoccupied with important affairs and is busy every day. Asuma's mother is also a significant figure in Konoha, which means few elders are able to accompany him. This has contributed to Asuma's current personality. Nevertheless, he is not a bad child, merely a bit mischievous. Not just a bit mischievous, it's a lack of upbringing. Sister Hong has been scolded by him several times. He truly acts as if he is someone important. If he weren't the third Hokage's son, the villagers would have long since scorned him." Yangxing felt his mood dampen at the mention of that guy, and his chopsticks paused over the meat. "Haha, that joke is rather amusing," Sarutobi Sanada remarked with a strained smile, his expression dimming slightly. "Asuma's personality can be difficult, so I hope you can bear with it. Furthermore, I wish to apologize for today's events. I am truly sorry about Asuma." It appeared that this Jonin was quite aware of the situation and wished to avoid provoking Yangxing, lest it reflect poorly on the entire clan. After all, he could call upon the Umbu if necessary, so what was a mere Sarutobi clan member to fear? Chapter 91. The child leaving home seeing that the clan's Jonin was speaking so humbly, Yangxing was not one to cause unnecessary trouble. As Asuma had not caused him significant harm, he chose not to dwell on it. With a dismissive wave, Yangxing replied plainly, "Well, as long as he hasn't harmed me or Sister Hong, it's not a big deal." Thank you. Sarutobi Sanada lifted his head, a hint of joy crossing his face. Meanwhile, Yuhi Hong was completely bewildered by their conversation. From the beginning until now, she felt her mind was insufficient to grasp the nuances. Why would her teacher speak so deferentially to this younger boy, as if he were someone extraordinary? Did he fear that the boy might cause trouble for Asuma? Could he possibly provoke the third Hokage's current status? In the face of Yangxing, she found it incredulous, and her heart raced as he repeatedly assured her of his non-harmful intentions. Did this young boy truly harbor feelings for her? Shaking her head, Yuhi Hong quickly dismissed that thought. He was merely a child and could not possibly understand what affection meant. Perhaps he simply held a favorable impression of her. It was probably nothing more than that. During this barbecue, both Sarutobi Sanada and Yuhi Hong were entangled in complex emotions regarding Yangxing, while he indulged in his meal, exuding an air of refined demeanor that left them both at a loss. After their meal, as the sun began to set, they emerged from the establishment, preparing to part ways. Well then, Yangxing, if possible, let us meet again tomorrow, Sarutobi Sanada said, his smile somewhat stiff. He was certain that the boy would follow them. Given the look he cast at Yuhi Hong, he understood. Indeed, the fourth Hokage's words were not unfounded. This boy was quite the little lecher. However, the little rogue's strength and status in Konoha were not to be underestimated. Why was there no charming girl in his family? It was truly vexing. Of course, Yangxing was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Sarutobi Sanada's mind. Having satisfied his hunger, he simply wished to return home and see if little Akane would come over that night. See you tomorrow. I will be relying on you in the coming days. Teacher Sanada. Yawning, Yangxing prepared to leave. Noticing the boy turning away, Sarutobi Sanada could only smile wryly. Hey, Hong, your home is a bit far. Allow me to escort you. Sure. As the three were about to depart, an unexpected event halted their steps. A figure rushed towards them, clearly anxious, leaping between rooftops in a panic. It was evident that something was amiss. Without catching his breath, the newcomer skidded to a halt before Sarutobi Sanada, unable to suppress himself as he fell to his knees, gasping for air. Seeing the man's face, Sarutobi Sanada's expression turned serious. Who are you? Asuma's tutor? What has happened? The man looked up, nearly breathless. Asuma has gone missing, Teacher Sanada. He left this letter and disappeared. What should we do? What should we do? The third Hokage will surely blame me if he finds out. Calm down. What does the letter say? Right, the letter. Here it is. The man frantically rummaged through his belongings, finally producing a crumpled note, his face pale as he handed it over. Sarutobi Sanada, tense with worry, reached for the letter. Out of curiosity, Yangxing also leaned in to take a look. The note was brief, containing only a single line. I am going to do something earth-shattering. Farewell. What an idiot. After a glance at the letter, Sarutobi Sanada realized the gravity of the situation, quickly informed the third Hokage. Given Asuma's character, he may have already left the village. Nanny, does that mean he's gone far already? Where on earth could he be heading? The ninja looked up, panic-stricken. I do not know, but he should not have gone far. Sarutobi Sanada gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Damn it. Of all times, he chooses now to venture out. Doesn't he understand how dangerous it is during such times? Sanada longed to pursue him, but he understood his limitations. As a newly appointed jonin, he lacked the experience to handle any potential dangers. Moreover, dealing with a child like Asuma was indeed a headache. Convincing him to return would be quite the challenge. Asuma is missing? Yuhi Hong lifted her delicate face, her expression turning pale with worry. Yes, Asuma. Her countenance reflected increasing anxiety. Noticing her growing concern, Yangxing sighed, rubbed his nose in resignation, and addressed Sarutobi Sanada. Leave this matter to me. I will pursue Asuma. You can report to the third Hokage. You will. Yes. To act quickly and prevent him from straying too far, I shall take my leave first. Without allowing for further discussion, Yangxing leaped away towards the outskirts of the village. Yangxing, please be careful. Sarutobi Sanada called out, watching the boy's figure recede into the distance. Unable to suppress a low murmur, Asuma truly has landed himself in deep trouble. I hope nothing happens to Yangxing. If anything befell this child, our Sarutobi clan would face dire consequences. Teacher Sanada, isn't it dangerous for Yangxing to go alone? Yuhi Hong's concern was palpable as she observed Yangxing's departing form. It seemed utterly illogical for such a young child to venture forth. Hearing her words, Sarutobi Sanada turned to her, noticing the tension in her eyes. He could not help but smirk. He should be fine. A smile broke across his face, as if he had come to a realization, and he murmured to himself while gazing into the distance, "Well, this is indeed the perfect time for him to go. Asuma is quite fortunate." "What do you mean?" Yuhi Hong was perplexed, utterly bewildered by Yangxing. Yet, Sarutobi Sanada's words stirred something within her. He was the most outstanding of Konoha, the fourth Hokage's most favored disciple, a prodigious ninja who surpassed all other talents in the village. Yangxing, the younger brother? Unable to doubt Sarutobi Sanada's words, Yuhi Hong's curiosity about the distant figure grew immensely. Who was this child? And why did so many people in Konoha recognize him and regard him with such respect? Countless questions flooded her mind, causing her to forget that Asuma was in danger. Chapter 92. I cannot control the power ding. The hope of the new generation of Konoha has earned the ordinary title. Ding. One of the most esteemed ninjas of Konoha has acquired a unique title, allowing the selection of wind-based ninjutsu below a certain level, along with its enhanced version. As Yangxing advanced ahead, he heard a voice whispering beside him. He smirked and muttered, "At a time like this, there's still a title. Well, it's not too shabby. Wind release, wind cutter, I suppose." Having chosen his ninjutsu, Yangxing instinctively cast a glance. Wind release, enhanced wind cutter, ordinary wind cutter transformed into high-pressure wind cutter. The power has significantly increased. It is indeed a commendable version of ninjutsu, and rather practical. Oh, but for now, that foolishness is what matters most. Leaping onto a tall branch, Yangxing wasted no time in forming hand seals. A faint shout escaping his lips as his eyes trembled. Sharingan, activate. His vision amplified. Perched atop the high branch, he could survey the landscape for miles ahead, observing the direction of the wind and the rustling of the grass. Nothing could escape the gaze of Yangxing's three-tomo Sharingan. With his extraordinary observational skills, spotting various creatures wandering outside Konoha was hardly a challenge. Moreover, Asuma was merely a low-ranking chunin. With such speed, it was impossible for him to remain unnoticed by Yangxing. There he was, located 600 meters to the east. This fellow was indeed moving rather slowly, at this pace. What was he thinking about running away? It was barely a mile. With a smirk, Yangxing accelerated, his figure darting through the trees like a beam of light. If the fourth Hokage were present, he would surely admire Yangxing's speed. In a matter of mere minutes, Yangxing had closed the distance to Asuma, now less than 100 meters apart. Is someone approaching? Is it Teacher Sanada? Asuma, sensing someone rapidly closing in from behind, furrowed his brow and instinctively quickened his pace. He did not wish to be found. He had something to accomplish, something that would astonish the entire village. He intended to reach the front lines of Konoha, to compete with those rock shinobi, to demonstrate his strength, and to make sure that even Kurenai Yuhi understood that he was indeed a formidable ninja. Asuma's thoughts were rich, yet the reality was that he was focused solely on how to enhance his speed. The individual behind him was closing in with increasing velocity, showing no signs of slowing down. In that moment, Asuma froze. It was not Teacher Sanada, who possessed such speed. Despite his wind release, he could not shake off this person. Who on earth was this? As Asuma made a few leaps, the person behind him finally caught up. The figure that manifested before Asuma was enough to send his countenance into disarray. He could not maintain his composure. The figure landed on a branch, disbelief etching his face as he gazed at the person who had followed him. Yes, it was that irritating little brat from earlier, the same boy. Are you not going to continue? Yangxing halted, appearing somewhat bored. I thought you were quite impressive. Do not underestimate me. I assure you, I will not return. Asuma retorted decisively, waving his hand. Is that so? Yangxing yawned, showing no concern. I never intended for you to return so easily, at least. I am not as merciful as your kin. Once Yangxing finished speaking, he raised his hands and began forming seals. The speed at which he executed the hand signs caused Asuma's face to change. What do you intend to do? Knock you out and carry you back. This method is quite advantageous for me, Yangxing replied nonchalantly. You underestimate me. A surge of indignation welled within Asuma. He was eager to teach this brat a lesson, and as he summoned wind chakra around his hands, he leaped upward, aiming to deliver a blow to Yangxing. Yet, he was unprepared for the swiftness of Yangxing's ninjutsu. It was like lightning. Wind release, wind cutter. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangxing unleashed the newly learned enhanced wind release, hurling a wind cutter directly at Asuma. The high-pressure wind cutter surged forward with remarkable speed. Whoosh! Bang! Asuma narrowly evaded, barely escaping the attack, only to witness a massive tree behind him split in two. The tree had a diameter of 2 meters. However, the assault did not relent. The wind cutter continued its trajectory, obliterating 3 trees in total. Asuma was drenched in sweat, fully aware that had he not dodged, he might have met the same fate as that tree. Moreover, the wind cutter had been so swift that he hadn't even glimpsed its shadow. This speed was absolutely monstrous. This was the strength of that little brat. It was a power only AJ Nin could wield. This child had deceived him from the very beginning. Yang Xing observed the devastation he had caused, showing no remorse. His head tilted with a smirk that was unmistakably feigned. My apologies. I often struggle to control the power of my ninjutsu. So if I accidentally use an overly powerful technique, please do not hold it against me. Upon finishing his words, his expression turned cold, and his hands formed seals with astonishing speed and familiarity. Sensing the terrifying chakra from earlier, Asuma cried out in panic. Wait. I will go back with you. I'll return with you right now. After all, Asuma was merely a child. He had come out this time out of spite. Such antics had been common in the past, yet never had anyone dared to unleash a potentially lethal technique against him. Even Asuma, despite his foolishness, understood that the figure before him might indeed execute a ninjutsu casually that could endanger his life. He had no desire to be inadvertently killed by a miscalculated technique. Good. It is wise to behave. There are benefits to being a good child. With the hand seals retracted, Yang Xing turned calmly. All right, let us return. With his head lowered, Asuma dared not utter a single word. He could not even muster a rebuttal, let alone attempt to flee. At that moment, Asuma felt a twinge of fear towards Yang Xing, acutely aware of his true strength. He understood that the power possessed by this individual before him was likely far beyond that of a mere Nin. As Yang Xing leaped forward, intending to return to Konoha, he suddenly sensed several impressive chakra signatures approaching. Such a vast quantity of chakra indicated that those stealthy individuals were anything but ordinary. What's wrong? Asuma, now leaping back, noticed Yang Xing had come to a halt, confusion etched on his face. He observed the boy turn, his furrowed brow emanating a pressure that nearly took Asuma's breath away. In that instant, Asuma realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass the individual before him. How much strength could this person be concealing? Who is following us? Wait, I shall confront them. These individuals dare to invade Konoha. Hey, don't leave me behind. Wait for me. Chapter 93. The plan to ambush Konoha outside the woods of Konoha. A group stealthily infiltrated the Land of Fire, reaching the closest forest to Konoha without being detected. This demonstrated the formidable prowess of this group. 3 men and 1 woman. The girl being the youngest among them. Miss Karatsuchi, we should head back, one of the men suggested, gazing at the girl in front, who was leaping continuously. A ninja with the rock-hidden village's Jonin insignia wore a troubled expression. Ahead lies the Leaf Village. Even if our 4th Hokage remains oblivious, the 3rd Hokage is not someone we can easily confront. What are you afraid of? We are not seeking the 3rd Hokage. We merely aim to exact vengeance upon a child, the girl, Akatsuchi, declared with unwavering determination, not bothering to look back. This left the Jonin exasperated. Prompting a sigh from him, I understand. The child is named Yang Xing, and it is said that Hokage acknowledged that he was the one who defeated him. However, is it wise for us to approach so brazenly? With my weighty rock technique, fleeing will be effortless. As long as we eliminate this Yang Xing, it will undoubtedly strike a heavy blow to the Leaf Village, Akatsuchi replied, her fists clenched, a slight smile gracing her face. Another sigh escaped the Jonin. He had no further words to offer. This Akatsuchi was clearly intrigued by Yang Xing, and he had not anticipated that the Tsuchikige's granddaughter would be so audacious. To boldly venture into the Leaf Village seeking trouble was a serious gamble, especially since, as the Tsuchikige's granddaughter, they could not afford to act recklessly. Their lives depended on protecting her. This was the very reason why they, the Jonin, had followed her. The group leapt closer to the Leaf Village, unaware that just ahead, 2 individuals had already detected their presence. Among them was the very child they sought to confront. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yang Xing assessed the situation, murmuring to himself. For individuals, 2 are of Nin level, 1 nearly a Jonin, and a girl. Her chakra is decent, but still too weak. Humph, I'll ignore her. Yang Xing's observations revealed the formidable strength of the opponents, causing Asuma to tremble in fear. Let us report this to the 4th Hokage. Their chakra is terrifying. We should not engage. Though he was merely a mischievous child from the Leaf Village, the prospect of confronting such powerful rock ninjas made him hesitant. They were warriors from a nation currently at odds with his own, and should a confrontation arise, they would not hold back. The dread of death rendered Asuma pale. In contrast, Yangxing remained unfazed, regarding Asuma with disdain. Are you afraid? Who is afraid? Asuma retorted, his voice trembling despite his bravado. Yangxing found his reaction amusing, smirking coldly as he leaped into action, leaving behind only a dismissive remark. Stay put, and don't interrupt me. You really plan to confront them? Asuma gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. If he was not mistaken, 3 of the figures before him were Jonin, and only 2 individuals from the Leaf Village could contend with such strength, the 3rd and 4th Hokage. He had not anticipated Yangxing's boldness. The boy seemed aware of their power, yet he was still approaching. Did he genuinely believe he could prevail? Asuma stared ahead, momentarily paralyzed by the unfolding scene. Yangxing boldly stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the 4 individuals, an act Asuma could never have dared to undertake. Hey there. It seems you've taken a wrong turn. This isn't the rock-hidden village, Yangxing declared, arms crossed, his small frame exuding an inexplicable aura. Oh, just a child? The ninjas, having halted their advance, were momentarily taken aback. This little brat dares to block our path? Wait, Black Earth, let me deal with this child first. One of the Jonin remarked. Wait, this child is... Hey, Yangjia, don't tell me you're scared. A mere child has you trembling? One Jonin teased, preparing to unleash a jutsu to eliminate the obstacle. But before he could move, a comrade pulled him back, the tension on his face eliciting laughter from the others. Black Earth, unable to contain herself due to her impulsive nature and pressing matters, interjected, What are you standing around for? Eliminate this brat. We need to find Yangxing in the Leaf Village. The Jonin known as Yangjia forced a smile and replied, Black Earth, this kid is Yangxing. This one. Black Earth's expression shifted dramatically. She scrutinized Yangxing, her eyes narrowing in confusion. She could not perceive any threat from him. His physique was no different from that of an ordinary child, even smaller than herself. How could this boy be the one who defeated her grandfather? Hey, do you lot not understand human language? This is not a place for you. Turn back, Yangxing asserted, his tone surprisingly bold for someone of his age. You certainly have a big mouth, Black Earth shot back, anger flaring as she drew a kunai from her boot and hurled it toward Yangxing. Dare to block our way? Do you seek death? Black Earth. The Jonin attempted to intervene, but they were powerless to halt her. As Black Earth charged forward, Yangxing frowned, sensing the impending danger. Under the moonlight, his petite figure appeared almost ethereal, clad in shorts that accentuated his slender legs. His lively demeanor, coupled with his short black hair, only amplified his charm. She was indeed a cute girl, and her movements were commendable, but alas, it was still too slow. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air, but in a fleeting moment. Yangxing effortlessly evaded the attack, causing Black Earth's expression to shift. With gritted teeth, she retaliated, thrusting again with all her might. Yet Yangxing merely sidestepped, seeming to take it all in stride. I have no inclination to engage with girls, especially not beautiful ones. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Your strength is too lacking to even graze me. Best bring someone else, Yangxing remarked, his demeanor nonchalant. Why you brat? Black Earth seethed, fury radiating from her as she propelled herself forward with every ounce of strength, employing her weighty rock technique again. Whoosh! Yangxing vanished, just as he had predicted, eluding her grasp entirely, leaving Black Earth bewildered. To her utmost humiliation, as she dodged, Yangxing audaciously smacked her rear. Smack! I told you. You can't touch me. Hurry, switch opponents, he declared, his tone casual and decisive. In the aftermath, he remained utterly unfazed. The shame of being struck by a boy reddening Black Earth's cheeks. Akatsuchi, take care of this brat, she commanded, her voice a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Hey! A stout ninja charged forward, descending from the air, fists poised to strike, stirring a fierce wind as he aimed at Yangxing. Yangxing furrowed his brow and, at Black Earth's shout, leapt into the air. Boom! The tree shattered beneath the weight of the stout ninja's punch, demonstrating the sheer force behind the blow. Asuma stood nearby, awestruck, fully aware that the strength of the rock ninjas was indeed formidable. This hefty ninja was nearing special Jonin status. One person alone cannot handle this brat. We must assist. Agreed. The 2 individuals, their faces etched with anxiety, understood that Yang Xing was the one who had vanquished the Earth Shadow, and thus they dared not slacken their resolve. In unison, they leapt into action, simultaneously unleashing their ninjutsu. Both techniques were identical: Earth Release, Heaven's Descent. The collaboration of the two Jonin enhanced the formidable cover of the immense lid, which loomed above Yang Xing, enveloping him from all sides for hundreds of meters. The spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The sheer size and coverage of this technique caused Asuma, who had been covertly observing from a distance, to change color. One could only imagine that even his teacher would not dare to confront it, yet the young boy before him remained utterly composed. Oh, a 3-on-1? How delightful. Allow me to demonstrate what true Earth Release entails. Yang Xing did not even flinch. Facing the formidable lid, he simply executed his own Earth Release technique. Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Earth Release, Power Amplification. Boom. At that moment, the earth groaned, and countless birds took flight, as dark clouds drifted across the sky. The moonlight that emerged was exceptionally bright. Beneath this radiant glow stood a young boy, his movements and posture causing the group of 4 rock ninjas ahead to pale. The 3 Jonin who had initiated the ninjutsu wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes trembling with shock. No way he actually received it. How could he withstand such a colossal lid? What kind of Earth Release technique is this? It surpasses even that of his father. Asuma nearly cried out, his heart filled with astonishment, leaving no room for anything else. Similarly, Haitu, not far away, was engulfed in profound shock. Completely oblivious to the fact that she was now the closest to Yang Xing, Miss Haitu, step back. A Jonin shouted, but it was too late. Here, catch. Yang Xing, bolstered by his Earth Release and the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan, hurled the massive lid back with tremendous force, akin to tossing a gigantic boulder, as it soared directly toward the 4 ninjas. The sight of such a colossal lid being flung away with such ease left the 2 Jonin nearly in disbelief. They lacked Yang Xing's extraordinary hardening technique and dared not confront the lid. They could only dodge, hastily pulling the stunned Haitu aside. Boom. The earth trembled as if struck by a magnitude 7 earthquake, causing the entire forest to shake violently. When the lid crashed to the ground, it created a profound crater, and the ensuing shockwave left the 4 ninjas reeling. Just as they were grappling with Yang Xing's formidable strength, another pressing matter demanded their caution. Where did that kid go? Is he above us, or? The wind from the shockwave buffeted a kid, who shielded himself from the blast. As the strongest among them, he was relatively unscathed. Yet he was troubled by Yang Xing's sudden disappearance, his brows furrowing as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly sensing a chakra fluctuation, his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted to the 2 nearby, "Tolyu, don't just stand there. That guy's true target is you." With urgency etched upon his face, a kid urged, "Quick, take Haitu and flee." He attempted to rush over, but alas, he was too late. What? Too late? Get out of the way. Yang Xing suddenly materialized, his eyes blazing with the 3-tomo, as he hurled a lightning-infused sphere with speed. Lightning Release. Chidori. Thud. The Jonin, caught off guard, was struck squarely, blood spilling from his mouth as he plummeted from the lofty branches of the tree. Yet this was merely the beginning, as the Chidori faded. Yang Xing swiftly formed hand seals, preparing another technique. You find ambushing me amusing, do you? You should learn the price of such folly. Water Clone Technique. 5 water clones materialized, each squatting down, and with a single hand gesture, they unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously. Next, let me show you something extraordinary. Lightning Release. Chidori with clones. Sizzling. The electric currents surged wildly as the 5 clones unleashed Chidori, shocking the surrounding spectators and leaving the remaining 2 Jonin paralyzed with fear. The chakra emanating from this Chidori was terrifying, and it was incredible that this boy had the audacity to release 5 powerful techniques simultaneously. How strong was his control over chakra? The 5 clones sprang into action, their speed astonishing, as they descended upon the incapacitated rock ninja. Bang! In the sky, 1 Jonin was struck and began to flail wildly, blood pouring from his mouth as he was hit repeatedly by the Chidori from the 5 clones. By the time he fell from the treetops, he was utterly defeated. The lightning release was already formidable, but being struck 6 times was an ordeal even the Earth Shadow would struggle to endure. Not to mention, their opponent was merely an ordinary Jonin. Tolyu. A kid's eyes blazed with rage, his body moving to charge forward. You bastard. Unfortunately, he was intercepted by Yang Xing's 5 clones, forcing him to halt in his tracks. creating distance between them. At this moment, a kid realized their grave oversight. With Tuliyu's demise, only Haidu remained. Chapter 95. Effortless elimination of a Jonin. The two rock ninjas gritted their teeth, their expressions grim. They dared not act recklessly, watching helplessly as their protective Jonin was decimated in mere moments. Haidu's expression shifted as she comprehended the gravity of her decision to come to Konoha. It dawned upon her that Yang Xing had indeed defeated her grandfather, a truly formidable and terrifying child. Not even the Jonin were his match. They were mere playthings in his hands. Fear gripped Haidu, nearly bringing her to tears, though she refrained from crying. Her eyes glistened with fright as she turned to Yang Xing, her face ashen. You find it amusing to trouble me, don't you, little girl? Although she was slightly irked by being called little girl, her fear silenced her. She could only watch as Yang Xing extended a hand towards her. Terrified, she shut her eyes and cried out, "No, please don't kill me." Her entire being trembled, yet to her astonishment, Yang Xing merely brushed his hand across her cheek, revealing a mischievous smile akin to that of a child. You, dazed and confused, have no idea what to say. I told you, I never harm beautiful girls. Yang Xing grinned, his expression playful. However, a lesson is in order. What do you intend to do? Haidu's pupils widened, uncertain of Yang Xing's intentions, her heart racing with anxiety. Before she could process it, he sealed her lips with his own, kissing her without a second thought. The sensation of being kissed in front of everyone caused Haidu's cheeks to flush crimson, her wide, astonished eyes presenting a rather amusing sight. Perhaps it was her fear of his strength that rendered her immobile. Yang Xing, having kissed her for half a minute without any resistance, found himself amused by her surprised expression when he pulled away. Not a bad first kiss. You scoundrel. Haidu was furious, her small fists clenched, her tiny body trembling with rage. Just as she contemplated retaliating, Yang Xing leapt to a nearby branch, maintaining an air of calm. With a serene expression, he addressed the onlookers. Hey, you lot can take your young lady now. Be sure to express your gratitude for not provoking my ire. With a single leap, Yang Xing departed, having already eliminated a Jonin, enough to instill fear in them. However, he had no intention of pursuing a complete annihilation, as he did not have the luxury of time. Moreover, possessing the prestige of a Jonin from the land of Earth, he was unwilling to engage in such a thankless act. The figure that departed was so swift that it left several individuals momentarily stunned. Once Chitu regained his senses, he immediately leaped in front of Kuratsuchi, asking, "Is everything all right?" He genuinely feared that the young adversary had employed some form of illusion against his apprentice. "No," Kuratsuchi replied, wiping her lips, realizing she could not forget that kiss. Her first kiss, bestowed upon an enemy's child. This left her heart feeling quite unsettled, and the name Yang Xing was indelibly etched in her mind. Asuma's emotions were tumultuous. He found it impossible to maintain his composure. Although they had arrived at Konohagakure and were sufficiently safe, with others around, including his father Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma was preoccupied with the memory of Yang Xing's battle. A mere child, only slightly older than himself, had managed to kill a Jonin so effortlessly. Had Yang Xing not shown mercy, those few might not have escaped. At just 12 years of age, one could only wonder what level of prowess he would attain in a few more years. Perhaps even the Hokage of Konohagakure would pale in comparison. As he gazed at Yang Xing, Asuma's heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. At that moment, many from the Sarutobi clan arrived, relieved to see the third Hokage's son unharmed. "Asuma, be sure to express your gratitude," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a stern yet composed demeanor, revealing little of his thoughts. His words carried an air of authority that left Asuma no room for refusal. Within the village, he truly feared the third Hokage the most. Raising his gaze to Yang Xing, he reluctantly muttered, "Thank you. Forget it. I don't wish to hear your gratitude," Asuma retorted, unable to utter the words. Yang Xing yawned and prepared to leave. With Sister Hong not here, what reason do I have to stay? His departure was decisive, exuding an air of carefree abandon. Yet, such a demeanor from Yang Xing was met with neither resistance nor reproach from anyone present. Observing Yang Xing's retreating figure, the expressions of the Sarutobi clan members were complex. Asuma's feelings were the most intricate. "Father, who exactly is this guy? Yang Xing is exceptionally unique." Sarutobi Hiruzen, after stating this, turned to Asuma earnestly and said, "Asuma, this boy is someone quite remarkable in Konohagakure. For now, it is a relief that nothing serious occurred." It was the first time Asuma had seen his father's eyes sparkle with admiration when discussing someone special. It was evident that the third Hokage held Yangxing in high regard, perhaps even more than Asuma himself did. This was the third Hokage of Konohagakure, and he was the person Asuma found most irksome. Bowing his head, Asuma felt a sense of indignation. On a bright early morning, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was displeased with a situation where Yangxing was to undertake a high-level mission, yet he could not impose alternative tasks on Asuma and the others. As the fourth Hokage, he was caught in a web of frustration and helplessness. Additionally, Kakashi seemed to have suffered some setback, as he had been secluding himself for days after passing the Jonin exam, giving the impression that Minato's team was on the verge of disbandment. Yangxing, facing you now. I must clarify something. Minato sighed deeply, raising his face with a serious expression. Yangxing had initially wished to depart swiftly, but upon seeing Minato's rare seriousness, he paused, waiting for his words. With all personnel gathered, Konohagakure's counteroffensive is imminent. If possible, I would like you to be present as well, Minato stated gravely. How soon? How many? Yangxing inquired. A total of 150 Jonin, with 30 from Konohagakure and others from the Land of Fire coming to assist. The total of Chunin and Jinin will reach around 1,500. Impressive that so many have gathered in such a short time, Yangxing mused. It's not just you who is impressive. One careless moment, and you eliminated the opposing Jonin. Just how formidable are you? Minato expressed, somewhat exasperated. Regardless of whether you're preoccupied with other matters, the safety of Konohagakure is paramount. Your strength is crucial for our counteroffensive plan. You must participate. Fine. Since you seem so lonely, I understand that not engaging with others can lead to complications. I reluctantly agree to assist, Yangxing replied. You rascal. I'm truly amazed by your attitude. Remember, we commence operations the night after tomorrow. Do not disclose this to anyone else. It is a secret of Konohagakure. Understood. But first, I must attend to some matters. I'll go observe the tasks of other teams. We can discuss this further the day after tomorrow. As he watched Yangxing depart, Minato shook his head with a smile. No matter how Yangxing behaved, he would always remain a source of pride for him. As for Kakashi, he seemed to be preoccupied with something else. And what about that other individual who had been following Kakashi? It seemed that person had stopped trailing him, and Minato found himself pondering the identity of that child. Nevertheless, the imminent gathering of ninjas for the offensive took precedence, allowing Yangxing to figure things out on his own. After all, he was just a child. In the western part of Konohagakure, today's mission involved driving away black bears that had injured several villagers, causing panic. The villagers pooled their resources to send a request to Konohagakure. This was indeed a genuine high-level mission. However, Yangxing found such a task beneath his notice, yet the team led by Kurenai Yuhi was limited to such straightforward undertakings. Observing Yangxing's nonchalant demeanor, Asuma struggled to comprehend why this boy, possessing such formidable strength, would not aspire to undertake more significant responsibilities for the village. Based on yesterday's display, he should be capable of handling higher-level missions. Did he not seek the fame and fortune associated with such tasks? Asuma found it perplexing to decipher Yangxing's mindset. Unbeknownst to him, Yangxing, having lived in another world devoid of romantic entanglements, prioritized the pursuit of charming young ladies above all else, viewing other matters as secondary. He had never favored coercion. Mutual affection was what Yangxing sought. The trio soon arrived at their destination, where the tasks were clearly delineated. Their mission involved scouting the area, as it remained uncertain whether they would actually encounter the black bear. The journey was long, and unable to withstand the silence, Asuma turned to Yangxing, who had been silently following them. Without the earlier animosity, Asuma simply asked, "Your strength is already remarkable. You could do so much more for the village. Why do you choose to accompany us? Do you think I'm foolish?" Asuma frowned, his expression darkening. "Kurenai, you should also say a word or two to this guy." Kurenai, suppressing a giggle, did not cast a glance his way, but her smile was undeniably endearing. Clearly, following them had been a wise choice. "Asuma, I think you should trust him a bit more. I saw you with other girls yesterday," Kurenai remarked, teasingly. "Well, it was just a kiss with some other girls," Asuma retorted, but he had no idea that Yangxing, unbothered, waved dismissively and said, "Kurenai, rest assured, my feelings for you are genuine." Asuma remarked, "This lad is truly fickle, yet he possesses an extraordinary prowess." Asuma, am well aware that I cannot compete with him. Disinterested in conflicts. I find myself indifferent to the romantic entanglements of others. My thoughts are solely consumed with the pursuit of strength. I wish to disregard their affairs. But being around Yangxing constantly undermines my self-esteem. This young boy, both youthful and formidable, is a blow to my previously inflated pride among my peers. As Asma attempted to depart, he was taken aback by a hidden presence nearby. An unexpected figure leaped forth, startling him. A soft sound made Yangxing and the others tense. Is that a bear? In an involuntary act, the timid Kurenai edged closer to Yangxing. Asma, genuinely astonished, sat on the ground, raising his hands in a defensive gesture, exclaiming, "Please, don't eat me." Unfortunately, the figure before him was not a bear, but rather a boy slightly younger than Asma. Upon lifting his gaze, the boy spotted Yangxing and, unable to tear his eyes away, approached him directly. Yangxing furrowed his brows, surprised that this boy had followed him despite the fact he had entrusted him to Kakashi. It appeared that Kakashi had grown weary of him and sent him back. This boy was none other than the one who had expressed a desire to join Yangxing's Starlight team just days prior. As the boy drew nearer, Yangxing remained silent. However, Asma was furious, irritated by the scare he had just received, and shouted, "Hey, where did you come from? Are you unaware that others are present? Who do you intend to frighten?" The boy, Tenkai, turned his head, his expression blank. Your gaze is quite unsettling, Asma thought, believing he could at least confront this boy to compensate for the embarrassment he had just suffered. Asma, don't act recklessly. This fellow gives off a rather disturbing vibe. Kurenai cautioned. Asma frowned, particularly at Yangxing's words, hesitating for several moments. Sister Hong is not mistaken. It would be wise for you to behave. Although your chakra may be comparable, his true strength surpasses yours. Asma exhibited disbelief, glaring at the boy with an unsatisfied demeanor. Perhaps Yangxing's words had instilled some caution in him, as he refrained from attacking. Tenkai, now turning to Yangxing, stated in a monotonous tone, "That fellow said only you can decide. Can I join the Starlight team now?" Yangxing fell silent, scanning the boy before him, attempting to decipher his intentions. But to no avail. The exchange between the two left Asma and Kurenai baffled. What Starlight team? Asma questioned, bewildered. He was still trying to comprehend when Kurenai slowly approached. Whispering, "Asma, did you not express a desire to join yesterday? Have you forgotten? Why would anyone seek to join the new Umbu by approaching this boy?" Kurenai shook her head, equally confused, her eyes fixated on the two ahead. Though she could not discern the reason for seeking Yangxing, she could tell that Tenkai's gaze was earnest, as if Yangxing truly held the power to decide the new Umbu's personnel. Just a 12-year-old child? Is Kakashi no longer capable? Yangxing chuckled softly, brushing his nose, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he stated, "Let me be clear. This matter is not feasible." "Why not?" Tenkai inquired. "Your abilities are inadequate, and you are affiliated with that individual. There is no way I would train you. You should return to your master." "I have no intention of indulging you right now." Chapter 97. The boy who masters would release Yangxing attempted to leave, yet he found himself ensnared by the persistent boy. "I cannot return now. Until I become a member of the new Umbu, I cannot go back." Tenkai's seriousness was palpable. "You are truly bothersome," Yangxing remarked, furrowing his brow. Lacking the inclination to engage with the boy, he instead proposed an alternative. "How about this? I can offer you a chance to defeat me. If you can win against me now." Yangxing considered how best to rid himself of this clingy boy, opting to return him to Kakashi instead. Meanwhile, Asma, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected, "What are you two discussing? Why does Yangxing have the authority to decide the members of the new Umbu? This is absurd. Clarify your words. Stay quiet and observe. There's no need for your interruptions." "You little brat." Asma clenched his fists, his expression defiant. Though he was unwilling to back down, he remained silent, displaying no signs of anger. Yangxing cast a cold glance towards the boy before advising Kurenai, "Sister Hong, take a step back. This fellow's chakra is peculiar, and I fear the range of his attack may be extensive. I wouldn't want you to get hurt." Upon Yangxing's playful wink, Kurenai found it amusing and smiled, obediently stepping back a few paces. As soon as she retreated, Yangxing turned to speak, and Tenkai moved swiftly. With a quick response, he unleashed an unusual ninjutsu. One hand raised, transforming into wooden vines that converged into a blade, aimed directly at Yangxing. The nature of this ninjutsu astounded the onlookers. Kurenai, unaware of the terror that would release could invoke, remained oblivious. Yet Asma, as the son of the third Hokage, understood the sheer horror and astonishment that the first Hokages would release commanded. You can actually use would release? This is simply impossible. As he gazed at the boy, Asuma was filled with shock. A Chunin boy was not inherently frightening, but a Chunin boy capable of would release possessed strength that surpassed his own. Never did he anticipate that those seeking Yangshing would each be extraordinary. Asuma's emotions were beyond articulation. With a series of strikes, the wooden vines collided with the air, but Yangshing deftly evaded them, his movements fluid and rapid. The two engaged in a breathtaking exchange, their speed captivating. Particularly, Yangshing's evasive maneuvers, devoid of any offensive actions, left the observers in awe. His reflexes are astounding. What other tricks does this boy possess? Asuma murmured, realizing his mind was struggling to keep pace. Kurenai nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Yangshing. Would release, binding technique. As Tenkai saw that one hand's would release had no effect, he decided to utilize both hands, transforming the remaining vines into numerous strands, which he sent hurtling toward Yangshing in an attempt to ensnare him. Yangshing raised an eyebrow and swiftly executed a water substitution technique. The mist from the water dispersed as the wooden vines struck, leaving Tenkai searching for Yangshing's location, oblivious to the presence behind him. In that moment, Yangshing appeared behind him, displaying no hesitation as he executed a spinning kick that connected with Tenkai's head. The sound echoed, accompanied by a ripple through the air, sending Tenkai hurtling like a rocket into a nearby tree, resulting in a resounding crash that shook the entire trunk. The fallen Tenzo could hardly rise, presenting a pitiful sight of severe injury. Yangshing had acquired a formidable version of Earth Release, a force that even seasoned Jonin would find challenging to endure directly. One strike, and it was a swift execution. It seemed there was no one else quite like him. Asuma felt a slight embarrassment, while he understood that Yangshing would emerge victorious. He hadn't anticipated such an effortless triumph. From the very beginning, this contest held no suspense whatsoever. It was evident that the boy was acutely aware of this. Did that fellow have any awareness of his predicament? Yugao still harbored a modicum of sympathy for the boy ahead. Just as Yangshing clapped his hands and prepared to turn, an unexpected figure began to rise slowly behind him. Tenzo's stubborn demeanor radiated a remarkable tenacity. It was not over yet. Tenzo, shakily getting to his feet, wiped the blood from his face, embodying sheer determination. He truly did not wish to succumb, showcasing remarkable resilience. Yangshing furrowed his brow, taken aback by the relentless spirit of his opponent. With a serious demeanor, he raised his hand and declared, "In light of your tenacity, I shall grant you 3 minutes. If you can withstand my onslaught within this time frame, I will acquiesce to your request. Of course, you are welcome to attempt to attack me as well." It was unlikely that anyone other than Yangshing would dare speak such words to a user of would release. The mere mention of 3 minutes left Asuma and Yugao gasping for breath, both perplexed as to why Yangshing would utter such a statement. However, could anyone truly remain standing for a full 180 seconds, unable to evade? Their contemplation was abruptly interrupted as Yangshing's actions astonished them anew. With the water clone technique prepared, he sprang forward with breathtaking speed, disappearing from sight. Yet, Tenzo was no feeble ninja. He swung his hands wildly, seeking to employ a broad attack to thwart Yangshing's movements. Unfortunately, he underestimated the terrifying efficacy of Yangshing's substitution technique. With a resounding splash, a water sphere erupted in the air, immediately signaling trouble for the boy named Tenzo. The chaos arrived swiftly and with ferocity. 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 14 seconds. Yangshing unleashed a flurry of clone kicks, suddenly appearing behind Tenzo. He executed a spinning kick that sent the boy flying. But the assault did not cease there. A clone followed through seamlessly, mirroring the real Yangshing's movements with flawless precision. The scene in the sky became a whirlwind of motion, the rapid kicks creating a dizzying spectacle. Amidst the tumult, only the tremors of air could be perceived, with explosive bursts echoing in the atmosphere. The rapidity of the spectacle rendered it difficult to discern the actual events transpiring. Yet, it was unmistakable that Tenzo possessed neither the ability to resist nor to evade. Just how swift was this fellow? 55 seconds, 60 seconds. Yangshing landed back in his original position with a thud. 1 minute elapsed, and Tenzo was finally cast to the ground, his body battered and immobile. After enduring such intense and rapid kicking, it was inconceivable for him to still be able to move, unless he were not human at all. Alas, Asuma had not expected that the boy ahead was indeed not human. Yangxing had also not foreseen this. Chapter 98. The tenacious one. The boy, slowly rising again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were unfamiliar with the concepts of death or pain. 3 minutes remain. 2 minutes left, he uttered with such indifference. You're quite the character, Yangxing remarked, unable to suppress a smile, a grin emerging instead of anger. He pointed at the boy, named Tenzo, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Well, it seems you've managed to endure for a minute. Quite impressive. Now, let's see how you fare against this new technique I conceived just yesterday. An air of excitement radiated from Yangxing, who, after a long absence from vigorous exertion, instinctively unleashed a spontaneous ninjutsu. With a single hand spin, Chidori manifested in his palm, a torrent of electricity surging through Yangxing's grasp. Instead of charging directly, he applied pressure with a single hand. Crack! The violent currents of Chidori enveloped Yangxing's fist. The spectacle was magnificent. One could ascertain that its power rivaled that of the previous technique. Lightning release, Chidori lightning fist. Raising his fist, Yangxing lunged forward, stepping decisively as he elevated his hand. A self-created technique at this moment. Observing Yangxing's advance, Asuma found himself at a loss for words. Yugao's brilliant eyes sparkled, illuminated by the currents in Yangxing's hand, reflecting an extraordinary brilliance. Yangxing's punch arrived with astonishing speed, the electric currents generating an irresistible force that rendered Tenzo unable to retreat. He could only feebly raise his hands in defense, forming wooden vines to shield himself. Regrettably, the might of the lightning chakra in Yangxing's possession far surpassed his expectations. Crack! Struck by the lightning, Tenzo collapsed, the current obliterating any defense his wooden vines could muster, his hands returning to their original state, slightly charred. In a matter of less than a minute, Yangxing had returned to his position, clapping his hands, his expression one of unfulfilled excitement. Initially, he had assumed that the boy's incapacity to rise was due to the previous ninjutsu, which, despite not being at its peak, was already a technique of considerable power. Yangxing had not anticipated the boy's indomitable will. Yet, it was not over, not yet. Hey, even with your entire body charred, you still managed to stand. Your eyes exhibit an unyielding spirit. Yangxing furrowed his brow slightly, a broader smile spreading across his face. Just how absurd is your physical resilience? This level of endurance pales in comparison to those who study such matters. 3 minutes remain, 70 seconds to go. Let us continue. Gritting his teeth, the boy's eyes radiated a refusal to concede. Study? Yangxing pondered, unable to suppress a thought. It seems that the study of wood release is far more brutal than my previous assault. It's a wonder you survived. Hey kid, 3 minutes remain, 60 seconds. I say, don't interrupt me. As Yangxing raised his voice, the sheer volume startled those around him. From this day forward, you are a member of Team 12 of the Starlight Brigade, under my command, Yangxing. His words were resolute and unequivocal, leaving those nearby in stunned silence. Recognizing the seriousness etched on his face, the boy indeed smiled, but as he did so, an overwhelming wave of weakness washed over him, causing him to collapse backward. He could not rise, merely grinning faintly. I did it, I succeeded. So, there are such formidable subordinates under Danzo. How splendid. No wonder he believes I would not harm him. Yangxing comprehended that the boy before him held considerable potential, a truly irreplaceable asset for Konohagakure. Danzo must have believed that he was dedicated to protecting the village, which led him to trust that Yangxing would not harm this adept user of wood release. However, one crucial aspect remained. Danzo had misjudged Yangxing's intentions in wanting him to join the Starlight Brigade. It was not for the village, but purely for his own gain. Why would he not remove such a talented individual from Danzo's side, allowing him to become his subordinate? Although the other party was merely a puppet, Yangxing possessed the confidence and capability to make it understand what it truly meant to have a master. This was the very reason Yangxing invited it to join. Contemplating this matter, Yangxing felt a wave of clarity wash over him and lost interest in the fallen individual ahead. After all, given that person's abnormal physique, such injuries were negligible. Just as Yangxing turned to leave, he was unexpectedly seized by someone. Asuma's expression was serious, almost grave. Hey, do you really have a way to get others to join the Starlight Group? Have you lost your mind? Think about it. While your strength is commendable, Asuma paused midway, suddenly realizing something, and nodded as if enlightened, but his next words were choked by disbelief. Is there really nothing wrong with your head? Yang Xing replied, somewhat exasperated. I thought you might have figured it out. Have you never considered the meaning of the Starlight Group's name? The name? Asuma looked utterly bemused. However, to the side, Yu Gao's eyes brightened upon hearing Yang Xing's words, and she immediately grasped the implication. Ah, I see. With a look of realization, she smiled at Yang Xing and exclaimed, but, is it true that you, dear Yang Xing, are so remarkable? The Starlight Group was named after you? Asuma, taken aback, pondered aloud. How would I know such a thing? It suddenly dawned on him that neither had considered the fact that Yang Xing's name also contained a star, combined with the strength he had demonstrated, which clearly indicated that he was the one who had named the Starlight Group. The possibility of renaming the new Umbu suggested Yang Xing's significant standing within it. Asuma became increasingly excited, forgetting everything else, and eagerly approached Yang Xing again. I get it now. You are the leader of the Starlight Group. In that case, let me join. My strength is impressive. You must understand that. He patted his chest, boasting of his prowess. Without even glancing at him, Yang Xing waved his hand dismissively. No, your strength is insufficient even for that. I can assure you, I am not just the third Hokage's son. I possess various formidable jutsu. I belong in the Starlight Group. Asuma insisted, what did you just say? Hey, clarify your words. I want to give up, Yang Xing. I must join the Umbu. Yang Xing suddenly realized a critical issue. It seemed this matter should not be disclosed to Asuma. If he were to be as clingy as Tens, it would undoubtedly become a source of irritation for Yang Xing. Chapter 99. A true genius. Yang Xing was determined to fulfill his promises. Having decided to allow Tens to join, he aimed to swiftly integrate him into his ranks and led him to the headquarters of the newly established Umbu. As for Asuma and Yugao following him, he no longer cared. For some unknown reason, upon learning that Yang Xing was one of the leaders of the Starlight Group, Asuma's gaze towards him shifted significantly, accompanied by a newfound respect that made Yang Xing feel somewhat uncomfortable. In a state of heightened vigilance, Yang Xing walked at the front. Were it not for being within the Starlight Group's headquarters, he might have felt inclined to teach the overly cheerful Asuma a lesson. Yang Xing-san? A voice interrupted Yang Xing's thoughts. The newcomer was a young man dressed in the distinctive attire of the Uchiha clan, who greeted Yang Xing promptly. Hello. May I inquire what brings you here today? Oh, Uchiha Shursui. Is your clan leader not present today? Uchiha Shursui was a special operative appointed by Uchiha Fugaku to the Umbu. Although young, he was recognized as one of the finest of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku placed great trust in him. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted his son to Shursui's care. Yang Xing-onaikan, how about letting me join the Starlight Group? I'm quite impressive now. I've passed all my school tests, and they say I've advanced to CH Nin. The young Itachi exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yang Xing. Oh, is that so impressive? Yang Xing chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. Well done, well done. Humph. Can such a little brat really become a CH Nin? How absurd for him to aspire to join the new Umbu. Asuma scoffed disdainfully, a cold huff escaping him. Itachi's expression darkened upon hearing Asuma's words. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi retorted defiantly. This place is not for outsiders. Hey kid, don't you know who I am? This place will eventually become my territory. I'm destined to be a member of the Starlight Group. Asuma snapped back. You fire release, great fireball jutsu. In a fit of anger, Itachi unleashed a powerful fireball, clearly unconcerned about his surroundings. Yang Xing, momentarily taken aback, quickly stroked his chin in approval, stating, impressive fire release. Your control over its power is commendable, indeed. Itachi is a genius. The fireball, about the size of 2 fists, was evidently under Itachi's careful control. Asuma, caught off guard by the sudden attack, was struck directly. Oh, you dare to singe my hair? Stop right there. Asuma shouted, his face contorted in anger as he chased after Itachi, but unfortunately, he was no match for the young Uchiha. Disregarding the 2 ruckus makers, Yang Xing turned his focus back to Uchiha Shursui. Noticing Yang Xing's gaze, Shursui smiled and said, I wonder what brings you here to see the clan leader. If you have any matters to discuss, I can relay them to him. Uchiha Shursui was well known throughout Konoha, especially after the start of the Third Great Ninja War, when many outstanding individuals began to emerge. The person before Yang Xing was a genius of the Uchiha clan, renowned for possessing the strongest dojutsu, the Sharingan. With such a title, Yugao could not help but pay close attention, particularly regarding Shursui's demeanor towards Yang Xing. What kind of person, with what kind of strength, could command the respect of countless geniuses. It's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to discuss the inclusion of an individual in the new Umbu. The captain of the first squad, Kakashi, is absent, and Lord Minato is preoccupied with other matters, so I thought to speak with someone from your Uchiha 4th Division to relay the message to Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi-san, I understand. Uchiha Shursui nodded in acknowledgement. As Yongxing began to take his leave, Shursui suddenly added, by the way, Yongxing, I've heard that it was you who injured the 3rd Hokage's Tsuchikage during the recent attack. Is that true? The Uchiha clan seemed remarkably well informed. I just happened to overhear. However, judging by your expression, it appears to be true. Uchiha Shursue's eyes sparkled with admiration and a hint of competitive spirit. If the opportunity arises, I would truly like to have a match with you. Haha, perhaps one day, Yongxing replied nonchalantly, having little desire to engage in combat. Why do so many people want to spar with me? If they were beautiful women, that would be another story, but they are all men, and not just any men, but those labeled as geniuses in the village. What do I gain from fighting them? It's absurd. That Tsuchikage has been defeated. A loud voice broke through their conversation, clearly coming from Asuma, whose exclamation echoed loudly enough to make ears ring. Yugao's eyes sparkled with interest. It was evident that her fascination with Yongxing had reached new heights. A genius capable of defeating the Tsuchikage at such a young age was unprecedented in Konoha, nay, throughout the Land of Fire. Unanticipatedly, she found herself the object of admiration from such a singular genius. In this moment, the heart of Sunset Red experienced a subtle shift. Her gaze toward Yongxing carried a hint of peculiarity. Yongxing, the elder brother, was indeed formidable, coupled with Uchiha Itachi's boastful remarks. The attention of the crowd gravitated toward Yongxing. You have no idea. Yongxing single-handedly confronted the Tsuchikage, inflicting severe wounds on that old man. Had he not shown mercy, that elder would surely have perished. While Sunset Red's excited and endearing expression seemed to bring Yongxing pleasure, the scrutiny from others instilled in him a rather irksome sentiment. He was not a beauty, and yet their looks conveyed an insatiable desire to possess him. Perhaps it was mere fortune. With an awkward smile, Yongxing longed to escape swiftly. Yet the individuals before him appeared unwilling to release him so easily. This could hardly be attributed to luck. Asuma's fighting spirit ignited. Pointing at Yongxing, he exclaimed, "All right. It's decided. You, Yongxing, from this day forth, shall be my training target. I shall strive to surpass you." This was unacceptable. After all, Yongxing was my first opponent. Uchiha Shursue's smile was gentle, yet the intensity beneath it was piercing. Absolutely not. Even Shursui and I cannot have him. Yongxing and I is my training partner. And I was the first to discover him. Uchiha Itachi shouted in anger. The three exchanged glances that crackled with tension. Unable to endure these battle enthusiasts any longer, Yongxing concocted an excuse to escape the room. Unbeknownst to him, his mere presence had rendered the atmosphere within quite raucous. Indeed, the inhabitants of Konoha were peculiar. Sighing, Yongxing made his way down the corridor, pausing at the door, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "It seems I have forgotten someone. Oh, that fellow from the hideout is still there. Never mind, I shall speak to Kakashi about it later. Perhaps he can rectify that fellow's temperament." Determined not to return, Yongxing departed from the unfinished headquarters of the Starlight Group. Chapter 100. Not an ordinary child in the Inuzuka clan, within the confines of the clan leader's residence. The atmosphere was markedly subdued upon the arrival of an individual. Yongxing could not fathom why he was met with such a militaristic demeanor. Each person stood at attention, awaiting his presence, which undeniably unsettled him. Even Noera Rin, accompanying him, wore an anxious expression, fearful of uttering a misstep. While she was delighted that Yongxing sought her out, she too was bewildered by the congregation of the entire clan at his arrival, with significant members of the family assembled in rare unity, seated upright. This level of reverence was seldom afforded even to the 3rd Hokage. Initially intending to discuss life with Noera Rin's parents, Yongxing felt a twinge of embarrassment at the formality surrounding him. Casting a glance around at the assembled individuals, he sensed an overly tense atmosphere before he could even utter a word. Unexpectedly, the clan leader bowed deeply, respectfully stating, "Ah, I hope there is nothing amiss. In truth, I merely wish to converse with." Upon hearing Yongxing's words, the Inuzuka clan leader's brow furrowed, and he instructed those accompanying him, "You all may leave. It appears Lord Yongxing has something significant to discuss with me." Yongxing thought, "Why on earth would I want to converse with an old man like you? Observing those preparing to depart, even Noera Rin began to follow suit, leaving Yangxing exasperated. That is not my intention. I did not ask for them to leave. What I meant was, you all return. Lord Yangxing seems to have something important to convey. The Inuzuka clan appeared unusually tense, and it was no wonder the air felt so thick. Yangxing found himself in a comical predicament. I assure you, there is no need for such tension. I merely came to enjoy a cup of tea and perhaps seek someone. Is that so? The Inuzuka clan leader's expression turned serious, devoid of any hint of jest. I had thought something significant had transpired within our clan, or that one of our members had offended you. Who is Yangxing? The esteemed representative of the Starlight Group, albeit in the shadows. The disciple of the fourth Hokage, though not overly conspicuous. Most importantly, he was the prodigy who had severely injured the third Hokage during the previous 3 battles, a genius seldom seen in a century. The upper echelons of Konoha had begun to consider Yangxing as a candidate for the next Hokage. Every clan was aware of this and had conducted their inquiries. In all likelihood, within a decade, Yangxing would emerge as the next Hokage, potentially younger and more powerful than the fourth. Such an outstanding individual was one no clan would wish to offend or treat like an ordinary child. Faced with the serious expressions of the clan members and the somber atmosphere, Yangxing was at a loss for words. He could not abruptly inquire why they had barred Noera Rin from visiting a few days prior. Feeling somewhat awkward under their scrutiny, he rubbed his nose and attempted to shift the topic by picking up a teacup. This tea. The taste of this tea is indeed lacking. Someone, quickly, bring a different blend. The Inuzuka clan leader waved his hand, and immediately, someone was dispatched to fetch another tea. Yangxing realized that if this continued, he might very well lose his sanity. All right, let us get to the point. Unable to endure any longer, he cleared his throat and stated plainly, I merely came to find Rin, and I did not intend to intrude upon the clan leader's residence. I was inadvertently discovered. Rin alone? Indeed, I have heard that recently. The clan leader did not wish for Rin to meet, though I am unsure why. The Inuzuka clan leader frowned, his expression serious as he remarked, I seem to recall that those days coincided with the establishment of the Starlight Group. I felt it prudent not to allow Noera Rin to disturb you during such a pivotal moment. How could we allow our clan's affairs to interfere with yours at such a critical juncture? Yangxing thought, I did not expect the reason to be so simple. It seemed he had indeed misjudged the situation. Perhaps he should refrain from reprimanding anyone. With a bitter smile, Yangxing composed himself and addressed the clan leader. I have some matters I wish to discuss with Rin. May I request that you and the others step outside for a moment? Understood. The clan leader bowed, along with the higher-ups of the clan, departing with utmost respect. It was remarkable that in the clan leader's residence, there was no hesitation or doubt regarding his words. Did these people possess an inherent subservience? Well then, Yangxing-kun, what is it that you wish to discuss? A gentle voice from Noera Rin snapped him from his reverie. Upon seeing her donned in the traditional lightweight attire of a ninja, her graceful figure was a sight he could admire endlessly. He longed to embrace her tenderly. However, recalling the matter at hand, Yangxing refrained from acting impulsively. With a serious demeanor, he stated, concerning the upcoming days, Teacher Minato has summoned us for a comprehensive offensive strategy. Consequently, those IWA ninjas shall be unable to disrupt Konoha. Upon hearing this, Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm palpable. Perhaps they won't even manage to enter the land of fire. Indeed, Yangxing-kun is incredibly capable. With you here, those foes stand no chance. Faced with the sweet smile of the young girl, Yangxing could not help but reach out, gently stroking her cheek, feeling its smoothness, which caused her to blush. With a composed smile, he replied, while that may be true, I believe it is prudent for you to remain within Konoha. Can I not accompany you? Noera Rin's expression turned anxious, her eyes wide with hope. What must be must not be. Yangxing's expression darkened, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Remember, Lin, there are certain matters that you must heed my words on. Understood. Lin Yin nodded, her face illuminated with a smile rather than disdain. She could not possibly be oblivious to Yangxing's concern for her. It was something she felt unable to reciprocate. At the very least, in certain matters, she would certainly follow Yangxing's counsel. With the Star Group in Konoha and the third Hokage present, there would be no issues to worry about. Nodding, Lin Yuyuan was also quite aware. Yes, Yangxing-kun, please take care of yourself. By the way, have you seen Kakashi these days? Yangxing couldn't help but inquire. Recalling something, shaking her head, Lin Yuan expressed her ignorance, seemingly perplexed by Kakashi's secretive training. It was indeed strange, she had asked Minato, who also had no clue about what that boy was up to. Never mind, I don't want to concern myself with it. Chapter 101. The family tutor. Is there something you need, Yang Xingkuan? Just a small matter. If you happen to see Kakashi, please convey a message for me. Yang Xing replied calmly. There is a boy named Tenzo. If he is willing to assist and wishes to atone for his sins, please help him return to his original state. I will inform Kakashi, Lin Yuan assured. That is all I wish to say. Faced with Yang Xing's demeanor, Lin Yuan was left in a state of confusion. There is still one more thing we haven't discussed. What? Before she could utter another word, Yang Xing kissed her, savoring the softness of her lips, unable to resist embracing her, relishing the smoothness of her skin and her increasingly adorable flushed face. With Yang Xing's touch, Lin Yuan remained remarkably obedient, not uttering a sound. Time passed, and Yang Xing truly did not wish to let go. However, it was regrettable that they were in the residence of the Inuzuka clan's leader, a place unsuitable for certain activities. Of course, Yang Xing did not engage in anything inappropriate. After reluctantly parting from Lin Yuan, he left the Inuzuka clan's residence, aware that only a day remained until the time agreed upon with the fourth Hokage, necessitating his preparation. Initially intending to return home and pack his belongings, he unexpectedly encountered someone on the street. Hyuga Hizashi, known for his fondness for leisurely walks, was a surprise to Yang Xing. It was not the stroll that mattered, but rather the fact that he had spotted Yang Xing, who appeared quite relaxed. Upon seeing the gleam in Hyuga Hizashi's eyes as he approached, Yang Xing understood that he would not be allowed to simply walk away. Forcing a smile, Yang Xing greeted. Good morning, esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan. The other party was clearly approaching him, leaving Yang Xing no chance to evade. It is already evening. Hyuga Hizashi frowned, casting a bewildered glance at the darkening sky. Yang Xing, noticing the night had indeed fallen, gave a nervous chuckle. Just a little early remark, nothing to worry about. I should be on my way. Please wait a moment, he interjected seriously. Unfortunately for Yang Xing, escaping at this moment was impossible. Hyuga Hizashi, with a stern countenance, earnestly requested, might I invite you to my home for a brief visit? You need not be so courteous, Yang Xing replied. It's quite all right. Dinner is likely prepared by my family, if you do not mind. Hyuga Hizashi maintained a calm demeanor, paired with a genuinely affable attitude, leaving Yang Xing with no choice but to accept. Well, considering he is to be my future father-in-law, I truly do not wish to lose face, Yang Xing thought. Yet, the rigid nature of Hyuga Hizashi caused him genuine concern in dealing with such individuals. Hyuga Hizashi's reputation in Konoha was indeed formidable. From the first great ninja war to the present, his clan's standing had remained remarkably stable. The sheer size of their residence in Konoha was a testament to their prominence. Furthermore, Hyuga Hizashi, known for his concern regarding Konoha's affairs, had long wished to converse with Yang Xing. Sitting on the tatami was quite uncomfortable, leaving Yang Xing somewhat stiff. However, he maintained decorum in the presence of this distinguished clan leader. Actually, there is something I wish to ask of you, Hyuga Hizashi stated directly, omitting any unnecessary pleasantries. What is it? It pertains to my daughter, he said, his expression serious yet tempered with gentleness. Though she is still merely a year old, she will inevitably grow. Could it be that he was considering Yang Xing as a potential son-in-law? After all, Hinata held a significant place in Yang Xing's heart. Should he consent? Just as Yang Xing was filled with anticipation, ready to agree, he was taken aback by Hyuga Hizashi's unexpected request. I would like you to serve as my daughter's ninjutsu instructor. His words were astonishing, leaving Yang Xing nearly speechless. I almost thought you were proposing a marriage. The notion of being a teacher seemed plausible, and it was impressive that Hyuga Hizashi was already seeking an instructor for Hinata. Indeed, considering the environment in Konoha, among those close in age to my daughter, only you possess considerable strength. It is only natural that you would be the one I seek, Hyuga Hizashi articulated. His brow furrowed slightly. I simply wish for my daughter to gain some means of self-defense. Lately, I have felt an unsettling premonition that something significant may occur within our clan. It appeared that Hyuga Hizashi was deeply concerned for his daughter, even planning to teach her protective ninjutsu before she had turned one. Yang Xing, who had recently gained fame in Konoha, was indeed a fitting choice as her instructor. Should I agree or not? After pondering, Yang Xing feigned deep contemplation, appearing to struggle, before eventually nodding. Wonderful. With the fourth Hokage's disciple as her teacher, Hinata will surely be delighted, Hyuga Hizashi said, bending respectfully at the waist. On behalf of the Hyuga clan, I thank you. No, it's nothing, Yangxing replied, scratching his nose, ensuring his smile remained concealed. Noticing the joy on Hyuga Hizashi's face, filled with expectations for him, Yangxing could not help but inquire. However, esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata is only just over a year old. It is impossible to start training her now. Hyuga Hizashi nodded, regaining his composure. And after a moment of thought, he explained, according to our clan's traditions, training in ninjutsu begins at the age of 3. At that time, I will ask you to keep a close eye on her. Yes. 3 years old could be considered a little girl, and perhaps teaching an adorable little girl would indeed be quite enjoyable. Yangxing nodded decisively. With the agreement settled, Hyuga Hizashi appeared exceedingly pleased. Had Yangxing declined, he would have taken it upon himself. In recent days, he had sensed that the Hyuga clan was being watched, and among them, his daughter was the most vulnerable. Seeking Yangxing was also a matter of considering that Yangxing was not much older, making it plausible for his daughter to call him big brother. Most importantly, Yangxing's demonstrated prowess made him the ideal candidate as her instructor. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi was completely unaware that the young boy before him had already taken a keen interest in his 1-year-old daughter. Had he known Yangxing's true intentions, he would never have allowed such a sly character to teach his precious daughter ninjutsu. Is there something you need, Yangxing-kun? It is but a trivial matter. Should you encounter Kakashi, kindly convey my message. Yangxing spoke calmly. There is a boy named Tianzong. If he is willing to assist and seeks to atone for his sins, please help me restore him to his former self. Yes, I shall inform Kakashi, came the response. That is all I have to say. Yangxing noticed that there was more on his mind, while Lin Yahara appeared utterly perplexed. There is another matter we have yet to discuss. What? Lin Yahara, who had not uttered a single word, was taken by surprise as Yangxing kissed her, savoring the sweetness of the girl's lips. Unable to resist, he embraced her, relishing the smoothness of her skin and the adorably flushed countenance. With Yangxing's touch still lingering, Lin Yahara remained exceptionally docile, silent as a mouse. Time passed, and Yangxing found it increasingly difficult to let go, yet regrettably. They were in the residence of the Inuzuka clan leader, making it inappropriate for certain activities. Of course, Yangxing had done nothing untoward. After parting with the reluctantly distant Lin Yahara, he departed from the Inuzuka clan, aware that only a day remained until the time agreed upon with the 4th Hokage, necessitating proper preparation. Initially intending to return home to pack his belongings, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure on the bustling street. Hinata Hizashi was fond of evening strolls, a fact unbeknownst to Yangxing, who was taken aback to find him appearing so leisurely. Seeing the glimmer in Hizashi's eyes as he approached, Yangxing realized he would not be allowed to slip away unnoticed. With a forced smile, Yangxing greeted him. Good morning, esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan. Hizashi was clearly approaching him directly, leaving Yangxing no room to evade. Is it already evening? Hizashi frowned, casting a surprised glance at the darkening sky. Yangxing had indeed noticed the day had given way to night, and he chuckled awkwardly. I merely meant to say it was early. If there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Please wait a moment, Hizashi interjected earnestly. Might I invite you to my home for a brief visit? There's no need for such formality. Yangxing replied. It's dinner time. My family should have prepared a meal, if you wouldn't mind. Hizashi maintained a calm demeanor, and his respectful attitude left Yangxing with no choice but to accept. Reluctantly, and in consideration of his future father-in-law, Yangxing did not wish to appear impolite. Yet, Hizashi possessed an air of rigidity that truly vexed him. Hizashi's reputation in Konoha was unparalleled, and his family status had remained stable since the first Great Ninja War. The size of his estate alone spoke volumes about his standing in the village. Furthermore, Hizashi was known for his interest in village affairs, and had evidently wished to discuss matters with Yangxing. Sitting on the tatami mat was not particularly comfortable, and Yangxing felt his body tense. Nevertheless, he maintained a respectful posture in the presence of someone from a different clan. I have a request to make of you, Hizashi stated directly, avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. What is it? Yangxing inquired. It pertains to my daughter, Hizashi replied, his expression serious, yet softened by a touch of warmth. Though she is only just over a year old, she will grow up one day. Could he possibly be contemplating Yangxing as a potential son-in-law? After all, Hinata held a significant place in Yangxing's heart. Should he agree to this? As Yangxing pondered, prepared to acquiesce, He was taken aback to realize that Hizashi had a different matter in mind entirely. I wish for you to become my daughter's ninjutsu instructor. Hizashi's words were astounding, leaving Yangxing nearly speechless. What? You mean to say instructor? I almost thought you were suggesting I become a son-in-law. To be a teacher seemed feasible. And the notion of Hizashi seeking a tutor for Hinata, a scion of a prestigious clan, was certainly intriguing. Indeed, given the environment of Konoha, you are among the few whose strength is commendable enough to take on this role. I would understand if you declined, Hizashi continued, his brow furrowing slightly. I merely wish for her to develop some self-defense skills. I have felt an unsettling premonition these past few days, as if something significant may transpire within our clan. It appeared that Hizashi was genuinely concerned for his daughter. Even at such a tender age, he was already planning for her to learn protective jutsu. Yangxing, who had recently garnered attention in Konoha for defeating the Hokage, was indeed a fitting candidate for the role of instructor. Should he agree? After a moment's contemplation, Yangxing feigned deep thought, nodding with a semblance of difficulty. Splendid. With a disciple of the fourth Hokage as her teacher, Hinata will surely be delighted, Hizashi said. Bowing respectfully, on behalf of the Hyuga clan, I thank you. No, it's no trouble at all, Yangxing replied, discreetly suppressing a smile. Observing Hizashi's pleased expression filled Yangxing with a sense of anticipation. However, esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata is but a year old. Surely, it is premature to begin now? Hizashi nodded, regaining his composure. According to the traditions of the Hyuga clan, training in ninjutsu commences at the age of 3. I will ask for your guidance then. 3 years old? She will be quite the little lady by then. Teaching a sweet little girl may prove to be an enjoyable experience. Yangxing agreed decisively. With the arrangement settled, Hizashi appeared extremely pleased. Originally, had Yangxing declined, he intended to undertake the task himself. Over the past few days, he had sensed an unseen presence lurking around the Hyuga clan, particularly endangering his daughter. Seeking Yangxing's assistance was also motivated by the fact that he was relatively young and could be called brother by his daughter. Not to mention Yangxing's remarkable abilities made him the optimal choice for the role. Unbeknownst to Hizashi, however, was the fact that this young man had already taken a keen interest in his 1-year-old daughter. Had he been aware of Yangxing's thoughts, he would never have permitted such a cunning individual to instruct his beloved daughter in ninjutsu. Chapter 102. The offensive commences on a certain day in the village of Konoha, a date that would be etched into history. The fourth Hokage had rallied 1,000 ninjas from the Land of Fire, preparing to launch a significant counteroffensive against the Rock Ninja. Given the long journey ahead, every moment counted, and under the cover of night, the 1,000-strong force prepared to set forth. With a furrowed brow, the fourth Hokage, standing at the forefront, surveyed the path ahead. The arrival of a single individual caused him to exhale a sigh of relief, casting a wry smile at the leisurely Yangxing before addressing the gathered group. All right, everyone. Let us commence our journey. Sensei Minato, Yangxing said, leaping alongside him, his words trailing off. However, the earnest Minato turned to Yangxing and admonished. Though you are the last to arrive, I harbor no intent to reprimand you. Yet, please remember, this mission is no jest. I understand. But I must point out that your cloak has a hole in the back. What? Why didn't you mention that sooner? You have consistently interrupted me from expressing my thoughts. Very well, I concede my fault. However, do not think of causing any disturbances. Remember, this matter is of great significance, and we must not run amok or engage in mischief. How many times have you been told this? You're just like my mother, always complaining. Why my mother? It should at least be my father, said the irritated Minato Namikaze. Not far from Hidden Leaf Village, amidst the vast procession, a boy with his eyes covered tightly clenched his fists. Yinsheng, when you return, I will show you how much stronger I have become. One day, I shall surpass you. The large contingent was indeed a challenge to manage, hence the formation of several smaller teams for convenience. Leading the vanguard was a group of elite jonin, while the rear support comprised chunin and elite medical shinobi. Yinsheng's squad was, of course, led by Minato Namikaze, the head of the vanguard. The vanguard was rather dull, so Yinsheng resorted to teasing Minato for amusement. Many of the jonin were older men, making it difficult for a child like him to join the conversation. The journey was urgent, and with their accelerated pace, the vanguard had already distanced themselves over 10 miles from the subsequent troops. As they pressed on through the night, the distance continued to grow. Naturally, within the entire unit, Yinsheng remained a focal point of attention. although most villagers from Hidden Leaf were aware of the boy's abilities. The Jonin from other villages were puzzled as to why he was at the front, especially in such a perilous team. Lord Fourth, I have a question. A shinobi from another village could not restrain himself, observing the child following the vanguard with a perplexed expression. The leading unit is supposed to be dangerous. Is it appropriate for this child to be here? His question was valid. Yet another Jonin from Hidden Leaf interjected, Do you have any idea who that child is? The outsider shook his head in confusion. He is the personal disciple of the fourth Hokage. You all know about the last vanguard, where the Tsuchikage was injured. He was the one who inflicted that injury. The strength of the third Tsuchikage was well acknowledged, since the Second Shinobi World War. The old man's terrifying power had instilled fear in many Jonin, marking him as a true shadow. No one expected that the third Tsuchikage could be defeated by a mere child. This revelation added a layer of respect to the gazes directed at Yenshing. A true genius's reputation would undoubtedly spread throughout every village in the Land of Fire. Unbeknownst to Yenshing, he felt somewhat listless. It was quite tiresome to be surrounded by older men without a single attractive female shinobi in sight. Moreover, he would scarcely see Noara Rin and Akamichi Karui for at least a week, not to mention his affection for Red Sister, who had just begun to blossom. He was unsure why he had been summoned. Had he not shown up, he certainly would have preferred to avoid the village entirely. Don't make such jokes. Minato chuckled bitterly, facing the complaints of this young boy. You are the most promising shinobi in the village. Then that means I could go back now, right? I could just stay behind. That could be arranged, but do you truly wish to return now? Minato paused momentarily, then immediately smiled. His smile was rather cunning, far more devious than Yenshing had anticipated. With a sigh of exasperation, Yenshing slowed his pace, trailing behind the group, unwilling to confront the scheming fourth Hokage or charge into danger. While lingering at the back, Yenshing unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures whom he had not anticipated seeing here. According to the original history, they should not have been present. It seemed they had followed him. At the rear of the convoy, struggling to keep up among the trees, two individuals appeared visibly fatigued but determined. Asuma, this isn't right, Yuhi Kurenai said, her pace slowing as she followed Asuma, who was resolute in his pursuit. We should have notified someone before sneaking into the vanguard of the counterattack. Kurenai, don't you desire to be a formidable shinobi and have your name known? Asuma turned, his gaze unwavering, fists clenched. I've been waiting for this day for so long. If he can be here, then so can I. After all, I've faced him in combat. Facing Yensheng, who had defeated the Tsuchikage, gave Asuma immense confidence, contributing to his current reckless demeanor. However, if our fathers find out, they will surely be furious. As long as we can achieve merit on the battlefield, who cares if they are angry? But enough. I've made my decision. If you don't want to come, you can return. Kurenai hung her head, silenced. Having already ventured over 10 miles from Hidden Leaf Village, she knew returning at this hour was not an option. At this moment, she had no choice but to stick closely to Asuma. Yet, faced with Asuma's single-minded determination to grow stronger and pursue Yenshing, Kurenai's heart wavered. What would Yenshing do in this situation? She cast a glance at the sky, her words remaining unheard by Asuma. Yensheng, silently observing the two, merely smiled before turning away, choosing not to report their clandestine following to anyone. On a certain day in a certain month and year, the events in Hidden Leaf Village would be etched into history. The fourth Hokage had united 1,000 shinobi from the Land of Fire, preparing to launch a significant counterattack against the Rock Shinobi. Due to the considerable distance, every passing minute placed the borders of the Land of Fire in jeopardy. Under the cover of night, the 1,000-strong contingent prepared to set forth. Gazing ahead, the fourth Hokage, standing at the forefront, wore a furrowed brow. At that moment, the arrival of a single individual elicited a gentle sigh from him as he cast a wry glance at the carefree Yenshing, addressing the group behind him. All right, everyone. Let us move out. Hey, Watergate-sensei, Yenshing called, jumping alongside Minato, his sentence left unfinished. With a serious demeanor, Minato cautioned Yenshing, although you are the last to arrive, I do not wish to reprimand you. However, please remember that this mission is no jest. I understand, but I must point out that your cloak has a tear. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Yangxing, when you return, I will make you understand that I have become stronger. One day, I will surpass you. It is quite a challenge for 1,000-strong troop to advance together, so for convenience, the team has been divided into several smaller squads. The vanguard consists of elite Jonin, while the rear support team comprises Chunin and elite medical genin. Yangxing's squad is, of course, the forefront vanguard led by the illustrious Minato Namikaze. The vanguard is undeniably dull. Yangxing can only amuse himself by teasing Minato, as many of the Jonin are seasoned veterans, leaving little room for a child like him to engage in conversation. The journey of one night is urgent, and with the pace hastened. The vanguard has already distanced themselves from the support team by over 10 miles. As they travel through the night, this distance continues to grow. Within the entire troop, Yangxing remains a focal point of attention. Although most individuals from Konoha are aware of the child's capabilities, the Jonin from other villages are perplexed as to why he is at the front, especially in such a perilous squad. Lord Forth, may I ask you something? A Jonin from a foreign village could no longer contain his curiosity, glancing at the child following the vanguard with confusion. The lead unit should be dangerous. It seems inappropriate for this child to be accompanying them. His concerns were valid. However, a Jonin from Konoha interjected, pulling the man back, his expression grave. Do you know who that is? The foreign Jonin shook his head in bewilderment. He is the direct disciple of Lord Forth. You are aware of the injuries inflicted on the Hokage during the last vanguard mission, are you not? He is the one who injured him. Everyone recognizes the formidable strength of the third Hokage, a figure many Jonin fear since the Second Shinobi World War. No one expected that a child could defeat such an opponent. This revelation imbued the onlookers with a newfound respect for Yangxing. The title of a true genius would undoubtedly spread throughout every village in the Land of Fire. Unbeknownst to Yangxing, who appeared somewhat disheartened, he lamented the absence of any attractive female ninjas, stuck with a group of older men, a rather dismal situation. Moreover, he realized he would not see Noara Rin or Akamichi Choji for at least a week, not to mention the elder sister, whom he had just managed to impress. He wondered who had summoned him for this mission. Had he not been called, he would not have wanted to remain in the village. Stop joking around, Minato chuckled wryly, attempting to console the young boy beside him. You are the most promising ninja in the village. So, does that mean I can go back? I wouldn't mind. Yangxing replied. That is possible, but do you truly wish to return now? Minato paused for a moment, then smiled cunningly, revealing a devious side that rivaled his own. With a sigh of exasperation, Yangxing slowed his pace, trailing behind the team, reluctant to face the scheming fourth Hokage or charge into danger at the front lines. As he lingered at the back, he unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures. According to the original timeline, these two should not be here. It seemed they had followed him. At the rear of the troop, struggling to keep up among the trees, were two individuals, clearly exhausted. One of them, Asuma, bore a defiant expression that indicated he would not give up easily. Asuma, this isn't a good idea, Kurenai Waihai said, her pace faltering. After following for so long, fatigue was evident on her face as she looked at Asuma, who intended to press on, worry creeping into her expression. They had not informed anyone and had secretly infiltrated the vanguard against the rock ninja. Being discovered would not be a laughing matter. Kurenai, don't you also want to become a formidable ninja, to have your name recognized? Asuma turned to her, his gaze intense and fists clenched. I have waited a long time for this day. If he can be here, so can I. After all, I've exchanged blows with him. Having evaded that Hokage left Asuma with immense confidence, shaping his current fearless demeanor. But if we're caught, our fathers will be furious, Kurenai protested. Once we achieve success on the battlefield, what does it matter if they are angry? But enough. I have made my decision. If you do not wish to accompany me, you may return. Kurenai hung her head, speechless. They were already more than 10 miles from Konoha, and in the darkness of night, there was no way for her to go back. At that moment, she had no choice but to follow Asuma closely. Though her heart wavered at the thought of Yangxing, what would he think? She glanced at the sky, whispering words that Asuma could not hear. Yangxing, observing the two without catching their conversation, smiled softly before turning away, choosing not to inform others about their secret pursuit. Chapter 103. Successful ambush. The troop had journeyed for a day and a night, arriving at their destination without incident. The Vanguard's capabilities were predominantly at the Jonin level, and even after resting for a few hours, they were nearing the borders of the Land of Fire. After nearly 36 hours of fatigue, Minato was acutely aware of the situation and refrained from launching a surprise attack on the rock ninja at this juncture. Even Jonin require time to rest and recover their chakra. At the secret camp at the borders of the Land of Fire, while chewing on somewhat unpalatable military rations, Yangxing turned to the fatigued Minato beside him. Hey, Minato-sensei, there's something I want to discuss. What is it? Minato, deep in thought about the upcoming battle, turned absent-mindedly to Yangxing. When the fight starts, I want to act freely. Please don't assign any jonin to watch over me. And if I'm not around after the battle, there's no need to look for me. This is quite dangerous. Do you have a reason? It's nothing particularly special, just that I've encountered some interesting individuals. Well, you managed to escape last time, and that Hokage couldn't handle you. Your strength is indeed commendable. Minato hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yangxing's intent to leave. He decided not to intervene further. Regardless, I am still your teacher. Be careful, and if anything arises, you must contact me promptly. With a swift turn, Yangxing departed, seemingly unwilling to remain with his first squad any longer. Minato furrowed his brow, puzzled about what Yangxing had discovered, but the pressing matters of the impending attack occupied his mind. The vanguard consisted of only about 100 individuals. Even if all were powerful ninjas, they were up against thousands of rock ninja. The odds of victory could only be considered 50-50. Inevitably, Konoha would suffer heavy casualties, and minimizing such occurrences was a responsibility that the fourth Hokage had to bear. The night was deep. Hidden within a tent cloaked in darkness, a male and female duo remained oblivious to the fact that they were being observed by Yangxing. The excited boy had no comprehension of the fierce and brutal battle that lay ahead. He is now filled with the joy of showcasing his strength. I have heard that the offensive will commence tomorrow morning, and at that moment, I shall make this group realize my prowess. Clenching his fists, Asuma spoke with great confidence. This war will undoubtedly turn in our favor due to my might. Asuma, war is no jest. We should remain back. Let us not go. Coward. If you wish to abstain, you needn't follow me incessantly. Asuma. Observing Asuma stride away, Kurenai, wary of being noticed, could only follow quietly. The night was exceptionally serene, an eerie calm before the storm of hope. At dawn, on the borders of the land of fire, as the morning glow emerged, a group stealthily traversed the woods, advancing towards the village hidden in the grass, the battle silently igniting. The unfolding scene was beyond anyone's control. The rock ninja had not anticipated the swift arrival of reinforcements from Konoha, and the might of over 100 elite shinobi was an indomitable force. This shattered the tranquility of the 1,000-strong rock ninja, plunging the already wounded Hokage into disarray. Where's the Hokage? The Hokage is injured and cannot come. It's over. With that genius fourth Hokage present, and so many others, victory is impossible. Upon hearing that the Hokage was absent, many ninjas lost their will to fight. Especially when witnessing their comrades reduced to rubble by ninjutsu. The fear in their eyes was palpable. Fire release. Lightning release. Taijutsu. The elite shinobi executed a surprise attack with ease, compounded by the fourth flying thunder god technique and unparalleled speed. Even 10 of the Rock Village's elite could not halt the legendary fourth Hokage. From the outset, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. It was not until a figure emerged that the state of the rock ninja began to shift. Fools, guard your positions. A deafening roar echoed from the skies. The voice of the third Hokage resonating for miles, his gaze fixed intently on Minato Namikaze. I am still alive. And this is not a place for you to run amok. With a swift motion, colossal boulders soared through the air, hurtling directly towards Minato. Although Minato evaded the initial strikes, the subsequent barrage forced him to retreat. The Hokage has arrived. The Hokage has arrived. We will win. With the Hokage here, we can hold our ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, their morale soaring, forcing the Konoha shinobi to retreat. Particularly, the Hokage in the high skies appeared, for some reason, with bloodshot eyes, clearly seething with rage. When I am not present, you dare to celebrate so heartily. Do not presume that I have been defeated. Raising his hands, he unleashed his most formidable bloodline limit. Dust release, technique of dust displacement. The empty cube intercepted the ninjutsu between the rock ninja and Konoha shinobi, enveloping a significant portion of the techniques, reducing them to ashes in an instant. This included a certain elite shinobi who failed to escape, disintegrating into atoms without uttering a single cry. Simultaneously, a gap was created among the rock ninja and Minato's front lines, no one daring to cross it, effectively obstructing the assault from the elite shinobi of the Land of Fire. The Hokage's strength and ninjutsu prowess had always been of the highest caliber. The previous injury inflicted by Yansheng was merely due to carelessness. His physical constitution and dust release technique posed no disadvantage against the fourth Hokage. This sudden upheaval led to a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, compounded by the earlier skirmishes, which had inflicted varying degrees of injuries. The situation among Konoha's elite shinobi was chaotic, especially after witnessing an elite ninja being slain in an instant, shocking many into disbelief. No way could it be? A boy watching from afar, initially intent on rushing in, was struck with dread. That elite shinobi was gone in a heartbeat. Our shinobi from the land of fire perished so simply. Asuma, we should not advance. This is beyond our capacity. After a day and a night of travel, the forces arrived at the rendezvous point. The lead contingent comprised predominantly elite shinobi, and even with a few hours of rest, they were not far from the borders of the land of fire. Having endured nearly 36 hours of fatigue, Minato understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from launching a surprise attack on the rock ninja. Even elite shinobi require time to rest and recover chakra. In a clandestine camp on the borders of the land of fire, while chewing on somewhat unpalatable military rations, Yinxing turned to the weary Minato and said, "Minato-sensei, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Minato, lost in thought about the forthcoming battle strategies, turned absent-mindedly at Yinxing's query. "When the battle commences, I wish to act freely. Minato-sensei, do not assign any elite shinobi to watch over me, and if I am not present after the battle, there is no need to search for me. This is quite dangerous. Do you have a specific reason?" "Nothing too pressing, merely that I have noticed a few intriguing individuals." "Well, you managed to escape last time, and that such a Hokage could do nothing to you. Your strength is indeed commendable." Minato paused, glancing at Yinxing's intent to depart, leaving his concerns unaddressed. "Regardless, I am still your teacher. Exercise caution. Should anything occur, you must contact me promptly." With a swift turn, Yinxing departed, seemingly prepared to leave his original team behind. Minato furrowed his brow. While curious about Yinxing's discoveries, the overarching strategy preoccupied his thoughts. The lead contingent numbered only around 100. Even if all were formidable shinobi, they faced over 1,000 rock ninja. The odds of victory were perilously close to 50-50. In the end, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer significant casualties, with many shedding blood and tears, and minimizing such occurrences was a priority for him as the fourth Hokage. As night deepened, within a tent shrouded in darkness, a man and a woman remained oblivious to the fact that they were being watched by Yinxing. The exuberant boy had no inkling of the intensity and reality of the battles that lay ahead. He was overflowing with anticipation to display his capabilities. "I have heard that the offensive will commence tomorrow morning. At that moment, I shall surely make this group aware of my might." Clenching his fists, Asuma spoke with unwavering confidence. "This war will undoubtedly turn in our favor due to my prowess." This shattered the tranquility of the IWA shinobi, leaving the already injured Hokage without oversight, plunging the IWA shinobi into chaos. "Where's that Hokage? That Hokage is injured and cannot come. It's over." With that prodigious fourth Hokage present and so many opponents, victory seems impossible. Upon hearing that the Hokage was absent, some shinobi lost their resolve, especially upon witnessing their comrades reduced to mere rubble by ninjutsu. The fear in their eyes was palpable. Fire style, lightning style, taijutsu. The elite shinobi executed a flawless ambush against 10 adversaries, exerting no pressure whatsoever. Coupled with the fourth's flying thunder god technique and his extraordinary speed, even 10 of Iwa's elite shinobi could not halt the legendary fourth Hokage. From the very outset, the battle unfolded overwhelmingly in favor of the attackers. It was not until a singular figure emerged that the tide began to shift for the IWA shinobi. "Fools, hold your ground." A thunderous roar echoed through the skies. The voice of the third Hokage resonating for miles, his gaze fixated on the distant Minato Namikaze. "I am not yet dead. And this is not a place for you to wreak havoc." With that proclamation, massive boulders soared into the air, hurtling directly towards Minato. Although Minato skillfully evaded the first strike, the relentless onslaught of stones forced him to retreat. "The Hokage has arrived. We shall prevail." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, their morale soaring, prompting a retreat among the shinobi of Konoha. Particularly striking was the sight of the Hokage high above, his eyes ablaze with an unmistakable fury. "In my absence, you dare to celebrate so jubilantly? Do not presume that I have been defeated." Raising his hands high and swinging them down with tremendous force, he unleashed his most formidable bloodline technique, Dust Release, Original World Severance Technique. An empty cubic space materialized, intercepting the ninjutsu between the IWA shinobi and those of Konoha, enveloping a significant portion of their techniques and reducing them to ashes in an instant. Among the casualties was an elite shinobi who did not even have time to scream before being reduced to mere atoms in the air. Simultaneously, this created a void between the IWA shinobi and Minato's vanguard, a perfect barrier that thwarted the advances of the shinobi from the land of fire. That Tsuchikage's prowess and the might of his ninjutsu remained at the level of true shadows, and his previous injuries from the Young Star had been merely due to carelessness. His physique and dust release techniques posed no disadvantage against the fourth Hokage. This unexpected turn of events led to a tense standoff, with both sides exchanging glances. The atmosphere thick with anticipation. The earlier skirmishes had left many on both sides nursing various degrees of injury. The situation among the 100 elite shinobi from Konoha was dire, particularly as the sight of one elite being instantaneously obliterated shocked many onlookers. No way, that can't be. That guy, a boy, initially poised to charge forward from a distance, was struck by the realization. That guy took out one of our elite shinobi in an instant, just like that. Asuma, perhaps we should refrain from engaging. This is beyond our capabilities.